Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1300 to Chapter 1382. When he saw the person in front of him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Xianxia saw the changes brought about by this person, he was shocked. It was the girl just now. Xianxia originally thought that Xianxia would be the one to attack. After all, Xianxia was the one who looked strong. However, when he saw Qi Yanran in front of him, he was stunned. All of a sudden, he was stunned. Was Qi Yanran's strength also so strong? No, it seemed that Qi Yanran's strength was even stronger than Xianxia's. Roar. Seeing this, the two orc leaders immediately roared. They couldn't wait to kill Qi Yanran in front of him. She had actually sent them flying just now. However, at this moment, they were in a killing frenzy. Naturally, they didn't care about these things. They must kill Qi Yanran as well. Boom. Immediately, the two of them burst out with terrifying power and charged toward Qi Yanran and Xianxia. Miss Qi, be careful. These two are Yuan kings. Xianxia said hurriedly. Qi Yanran waved her hand gently. Suddenly, a white light swept out from her wrist. Boom. The white light instantly turned into a cold light and blasted toward the two orcs. Whoosh. Whoosh. The white light flashed gently and split the two Yuan monarch beast men in front of him into two halves. Obviously, the light in her hand was extremely sharp. At the same time, Qi Yanran waved her hand. Before the orcs in the surroundings could react, the white light easily passed through their bodies. These orcs were easily cut into two halves. Bang! 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 Immediately, these beastmen were split in half with a loud bang. Bang! 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 Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the half-beastmen were instantly killed wherever they passed. Blood continued to gush out from the wound. Immediately, it spread out and converged into a river of blood. The originally boiling battle cries also instantly quieted down, causing everyone to feel quite shocked and extremely shocked. Even the people in Suishan City were stunned. All the soldiers rubbed their eyes. They weren't mistaken, were they? There were at least 1,000,000 fallen ones. Just a moment ago, they were as lively as a pot of boiling water. Now, they had become a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. Blood continued to gather. Blood gushed out of the wound non-stop. Qi Yanran grabbed Xianxia with one hand and leaped back to the city wall. Xianxia only felt his eyes flicker for a moment before he found himself back on the city wall. It was truly too miraculous and shocking. The young lady seemed to be around the same age as her, but what did she do? With a wave of her hand, she annihilated the half-beastman army. Was this really happening? Could it be that she was hallucinating? Even if the real heavenly master of the upper kingdom came, he might not have such means. It wasn't just these ordinary orcs. In fact, even the three leaders who had yet to make a move were directly obliterated. Indiscriminate attacks had obliterated all of them. All dead? Everyone's eyes were also filled with shock and horror. When they saw this scene, they even confirmed with their comrades that they were not dreaming. Liao Kenjun and the others on the city wall gasped when they saw this scene. When they looked at Qi Yanran, the look in his eyes had already changed from amazement to complete worship. She was a god, a goddess, she must be the goddess of the holy heavens. The goddess of the holy heavens. The one who attacked just now must be the legendary goddess of the holy heavens. Someone shouted loudly. The goddess of the holy heavens had easily obliterated millions of half-beastmen. Wiping out the 5 fallen armies in front of him left everyone feeling incomparably shocked. They were even more excited and shocked. The goddess of the holy heavens. The goddess of the holy heavens. Everyone shouted loudly. Xianxia also realized that Qi Yanran's attack had completely convinced the soldiers in front of him. Are you really? Xianxia looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. However, Qi Yanran only shook her head gently. You can deal with the rest yourself. Qi Yanran did not want to see such a good girl sacrificed in vain. In such a long period of war, it was extremely easy for many respected and worshipped war heroes to appear. However, many people would be forgotten or even forgotten by others. It was difficult to get in touch with them and understand them. Therefore, Qi Yanran also hoped that she could save some of this tragedy. Immediately, Qi Yanran's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, she appeared beside Li Zongjiu. Jiangbai also ordered to go out of the city to clean up the battlefield. At least, they had to pick up the corpses of their brothers from the formation breaker. At the same time, Jiangbai had already made a plan to counterattack. The other side occupied the frontier fortress, which was why they could form such a large-scale joint attack. At this moment, most of the other side's elite troops were lost here. However, the combat power of Suishan City did not suffer too much loss. Immediately, these people set off to take down this important passage. You won't blame me for changing their fate, right? Qi Yanran returned to Li Zongjiu's side. She asked softly. Everyone had their own fate. Even in the view of many cultivators, the Great Tao could not be violated. If something happened, they naturally needed to maintain the status quo. Because changing a person's fate was very likely to cause a chain reaction. It would cause a series of effects, and sometimes even have some bad effects on oneself. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in confusion. What's wrong with that? A real expert goes against the heavens. If he wants to go against the heavens, he will go against the heavens. If he wants to go against the Tao, he will go against the Tao. No one in the world can stop him from doing anything. Li Zongjiu said heroically. One had to know that Li Zongjiu had always believed in these things. As the evil lord of this generation, he did not need anything else. As long as he was strong, he naturally had everything else. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not care about other people's opinions. As for what was the heavens and the Tao, it was hard to say. However, as long as he adhered to his own heart, there would be no problem. At least in Li Zongjiu's opinion. Even this time, he even came back to life to go against the heavens and change the fate of the entire Li family. To change all the disasters and pain in his previous life. Of course, only those with great strength could achieve this. Nearly 1 million fallen ones were wiped out. Even the people who were cleaning up the battlefield could not believe such a shocking scene. Every corpse had died in an extremely straightforward manner. Not only were they severed, but before their bodies were severed, they had already lost all signs of life. She was indeed the saintess. Everyone was also muttering the name of the saintess. After all, only the legendary saintess could do such a thing. Obviously, Jiangbai did not explain so much. Instead of telling them that she did not know the identities of Qi Yanran and Jiangbai, it was better to just admit that they were mysterious. After Qi Yanran's attack, Adjunct Liao, who was originally biased against Li Zongjiu, did not dare to say anything at this moment. He did not even dare to act rashly in front of Li Zongjiu, because they could not stop Li Zongjiu's skills. The strength that Qi Yanran displayed was extremely terrifying. She was as powerful as the legendary saintess. It was possible that she was really the saintess of the holy altar. The battlefield was cleaned up for a day. That night, Jiangbai directly led people to attack the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. This place was an important place. If they could take it down, it would greatly improve the pace of their attack and at the same time, stop the Fallen War Realm's attack. It was a very beautiful battle. Order 50,000 people to patrol and station here. If they find anyone from the Fallen War Realm, kill them without mercy. In addition, immediately dispatch 20,000 craftsmen from the city to build the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. Jiangbai said as she sat on the warhorse. When she looked around, she saw that the country under her feet had been conquered again. Such a long-awaited victory was quite rare for Jiangbai. It should be known that under the current situation, the human clan cultivators could only bitterly resist the attacks of the half-orcs. In the end, they could only be defeated. Once it was breached, who knew how many humans would be sacrificed? At that time, they would find that more and more people were sacrificed. There were fewer and fewer survivors. If the Fallen War Mirror were to devour the entire continent one day, who knew what kind of scene it would be? It was precisely because of the urgent battle situation that they were in such a predicament. Countless generals had already died in front of them. Therefore, when it came to Jiangbai, she was directly promoted to the position of general. Fortunately, Jiangbai's strength wasn't weak. At first, these soldiers thought that they were going to die. They didn't expect such a girl to be the leader of an army of 200,000 soldiers. However, the strength and boldness that Xianbai displayed made these people truly feel the terror of his strength. Moreover, today's victory would definitely reach the ears of the Sui Kingdom's king. This time, he would definitely be rewarded, it would make people envious. All in all, taking back the Black Snake Mountain fortress was equivalent to stabilizing his territory. Furthermore, the 5 tribes of the fallen war territory could be considered the main force. Now, all of them had died in battle without a single survivor. This could be considered a heavy blow to the fallen war realm. At the very least, it would allow the countries in the War of Time to take a breather. Immediately, the people of Suishan City started to move frantically. If they moved a little faster, they would have a higher chance of survival and they would be able to save more people. Xianbai also ordered people to prepare some precious gifts. There were several pieces of transcendent-grade primordial stones. After coming to Suishan City again, he asked around and found out that Li Zongjiu and Xianbai were staying in an inn in the city. Now, the inn's business couldn't be done at all. It wasn't easy for 2 guests to come, and this made the innkeeper very happy. He wanted to extort a good sum of money from them. After all, it was chaotic these days. Who knew if they would stay here today and lose their heads the next day? However, on the second day, the hero of Suishan City, General Xianbai, came personally. General Xianbai was brave and good at fighting. Moreover, he had charged at the front lines many times. His outstanding achievements were remembered by the people, so they naturally knew his identity. When he saw Xianbai, the manager welcomed him with a smile. There's no need to be so polite. Let me ask you, where are the 2 guests who stayed yesterday? After all, only the soldiers were able to see the grand scene of the Sanctus killing millions of fallen soldiers with a single move. As for the others, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. They had only heard of it. Therefore, they didn't know the identity of Qi Yanran and Xianbai. However, the 2 of them seemed to be from outside the city. Moreover, they were quite generous when they took out 2 high-grade primordial stones. That was why the manager had the guts to rob them. They're resting upstairs. Did the 2 of them commit a crime? The manager was a little nervous. I heard that your inn is famous for being unscrupulous. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you offend the 2 of them, your entire family can forget about living. Xianbai glanced at the shopkeeper. When Xianbai was talking to Li Zongjiu, his attitude was gentle. However, this did not mean that Xianbai was also gentle when talking to these people. In fact, it was very obvious. I dare not. It's just a small business, a small business. The manager hurriedly retreated after hearing Xianbai's words. He was thinking about when to return the 2 high-grade primordial stones. After all, it was a large sum of money. If the 2 of them knew that he was deliberately cheating them of their money, the consequences would be troublesome. Perhaps what General Xianbai said would be true. You guys go back to the barracks first. If you have any problems, you can report to me at any time. Xianbai said to several of his deputies. At least one of you should stay. In case something happens, we have to take care of each other. A deputy general said. His general liked to be direct and efficient like this. He was never sloppy. Go down. Adjunct Liao, you go down too. Xianbai added. What? General? Adjunct Liao was stunned. Xianbai also noticed that Adjunct Liao was arrogant and had a feeling that he wanted to target Li Zongjiu. This was a very dangerous signal. After all, according to Xianbai's observation, Li Zongjiu was actually a more powerful person. Otherwise, why would a strong person like Qi Yanran follow such a young man? As for Adjunct Liao, looking at his eagerness, Xianbai didn't know what he would do. Xianbai, this is not a battlefield. Do you want to order me around? Come on, take Adjunct Liao away. Several deputies looked a little embarrassed, but soon they became firm. Although Adjunct Liao was a relative of the emperor, in the army, Xianbai had the highest authority. Adjunct Liao was considered an expert in the army. But there was always one bad thing about him. Because he was a member of the royal family, he often didn't know his position and often overstepped his authority, which made Xianbai very unhappy. Usually, there wasn't any big situation, so he endured it. After all, he might die one day, so there was no need to care so much. But this time, he finally had a chance to save the country. He absolutely couldn't let this guy ruin it. Cough cough, Jiangbai sat in his seat. His injuries hadn't recovered yet, so he immediately coughed a few times. There was even a trace of blood in his mouth. However, Jiangbai acted as if nothing had happened. After wiping the blood off, he sat like this, waiting for the arrival of Li Zongjiu or Qi Yanran. General, this bowl of red dates and lotus seed soup can replenish your blood and qi. Drink it quickly. The shopkeeper served a bowl of steaming lotus seed soup and handed it to Jiangbai. Thank you. Jiangbai touched his waist pocket and found that he forgot to bring money. In other words, Jiangbai didn't need to bring money at all. He was running around the battlefield every day. Why would he bring money? To bribe the enemy? General, the lives of our people in Suishan City were saved by you. How can you charge for this bowl of lotus seed soup? The shopkeeper hurriedly said. Seeing Jiangbai's action, he naturally didn't want Jiangbai to pay. If he even took this money, he would be too black-hearted. In that case, he would suffer retribution in the future. Remember it first, I will ask someone to send it later. After Jiangbai finished speaking, he directly drank the bowl of lotus seed soup in one gulp. It could be considered as slightly alleviating the injuries in his body. Are you looking for me? Just as Jiangbai put down the bowl, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. It also made Jiangbai stand up with a whoosh. Please forgive me, senior. Jiangbai had no choice. Jiangbai quickly said. Li Zongjiu in front of him could definitely be said to be a ghost. He actually appeared in front of Jiangbai in an instant, which made Jiangbai completely unprepared. However, when Jiangbai suddenly stood up, he once again aggravated the injuries in his body. Immediately, he coughed continuously because the aura in his body was not smooth. Li Zongjiu glanced at Jiangbai's condition. The condition of his body could be said to be terrible. Although Qi Yanran fought in today's battle, Jiangbai was actually in a state of near death. He was hanging on by his own breath. Senior, please take action and save us from the battle of time. Just as Jiangbai was about to kneel down, Li Zongjiu reached out and gently pulled him up. You're about to die, yet you're still fighting for your life here. Li Zongjiu said. Jiangbai's eyes dimmed. He was the only one who knew his own body's condition. It was precisely because his condition was so critical that he might not be able to hold on for more than a few days that Jiangbai could not wait to find Li Zongjiu. Senior, please take action and save us from the danger of the battle of time. If you are willing to take action, you can easily save millions of lives. Jiangbai said firmly. I don't care about these things. If you can give me what I want, I will give you what you want. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, indicating that he did not care about things like reputation at all. Therefore, he did not need to think about using these things to bind him. May I know what senior wants? Jiangbai looked curiously at Li Zongjiu in front of him. He was already such an expert, what else could he not get? I need to know all the information about the teleportation array. Li Zongjiu said. Originally, Li Zongjiu could leave here and go to a higher level to look for clues. However, since Li Zongjiu and Jiangbai came here, there might be a reason behind it. Moreover, Li Zongjiu still had not figured out the level of the top experts in the sacred martial realm. Before he made a breakthrough, he still needed to have enough strength to protect himself. Teleportation array? Jiangbai was stunned. Then, he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him with an extremely strange look in his eyes. Senior, have you been in seclusion for more than 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, the 10 major teleportation arrays in the sacred martial realm carried out the ritual of the fallen at almost the same time, directly bringing countless fallen cultivators. Then, these fallen cultivators continued to be teleported out from the teleportation arrays. 2,000 years ago, the experts of the human race gathered in the sacred martial realm and joined forces to destroy 7 teleportation arrays, greatly slowing down the speed of the fallen cultivators' teleportation. But from that moment on, the vitality of the human race's sacred martial realm was greatly damaged. Now, 3 teleportation arrays are under the control of the fallen cultivators. Jiangbai said. Li Zongjiu understood when he heard this. He did not expect the sacred martial realm to undergo such a great change 3,000 years ago. It could even be said that it was an earth-shattering change. Therefore, when he heard about this matter, he was quite shocked. The remaining 3 teleportation arrays are completely protected by the fallen cultivators. The experts of the sacred martial realm have organized several attempts, but in the end, they all failed. They did not destroy the teleportation arrays, but they did slow down the speed of the fallen cultivators' teleportation. They set up some traps. If any fallen cultivators were to teleport here within 100 years, the weak ones would be directly obliterated in the arrays. Only the strong ones could survive. I see. It seems that it will be a little troublesome. Li Zongjiu nodded, then looked at the pale-faced Jiangbai in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a stream of yuan qi was injected into Jiangbai's body. It immediately helped Jiangbai recover from his internal injuries, whether they were new ones or old ones. It only took 5 or 6 seconds for Jiangbai's body to undergo a drastic change. Jiangbai's eyes regained their radiance, and the light in his eyes was quite dazzling. He couldn't believe that the injuries in his body had healed just like that. Even if he were to recuperate now, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for him to recover. Moreover, the process would consume a lot of treasures of heaven and earth to complete it. However, in less than 5 seconds, Li Zongjiu was able to heal all of his injuries. Who is the strongest cultivator now? Where is he? What is his cultivation level? Li Zongjiu didn't care about Jiangbai's shock and gratitude. Even Jiangbai was in a dazed and surprised state. The strongest cultivator? Jiangbai immediately understood when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. The strongest cultivators are the 7 saint immortals of the sacred martial realm. Apart from them, the sacred martial realm is under the sacred martial realm. The heavenly masters of the 5 great nations are all absolute saints. There are a total of 20 of them. Now, these 20 heavenly masters of the great nations are confronting the enemy's top fallen army. Although we have 1,000,000 soldiers here, it's actually just a small battlefield. Jiangbai said. Li Zongjiu had a rough idea of the situation after hearing this. There were more than 20 absolute saints, and the saint immortals were obviously stronger than the absolute saints. This was just the number on the surface. In reality, there might be several times more than this. However, among the human race, so many experts were unable to destroy the fallen race. Instead, they were showing a tenacious resistance. This meant that there were even more experts in the biological world. Li Zongjiu also understood the general situation from Jiangbai. It seemed that it would not be easy to find the transmission array and leave this place. Even after such a long time, the Holy Mountain's top experts still hadn't been dealt with. Clearly, the fallen race had some ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to jump around until now. Moreover, the more they jumped around, the more powerful they became. Okay, I got it. You can go back first. Li Zongjiu said. There was a pleading look in Jiangbai's eyes because she did not receive any response from Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also did not say that he would help, nor did he say that he would not help. This made Jiangbai have a glimmer of hope in her heart. Naturally, she hoped that Li Zongjiu and Jiangbai could help. However, it was obviously whimsical to ask them to help for free. Senior Yanran has killed millions of fallen people today. Her body must be contaminated with the fallen qi. The experts of the fallen clan will soon come to find us. Jiangbai said. It was precisely because the generals had killed too many fallen ones that they were assassinated by the other party's experts. Therefore, most of the generals died in the assassination. The fallen clan was not afraid of constantly replacing generals. After all, as long as the fallen qi accumulated to a certain extent, the fallen clan would send assassins. Just the appearance of today's incident was enough to make the fallen clan send out an extremely top assassin group to assassinate Qi Yanran. Therefore, Jiangbai was so anxious to take down the Black Snake Mountain fortress first. This way, at least they could arrange a defensive line in advance. After all, the difference between the beast men and the human race was quite obvious. As long as they were prepared, they could more or less know in advance. Oh, there is such a thing. Then let them come. Li Zongjiu was surprised. No wonder when Yanran came back, she said that she wanted to refine something strange. Moreover, this thing seemed to be very difficult to deal with. Now that he heard it, it seemed to be the fallen chi. If that was the case, then the several powerful existences of the holy mountain were probably in a group because of this matter, and did not act on their own. If they acted on their own, it would bring about great danger. After all, the other party would send existences of at least the same level. Jiangbai naturally reminded her, but in his heart, he was worried. After all, Qi Yanran had killed millions of fallen half-orcs today. The depraved aura of these half-beastmen would definitely be concentrated on Qi Yanran. After accumulating to a certain extent, the corresponding assassins would be sent to carry out the assassination mission. Qi Yanran's life was also in great danger. At the very least, the fallen tribe was able to force the experts of the sacred mountain to stay within the borders of the sacred mountain. Once they appeared, they would definitely be attacked by the experts of the half-beastmen. It could be seen that no matter how powerful Qi Yanran was, it was impossible for her to surpass those powerful holy immortals in the holy mountain. Therefore, in the end, only death awaited her. The only way was to escape to the sacred mountain. In that case, there was still hope. However, Jiangbai wanted to say it, but Li Zongjiu expressed that he did not care, so Jiangbai sighed. Goodbye. After Jiangbai left the inn, he ordered people to closely seal off the Black Snake Mountain fortress, and absolutely not allow any half-orcs to enter or leave. Even if they had wings, they would be shot down together. Although the effect was minimal, it was more or less preventable. In the Fallen War territory, the people of the 5 major tribes were almost annihilated in a day. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful enemy and such cruel means. Therefore, the main person in charge of the Fallen War territory. They also met each other. After some investigation, they finally confirmed that there must be a heavenly master from the Shang nation. To be able to kill millions of my warriors in an instant, it must be a heavenly master sent by the Shang nation. I want to see which blind person actually came to court death at this time. There were a total of 16 tribes in the Fallen War territory. The person in charge was called the Realm Lord. The patriarchs of the 16 tribes under his command were also elites. However, today, in just one day, 5 patriarchs and the military strength of 5 tribes were lost. This immediately made the fallen Realm Lord dumbfounded. There had never been such a big defeat. How could he explain this to the higher-ups? Although the half-orcs had a terrifying appearance and looked like half-human half-beast, there was absolutely no problem in terms of intelligence. They also had intelligence, but the cultivation method and the energy they absorbed were different, which led to the current change. We have already locked onto this person and reported it. Soon, a special group of assassins will come and deal with this person. The fallen Realm Lord comforted the patriarchs of the several tribes. Although such a big situation occurred in the attack on Suishan City, it could be said that they had achieved great victories in the battlefields of the other cities. It could be considered as an explanation. The sudden appearance of the Shang nation's heavenly master made it difficult for the realm lords of the small war territories to contend against. Suddenly, a cold wind swept across the hall. After the fallen race attacked the cities, they either killed everyone or tamed everyone. Those who were unwilling to be tamed were basically killed, and those who were tamed were quickly able to obtain powerful strength. Then, they picked up their weapons, turned around, and continued to attack their former compatriots. Such a situation was rather surprising to see. Therefore, after being conquered, basically everyone would either commit suicide or resolutely refuse to surrender, because living like that would already be soulless. The fallen race also occupied the cities, trained their soldiers, and mined. They stored the people in the cities as food. Such an evil existence naturally had to be irreconcilable with the human race. Between them, they had long been in a situation where they could not coexist. It depended on who could lead the victory of this battle. Although this battle had been fought for hundreds of years. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew across the hall. The candles flickered, and as they flickered, a few more figures appeared in the hall. The Lord of the Fallen Realm and the others were immediately shocked. Even if they were of the same race, they could not help but tremble in fear when facing these terrifying fellows. After all, these people appeared and disappeared unpredictably. They could take off your head with a light flick of their fingers. Do you think these people are terrifying? I heard that a Shang nation's heavenly master came? Killing millions of my soldiers? A gloomy voice sounded from the hall. All the clan leaders present, including the Lord of the Fallen Realm, were startled, and a chill rose in their hearts. It's here. The assassin group. Even though they were from the Fallen clan, they still felt incomparably terrified. This was because the assassin group was made up of the top experts of the Fallen clan. Once targeted by these people, the consequences would be unimaginable. The methods of these people could be said to be extremely cruel. No one had ever escaped from the assassin group. Once captured, it would be a very interesting beginning for the assassin group. They even treated torture as a kind of pleasure, an extremely enjoyable game. If these people who were sent to attack the city did not gain any results and made no progress, the reapers of the assassin group would directly appear. They would be put on trial. The so-called trial was naturally a process of extreme torture. People of any rank could be punished. Therefore, every time these people from the assassin group appeared, it was a frightening thing for them. They had finally become half-beastmen. In order to survive, they had become fallen. But who knew that after becoming a fallen, there would be pressure? If they were not careful, they would be even more miserable. Sir, please sit. The Lord of the Fallen Realm quickly stood up and gave up his seat without hesitation. Then, a person suddenly appeared in the seat of the Lord of the Fallen Realm. As for the black shadows that were standing behind the clan heads, they instantly disappeared and reappeared behind the figures that were standing before them. My name is Wu Shui. Take a seat. Don't be too reserved. Enjoy your last day. Wu Shui said. The ice-cold words immediately caused the clan leaders to be stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that the higher-ups wanted to execute them? For so long, although they had suffered from the intense resistance of the Battle of Time, they had never retreated. Even if their progress was slow, they had still pushed forward more or less. It was unlikely that they would be killed because of what happened today. Sir. Sir, Wu Shui glanced at the people in front of him. Their faces were filled with fear, panic, and bewilderment. Bloodless loved to see such expressions on their faces. They didn't even know when they were going to die. They couldn't even control themselves. They were like little lambs that had escaped from their mother's embrace. Hee hee, I was just joking. Isn't it funny? Wu Shui said. A joke? Why don't you grab your sister and play with her? You're actually doing this kind of thing? Is it fun? These patriarchs were almost angered to death. If someone were to joke around with your life, do you think you would be happy? You don't think my joke is funny? Wu Shui said. Immediately, the atmosphere in front of them became extremely cold again. After everyone heard this, they immediately laughed out loud as if this matter was very funny. Some were even lying on the ground, unable to get up. Lord of the Fallen Realm, you've lost the military strength of 5 tribes today, a total of 1 million soldiers. But now, these people are actually laughing so happily. Especially this one, did you see that? He's actually laughing under the table. Wu Shui said indifferently. His hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. Moreover, he gently swung his slender tail. It turned out that Lord Wu Shui was actually a rodent half-beast man. Hearing Lord Wu Shui's words, the people who were laughing suddenly froze on the spot. At this moment, they didn't know whether to laugh or not. However, the Lord of the Fallen Realm already understood what Lord Wu Shui meant. Immediately, without hesitation, he took a step forward and came in front of the patriarch who was laughing under the table. He raised his hand and directly smashed the patriarch's head. Bang, with the sound of a heavy hammer, a muffled sound could be heard throughout the hall. No one expected the Lord of the Fallen Realm to be so decisive. Moreover, they were just discussing things together a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, someone's head was smashed. Moreover, Lord Wu Shui obviously wanted to kill one as an example to others. Or perhaps, he liked the feeling of being in control of life and death. Looking at these people who lowered their heads and didn't dare to act rashly, Wu Shui shook his hand helplessly. This is so boring. You guys really don't make me feel the least bit spirited. Since a heavenly master from the Shang nation is here, let me see how capable you are. After Wu Shui finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the hall. The assassination team that came with them also disappeared from the main hall. Only when Lord Wu Shui left did they completely heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. So be it. He even specially came to play with them. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the remaining 10 patriarchs also lowered their heads. Obviously, they were observing a moment of silence for the person who had just been killed. How pitiful. Let Tashin take in this idiot's subordinates. The Lord of the Fallen Realm didn't want to say anything more. Killing such a person didn't make any waves to them. It was only because they saw the fate of the patriarch that they thought of their own fate. In the Fallen Realm, class represented absolute power. The people in the upper echelons could easily control the life and death of the people in the lower echelons. They could easily execute them. There was no dignity to speak of. They didn't even think highly of you. Therefore, in order to obtain class and status, one had to perform meritorious deeds. Only after performing meritorious deeds could one be promoted, only then would one have the opportunity to control one's own life. Obviously, the Fallen Realm wasn't easy to survive in. However, Wu Shui was also considered to be in the upper echelons of the Fallen Realm. He had the cultivation equivalent to the primitive emperor of the human race and was proficient in assassination. He could hide in the darkness without making a sound. When he took a person's life, there would be no movement at all. At this moment, there were a total of 20,000 soldiers stationed in the Black Snake Mountain Fortress. The fortress had also been rebuilt. With the current technology, it was naturally very easy to repair these fortresses. It was precisely because they had mastered these powerful technologies that in terms of construction and other aspects of development, they were far superior to the half-beastmen who only knew how to use force. Therefore, under the crazy attacks of these people, they tenaciously persevered until now. Under the pressure of these half-beastmen, some of their engineering skills had also improved by leaps and bounds. If you didn't complete something, if you didn't create something, you would die. He was easily killed by someone else. Little ones, do you smell the smell of fresh blood? There are about 20,000 people here. All of them will become your food. As soon as Wu Shui finished his words, 6 black figures suddenly rushed into the fortress of the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. Immediately, a massacre ensued. In just a moment, the entire fortress was filled with the sounds of killing. The soldiers in the fortress did not even know who they were facing. They were killed in the dark. Fear and panic were spreading throughout the entire military camp. However, Jiangbai had already prepared beforehand. Obviously, he had expected the enemy to vent their anger on the ordinary soldiers. He had already instructed them to use the ultimate weapon immediately if anything happened. A deputy commander in the army immediately ordered someone to open the ultimate weapon. The so-called ultimate weapon was actually a Yuan energy cannon that could release lightning attributes. However, this origin energy cannon was quite powerful. Moreover, the origin energy cannon also had a lifespan. Every time it was used, it would wear out. As an extremely important secret weapon, Jiangbai had arranged for the lightning origin energy cannon to be placed here because he wanted to catch them off guard. Wu Shui stood on a small hill and stared at the scene below. Suddenly, the cold smile on Wu Shui's face froze. Then, he leaped and fled into the distance. Boom! Half of the fortress's defense was blasted into pieces. Furthermore, there was still a continuous stream of lightning surging out. One of the lightning bolts was also rapidly heading toward Wu Shui. This was because the lightning Yuan energy cannon also had the ability to track people. It could also detect the aura of the fallen people nearby. If it was on the battlefield, this cannon was enough to kill tens of thousands of fallen people. However, tonight's cannon only killed 5 half-beastmen. These beastmen were already Yuan monarchs. However, they were easily killed by the attack of the lightning Yuan energy cannon. 2 escaped. The deputy commander saw the lightning bolts and chased after them. However, it seemed like he did not manage to catch them. He could not help but feel resentful and stomped his foot. In just a few minutes, more than 1,000 soldiers stationed in the Black Snake Ridge Fortress had been killed or injured. This was a huge loss. If the lightning Yuan energy cannon had not been used in time to force the beastmen away, it would not have been long before everyone in the fortress would have been killed. Thinking of this, he more or less dodged a calamity. Quickly report the situation to the general. The deputy commander glanced at the lightning source energy cannon in front of him. This lightning source energy cannon had already been completely scrapped. The last chance had already been used. The next time these people launched a surprise attack, they would not have the strength to withstand it. Bloodless and the other Hitman squad member also quickly retreated. Fortunately, the two of them were quite fast. Therefore, they weren't hurt by the lightning source energy cannon. Otherwise, as long as they came into contact with it, the energy would start to gather towards them. They didn't know how these weak humans made these terrifying weapons. Lord Wuxue, our troops. The assassins who were lucky enough to escape saw their companions being killed by the enemy with their own eyes. They were fixed on the spot and killed cleanly. He didn't even have the ability to escape. Therefore, he himself also had a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he ran quickly just now. Although Bloodless was confident that he could withstand this attack. But as an assassin, his whereabouts must not be exposed. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and those useless people? To really live in the dark, to come and go without a trace, this was the highest level. It seems that they have made some arrangements. Let's withdraw for today. Bloodless said faintly. Looking at these people in front of him, they should be prepared. In this case, there was no need to take action at this time. Today, he lost 5 men. Bloodless would never let this matter rest. It was not easy to come out to carry out a mission. Of course, Bloodless would not be so bored. He directly killed the target and then obediently went back to report. At least, he wanted to have more fun. Such a rare opportunity, of course, he wanted to release the darkness in his heart. He wanted to let these people in front of him suffer all the pain he had suffered. Living in the dark for a long time, of course, this mentality would become quite distorted. Moreover, Bloodless and these people were no longer normal people. It had become normal to not put life in their eyes. No need, you can't leave today. Just when Bloodless and Bloodless were about to leave. However, a voice stopped them in their tracks. This voice seemed to have appeared out of thin air, directly above their heads and into their ears. The two of them paused for a moment. Who is it? Bloodless' eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. At this moment, with his perception, there was no way to sense the existence of this person. This meant that the strength of this person was far above him. Even this concealment technique was better than his. Here. Bloodless quickly caught a figure and immediately smiled. In Bloodless' eyes, he was the one who forced the other party out. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be a human who is not afraid of death. When he saw that Xianxia was just a human youth, Bloodless' smile became wider. If it was a white-haired old man who came out, then with Bloodless' experience, he should be careful because the other party was likely to be an expert who had cultivated for hundreds of years. But a child, Bloodless had fought countless battles on the battlefield and had seen all kinds of ruthless characters. Some of the more difficult human experts had died under his sharp teeth. But the experts among the children were basically people who pretended to be strong. None of them were really strong. Lord Bloodless, let me break his 4 limbs first, then let you torture him slowly. Another assassin said respectfully. Then, he looked at Xianxia with eyes full of murderous intent. Bloodless nodded. In the next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. Die. When Xianxia saw the person rushing over, he immediately sent a slap over. Bang, the assassin's head instantly separated from his neck and flew into the distance. What? A look of surprise flashed across Wu Shui's eyes. Then, his expression turned ferocious. He opened his mouth and the shape of his head instantly changed into that of a mouse. His sharp teeth shone with a cold light. A cold light flashed in Wu Shui's eyes. In the next moment, his figure actually disappeared into the darkness. He disappeared. From an outsider's point of view, it was a very strange scene because Wu Shui's figure just disappeared on the spot. Even if you looked around now, you wouldn't be able to see any movement. If an ordinary person saw such a strange situation, they would think that they had seen a ghost. However, such a trick was simply a small trick in front of Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia just stood there and didn't move, allowing Wu Shui to play tricks. Furthermore, Wu Shui's figure seemed to be quite fast. If you like running so much, then run a few more laps. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu's hand directly grabbed into the darkness. Then, he grabbed a figure and pulled him out. Boom! Without saying a word, he directly threw the figure in his hand far away. Wu Shui didn't even have time to react. He was directly caught by Li Zhongjiu and directly thrown a few miles away. During this process, he had no way to control his own body. Bang! Wu Shui was directly thrown into a mountain wall. A cave was smashed out. Wu Shui's body was also stuck in the cave for a long time before he could take a breath and get out. How is this possible? It must be a coincidence. Wu Shui couldn't believe it. Did Li Zhongjiu directly catch him just now? How is this possible? How can such a thing happen? However, how can he explain being directly thrown here? No, this kid must have a treasure that can restrain me. Wu Shui thought. Today's luck isn't good. Let's retreat first. Wu Shui didn't plan to go back. Those low-level beast men were the kind that didn't have brains. If they were told to charge, they would charge directly. However, Wu Shui wasn't like that. He was the kind that had brains. He would never sacrifice his life for nothing. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he quickly retreated. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if he encountered any problems. It seems that this person is the heavenly master of Shang. I'll let you be arrogant for now. When I call the experts of the Dark Hall over, I'll see how long you can be arrogant. These were the highest ruling bodies of the Beastmen. It was called the Beast God Temple. As for the Dark Hall, it was a branch of the Beast God Temple. The assassins were all from the Dark Hall. Wu Shui's strength and talent were at the bottom of the Dark Hall. The reason why he was sent here first was because he was going to be cannon fodder. Therefore, Wu Shui was not worried that he would not be able to find someone to deal with Li Zhongjiu after he returned. However, he neglected one thing, which was what Li Zhongjiu had said at the beginning. He didn't have to leave. Where are you going? Li Zhongjiu suddenly appeared in front of Wu Shui. Suddenly, Wu Shui shuddered. His opponent's speed was truly faster than his. Soul-sealing pearl. Suddenly, Wu Shui threw out a black bead from his hand. This bead seemed to contain the resentment of tens of thousands of humans, which was why it could produce such a huge and terrifying energy. If the energy was dispersed, it would directly trap Li Zhongjiu's soul. However, Li Zhongjiu also activated his mental strength and directly suppressed the power of the soul-sealing pearl. Then, he reached out and grabbed the soul-sealing pearl in his hand. After Wu Shui threw out the soul-sealing pearl, he immediately jumped up and fled into the distance. His figure instantly blended into the darkness, and dozens of his figures were split into two. He wanted to deceive Li Zhongjiu's eyes and buy himself some time. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, such an action was indeed superfluous. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's figure flashed and appeared behind Wu Shui. Then, he hit Wu Shui's back with his palm and directly sent him flying. This time, Wu Shui was half crippled. After falling to the ground, it was very difficult for him to get up. Li Zhongjiu's figure landed on the ground. Wu Shui, who was lying on the ground, did not know how to react. How could Li Zhongjiu's strength be so powerful? In front of him, he was like a small grasshopper that could not jump away no matter how hard he tried. He was easily grasped by Li Zhongjiu's palm. Look into my eyes. Li Zhongjiu's words were like a thunderclap that exploded in Wu Shui's head. Wu Shui subconsciously opened his eyes and met Li Zhongjiu's eyes. In the next moment, a vast, turbulent, stormy wave of power directly bombarded him. In an instant, it penetrated Wu Shui's head. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu completely destroyed Wu Shui's mental strength and plundered all the things contained in Wu Shui's mental strength. After a while, Wu Shui's body was paralyzed. Li Zhongjiu casually threw him to the ground and gradually turned him into a stiff corpse. Li Zhongjiu immediately closed his eyes and digested the information he plundered from Wu Shui. He digested it bit by bit. Finally, Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Beast God Temple. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed. Clearly, the power contained in the Beast God Temple shocked Li Zhongjiu. What a powerful organization, the Beast God Temple. As far as Li Zongjiu knew, there were more than 100 people in the Dark Hall who were at the Paragon level, including those without a bloodline. These 100 people were all Supreme Being experts. Among them, there were probably many peak Supreme Being experts. As for the Dark Hall's 2 Hall Masters and 4 Deputy Hall Masters, they had surpassed the peak Supreme Being realm. The Dark Hall was divided into 2 main halls, the Assassination Hall and the Judgment Hall. Therefore, there were 2 Hall Masters. In the Dark Hall, an organization under the Beast God Temple, there were a total of 6 Supreme Being experts. Therefore, it was quite difficult for the 7 Supreme Being experts of the human clan to resist. In that case, it was a very dangerous situation. No wonder the human clan's situation was getting more and more dangerous. With such a situation, how could it not be dangerous? Wouldn't it be more careful? However, Li Zongjiu didn't find any information about the teleportation array in Wu Shue's mind. Obviously, Wu Shue's level wasn't high enough to touch the teleportation array. Therefore, it wasn't valuable. He still needed the other party to send more powerful experts. Li Zongjiu's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. He returned to Suishan City. At this moment, Qi Yanran had also completely refined the depraved energy. If an ordinary cultivator was contaminated by the depraved energy, it would be difficult to get rid of it. However, in Qi Yanran's hands, it was a little wishful thinking. She could easily refine it. However, the depraved energy was difficult to get rid of. It would be absorbed by the fallen clan. Therefore, Qi Yanran couldn't let the depraved energy leave. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had returned, Yan Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu. She condensed the depraved energy in her hand into a turbid bead and placed it in her palm. How should I deal with this thing? With my strength, it will take at least a few months to completely refine it. Qi Yanran said. Don't underestimate the thing in her hand. Although it was only a little bit big, if it was released directly, the entire Suishan city would be turned into ruins. Therefore, the first thing to do was to maintain its stability. After some research, Qi Yanran also discovered that the depraved aura in her hand often tended to be unstable. If she could not continue to refine it, she would be able to refine it. If the depraved energy in her hand couldn't be refined continuously, it would form an extremely powerful explosion. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Therefore, even if the other party didn't send an expert to assassinate Qi Yanran wouldn't be able to extract the depraved energy. Sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to control the depraved energy and would be detonated by it. This made Qi Yanran see the power of the fallen clan. Let me see. Li Zongjiu took the bead condensed by the depraved energy and observed it. He wanted to refine it with his spiritual fire, but he found that it was impossible. However, Li Zongjiu's body seemed to be releasing a force. Demon-suppressing ruler? Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Since the soul-burning array was broken, the demon-suppressing ruler was useless. In the past, Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire almost died in the demon-suppressing hall. It wasn't easy for them to obtain the demon-suppressing ruler, but Li Zongjiu always felt that the power of the demon-suppressing ruler wasn't as strong as he imagined. How could it become a supreme treasure? Therefore, Li Zongjiu was quite suspicious. However, those ancient demon clans couldn't pose a threat to Li Zongjiu, so the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was idle. However, the demon-suppressing ruler had taken the initiative to appear. With a gentle pat, it easily absorbed all the depraved aura. I didn't expect this thing to have such an effect. Li Zongjiu was also shocked. Obviously, the devil-suppressing ruler's magical effect was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. Qi Yanran also looked at the devil-suppressing ruler in Li Zongjiu's hand with great surprise. This ruler of yours has a very strong power. Qi Yanran had the Blue Bird platform and the inheritance of the Heavenly Sparrow clan. Naturally, she could sense some special energy. Now, she knew that the power hidden in the demon-suppressing ruler was not simple. This is the devil-suppressing ruler. Li Zongjiu then explained what happened in the demon-suppressing palace. Then let me see your unparalleled sword. Qi Yanran didn't mind the appearance of King of Fire. After all, if it weren't for the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu might have died by now, so she had to thank the King of Fire very much. Li Zongjiu directly took out the unparalleled sword. The aura of the unparalleled sword itself was quite strong. However, Li Zongjiu had yet to fully unleash the power of the unparalleled sword. In addition, the King of Fire was also in a weakened state, so he couldn't fully display his strength. Let me try. Qi Yanran took the unparalleled sword, and then directly injected a force into it. Li Zongjiu, of course, was not worried that Qi Yanran would do anything irrational. Instead, he looked at Qi Yanran's power with great interest. Buzz, then, the King of Fire, who was hidden in the unparalleled sword, seemed to feel the injection of the spiritual spring-like power. Bit by bit, his aura increased, recovering the essence qi that had been consumed. In the battle with the heavenly demon tribe, the unparalleled sword had also exhausted its power. It showed how difficult it was for Li Zongjiu and the others to fight against the heavenly demon tribe. The aura of the King of Fire was also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, the King of Fire was also quite strong. Boom, in the room, it was as if a fireball had rolled in. Then, the figure of the King of Fire was also born from the fireball. The flames lingered around the body of the King of Fire, hidden and full of power. This move of yours is really powerful. Li Zongjiu didn't expect that Qi Yanran's ability could have such an effect. Repairing spiritual weapons is also an ability that I inherited, but I haven't tried it before. Now it seems that the effect is good. There was a little sweat on Qi Yanran's forehead. Obviously, the process just now was not very easy, but seeing the appearance of the King of Fire, who had saved Li Zongjiu's life, made Qi Yanran smile. Your Excellency, King of Fire. Qi Yanran said politely. Now, Qi Yanran's strength had far surpassed that of the King of Fire. However, when the two met, the King of Fire's strength was also far above Qi Yanran's. Moreover, the King of Fire had taken care of Qi Yanran many times. Your power is very special. The Fire Wraith King looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. He could clearly feel the uniqueness of the power that Qi Yanran released, which was why he was quite surprised. You finally recovered. Li Zongjiu was also very happy. Originally, repairing the unparalleled sword was also an important thing for Li Zongjiu, but it had been delayed for a long time, and there were even 2 primitive stones that had not been taken yet. Now it seemed that he could not go back for a while. You're stronger than me, so you don't have to call me Your Excellency. Just call me by my name. The King of Fire looked at Qi Yanran and said. She was just a sword spirit, so she couldn't do anything. Moreover, in the Fire Wraith King's heart, he only treated Li Zongjiu as a friend. He didn't have any other thoughts, or rather, he didn't understand other thoughts at all. Then, what's your name? Qi Yanran asked. He couldn't just call him the Fire Wraith King, right? The Fire Wraith King was just a title, not a name. Yes, I don't know your name yet. Li Zongjiu also looked at the King of Fire curiously. Originally, Li Zongjiu did not care about these things, but who would have thought that the King of Fire would directly become the sword spirit of the unparalleled sword? He could no longer leave Li Zongjiu, so he had to have a name. Otherwise, it would be a little strange to call him King of Fire, King of Fire. However, the King of Fire himself was also stunned. When it came to names, the Fire Wraith King had never cared about them. And the name King of Fire was called by others in the past. You don't know your name? Then I'll give you one. Li Zongjiu was eager to try. Both women looked at Li Zongjiu. After a moment of silence, Li Zongjiu looked at the unparalleled sword in Qi Yanran's hand. Since you have a close relationship with the unparalleled sword, you will be called Fire Sword in the future. After saying that, even the Fire Wraith King, who had always been mild-tempered, threw a flame at Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran also directly raised the unparalleled sword and was about to stab Li Zongjiu to death. She was really capable of saying anything. How could a girl give herself the name Fire Sword? How about I call you Unparalleled? Unparalleled Fire, how about this name? Huowushuang, the Fire Wraith King mumbled to himself. Alright, I'll be called Huowushuang from now on. You can call me Wushuang. After Huowushuang introduced himself, he actually laughed. It was a sense of recognition. Such intimacy made Huowushuang feel a sense of warmth. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen you smile. Li Zongjiu looked at Huowushuang's smile and was surprised. After going through so many trials and tribulations with Huowushuang, they were very familiar with each other. However, it was rare to see Hua Wuxuang smile. In his memory, he had never seen such a thing happen before. I'm a little happy that I have a name, Hua Wuxuang said. In fact, Hua Wuxuang had lived in the sacred flame royal city for so many years, but no one cared about the name of the King of Fire. They only knew that she called herself King of Fire. That was why such a situation happened. Your power is so strong. I've almost recovered all of my strength. Hua Wuxuang looked at Qi Yanran. The power I inherited seems to be related to restoration. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I'll have to test it. You can restore magic treasures? Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran with surprise in his eyes. This was an extremely powerful divine ability. Not only magic treasures, I think I can restore people too. Qi Yanran turned her wrist, and a power shining with 5 kinds of light appeared in her hand. It's called the 5-colored divine light, Qi Yanran said. 5-colored divine light? Even Li Zongjiu had never heard of it. Obviously, Li Zongjiu, the #1 expert in the Holy Martial Continent, was still not enough. Although Li Zongjiu had become the #1 expert in the Holy Martial Continent, he might not even be ranked in the Holy Martial Realm. It was a blow to Li Zongjiu. However, with the various methods he had now, Li Zongjiu would at least not be so passive. In the past, Li Zongjiu was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had successfully jumped out of his shell. As of now, the Infernal Prajna Technique's 10 hells had only been cultivated to the 4th level. Fiery Hell, Blood Soul Hell, Spiritual Hell, Spiritual Energy Hell. In the Spiritual Energy Hell, Li Zongjiu specially stored primordial stones and the like in a place rich in spiritual energy. At the moment, it seemed like he would need to expend a lot of energy to smith the other parts. I've never heard of it, but I'm sure that if this 5-colored divine light can be cultivated to the extreme, it will have endless power. Even if a hole appears in the sky, it will be able to repair it. Li Zongjiu exclaimed. After Hua Wuxuang walked around the area, she felt a little tired and returned to the unparalleled sword to rest. After all, Hua Wuxuang was already an artifact spirit. She could not leave her body for a long time. In the future, when Li Zongjiu's strength improved, he would be able to transfer power to Hua Wuxuang's body, allowing her to stay outside for a longer period of time, just like how a person needed to sleep. After exercising for a while, she returned to the unparalleled sword to rest. I'll also study the demon-suppressing ruler, Li Zongjiu said. After all, both of them were top experts in the world. When they knew that there were more powerful enemies, they naturally wanted to improve their cultivation. Just as Li Zongjiu was studying the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand. Hundreds of thousands of miles away. In the middle of a huge teleportation array, there was a building that towered into the clouds. The building seemed to have directly drilled out of the teleportation array. Obviously, this mysterious building spanned across 2 worlds. It seemed that halfway through the teleportation array was destroyed and stopped operating. Outside the teleportation array, there were more than 20 experts in black robes. They were using all of their strength to transfer power to the array, forcibly maintaining the array in a low-speed state. If they did not maintain it, the mysterious building would be crushed in an instant. The remaining half would not be able to be teleported over. It was because these experts were using their own yuan power to maintain the teleportation array that such a strange situation was created. It was amazing. Everyone, hold on. The elders are thinking of a way to make the teleportation array work again. They will teleport our divine palace here. Yes. It's already been 300 years. Who knows how long the elders will take to figure out a way. I saw a bloody light shoot up to the sky from the dark hall. It seems that many things have happened recently. What can happen? With that old bastard Tianming watching, it's impossible for anything to happen. These 20 people sat there every day, feeling extremely bored. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the situation around them. Therefore, they liked to talk with assurance. In fact, if these 20 people moved together, they would be able to take down the sacred mountain of the sacred martial realm in an instant. However, in order to maintain the integrity of this mysterious building, they had to maintain their strength here. They could not leave. Being able to maintain the teleportation array in such a state for hundreds of years was enough to show how terrifying their strength was. Below the Dark Hall. Assassination Hall. Assassins had died near the Battle of Time. Moreover, it seemed that many of them had died overnight. This attracted the attention of the manager of the assassination hall. Immediately, the manager of the assassination hall collected and organized the information. With so many people dying, it was natural that he would be able to sense it immediately. Under normal circumstances, the hall master and the deputy hall master did not need to appear. It was enough for the managers to appear and make arrangements. These managers were also top-notch existences. Xianxia, immediately lead your men to the Battle of Time and find the person who killed Shui Wu. It should be a heavenly master from the Upper Empire who killed millions of our people. The manager of the assassination hall said. Yes, Lord Manager. In the darkness, dozens of blood shadows flew out. They quickly rushed towards the Battle of Time. Boom. These dozens of figures were all Origin Emperors. The leader, Xianxia, had reached the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. If he transformed, he could even fight against a Supreme Being expert, transformation. It was an ability that only high-level half-beastmen could possess. Once they transformed, their strength would increase by several times. These people were the peak assassins of the assassination hall. Even a true heavenly master from the Upper Empire would die if he met them. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also stayed in Suishan City for a few days. Li Zongjiu was the only one who knew about this. Since he killed the people of the assassination hall, the other party would definitely come looking for him. If he left at this time, the other party might really kill everyone in Suishan City. However, these people couldn't act so unscrupulously. There must be some kind of restriction in it. Otherwise, with these people's skills, how could the people of Suishan City resist them? Jiang Bai received the battle report from the Black Snake Mountain Fortress. The battle was extremely tragic. They lost at least 5,000 people and their powerful weapons were used up. Now, the entire Black Snake Mountain Fortress only had soldiers left to defend it. It was an extremely weak defense. Jiang Bai ordered people to set up some destructive traps in the Black Snake Mountain Fortress and then took the lead to retreat. Staying in the Black Snake Mountain Fortress was a dead end, so it was better to return to Suishan City to set up a defense. He repaired some large weapons and equipment. At the same time, Jiang Bai also requested some supplies from the kingdom. After the supplies were received, they could continue to fight. But last night, Suishan City was incomparably quiet and didn't suffer any attacks. According to the character of the assassination hall's experts, once they came out, they would definitely go crazy and kill people for revenge. The quiet Suishan City also made Jiang Bai realize that someone had made a move. Since someone had made a move, it was most likely Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. A light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. Although Li Zongjiu and the others looked very cold on the surface, in fact, they were human compatriots after all. In fact, they were in a soft-hearted state. Therefore, if he could continue to persuade them, there might be a chance. Jiang Bai once again came to look for Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. This time, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't directly refuse Jiang Bai. The main reason was that Qi Yanran wanted to help them. In fact, helping them was also helping herself. Perhaps one day, after the Saint Martial realm was breached, it wouldn't be long before the Saint Martial continent was next. After all, every place in the chain was on the same continent. It was only because there was a power protecting it that it was impossible to travel from the Sacred Martial realm to the Sacred Martial continent. How can we help? Qi Yanran asked. Hearing Qi Yanran's words, Jiang Bai's face suddenly froze, because she really never thought that it would be so smooth. Qi Yanran agreed without hesitation, which made Jiang Bai feel that happiness came too suddenly. Soon after, Jiang Bai sorted out his thoughts. We received a report from the front lines. Of the 5 countries in the War of Time, 3 of them have already been breached. We need to send reinforcements immediately. However, our Age Mountain City doesn't have enough manpower. We really don't have the strength to do so. Let's go then. Qi Yanran said. As for Li Zongjiu's words, she naturally didn't care. Now, Li Zongjiu was also searching. There should be many powerful spiritual grasses and spiritual herbs in the sacred martial world. If they were used to refine elixirs, their power would definitely increase greatly. Wait a minute, why don't you guys go and arrange the formation? Li Zhongjiu said. With the strength of Age Mountain City, although the scale wasn't very big, it was at least small. If they could use the formation as a support, they wouldn't be beaten so badly. Formation? Our formation has already been completely destroyed by them. Only a few heavenly masters of the Great Kingdom know how to repair the formation, so the formation has long been useless. Jiangbai said. Qi Yanran listened to Li Zhongjiu's question and was also thoughtful. She seemed to be trying to recall something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In my memory, there's a great defensive formation. It's very suitable for defense and offense. Qi Yanran said. Since we'll help you to the end, let us arrange this great formation. Li Zhongjiu said. Jiangbai never thought that the two divine nuns in front of her would know about the Tao of formation. If Age Mountain City could have a formation to protect it, it would be a blessing. At least, they wouldn't need to waste their lives to make up for the lack of defense. Before Jiangbai could say anything, she saw the two of them rushing up to the sky. He casually tossed out high-grade origin stones in the sky towards various parts of the city. As he tossed them out, he had already finished carving the formation within them. Nirvana Heavenly Fire Great Formation. Qi Yanran directly transmitted the formation to Li Zhongjiu's mind with her mental strength. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu received the formation. It was a 10th level formation. However, with their current strength, they couldn't fully display the might of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Great Formation. At most, it could reach the 8th level. Perhaps, it could reach the 9th level after some practice. Even if it was a 8th level formation, it would be enough to resist the attack of a half-beast in the Origin Emperor realm. It only took half an hour to set up the Great Formation. However, in this half an hour, they had consumed more than 100,000 high-grade primordial stones. Only then did they finish setting up the 8th level formation. Although the formation was only at the 8th level, the consumption was quite terrifying. This was because the formation protected the entire Age Mountain City. Jiangbai and the commoners of Suishan City were all below, watching the two of them as they covered the sky and covered the sun. They were all looking up at him with an attitude of incomparable reverence. The moment the great formation was formed, a terrifying light seemed to soar into the sky. From the surroundings of Age Mountain City, countless flames gathered in the sky above the city. After the energy gathered, it formed an extremely huge firebird. If they could fully display the might of the great formation, it would be a great formation. It would form a divine beast, the vermilion bird. It was a pity that the two of them were still a little unfamiliar with the formation. However, it was their first time working together, and they were able to set up an 8th level formation. Are the two of you wasting primordial stones like this? Just when the two of them were feeling extremely proud, a voice sounded helplessly. It was Hua Wushuang. Hua Wushuang appeared in the sky. However, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran's aura covered Hua Wushuang's. Is it very wasteful? Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran were also surprised. They thought that their level was quite good. After all, who could achieve such a level? Of course it's wasteful. Hua Wushuang was an expert in formations, so it wasn't a problem for her to give pointers to the two of them. Hua Wushuang immediately stretched out his hand and took out the primordial stones from Li Zhongjiu's spiritual chi hell. With one upper-grade primordial stone as the core and 5 other stones as support, he formed a small array. Then, he used the same method to create another 5 small arrays. Then, he continued to combine the 6 small arrays into a big array. One after another. Both of them were dumbfounded by such a mysterious technique. My God, what is this operation? Qi Yanran also opened her mouth wide. In this way, the consumption of upper-grade primordial stones was only 10,000. In the blink of an eye, it had already formed another formation that covered the original formation. The same effect, but the level was higher. Hua Wushuang's mysterious method immediately made Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran blush. He only used 1/10 of the materials to complete the effect that was 100% better than theirs. The 9th level array was set up just like that. No wonder Hua Wushuang couldn't help but jump out and directly said that the two of them were too wasteful. because he couldn't stand it at all. Who could stand these people being so wasteful? So, he also jumped out directly. Let's learn, Qi Yanran said. The two of them couldn't help but applaud Hu Wushuang's method. It was really amazing, and at the same time, it could be considered as giving them some pointers. At least, the two of them knew that the most important thing to set up an array was to be able to form such a combination. Only such a combination was the most stable existence, and it could allow the level to reach a higher level. After showing off his skill, Hu Wushuang returned to the unparalleled sword. The people in Suishan City didn't realize that the array just now was set up by an array master. The two of them also descended once again. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both landed on the ground. Jiangbai directly led his soldiers and directly knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Thank you, seniors, for saving the people. The surrounding people also saw the scene and knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. In Li Zongjiu's previous life, he didn't feel much when he received such worship. This was because those people were afraid of Li Zongjiu's methods, so this time, they would do such a thing. However, these people now wanted to thank Li Zongjiu from the bottom of their hearts. This made Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran have a strange feeling. They seemed to be motivated by this kind of power. It made Li Zongjiu feel quite strange. Get up quickly. Qi Yanran waved her hand, and an invisible force dragged everyone up. We dare not save the people, but we will try our best, Qi Yanran said. Since he had such a cultivation base, he naturally needed to do something. At this moment, Li Zongjiu felt that the Hell Prajna skill in his body seemed to be running on its own, and it also automatically opened up a new hell. Hell of Merits, a light flashed in Li Zongjiu's mind. This name almost popped out by himself. Even Li Zongjiu didn't figure out what the hell was, what kind of existence it was, and how it could be created in his body. However, Li Zongjiu didn't panic. Anyway, this was a good thing. Everyone was also surprised by Qi Yanran's means. He actually lifted all of them up with a casual wave of his hand. She really had great magical powers. Ahem, I can't help for nothing. Just now, I used at least hundreds of thousands of upper-grade primordial stones. Li Zongjiu also rubbed two of his fingers. His meaning was quite obvious. Qi Yanran directly rolled her eyes. Li Zongjiu's old habit was acting up again. He really didn't change his mind no matter what. It was really rare. When Jiangbai saw this gesture, he was also stunned. Immediately, he also immediately came to his senses. Not only did he help for free, but he also wanted the senior to pay for it. Therefore, Jiangbai immediately understood. Senior, don't worry. I still have some military supplies here. There are 200,000 upper-grade primordial stones. You can use them first. When the supplies arrive, I will give you 5 million upper-grade primordial stones, Jiangbai said. This number also directly surprised the two of them. Is there a mistake? Are these people so rich? Could it be that the primordial stones in the sacred martial realm can be picked up casually? However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also didn't know. The production of primordial stones in the sacred martial realm was indeed quite rich, but not everyone could have them. Moreover, primordial stones were also military supplies. The upper-grade primordial stones almost never fell into the hands of ordinary people. Whoever took it would be breaking the law and would be punished. Now that they were also in a state of war, these supplies were also very rich. In fact, to fight against these half-orcs, they actually relied on these primordial stones. Without these primordial energy cannons and the like, it would be quite difficult to deal with these people. Ahem, well, that's more like it. Li Zongjiu also didn't know how to respond. Even in the sacred martial continent, when Li Zongjiu was at his peak in his previous life, he didn't see so many upper-grade primordial stones. Those were upper-grade primordial stones. Perhaps the total number of upper-grade primordial stones in the entire sacred martial continent was only about 40 to 50 million. Moreover, it was divided among so many people. Naturally, the amount was quite limited. Looking at the situation, it seemed that in a place like Suishan City, a battle would cost hundreds of thousands of upper-grade primordial stones. It was really extravagant and wasteful. If there was a waste, it was definitely these guys who were the real wasteful ones. Li Zhongjiu extremely despised such behavior in his heart. Seeing that the two of them were happy, Jiang Bai was also very excited. Although the 5 million upper-grade primordial stones had already reached 80% of the total supply this time. But just by relying on the large formation just now, it was already worth more than 10 million upper-grade primordial stones, therefore, the value of this was immeasurable. They had upper-grade primordial stones, but the number of array masters who could arrange a large formation was extremely small. Two seniors have just exhausted themselves, why don't you take a rest first before we set off? Jiang Bai said. In fact, Jiang Bai's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait to rush to his allies to provide support. However, the two of them had just completed such a large formation, so it was normal for them to take a rest. No need, let's set off immediately. Li Zhongjiu said. You still have that little bird of yours, right? Li Zhongjiu was naturally referring to the mountain auk. It's too exhausted, and it's still recovering in the green bird platform. Qi Yanran said. Obviously, the mountain auk couldn't be used. When Jiang Bai heard this, it was time for him to perform. Two seniors, the cloud-piercing ship is just as fast. Then, Jiang Bai also took something out of his storage bag. Suddenly, a large flying ship appeared in midair. This is an eagle battleship? When Qi Yanran saw the cloud-piercing ship, he immediately said in surprise. However, if one looked carefully, it only had a little charm. After all, the cloud-piercing ship in front of them was larger in size, and its cutting was smoother. This is a flying ship that can only be obtained in Shang country. Our Sui Shang country spent a lot of effort to obtain this one. Jiang Bai said. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was extremely surprised. She didn't expect such a coincidence to happen. It's very normal. Everything is actually moving in the same direction. Li Zhongjiu said. He had never been to the sacred martial realm before. However, in the sacred martial continent, 3,000 years later, a flying ship similar to the cloud-piercing ship was created. When it was in Li Zhongjiu's hands, he renamed it the Eagle Battleship. But in reality, the nature was similar. Qi Yanran didn't doubt him. After all, this was the sacred martial realm. It could only be said that Li Zhongjiu's ideas were very advanced at that time. Someone had to create something advanced. Jiang Bai quickly assigned some tasks to the deputy generals. At the same time, he led his guards onto the cloud-piercing ship. With the cloud-piercing ship speed, they only needed an hour to reach the neighboring country, the Moon Nation. The first line of defense in the Moon Nation, Moon City, seemed to have been breached. Now, the remaining soldiers in Moon City were covering the civilians as they retreated to the waning Moon Ridge, which was 100 miles away. There was also a fortress built on the waning Moon Ridge. After Jiang Bai and his military advisor confirmed the direction, he immediately ordered the cloud-piercing ship's pilot. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran were still standing on the deck, but Jiang Bai and the others were already seated in the cabin. There was a ring fastened to prevent them from flying out. Seniors, quickly enter the cabin. This cloud-piercing ship is extremely fast. No need. Let's set off. Li Zhongjiu said proudly. He had underestimated them too much. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu naturally had to regain his face. Since Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran were so confident, Jiang Bai didn't say anything. Jiang Bai didn't say much. If he strongly requested at this time, wouldn't he be looking down on these two heavenly masters of Shang Empire? Full speed ahead. Rescuing people should be done sooner rather than later. If they could be faster, they might be able to save more people. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying roar sounded. It felt as if the surrounding air was being sucked in at this moment. At the same time, a huge explosive force was produced, and the huge cloud-piercing ship instantly rushed out. Boom! Li Zhongjiu lost his balance and was sent flying by the terrifying inertia. Qi Yanran was fine because she was leaning against a pillar. She had time to react. I'll go. Li Zhongjiu was directly sent flying, almost flying to an extremely far distance. Even Li Zhongjiu could not react in time. The acceleration was simply too fast. It could be said that he had fallen yet again. Thankfully, Qi Yanran reacted quickly. She transformed the desolate heaven essence into a white beam of light and instantly struck Li Zhongjiu's body, bringing him back. If Li Zhongjiu was prepared, such a situation would not have happened. However, this situation happened too quickly. Li Zhongjiu did not expect such a fast speed, so he was sent flying. He returned to the cloud-piercing ship. Fortunately, Jiang Bai and the others did not notice Li Zhongjiu's embarrassment. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu would have been embarrassed once again. Li Zhongjiu was also calm and composed. He returned to the deck and acted as if nothing had happened. He looked around, as if he was observing his surroundings. At this moment, the flying ship was really shuttling through the clouds. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran also discovered that the flying ship could absorb some of the energy in the clouds as it flew, turning it into its own power. This way, at least in a situation where there was no energy source, it could fly very far. This design surprised Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran quite a bit. Qi Yanran had also participated in the design and conception of the Eagle battleship, so when she saw this new structure, she instantly understood. However, no one could have thought of such an advanced concept at that time. This speed is still very fast. Although Qi Yanran and Jiang Bai were standing on the deck, as the flying ship moved forward, it had automatically formed a kind of airflow barrier, directly sticking the people on the flying ship firmly to the ship. At this moment, it was impossible to jump off the flying ship. It even required a lot of strength to break free from this force, because the cloud-piercing ship was always in a state of acceleration. The distance between the two ships was at least thousands of miles, but in just half an hour, they had already arrived above a city. When the flying boat entered the vicinity of a city, its speed directly decreased, and it slowly streaked across the sky. However, when everyone walked to the deck and saw the situation below, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene below was simply too shocking for them. Although it was not the first time they saw it, every time they saw it, they would feel a kind of shock and quite a heart-wrenching feeling. This kind of feeling was indescribable. They could only watch helplessly as this once glorious city of the human race was reduced to ruins just like that. It was already destroyed beyond recognition, and thick smoke rose into the air, sweeping towards the sky. Many corpses could be found in the ruins. But these corpses were not intact. Furthermore, it could be seen that these people had their heads chopped off without any surprise. This was what shocked everyone. Such a cruel method, only the fallen race could do it. Is this still the Moon Edge city from before? One of the guards sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. The scene at the scene was really quite shocking. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this kind of stimulation. At this moment, there was a series of movements in the city. Obviously, they heard the movement of the cloud-piercing ship outside, and suddenly, a large number of half-beastmen came out. These people still stayed in the city to find some fish that escaped the net, but under the ruins of the Moon Edge city, tens of thousands of half-beastmen rushed out. Too cruel. Qi Yanran frowned. Seeing such a scene, as someone of the same race, was indeed quite uncomfortable. If the city was captured, this would be the outcome. So, no matter how many people died, they must defend the city. After leaving the city, they would have nowhere to go. So, the people of Suishan City did not go anywhere. After leaving Suishan City, everything would come to an end. Damn it! Jiang Bai and the others' eyes were filled with tears. As soldiers, they could not bear to see the scene of the destruction of the country because it was their duty to protect these people. But in the end, they came too late. Sigh. Li Zhongjiu also helplessly shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a towering flame directly fell from the sky. Boom! When the flame fell, the Moon Edge city instantly turned into a sea of fire. And these half-beastmen were also burned to ashes. Not a single one of them could escape. After all, Li Zhongjiu's flame was already at the Supreme Being realm. Let's continue forward. Li Zhongjiu killed countless people in his previous life, but it did not mean that Li Zhongjiu was inhumane. On the contrary, Li Zhongjiu himself also liked to watch the bustling world in a quiet place. But because of all kinds of hatred in his previous life, Li Zhongjiu became the evil lord of this generation. Now that he really saw the destruction of the world, the destruction of the city, and the cruel murder of his fellow humans, no one could bear it. The fire burned all the half-blood beast men in the city to ashes. Then, the cloud-piercing ship continued forward. Waning Moon Mountain Ridge Stronghold. A bloody battle was about to break out. The people had already crossed the mountain ridge stronghold. They only needed to go forward 50 miles and there would be a city to take over. But before that, they must stop the half-beastman's advance. Everyone, this is our final battle. A female archer who was covered in blood said with a sonorous voice. This female archer's eyes were bloodshot. They had already been fighting for 3 days. Of the original 200,000 human soldiers, only these few people were left. Less than 400, all the generals, commanders, and vanguards had died in battle. Right now, she was only a centurion of 100 archers. But she was already the highest-ranking person present. So now, these 400 soldiers were all under her command. In today's battle, we have no other choice but to use the weapons in our hands to kill our way out. In order to buy time, we must defend the stronghold to the death. Su Jing exclaimed. With a wave of his arm, the soldiers under his command also began to shout loudly. Defend the stronghold to the death. Defend the stronghold to the death. Among the 400 people, there were many types of soldiers, but the weapons they could use at this moment were quite few. Apart from a few light energy cannons in their hands, there were only cold weapons in their hands. Long swords and spears. Although the lineup was not neat, there was only one goal in everyone's heart, and that was to defend the stronghold to the death. Su Jing also took out the amulet hanging around her neck and looked at it again. This was given to her by her parents when she joined the army. Later on, her parents were also killed in the invasion of the orcs, and even their bodies could not be found. Now, she was just an ordinary high-level elemental master. In terms of commanding so many people in front of her, she was indeed a little unqualified, but now there was no other way, she could only fight by herself. There were less than 30 arrows left in the bow in her hand. However, the other side's orc army was at least 200,000. Rumble, the ground in front of them suddenly shook, and then they could see that in the distance, there seemed to be a dark cloud that was rapidly rolling over. On the ground, there was also a black tide of troops rushing over quickly, and they were rushing up the mountain. It was not the first time they saw such a scene of thousands of soldiers and horses. If it was in the past, these veterans might be shocked, but now they only had one thought, and that was to live for one more second and kill one more enemy. This was their heart's desire. This was what they were thinking at this moment. Get ready! Su Jing saw that the enemy's vanguard had already rushed halfway up the mountain, and the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters. She directly shouted. In the face of such a powerful enemy, no one took a step back. Kill! Less than 500 meters. The bow in Su Jing's hand was already aimed at one of them. Just as she was about to release the arrow, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Su Jing saw that the figure actually blocked her line of sight, and in a panic, she directly let go of her hand. The arrow in his hand had already shot out rapidly. Although he didn't know who this person was, judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a fellow human. In that case, wouldn't they be killing their own people by mistake? Su Jing immediately exclaimed. Dodge! However, the enemy troops were so powerful that they couldn't even hear the call. Just as the arrow was about to pierce the person in front of him, another figure floated down. He extended his hand and gently grabbed the arrow, catching it in his hand. Su Jing was stunned. The skill of the woman who suddenly appeared in front of her was like a dream. She casually caught her arrow. Damn you! Li Zongjiu flipped his palm over. The mountain-toppling golden seal fell. An extremely terrifying golden palm print descended from the sky. It contained an extremely vast amount of power and landed directly on the ground. Bang! When the golden palm landed on the ground, it directly overturned the surrounding soil and instantly smashed tens of thousands of orcs into pieces. Moreover, the orcs that rushed up behind were instantly burned to ashes by the remaining power of the golden light. Qi Yanran also used the power of the desolate heaven essence to rush forward and smash the orcs into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of orcs were killed. The orcs at the back didn't know the situation in front of them and continued to charge forward. Soon, they were also easily wiped out. In the orc army camp at the foot of the mountain, a patriarch watched the battle in front of him. How could so many people be needed to attack a mere waning moon mountain? Therefore, he only casually sent 100,000 orcs to attack. However, the commotion that erupted from the mountain seemed to have easily killed these orcs. This caused the clan leader to be shocked. What's going on? Why are we suffering such heavy losses? The patriarch also said in shock. However, by the time he reacted, the 100,000 orcs on the mountain had already been killed. A few smart ones hid first and then secretly fled back. To them, the scene on the mountain just now was quite terrifying. So many people died in the blink of an eye. It was not something they could resist at all. Su Jing and some of the soldiers who were determined to die were also stunned on the spot. From start to finish, it took less than 5 minutes. No, it would only be 3 minutes at most. The man and woman in front of him had easily wiped out the 100,000 beastmen. There were still a few palm prints left on the ground. There was a blazing energy in the palm prints that was constantly emitting. It was this energy that was released. Once the orcs came into contact with this energy, they were directly incinerated into powder. The sudden reversal of the battle situation made Su Jing and the others unable to react. However, the two people in front of them had killed 100,000 orcs. Such powerful strength must have come from the Shang nation. Shang nation's heavenly master? This thought flashed through Su Jing's mind. Could it be that the heavenly masters of the Shang nation had finally made a move? After holding on for so long in these small countries, they finally had the time to make a move. At this moment, a cloud-piercing ship was hanging above the waning moon mountain ridge. Then, more than 10 figures jumped down. Although the leader was also a woman, she was wearing the armor of a general. Jiang Bai and the others landed in front of Su Jing. I am the general of Suishan City, Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai first introduced himself. When they heard that it was actually the general of Suishan City, the eyes of all the soldiers lit up again. The archer captain and the soldiers of Moon Edge City greet the general. Su Jing hurriedly led the soldiers to kneel down. It was the general of Suishan City. The reinforcements of Suishan City had arrived, this was the thought in their minds. The soldiers behind them also knelt down in unison. They had been looking forward to seeing the general of Suishan City for a long time. Everyone, you have worked hard. Jiang Bai also said. After 3 days of continuous bitter fighting, their bodies were already at their limits. Jiang Bai immediately ordered his guards to help these soldiers by distributing food and the like. At the same time, he called Su Jing over. These are the seniors of the 2 secluded cultivators, Senior Li and Senior Yanran. Jiang Bai introduced. At least these people had to know who had saved them. Su Jing thanks the 2 seniors. Immediately, Su Jing wanted to continue kneeling. However, Qi Yanran stopped her. You are the real heroes. This is your arrow. Qi Yanran returned the arrow that she had just caught to Su Jing. Immediately, Su Jing's heart trembled. This was an extremely high level of recognition. Su Jing respectfully took the arrow from Qi Yanran with both hands. Suddenly, she felt as if the arrow in her hand was a blessing. From now on, Su Jing must grasp every arrow that was shot. There were only about 400 soldiers left in Moon City's garrison. A total of 200,000 soldiers were left in the end. Moreover, Moon City was breached, and at least half of the civilians were unable to evacuate in time. Since then, Moon Kingdom had lost another city, so its territory had shrunk even more. There are still 100,000 half-orcs below. Wait for me to destroy them. Li Zhongjiu said. Jiang Bai and the others were not worried. After all, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had easily killed millions of half-orcs. They were so powerful that it was daunting. It was even difficult to imagine the strength of these people. Senior, you have to be careful. There are 3 gluttons in their army. Su Jing hurriedly said. What, gluttons? Even Jiang Bai was completely shocked. It was no wonder that with Moon City's strength, they were able to break through it so quickly. The gluttonous beast was already quite powerful. They were huge and could easily crush everything. Even the city walls could not withstand the impact of these gluttons. No wonder Moon City was defeated so quickly. Jiang Bai and the others finally understood that it was because of the gluttons. These gluttons were usually placed on the battlefield of the Upper Kingdom. How could they be deployed to the battlefield of the lower kingdom? Naturally, no one could resist them. Gluttons? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran listened and smiled disdainfully. Aren't they just a few big rats? The two looked at each other, and with a flash of their bodies, they rushed down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the two seemed to be accompanied by the sound of wind breaking as they directly disappeared. They were like two ghosts. General, those are gluttons. Don't they need our support? Because they had seen the horror of these gluttons. The city walls of Moon City were breached by the gluttons in less than an hour, and the street battles in the city lasted for 2 days. Even their general had been eaten by the glutton right from the start. No amount of elemental weapons could kill the gluttons. In the end, the 3 gluttons were completely unharmed. No need. Jiangbai shook his head slowly. Although he did not know how strong Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were, Jiangbai was sure that the gluttons below were no match for Li Zongjiu and the others. After all, even the assassin was killed by the 2 of them without anyone noticing. Therefore, Jiangbai had absolute confidence in the strength of these 2 people. There was also the formation set up in Suishan City. He could clearly feel the power of the array. Even if the real heavenly master of the upper kingdom came, he would not be a match for the 2 of them. In the military camp of the fallen beastmen below, 3 black behemoths more than 20 meters tall were locked in iron cages. Even the beastmen themselves did not dare to say that they could control the gluttons 100%. Therefore, they would usually lock up the gluttons. Once the gluttons were hungry, they would launch a frenzied attack. They would not stop until they were dead. The gluttons would eat anything. Nothing could stop the gluttons from attacking. Even if there was a mountain in front of them, they would smash it. When the Beastman Patriarch saw the Beastmen on the mountain, he ran back as if he had seen a ghost. When he was caught and questioned, he said that he did not know anything and did not see anything. The main point was that he did not see anything. The Beastmen in front were all dead. You didn't see anything clearly and you ran for your lives. Get out of here. The Patriarch immediately ordered the escaping beastmen to be thrown into the cages prepared for the gluttons. Patriarch, please spare us. Patriarch, please spare us. But in the next moment, they were thrown into the gluttons' cages. The gluttons bit the beastmen in their mouths and easily crushed them. One could even hear the sound of bones colliding with teeth. The Patriarch's name was Wild King. 2 days ago, he was in a meeting with the Realm Lord of the Fallen War Territory. When he heard that the Heavenly Master of the Upper Kingdom had appeared in Suishan City, he hurriedly spent a large amount of money to mobilize 3 gluttons to his tribe to fight. He did it to give himself a sense of security. At the same time, he wanted to take the lead in conquering the human camp so that they could continue to advance. For them, this was a very important matter. The sooner they achieved success, the sooner they could leave this damned place. You guys, go up the mountain and see what's going on. Wild King Patriarch said. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The 3 gluttons locked in the iron cages suddenly became restless. They tore at the iron cages in front of them in a frenzy and kept ramming into the iron cages. Under the frenzied ramming, the iron cages were deformed. What's going on? The sudden outburst of the gluttons made Wild King panic. He had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that the gluttons were hungry? But even if they were hungry, they shouldn't be in such a state. Suddenly, the gluttons directly broke out of the cages and started to crazily bite the beastmen in front of them. Gluttony's body looked like a giant rat standing upright. With a light flick of its tail, more than 10 beastmen were thrown into its mouth. At the same time, it trampled many beastmen to death. How can this be? Hurry up and calm them down. What are you all doing? However, no matter how Wild King ordered, the beastmen couldn't stop the gluttons in front of them. The gluttons quickly shuttled back and forth in the army camp. The entire army was in a mess. Wild King only felt that he was about to collapse. If this continued, wouldn't they be finished? Suddenly, one of the gluttons rushed towards Wild King. Wild King's heart skipped a beat. Hurry up and protect me. Wild King's tribe leader hurriedly shouted. However, the soldiers beside him had already fled far away. Who would protect you when you were about to die? Moreover, this kind of situation wasn't something that could be easily protected. Wild King's tribe leader was immediately swept up by the tail of a glutton and violently thrown into the sky. When Wild King's body was in the air, he could see that there were two figures standing in the air. They stood in the air and looked down at the people below with indifferent eyes. "It's you guys," Wild King saw the two people standing quietly in the air. They were like gods who looked down on all living things. In the next moment, Wild King's body fell down. He was bitten by the gluttons. Torn into pieces. Then, the three gluttons formed a triangular blockade in the army camp and devoured the beastmen one by one. Li Zongjiu easily controlled the three gluttons with his mental power. Therefore, it was normal to use the gluttons to repay the half-beastmen. Moreover, the gluttons were easy to control. It's not difficult to control them. Their mental power is very weak. Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran was quite curious about Li Zongjiu's method, so Li Zongjiu explained it to her. Go. Li Zongjiu gave the gluttons an order in their minds. He ordered them to run towards the half-beastmen's camp. Whenever they encountered a half-beastman, they were to eat them. At the very least, before meeting a powerful orc spirit master, the spirit command would remain in the glutton's mind, and he would carry it out forever. Let's go. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran left directly. All the half-beastman warriors of the Wild King tribe were killed, most of them were killed by the gluttons. Therefore, the scene was extremely tragic. The two returned to the stronghold. After telling them that all the half-beastmen at the foot of the mountain were killed, everyone was surprised by the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Of course, before that, Jiangbai also told them about the heroic deeds of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran in Suishan City. If Li Zongjiu hadn't taken action, Suishan City would have been destroyed. Their Suishan City had probably already been breached. They couldn't stop the joint attack of the 5 tribes. When Su Jing and the others heard that the 5 major tribes had joined forces to attack Suishan City, their faces were extremely nervous. Obviously, they knew how desperate and terrifying this situation would be. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran took action in time. Therefore, they saved the people of Suishan City at this critical moment. This kind of drastic change between life and death was naturally hard to believe. It even felt like a dream. When Li Zongjiu returned, Li Zongjiu also used medicinal pills to help the soldiers recover from their injuries and stamina. In the eyes of Jiangbai and others, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had already become the representatives of omnipotence. How could there be such a perfect couple? It was shocking. Let's go and receive those commoners who have arrived at Star Moon City. Star Moon City was the second line of defense of the Moon Nation. If they could conquer Star Moon City, they would only need to pass through 2 more checkpoints to reach the capital of the Moon Nation. Therefore, it could be said that the situation was quite dangerous. If he didn't manage to block it this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. We won't be going with you. Be careful on the way. We still have to go to other places to help. Jiangbai said. In addition, there were 2 other cities that had been breached and were on the verge of being breached. The situation was extremely urgent. If Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran could take action, of course, they would go and save more people. Our humble words are light, but please accept our 3 bows, benefactors. Su Jing once again knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Descending from the sky in such a desperate situation was what a god would do. Moreover, they didn't stop at all and continued to rush to other battlefields to help. Such righteousness naturally made Su Jing and other soldiers admire them. Under the sincere worship of these people, Li Zongjiu felt that the power in his merit hell was rapidly increasing. With this upgrade, Li Zongjiu finally knew what was missing in his previous life. The reason why Li Zongjiu had not been able to break through the final step was because he lacked the power of the hell of merits. The hell that was created could only give some things a form and present them to Li Zongjiu. Things that couldn't be seen in the past could now be seen in the hell. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had the merit hell in his body at this moment. He could clearly feel the increase of the power of merit. Although Li Zongjiu still didn't know the use of the power of merit, it was beneficial for something like this to increase a little. The cloud-piercing ship continued to move forward. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also launched a real rescue in the Battle of Time. At this moment, outside Suishan City, 20 figures landed. Lord Xianxia, Suishan City is in front. Xianxia glanced at the situation in front. They had just returned from the Black Snake Ridge Fortress and had already checked the situation of the Black Snake Ridge Fortress. Shui Wu and the others were easily killed, so it must be done by a top expert. However, the depraved aura on the other party's body could be used to track them, but they couldn't find them at this moment. They couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, the depraved aura was refined by the other party. It's really a good method to refine the depraved aura. In this way, it was equivalent to hiding one's body. But soon, Xianxia's eyes lit up. A few thousand miles away from here, a person carrying a large amount of depraved aura appeared. Obviously, he had just been infected, which meant that a large number of half-beastman soldiers were killed. It seems that he has already escaped. Does he want to kill the people of my fallen clan like cabbages? The 5 of you, destroy Suishan City. The rest of you, follow me. Xianxia immediately prepared to take people to chase after Li Zhongjiu and Shui Wu. This matter must be done quickly. Otherwise, the other party will refine the depraved aura again. If they can't complete the task, the manager will be angry and they will be finished. Suishan City shouldn't continue to exist here, so he directly ordered to erase Suishan City. Yes, Lord Xianxia. Immediately, 5 top-notch assassins were left behind. Xianxia took the remaining people and chased after Li Zhongjiu. I can go on a killing spree again. This time I'm going to enjoy the process of killing. Someone couldn't help but sneer. Then, the 5 assassins' figures flashed and directly rushed towards Suishan City. The 5 of them couldn't restrain the crazy killing intent in their hearts. However, when the 5 of them rushed to the sky above Suishan City, they were about to escape into the city. Suddenly, a huge firebird appeared in the sky above Suishan City. The firebird turned around and directly flapped its wings at the 5 of them. Boom! Instantly, the 5 figures exploded in the sky like fireworks. They bloomed with extremely dazzling light. At this moment, the people in Suishan City looked up at the sky. The 5 assassins who were about to sneak in were directly blown to pieces. However, there were no more movements in the sky. Xianxia and the others, who had already left for some distance, suddenly stopped. What? Xianxia and the others looked back at the 5 figures that had turned into smoke. Their pupils shrank. You saw it? It seems to be an array. Array formation, as soon as he said that. The few of them were shocked as well. The half-beastmen were most afraid of array formations. In fact, when he first arrived, he directly launched a hunting operation to kill all the array masters, killing all those who knew array masters. He even forced them to not dare to show themselves. But it was also because of this that this array formation was terrifying. Now, a powerful array formation had appeared again. Xianxia and the others broke out in cold sweat. If they had rushed in just now, they would be the ones to die. It really is an array formation. Xianxia and the others' eyes flashed. Quickly report this to Lord Manager. Xianxia and the others observed for a while and found that the array formation was quite powerful. Even if they approached it with their cultivation, they would be seriously injured and would not be able to rush out. Some array masters in the human race were indeed quite terrifying. The array formation they casually set up was enough to endlessly trap and kill the half-beastmen. In the beginning, they suffered heavy losses. In the end, the higher-ups of the Beast God Temple made up their minds to hunt down all the array masters of the human race at all costs. So now, those who knew about array formations were either experts or dead. Even the endless pursuit of the half-beastmen was an extremely painful experience for ordinary array masters. In short, the half-beastmen were unscrupulous. In the end, they killed 80% of the human race's array masters. Their methods were also quite cruel. Now, an array master had appeared. This made them vigilant. Lord, if we can hunt down an advanced array master. At this moment, a subordinate came forward and said. Although he wanted to say something, the meaning in his words was quite obvious. But it was obviously an extremely dangerous thing. They were indeed inexperienced when facing an array master, but wealth came from danger. If they wanted to be promoted in the Beast God Temple, they must first make a great contribution. You're right. Let's go, this array master will die without a doubt. Xianxia had long wanted to reach a higher level. If this continued, when would there be an end? He must have a breakthrough in progress. Hunting down an array master was bound to be a great contribution. With this contribution, he might even become a candidate to become a manager. When he sits in this position, his status will be completely different. When the divine temple completely transmits to him, it will be time for him to be rewarded. Xianxia had already seized this opportunity to turn things around. The operation this time was extremely important, and he absolutely could not reveal it to anyone. If someone else got ahead of him, it would be a huge loss for him. Immediately, Xianxia led his men to chase after Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu and the others relied on the speed of the cloud-piercing ship to resolve the remaining 2 crises within a day, saving millions of people. At the same time, wherever Li Zongjiu passed by, he would set up a series of formations. All of them were defended by the Nirvana Heavenly Fire formation. When Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran arranged the formation, they were more proficient and the formation they arranged was more perfect. Hu Wushuang, who was waiting in the unparalleled sword, shook her head after seeing the progress of the 2, and exclaimed that they were monsters. She did not expect the 2 to be so terrifyingly talented. The 2 of them directly learned her methods one after another. She did not teach them very carefully. At most, it could be considered as a demonstration, but the 2 of them had already grasped the essence. She could not help but sigh at the terrifying strength of the 2. It was really frightening. On the cloud-piercing ship, there were a few more members. They were the princess from the Yun Nation and her personal guards. The princess of the Yun Nation was also stationed in the Yun Nation's city, White Cloud City. However, all of the soldiers were sacrificed. Half of the people in White Cloud City were cruelly killed by these people. This made the princess of the Yun Nation extremely sad and indignant. They threatened to take advantage of the situation and destroy the command center of the Fallen War territory. As long as the command center of the Fallen War territory was destroyed, it would be a beautiful counterattack. The war had been going on for more than 300 years. In these 300 years, countless countries had been destroyed. No one knew how many people had died, but the human race had been constantly retreating. They had been beaten back repeatedly, and they had never been able to take back their own territory and drive these foreign races out of the continent. This time, the plan could be carried out because of the presence of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. In fact, even if they did not say anything, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had already decided to destroy the Fallen War territory master. Only by gathering together would they be able to kill quickly. The princess of the Yun Nation was called Qi Yanguan. When Li Zongjiu and the others arrived, Qi Yanguan and the others were preparing to commit suicide. Instead of dying in the hands of these people, it was better to end their own lives. This was the only way to ensure that they would not see their own faces when they died. Thank you for your help this time. Yanguan has nothing to repay you, but I am willing to give you my primordial stones. Qi Yanguan directly handed one of his storage belts to Li Zongjiu. Obviously, the few of them could see that Li Zongjiu was the leader of the 2. Qi Yanguan had chatted with Jiangbai before and knew that Li Zongjiu liked primordial stones. Oh? Li Zongjiu, who was meditating, opened his eyes. He saw the storage belt in front of him. It was enough to see how big the space was since it was able to forge a storage treasure into a belt. There are 20 million upper-grade primordial stones inside. Qi Yanguan said. 20 million primordial stones, and they were all upper-grade primordial stones. Although Li Zongjiu was already mentally prepared, he was still shocked. These people were already so rich. How rich would the other people from the upper nation be? Ahem, if you have something to say, just say it. Li Zongjiu was not a simple young man. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to give away so many primordial stones, even if you were a princess, there was no reason for you to give away so many primordial stones. It should be known that these primordial stones were very useful in such a state of war. It might even save your life. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. Qi Yanguan said firmly. Accept her as his disciple. Qi Yanguan's talent could only be regarded as ordinary. At least in Li Zongjiu's eyes, except for him, the others were also ordinary. But now it seemed that Qi Yanran's talent was even more powerful. It had reached a level that Li Zongjiu could not see clearly. Not interested. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. He was not interested in teaching a disciple. Moreover, it was not easy to become Li Zongjiu's disciple. What's more, he had to bring someone with him now. Wouldn't that become a burden? Let me have a look. Give me your hand. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was interested in Chu Yan. Chu Yanguan stretched out his hand to Qi Yanran. If he could become Qi Yanran's disciple, he would be equally excited. As long as he could learn real skills and kill these half-beastmen, it didn't matter who he became. Chu Yanguan's talent was not bad. At least in the Yun country, he was an extremely top existence. At such a young age, he had already reached the origin ancestor realm. Although he was only a first-grade origin ancestor, there were still many people who could not reach his level. However, Chu Yanguan himself did not have much confidence. He just wanted to fight for an opportunity. If he did not fight for it, he might not even have this opportunity. What did you see? Li Zongjiu asked. Qi Yanran was checking Chu Yanguan's physical condition as if she was taking his pulse. Li Zongjiu was naturally quite envious of her ability to detect other people's talent by touching them. Therefore, he also wanted to learn a few moves when he was free. Although Qi Yanran had learned a lot now, some things could not be said at all. They could only be understood but could not be explained. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could only observe and learn now. There is a little compatibility. I have a nameless breathing technique here. If you can cultivate it, you will naturally know where to find me. If you can't cultivate it, your achievements will be slightly higher than yours now. Qi Yanran said. Thank you, senior. Chu Yanguan did not dare to take advantage of her. If he directly called her master now, it would make Qi Yanran unhappy. Immediately, Qi Yanran stretched out her finger and gently touched Chu Yanguan's eyebrows. A force quickly poured into Chu Yanguan's mind. Although Chu Yanguan was surprised by Qi Yanran's means, he was not worried that Qi Yanran would harm him. After all, with Qi Yanran's strength, it was too easy to kill him. Buzz, in Chu Yanguan's mind, there was suddenly a message. When he received this information, Chu Yanguan's heart jumped. He didn't expect there to be such a method. It was as if something suddenly appeared in his mind, and it left a deep impression on him, making it impossible for him to forget. Thank you, senior. Chu Yanguan thanked her again. Go down first. Qi Yanran waved her hand. At this moment, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and looked at Qi Yanran. He seemed to have sensed something. Then, the two figures disappeared in front of Chu Yanguan. Whoosh, the two appeared on the deck at the same time. In the next moment, the cloud-piercing ship seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. It was hooked by countless ropes, and there was no way for it to break free. There was even a sharp weapon that was directly thrown into one of the energy generators of the cloud-piercing ship. Boom, at the place where the power was generated, it would also explode. Until now. Jiang Bai and the others were shocked to discover that the cloud-piercing ship had been attacked. On guard! Jiang Bai's bodyguard shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone was on high alert. It was not that Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran did not feel safe here. It was just that they had developed such a reaction over the years. If they were not vigilant enough, they could die at any time. Under the protection of his personal guards, Chu Yan also came to the deck together with them. At this moment, the flying ship had lost its power and was rapidly falling down. Qi Yanran waved her hand and used the desolate heaven essence to bind the cloud-piercing ship. At the same time, the cloud-piercing ship seemed to be suspended in the air. Haha, you two have good skills. Which one of you is an array master? After the flying ship stabilized, a voice rang out. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed and more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. They were like messengers from hell. Immediately, everyone became nervous. It's the assassins! Jiang Bai exclaimed. The assassins had finally arrived. The assassins from the Dark Hall were ruthless. Once they appeared, they would pile up corpses into mountains. They killed people like flies and took pleasure in killing people. The cloud-piercing ship was restrained by the assassins. It was obvious that the assassins had used some method to destroy it. However, the fact that the assassins were able to follow them was proof of their ability. Although Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were strong, the assassins were equally strong. To Jiang Bai and the others, the assassins were mysterious. Even Li Zongjiu and the others might not be able to resist them. Now that they were facing the assassins in front of them, it was difficult to judge who was stronger. Naturally, they were nervous. Both of us, Li Zongjiu said straightforwardly. These people in front of them really thought highly of themselves. They directly landed on the cloud-piercing ship. The assassins only dared to attack because they were certain that there was no array nearby. Otherwise, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to approach an array master. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Either this kid was bluffing or he was telling the truth. 2. Interesting. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up. He didn't expect that he would be able to capture 2 array masters. His credit was doubled. How could Xianxia not be happy? Therefore, when Xianxia was happy, he suppressed this joy in his heart. So, the soldiers of my fallen clan were killed by the 2 of you? Xianxia said. And those few sneaky rat heads from yesterday were also killed by me. Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, he looked at the people in front of him. The higher their cultivation, the purer their bloodline, and the more they looked like humans. However, their essence wouldn't change. Very good. If the 2 of you are willing to come with us today, we will be merciful and let them live. What do you think? The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. Now, he had changed his mind. If he could capture the 2 array masters alive, his credit would be too high. It might even be so high that they wouldn't dare to imagine it. Xianxia couldn't wait to imagine himself becoming the manager of this assassination palace. He would directly become the manager. If that was the case, he would really bring glory to his ancestors and make a name for himself. Every manager had considerable power. Moreover, managers had the opportunity to be baptized. After the baptism, their strength would become stronger, and for the fallen clan, this would be a supreme glory. Strength wasn't strength. They could talk about it later. However, if they could get such glory, it would be the most important thing for them. Jiang Bai and the others' faces were extremely ugly. Qu Yanguan was well aware of the fallen race's methods against array masters. If they couldn't use them, they would directly destroy them. Senior, the fallen clan has a deep fear of array masters. So, once we find an array master, we will either subdue them or destroy them. Qu Yanguan said. Obviously, he didn't want to see the 2 of them fall into the hands of the assassination palace. However, Xianxia and the others were full of confidence. They glanced at Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu, who didn't make any movements. They were a little vigilant. I will give you 5 seconds to think about it. I will not give you time to arrange the array. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xianxia said coldly, as if he felt that the more he frowned, the more intimidating he was. However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. He wanted to show off in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. They had never seen such an overconfident person. Then, the few of them waited quietly for 5 seconds. 5 seconds passed. Li Zongjiu took the initiative to provoke. Time has passed. Can you show us how ruthless you are? Jiang Bai and the others were already very nervous. However, seeing Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran so calm, they calmed down slightly. Since Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were not flustered at all, they must have a way to deal with the situation in front of them. Now, they were surrounded by these assassins. They had no other way. The only thing they could do was to kill themselves before they were caught. They did not want to fall into the hands of these people. Otherwise, they would feel the pain of death. He stood side by side with Qu Yan. They stood together behind Qi Yanran. When he heard that Li Zongjiu took the initiative to provoke the other party, Jiang Bai became even more nervous. Did he not know the other party's strength, or did he deliberately play with them because he knew the other party's strength? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's strength should not be a problem. Xianxia felt the deep ridicule and provocation in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Immediately, Xianxia sneered. He stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at Li Zongjiu. Break his legs. As his voice fell, suddenly, 2 black shadows flew directly from the side at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they came in front of Li Zongjiu. However, before Li Zongjiu could move, Qi Yanran had already made her move. With a flick of his finger, 2 beams of 5-colored divine light blasted the 2 men's heads with a bang. The 2 people did not have time to react. Their bodies fell straight forward, leaving a long trace on the deck. Blood flowed on the deck. Xianxia suddenly widened his eyes. Obviously, he was surprised by Qi Yanran's means. After all, Xianxia didn't think that Qi Yanran's speed would be faster. Moreover, it was Qi Yanran who attacked. He thought that Li Zongjiu would be more powerful. It seemed that this Li Zongjiu was the real array master. The other girl was only the array master's guardian. The fallen race who participated in hunting array masters knew that every array master would have a powerful guardian by his side. Otherwise, the array master would be useless. It would be like a piece of fat meat on a chopping board that could be easily chopped up. You guys hold that woman. Transform. Roar. Then, with a low roar, the surrounding people also roared in anger. There seemed to be a strong aura that was rapidly gathering on their bodies. With the injection of this power, the aura these people's aura. Bang! The remaining 12 people jumped to the deck. At this moment, some of their clothes were pierced by some sharp scales. When they saw the dark red barbed scales on these people, Chu Yanguan nearly cried out. Flying Scales Troop. These people are all the top troops of the Assassination Palace. Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable. The leader of the attackers glanced at Chu Yanguan. He didn't expect a low-level person like Chu Yanguan to be able to recognize them as members of the Flying Scales Troop. The so-called Flying Scales Troop was actually formed because their original bodies were extremely similar. However, this troop was proficient in assassination and was merciless. Whoosh, Qi Yanran took a step forward and took the initiative to rush toward these 12 people. These 12 figures also jumped up in an instant. Their figures intertwined and directly formed a strangling net toward Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran also raised her palm. As he waved his palm, the 12 people were forced to retreat. Xianxia saw that this little girl Qi Yanran had some strength. He immediately stopped hesitating. If he continued to wait, maybe Qi Yanran would kill all the people of the Flying Scales Troop. Xianxia immediately transformed. After transforming, Xianxia's appearance looked more like a slender fish tail. At the same time, there was a horn on his head. It's so troublesome to transform. Li Zongjiu saw that Xianxia's transformation seemed to be a little troublesome. He still had to struggle for a long time. You're still so stubborn in the face of death. After transforming, Xianxia's aura was even stronger. He even felt that he could directly destroy a city with just a breath of strength. Jiang Bai and the others felt extremely suffocated. Finally, Xianxia made his move. He directly turned into a black light and rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Since he couldn't get Li Zongjiu, he could only destroy Li Zongjiu. In order to not give Qi Yanran a chance to react and rescue him, Xianxia directly used his strongest move. Blood extermination. When blood extermination was used, it would burn the blood in his body. At the same time, his speed would be increased to a terrifying degree. Even if an expert of the same level came, he would only be killed in a second. Boom, Xianxia's figure suddenly stopped. It was not by himself. It was forcibly suppressed by a strong hand. The horn on Xianxia's head became an offensive weapon, but at this moment, it was easily blocked by a hand. Is this all you've got? Li Zongjiu was still looking forward to it. After all, the people sent this time seemed to be a bit interesting. However, as soon as they started fighting, Li Zongjiu was completely disappointed. How could he be so weak? At this level, even the military master of the Xingyan dynasty could easily defeat him. What? Bloodmia could feel Li Zongjiu's strength. Li Zongjiu had actually blocked his attack so easily. Then, Xianxia gritted his teeth. He continued to ignite his blood. Sure enough, Li Zongjiu had some skills. He must be hiding some top magic weapon. Xianxia's figure directly turned into a dozen doppelgangers. At the same time, they rushed towards Li Zongjiu from all directions. Facing Xianxia's attack, Li Zongjiu also responded. Slap, a slap was directly thrown out. All of Xianxia's doppelgangers were destroyed. They directly rolled on the deck more than a dozen times. I say, you're not a fake, are you? Did the beast god temple raise trash like you? Li Zongjiu stood with his hands behind his back and said disdainfully. It seemed that in his eyes, Xianxia and the others were just a group of trash that could be spurned anywhere. Bang! 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 Qi Yanran seemed to have already tried these people's tricks and routines. Impatiently, she directly slapped the people in front of her to the ground. Bang! 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 Immediately, the 12 so-called experts of the flying scales troop all fell to the ground with serious injuries. They just happened to be in front of Xianxia. Retreat! Xianxia shouted. Obviously, he also knew that the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran was not something that they could resist. Even after transforming, they were still not a match for the two of them. One was fine, but who knew that both of them were so powerful? You want to leave? Sure. Li Zongjiu directly flashed and then patted everyone's head. Suddenly, a mental command was sent into the minds of the flying scales troop. The situation of this command was similar to that of gluttony. It was also because Li Zongjiu found that the mental strength of these fallen people was relatively weak. Therefore, it was easier to control them. Since they were so easy to control, there was nothing much to say. If he made good use of them, he might be able to achieve an incredible effect. However, Xianxia and the others only felt their bodies shake. It seemed that Li Zongjiu was too late to stop them, so they quickly got up and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. We can't let them escape, Jiangbai said with regret. If they could keep these people here, it could at least be considered as cutting off one of the assassination palace's right-hand men. At least, they would not dare to be so arrogant. At least, they could make these people suffer a little loss. It's okay, they will die. Li Zongjiu smiled faintly. The mental command that was sent just now would not have any effect under normal circumstances, but once they got close to the fallen people, they would automatically release this mental command and take the initiative to attack and kill the fallen people. At the beginning, it would certainly have a surprising effect. Before they were killed, they should be able to easily kill some people. It was also a counterattack. When Jiangbai and the others heard Li Zongjiu's words, they were a little confused. However, they did not care. Since Li Zongjiu said it, it must be effective. It's just that this flying boat is broken. Jiangbai, on the other hand, was vexed. She only had one cloud-piercing boat. I have it. Chu Yan said. The flying boat in Chu Yanguan's hand. Judging from its appearance, it was even more powerful than the cloud-piercing boat. This is a star boat. When Jiangbai saw the star boat, she looked at Chu Yanguan in shock. She did not expect Chu Yanguan to have a star boat. If he had the star boat in his hand, it would not be a problem for him to escape. However, when they arrived, Chu Yanguan and the others seemed to be ready to die for their country. Since they still had a chance to live, why didn't they use the star boat to escape? Jiangbai began to speculate in her heart. Obviously, this star boat had an extraordinary origin. Only the royal family of a country was qualified to own a star boat. Could it be that Chu Yanguan's real identity was not the princess of the Yun country? Jiangbai guessed in her heart. However, she could quickly connect the dots. After all, this kind of thing often happened in such a world. A princess in distress might have experienced too many escapes along the way. In the end, she might even feel that there was no hope for her to escape forever. Therefore, even if there was a chance of survival, she did not need it. Unless there was a real hope of turning the situation around. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran carried such hope. In fact, it had been a long time since they had won such a satisfying battle. Your boat is not bad. Li Zongjiu looked at the star boat with great appreciation. Even in Li Zongjiu's previous life, after 3,000 years, he had never seen such an advanced flying boat. Needless to say, it was very powerful. No wonder she gave out tens of millions of upper-grade primordial stones so casually. This girl's family was not ordinary. However, Li Zongjiu was not interested in Chu Yanguan's identity. After all, these things were not deliberately collected by Li Zongjiu. So what if they were extraordinary? In front of Li Zongjiu, they could be easily destroyed with a punch. Everyone boarded the star boat. Then, the star boat rushed toward the core area of the fallen war territory. The headquarters of the Fallen War territory was located in the capital of an extremely powerful country. The strength of this country was equivalent to the combined strength of 3 small countries. However, no matter what, it was unable to withstand the attack of 10 tribes, which was a total of 2 million fallen warriors. There were even more secret weapons such as the gluttons that made their move. Therefore, the strength of the Fallen War realm was not to be underestimated. This place had been renamed Fallen City. The Lord of the Fallen Realm also controlled an extremely powerful elite force that was stationed in the Fallen City. However, the Fallen City was usually used as a logistical supply. But today, something big happened in Fallen City. In just half an hour, the 3 gluttons rushed into the Fallen City and started attacking crazily. At first, the people of Fallen City thought that the gluttony was throwing a tantrum, or that it wanted to eat something. However, they soon realized that the gluttony had only bitten people to death and did not eat them. All of a sudden, it caused a huge loss. Thus, the Lord of the Fallen Realm immediately ordered the 3 gluttons to be killed. When the glutton was killed, the glutton was killed. 2 of the Fallen City's city walls had been destroyed. Although the human race seemed to be at a disadvantage now, the gluttons would occasionally launch surprise attacks to kill the human race. Therefore, the Fallen City had to be careful. In addition to the city walls, at least thousands of fallen warriors were trampled to death. With the strength of the gluttons, killing these fallen warriors was like child's play. In order to catch the gluttons, many elite soldiers were sacrificed. For a time, the entire Fallen City suffered heavy losses. Just when the Fallen City had just stabilized. In the distant sky, a terrifying light seemed to be attacking. The surrounding air also began to vibrate. The soldiers of Fallen City also looked up at the sky. The airflow in the sky was rapidly forming a storm. It's the human race's warship. Some of the orcs with sharp eyes saw a huge figure rapidly approaching from afar. They immediately roared. He was extremely shocked by the situation in front of him. He did not expect that the human race would dare to rush into Fallen City. It should be known that in Fallen City, there were more than 500,000 fallen warriors and elite soldiers. Moreover, each of them was quite brave. There were nearly 10 gluttons, who were guarding this place to ensure that they could provide timely support to various places. What's going on? The star boat hovered directly above the Fallen City. Directly below it was the palace where the Lord of the Fallen Realm resided. The so-called palace was just the palace that the Lord of the Fallen Realm had refurbished. In terms of building construction, the orcs didn't have much talent. Even their weapons weren't excellent at all. If it wasn't for their tyrannical physique, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the orcs. If not for their strong physique and beast-like strength, they would not be a match for the human race. In short, in the current situation, in fact, both sides had their strengths and weaknesses. They kept each other in check and balance to maintain the current situation of constantly consuming each other's strength. If there was a heaven-shaking reversal in the end, then there would definitely be a powerful force that would directly break in. What's going on? The Lord of the Fallen Realm left the body of a female half-orc, quickly put on his clothes and walked out. It was not easy to be in a good mood today and wanted to play some tricks. Who knew that such a thing would happen? This made the Lord of the Fallen Realm very unhappy. He had just gotten rid of a few crazy gluttons, and now there was another problem. Boom, the Lord of the Fallen Realm had not put on his pants properly. Directly, a powerful light beam fell from the sky. It directly shattered the place where the Lord of the Fallen Realm was. And the Lord of the Fallen Realm was directly crushed into pieces. Under the strong fluctuation of the light beam, he was turned into ashes. Some of the weapons on the star boat also launched attacks at this moment. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from Fallen City. Rumble. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also attacked at the same time. The mountain-toppling golden seal was constantly blasted out. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand was also used to an extremely powerful and amazing effect. Qi Yanran threw the desolate heaven essence in her hand into the sky. In the next moment, the desolate heaven essence turned into a white cloud. Then, white light spots fell from the white cloud. It was as if they had turned into raindrops. In an instant, they fell and accurately penetrated the bodies of these half-orcs. Boom. 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 The power of the Desolate heaven essence turned into raindrops and easily killed the half-orcs in front of them. A series of raindrops fell. However, in the city, these half-orcs were difficult to find directly. Some of them were hiding and it was harder to find. "Help me," Li Zhongjiu said. Qi Yanran did not hesitate and directly transferred her power into Li Zhongjiu's body. Then, a white dragon figure appeared behind Li Zhongjiu. The dragon swept across the sky. Immediately, a terrifying divine power descended. A power that could not be seen with the naked eye directly swept across the entire city. Mental power, boom, in an instant, the remaining half-orcs were all killed. In the entire fallen city, there were no more living creatures. On the star boat, Jiangbai and the others were looking at the situation below. Just now, Qi Yanguan had also controlled the star boat to launch a series of cannon blasts. However, the cannons on the star boat were almost worn out. Therefore, the power of the cannons had weakened a lot. However, under the attack of Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran, these half-orcs in the fallen city had no chance to escape. A gust of wind blew. It stirred up the sand and dust in the fallen city. Dead, are they all dead? When Jiangbai and the others saw that all the half-orcs in the fallen city had been killed, they were shocked. They bitterly resisted, and even racked their brains. They used every possible means to attack the fallen city, but after trying for a long time, they still didn't succeed. They had never succeeded. Now, under the leadership of Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran, they were all killed in just a few minutes. In just 10 minutes, everything had been settled. There was no trace of any enemy in the entire fallen city. He was actually able to kill all of them, after Li Zhongjiu killed these half-orcs. The Hell of Merits was also shining with golden light. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a figure that was directly born. It was a gold core. Li Zhongjiu saw this gold core through his perception. However, this gold core seemed to be fixed in the Hell of Merits, and it seemed to be brewing something. There was no way to take it out, so it could only be left in the Hell of Merits. It seemed that the Hell of Merits didn't require any cultivation to begin with. Li Zhongjiu was also curious about the effects of the Hell of Merits, but there were still a lot of aftermath to clean up. Everyone landed in the fallen city and began to search for things around, but they found that all of them were dead. There was no one alive, and some of them didn't even have a single wound on their bodies. They died directly. The fallen city had been ruined by the half-beast men. After Jiangbai and the others occupied the fallen city, they excitedly sent out signals to their respective barracks. At the same time, Jiangbai sent 2 guards back to Suishan City as quickly as possible to mobilize the army. Fallen City had been taken down with great difficulty, so of course, they had to make good use of it. As long as the Battle of Time could regain control of Fallen City. This was the first step of the counterattack. Jiangbai also sent out signals to the other cities. Along the way, there were still 2 other tribes that were besieging the city. One of them was the Tashan tribe. The Tashan tribe had an army of 300,000 half-blood beastmen. They were very powerful and had been surrounding a city, but they weren't in a hurry to attack. The current situation was so chaotic. It was said that in the past 2 days, a heavenly master of Shang Kingdom had appeared and was killing people everywhere. Several tribes had already fallen in the hands of this person. Therefore, Tashan had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if they were targeted by the celestial master of the Shang nation. The city that was confronting Tashan was a kingdom called the Water Nation. This kingdom was also staking everything on one throw. They had mobilized all their troops to the forefront. At this time, there were 500,000 troops stationed in Tianshui City. The king of the Water Nation was personally leading the battle. At this moment, the king of the Water Nation suddenly received signals from the Suishan Nation and the Yun Nation. Tomorrow, they would attack the Tashan tribe at the same time. Why did they suddenly come up with such a countermeasure? It was too late for them to defend themselves. How could they still have the strength to fight back? However, the king of the Water Nation was also a ruthless person. Now that he was surrounded by these people, he was quite sullen. Now that there was such a good opportunity to fight back, there was nothing to worry about. Pass down the order. Prepare for the decisive battle tomorrow. Let's see how we kill these bastards. Immediately, the king of the Water Nation let out a low growl. To the king of the water nation, being surrounded and delayed by these people was simply a humiliation. Now that he finally had a chance to fight back, he would spare no effort. The generals under his command also admired their king very much. If they were to defend passively, they would only be able to consume their soldiers passively. If they were to die today, 3,000 would die tomorrow. In the end, they would only be able to protect the city. The enemy could casually send some troops over and they could easily break through the city. However, if they were to take the initiative to attack, they would definitely be able to achieve a surprising effect and completely defeat the enemy. Not only would they be able to break their formation, but they would also be able to break their morale. If you are ruthless, then I will be even more ruthless, that was what he thought. The next day, Patriarch Tasshan was leisurely lying on a chair made of human skin to rest and bask in the sun. The fallen tribe also liked to bask in the sun. They did not like to hide in a dark corner. If they liked to hide in a dark corner, there would be no need to attack these people's cities all day long. Counting the days, it has been 8 years since I left for the war. In another 2 years, I will have to replace the front line. Then, I can go to the rear and rest. The fighting in the front line is really too dangerous. I can't believe that I can survive until the end. Tasshan counted the days every day. The fallen tribe also had their own villages and towns. Even the cities that had been conquered had become the territory of the fallen clan, and they had treated them as their own homes. However, an outsider would always be an outsider and would eventually be chased out. A huge explosion shook the surroundings. Even the king of Xianxia city, who was 10 miles away. He could clearly hear it. The time has come. Charge! The king of Xianxia nation immediately roared. Suddenly, 400,000 soldiers rushed out. The remaining 100,000 soldiers stayed behind to guard the headquarters. At least, they could provide reinforcements at any time. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were both on a mountain peak, watching the battle below in full swing. It was not that Li Zongjiu was unwilling to take action, but these people had been holding back for so long. Of course, it was appropriate for them to release the pressure in their hearts. If Li Zongjiu took action and wiped out all of the Tasshan tribe, it would be a threat to them. Only at the critical moment could they change the situation of the battle. After all, the soldiers of the human race were not incompetent. They were all real soldiers. The battle broke out in an instant. The three kingdoms and the Tasshan tribe fought for 2 days and the Tasshan tribe was completely defeated. Although there were casualties among the three kingdoms, everyone was happy to kill. This was a desperate counterattack, a real counterattack. On the 3rd day, Tasshan's head was chopped off by the king of Xianxia nation. The king of Xianxia nation chopped off the head of the Tasshan tribe. Immediately, the joy in his heart poured out like a waterfall. His heart was filled with excitement and shock. Son, I've finally avenged you. I've slaughtered these bastards. The king of Xianxia nation roared to the sky. 3 days of killing had exhausted him, but at this moment, he still persevered. He must fight to the last moment. The opportunity for the human race to fight back had finally arrived. Jiang Bai, Chu Yan, and the others also came to the king of Xianxia nation. Jiang Bai of Xianxia nation greets the king. Chu Yanguan of Yun nation. Chu Yanguan did not stand on ceremony. After knowing this, the king of Xianxia nation finally got to know these two strong allies. If the two of them had not brought a large number of reinforcements, the human race would not have been able to wipe out the Tasshan tribe so quickly. You are, the king of Xianxia nation glanced at Chu Yanguan. When Chu Yanguan nodded, the king of Xianxia nation nodded in response. Since he knew a little, he did not continue to speak. Thank you for your help. The human race is in high spirits with the help of the two generals. The king of Xianxia nation said with a smile. They had been besieged by these people from the fallen battlefield for 8 years. They had lost many soldiers and generals over the past 8 years. Today, they could finally settle the score once and for all. It's not because of us. It's because of the two seniors who have been cultivating in seclusion. Without them, our city would have fallen a long time ago. Jiang Bai said. Nearly half a month had passed. Half a month ago, Jiang Bai and the others had discovered the traces of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran at the Celestial Master Mountain. Now, in just half a month, the two of them had helped the Battle of Time defeat the fallen battlefield. They had completely wiped out a large portion of the fallen clan's forces. For the human race, this was a great victory. When the king of Tianshui nation heard that such experts had appeared, he could not help but be surprised. He quickly asked the two of them to introduce him. However, Li Zongjiu had already told Jiang Bai not to bring anyone to meet them. After all, he did not have the time and energy to greet these people. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were cultivating in a mountain outside the fallen city. Most of his time should be spent on cultivation. Only with a strong cultivation could they save the sacred martial realm. However, in the sacred martial realm, there were many people who were stronger than Li Zongjiu. They had already reached this level, but none of them had taken action. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's current cultivation was not enough. Li Zongjiu's mind sank into the Hell of Merits. At this moment, he was also studying the golden core in the Hell of Merits. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Where did it come from? Li Zongjiu circled around the golden core. At the same time, as time passed, the golden core seemed to be spinning in circles, absorbing the golden light in the Hell of Merits. Finally, it gradually grew bigger. Originally, the golden core was only the size of an egg. In just a few days, it had already turned into the size of a bowl. Li Zongjiu knocked on it and found that the golden core was still solid. He wanted to move it, but he was powerless. The golden core was still in the same place, motionless. Looks like it's not time yet. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart and gave up on studying the golden core. Recently, Li Zongjiu had also harvested a batch of medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs of the sacred martial realm were rich in spiritual energy and were quite old. It seemed that the people in the sacred martial realm rarely relied on pills to increase their cultivation. They just needed to cultivate as hard as they could. Or perhaps it was because the resources in this place were still insufficient, so there were no pills and the like. They were rather scarce. Only after the people above distributed the pills could they have such resources. The beastman did not know how to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, this batch of precious medicinal herbs fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. He placed the Shura cauldron at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Zongjiu also threw medicinal herbs into it. Li Zongjiu directly refined a furnace of grade 8 elixir. However, there was no elixir thunder in the sky. This surprised Li Zongjiu. Originally, he wanted to use the elixir thunder to refine his body. Unexpectedly, there was no elixir thunder in this place. Another batch of good medicinal herbs. Li Zongjiu put away these medicinal pills. Now that his cultivation had reached this level, it was not easy to break through. Even if he took these medicinal pills every day, the effect would be minimal. He could only take it slow. However, it was still necessary to consolidate his means. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was making rapid progress. Qi Yanran was now able to freely enter and exit the Bluebird platform. Little Blue has recovered. Qi Yanran suddenly appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and said. Then, a small blue bird flapped its wings and flew briskly in front of Li Zongjiu. It could be said that all these experiences were brought about by the mountain puffin. Li Zongjiu didn't think that things would be so coincidental. This mountain seagull was actually so powerful. It directly changed their fates, and in the end, they inexplicably came to such a place. In fact, if they didn't come here, they wouldn't have had such an experience. Qi Yanran gently leaned her head on Li Zongjiu's shoulder. The two of them stood on top of the mountain, facing the setting sun and quietly feeling the tranquility in the air. If only there were no wars in the world. Qi Yanran said slowly. Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived in a peaceful environment? How can there be no wars in the world? Even if the beastman in front of us disappeared, the big countries in the sacred martial realm will definitely fight with each other. The disputes will never stop. Li Zongjiu said, only by being strong can one keep a place safe. The peace you see is just because someone is helping you carry the burden. Qi Yanran also nodded. She naturally understood these principles, but she also hoped to see a day of peace. However, it seemed to be impossible. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. This would never change. The Battle of Time had won a great victory. The five kingdoms had entered Fallen City one after another and completed the restoration of this place. The fallen city was completely reconstructed. With the strength of the five kingdoms, it was naturally easy to rebuild a city. Now was not the ancient times, where stones needed to be stacked up bit by bit. Instead, there were some large machines. It took a total of 5 days to restore the entire fallen city. However, the news of the victory of the Battle of Time directly reached the ears of one of the countries, and it immediately caused a huge uproar. Immediately, he dispatched an emissary. It seemed that this was a very serious problem. Now, with the strength of the five kingdoms, they jointly built an important military camp in Fallen City. Before there was a leader, the representatives of the five kingdoms also specially gathered to discuss matters. The Water King did not come personally but sent an old general to oversee this place. When they heard the news of the people from the five kingdoms coming, the generals of the five kingdoms also prepared a welcoming ceremony. At least, these people could come, which meant that they represented hope. The five kingdoms still valued them very much. The kingdom that came this time was called the Country of Fire. In the Country of Fire, there was an imperial tutor who directly cultivated on the Holy Mountain and became a disciple of the Holy Mountain, which made people envious. In the Country of Fire, there were at least 10 heavenly masters from the five kingdoms. Originally, the heavenly masters were all overseeing important places. This time, a heavenly master was specially sent here for them. To them, it was also a matter of great importance. Above Fallen City. When the time was up, a golden light suddenly broke through the sky from afar. Then, a golden warship directly emerged from this golden light. Just this radiance alone was enough to make the soldiers below feel extremely warm and comfortable. Even the fatigue brought on by the past few days gradually improved at this moment. It made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was really the work of a heavenly master. All the soldiers also knelt down in this direction, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the Shang Kingdom's celestial masters. If it weren't for the Shang Kingdom's celestial masters defending in more dangerous places, perhaps the enemy they would have to face would be even more terrifying. This was all because of the existence of these heavenly masters. Welcome, Heavenly Master. Welcome, Heavenly Master. From this golden warship, an old figure directly walked out. With one step, he soared into the air, and with another step, he arrived in front of Jiangbai and the others. Everyone, rise. I am the Heavenly Master of the Country of Fire, Chenju. Chenju's voice was directly transmitted into the ears of these people. Immediately, his voice continuously reverberated in their ears. It was as though he had directly carved a brand into them. The display of his strength this time around was also quite intimidating. In addition to Chenju, there were 2 young disciples accompanying him. These 2 young people looked arrogant between their eyebrows. Their clothes were clean and spotless, and the material was gorgeous and the style was exaggerated. They looked like royalty patrolling such a place. There was also a hint of disdain in their eyes. Even if such a barren place is occupied by the fallen race, it doesn't matter much. That's right. I really don't know why they are still guarding such a place. Jiangbai and the others were furious. The reason why they were able to conquer the fallen city was because of the sacrifice of countless people. They were able to hold on until now and had the opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, these 2 young men actually called the fallen city a barbarian's land. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, translated by Xianxia. World, don't talk nonsense. Chenju reprimanded, but the expression on his face did not have the slightest intention of relaxing the blame. Jiangbai and the others saw it, but they did not dare to say anything in their hearts. After all, the person in front of them was the real heavenly master of the Country of Fire. The 2 young people also snorted coldly at each other. Although Master said so, in fact, it was to take into account the heavenly master's face. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. These weak ants actually dared to put on an act in front of him. They could trample them to death in minutes. In fact, it would only take a single step to trample you to death. Let's talk inside. Chenju led the 2 disciples into the main hall. Now, the main hall had been renovated, but in fact, it was only a very simple foundation that was built. It looked extremely simple and crude. Tell me, who helped you? Chenju sat on the high seat and said indifferently. Jiang Bai and the others looked at each other and clearly felt that there was something wrong with Chenju's tone. Why did it feel like he was not here to reward, but to blame? Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, what do you mean? Jiang Bai was the most familiar with Li Zongjiu and the others. If the Heavenly Master really wanted to blame something, he would definitely not expose Li Zongjiu and the others. Therefore, he took the lead to stand out and test the Heavenly Master's tone. What do you mean? You idiots actually have the cheek to ask my master what he means. Hurry up and hand over that person, otherwise, all of you will die. Next to Chenju, a disciple who looked younger stepped forward and shouted angrily. When they received this news, they were almost driven mad by the stupidity of the people of the Age War realm. They actually dared to claim victory at this time. If they really wanted to destroy the fallen war realm, could it be that their heavenly masters were not strong enough? Why would they need trash like you to take action, causing the current situation to be difficult to resolve? The current stable stalemate could be said to be the result of countless battles between the heavenly masters and the beast god temple. They only needed to maintain this situation for 2 more years. The human race would definitely be able to launch a counterattack. After the Sacred Mountains plan was completed, it would be extremely easy to kill these half-beastmen. They had already endured for 8 years. Could it be that they could not even withstand the last 2 years? What a bunch of idiots. When these words came out, Jiang Bai and the others were also surprised and shocked. They looked at each other. Clearly, they did not understand what these people meant. Shouldn't they be rejoicing over their victory? Looking at the situation in front of them, it seemed that they wanted to find the 2 seniors Li Zongjiu and interrogate them. No, they were clearly here to interrogate them. When the older senior saw the expressions on Jiang Bai and the rest's faces, he gently shook his head. These foolish, uncivilized, and unintelligent people were after all limited to this point. Hence, he could not blame them. Immediately, he took a step forward and cleared his throat. There are some things that are difficult for you to understand at your current level. Let me put it this way. Now that the battle between the human race and the fallen race has stabilized, letting the fallen race gain a little advantage can reach the extent of confusing them, making them a little complacent and let their guard down. However, you directly destroyed the fallen war realm today, which will definitely arouse the vigilance of the fallen race and they will counterattack. Next, they will definitely counterattack with all their strength, leaving us with less and less time. Perhaps, the losses caused will be even greater. The Sacred Mountain will have to pay a greater price to make up for the losses caused by your victory. The older man shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, they discovered it in time. If they tried to salvage the situation now, they would at least be able to make it in time. After all, they were here to salvage the situation. However, it was a pity for these people. Presumably, only a few of them would survive. Jiang Bai and the others finally understood. It turned out that the reason why these heavenly masters had not made a move was because they were afraid of angering these people from the Beast God Temple. At that time, if these people from the Beast God Temple retaliated, there would definitely be greater losses and trouble. This was also the real reason why they were unwilling to make a move. Haha, what you all are saying is that you'll be able to take advantage of the situation. Do you know how many soldiers and citizens of our 5 nations will die? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yan stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling as he glared at the people in front of him. Is the great Chu country not enough? Is this what you call a small advantage? Chu Yanguan's voice trembled. Great Chu state, at the front line of resisting the fallen clan, the first to rise up and counterattack was the Xianxia. Back then, the Great Chu state was at its peak. There were more than 100 supreme being experts. These experts were equivalent to the heavenly masters of the Xianxia. However, when the Great Chu state rose up and counterattacked, the other great nations did not help at all. Instead, they watched coldly from the sidelines and fought a bitter battle. The Great Chu state was completely destroyed. Hundreds of heavenly masters, none of them surrendered. However, all of them died in battle. What a heroic act. At the same time, it was equivalent to completely angering the Beast God Temple. From then on, the entire sacred martial realm fell into the flames of war. The Beast God Temple announced an all-out attack. The remaining 5 great nations formed a war zone with each other and created the Sacred Mountain. With the sacred mountain as the leader, they led the remaining people to resist. In fact, if they had joined forces to attack at the same time, they would not have ended up like this. It was because the remaining 5 great nations were afraid of the great Yan state's strength. Therefore, they did not make a move and watched coldly from the sidelines. It was only after the great Yan state was destroyed that they were willing to take action. Only then did they form an alliance and barely resist the beast god temple's attack. However, the world knew very little about the secret of the past. Most of the people only knew that it was because of the great Yan kingdom's resistance that they had the time to form the alliance of great nations. Only then did they have the opportunity to create the sacred mountain. However, they did not know that it was because they were afraid of angering the beast god temple. At the same time, they also wanted to exhaust the strength of the great Yan state. Therefore, they did not form an alliance. If that was the case, it was really despicable and shameless. Jiang Bai and the others did not expect that Chu Yanguan would reveal such a big secret. They did not even know about it before. However, the celestial master in front of them was obviously treating them, the people of small countries, as sacrificial lambs. He even directly treated them as food and deliberately threw them to the fallen race. He used this method to delay the fallen race's attack and give them enough time to make some bullish *T preparations. You are a remnant of the great Yan state. Chenju glanced at Chu Yanguan. There was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. On the contrary, he was quite angry. If the great Yan state did not betray the sacred martial realm, how could the fallen clan form an attack so quickly? If you did not activate the teleportation array, how could the fallen clan cross the boundary and come here? Chenju reprimanded. The crowd could not tell what was going on. It seemed that there was a hidden story behind it. Bullshit! Chu Yanguan roared. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed at Chenju. Obviously, Chu Yanguan would not allow these people to slander the warriors of the great Yan state. You are courting death. Bang! The older disciple directly waved his hand and a blast of energy directly sent Chu Yanguan flying dozens of meters away. Chu Yanguan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground with a bang. How dare you challenge the heavenly master with the strength of a mortal? Jiang Bai and the others could no longer hold back when they saw that their comrade was sent flying by the opponent. They all drew their swords and stood up. Jiang Bai's guards also surrounded Chu Yanguan to protect him. You are all from the great nation. Don't you think this is too much? Jiang Bai's eyes were burning with anger. They were simply not treating them as humans. If that was the case, they did not need to rely on the bullshit heavenly master of the great nation. There were many things that could not be clearly explained by one's mouth. A discerning person could naturally see who was right and who was wrong at a glance. Chu Yanguan had led the troops to fight in the Yun nation and had never retreated half a step. However, these so-called heavenly masters of the great nation were nowhere to be found. Now that they had appeared, they actually dared to hurt the comrades that they protected with their lives. Are you delusional enough to challenge the might of the heavenly master? The senior brother took a step forward and released a powerful aura in an instant. It suppressed the crowd to the point that they could not breathe. They even felt that their bodies were about to explode. The junior brother at the side looked at the scene and smiled disdainfully. They were just a bunch of lowly ants. How dare they act so presumptuously in front of him? Just when Jiang Bai and the others were about to collapse, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past and directly extinguished the aura. The senior martial brother was also surprised. Jiang Bai and the others were surprised to find that there was no longer any pressure on their bodies. Instead, they were incomparably relaxed. Moreover, after being suppressed just now, their bodies seemed to have been injected with energy, allowing them to recover directly. Look, I told you. Some people are even more half-beastmen than those half-beastmen. They are practically half-beastmen. A voice rang out outside the hall. Then, 2 young figures walked in. Senior. Jiang Bai was pleasantly surprised when he saw the newcomers. They were Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran. However, Jiang Bai's expression quickly changed. Senior, leave quickly. They are here to kill you. At this moment, Jiang Bai did not think of escaping because of these people. Instead, he quickly reported to Li Zhongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu and the others' actions were the real act of saving the human race. As for these heavenly masters from the heavenly kingdom in front of them, they were simply a group of thieves. They did not even know what kind of ugly dealings they had with the beast god temple. Now, it must be because their cooperation had been destroyed, so they acted like this. Want to leave? The young junior brother directly snorted. He had long wanted to capture these people, but they actually caused so much trouble. A group of mortals who did not understand the sacrifices they had made behind the scenes and only knew how to cause trouble. Such ants, if they were to be trampled to death, so be it. Nonsense. Qi Yanran snorted coldly, flipped her wrist across the air, and slapped toward this junior brother. Bam! This junior brother's body was directly slapped against the wall of the main hall and directly flew out. He did not have the strength to fight back and was easily flattened like a fly. How dare you hurt my junior brother? Immediately, the senior brother was shocked. These people in front of him were actually so bold to cause trouble here and even dare to sneak attack. Kneel! Li Zongjiu directly shouted in a low voice. Immediately, this senior brother's knees directly smashed into the floor with a thud. His whole body also knelt down. And the moment his knees landed, they had already broken both of his legs. It was full of strength and was quite strong. Ah! Immediately, this senior brother also spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain from his legs made this senior brother feel for the first time that his bones were broken. Li Zongjiu also deliberately magnified his pain by 10 times, so at this moment, he felt it very clearly. Seeing that Li Zongjiu and the senior brother had actually taken care of the other party's 2 disciples so easily. They were not on the same level at all. In this way, it seemed that Li Zongjiu's strength might be even stronger than this heavenly master of the heavenly kingdom in front of him. Otherwise, this heavenly master from the country of fire would not have allowed his disciple's legs to be broken and his other disciple to be thrown out. Qi Yanran came to Chu Yanguan's side and helped him up. At the same time, he sent a stream of essence force into Chu Yanguan's body to help him recover. To deal with a little girl, they were actually so vicious. These people were obviously not good people. In the beginning, the 2 of them did not rush over directly. Instead, he was observing the situation from afar with his mental power. He waited until Chu Yanguan was injured by the other party before he came over. He wanted to teach the person in front of him a lesson. He was too arrogant and presumptuous. Were you looking for me just now? Li Zongjiu walked to the front and came directly in front of Chenju, as if he did not care if the other party would launch a sneak attack. However, when Chenju saw the movements of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, he knew that the 2 of them were close to the Supreme Being realm. However, it was obvious that they had not reached the Supreme Being realm and were not enough to make Chenju wary. However, the 2 of them were quite powerful. If he could recruit them, they would definitely be able to increase the strength and glory of the country of fire. He originally thought that it was just 2 reckless Yuan monarchs causing trouble here. However, now it seemed that the battle had changed because of the 2 of them. Moreover, the 2 of them were not weak. If he could recruit them, he could make use of them. I am the heavenly master of the country of fire. Where are the 2 of you cultivating? It could be seen that the 2 of them were still very young. They were even younger than Chenju's 2 disciples. Clearly, there must be a powerful master behind the 2 of them. Perhaps, this was only one of the other party's trials. The other party's master might not be clear about the current chaotic situation, so he asked. You should call me Grandpa in front of your ancestors. Li Zongjiu sat down opposite Chenju with a swagger and spoke without any scruples. He did not give Chenju any face at all. He did not even give the country of fire any face. Immediately, Chenju's expression froze. Li Zongjiu was provoking him too much. Did he really want to fight to the death? Jiang Bai and the others did not expect Li Zongjiu to humiliate the other party in public so domineeringly. Young man, you should be careful with your words. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am giving your master face this time. Chenju's expression did not change at all. However, anyone could tell that Chenju was not in a good mood. He was also expressionless when he spoke. Oh? Then I will give you face too. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he flicked his finger. The head of the senior brother who had been shouting at the side was directly blown off. It exploded into pieces instantly. Everyone present was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Some of them had even been slashed to the bone. What kind of tragic scene had they not seen before? Therefore, when they saw such a scene, they did not feel the slightest bit of shock. In fact, they even felt an incomparably carefree feeling in their hearts. Just now, these people kept calling them ants and mortals. They simply did not treat them as humans. With such disrespect, even if they had great strength, they would not have a good ending. Look, their words came true immediately. You are courting death. Chenju could no longer sit still. A terrifying origin energy erupted from him. His body was burning with flames. Moreover, Chenju's eyes were spewing flames of anger. However, he did not make a move. This was because Chenju was not sure if he was a match for these two people. Moreover, these two people seemed to reveal a trace of strangeness. This made Chenju vigilant in his heart. Although a disciple had died, there was no need to put himself in danger. I will bear with it first. When the time comes, I will find someone to deal with you, Chenju thought in his heart. However, he clenched his fists and put them down again. Are you kidding me? I killed your disciple. You clenched your fists and you are done? Isn't that too perfunctory? What if I kill another one? Immediately, Li Zongjiu made a grabbing motion in the air and grabbed the younger junior fellow apprentice from the pile of ruins. With a whoosh, he landed in front of Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran's palm strike just now could be considered to have spared his life. However, his injuries could not be healed so quickly. Therefore, after being hit, he was lying on the ground and could not get up for a long time. At this moment, he was also caught in Li Zongjiu's hand. His palm was pressed against the latter's head. Immediately, this junior brother saw his senior brother's corpse. Although his body was in an extremely bad condition, at this moment, he was also frantically twisting his body. Master! Save me! Save me! Immediately, this junior brother also begged his master, hoping that his master would save him. Young man, don't go overboard. If you kill him, the country of fire will definitely not let you. Bam! Li Zongjiu's 5 fingers exerted a little force. It was as if he was crushing an egg, and he directly crushed this person's head. After that, Li Zongjiu also wiped the bloodstains on his hands on his body. What did you just say? Li Zongjiu seemed to have just heard Chenju's words. He asked Chenju with a blank face. A dignified celestial master of the country of fire, 2 of his disciples had died in front of him, but he was indifferent. It was not that he was indifferent, but he did not dare to move at all. Born cowards, you have the nerve to do this? Li Zongjiu could see that these people really did not have any guts at all. When they bullied their own people, they were sonorous and forceful. Once they met a really ruthless person, they did not even dare to fart. Today, I, the dignified celestial master of the country of fire, will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Chenju roared angrily. The aura on his body exploded again, and he directly rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was simply too much of a bully. He had killed his disciples in front of everyone and even humiliated him in front of everyone. Even if you are capable, how can I, the dignified celestial master of the country of fire, be frightened by you juniors? Then, he directly circulated his essence force and suddenly struck toward Li Zongjiu's head. In this palm, he had circulated his essence force to the extreme, and it directly condensed into a terrifying force that sealed the space around Li Zongjiu. The crowd could only see that Li Zongjiu seemed to be instantly surrounded by this ball of flames. Immediately, they all exclaimed. Chenju also realized that Li Zongjiu could not dodge at all. He was secretly delighted. It turned out that this trash was just bluffing and did not have any real abilities. It was a good opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu and restore his reputation. Boom! When Chenju's palm, which was condensed with the fire essence force, hit Li Zongjiu hard, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Next, he just waited for Li Zongjiu to fly out directly. However, Li Zongjiu just stood at the same spot. It could be said that his feet did not move at all. At the same time, he looked at the person in front of him with an extremely shocked expression. Why don't you use your full strength? Li Zongjiu stood where he was and used his body to block Chenju's palm. From Chenju's point of view, Li Zongjiu should have been smashed to pieces by this palm. If not, his body should have been sent flying and he should have been burned to ashes in midair. Suddenly, Chenju felt that the power that he had injected into Li Zongjiu's body was rapidly returning. Not good. Chenju immediately leaped up, wanting to escape towards the back. However, it was too late. The power that Chenju had just sent out had circulated in Li Zongjiu's body and returned to Chenju's body. Bang! Chenju's entire body was sent flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body fell to the ground. Moreover, the power of flames instantly spread across Chenju's body. The terrifying burning power caused Chenju to be in great pain. Spare my life, Chenju's entire body was on fire as he shouted at Li Zongjiu. However, it didn't last long before it was burned to ashes with a boom. The dignified heavenly master of the Xiang nation was burned to ashes in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. In their impression, the celestial master of the Xiang Empire must be very strong, but today, he died in front of them, right under their noses. However, no one felt sorry for this because in their opinion, these people deserved to die. Previously, they had actually said that they would let these beastmen take advantage of them and use the power of a few small countries to fill their stomachs. This way, they would not launch too fierce an attack. There was no need to respect people who did not care about the lives of ordinary people. In the past, I thought that these heavenly masters of the Xiang nation had really tried their best. Jiangbai mocked himself. He did not expect that they had fought so hard at the front line and narrowly escaped death. However, they had only been treated as a buffer. They did not even care about their lives. Chu Yan had already recovered. Everyone, don't give up. There are many people like us who are fighting back with all their might. We can't let these people die in vain. When he said this, Chu Yanguan could not help but shed tears. In fact, Chu Yanguan wasn't the princess of the Chuyuan kingdom, but the princess of the Yan kingdom. Just like the other great kingdoms, the strength of the great Yan kingdom back then was definitely second to none. However, it was precisely because the strength of the great Yan kingdom was too strong and too powerful that these people were afraid of it. That was why he hit a man when he was down back then. Even when the great Yan kingdom was besieged, he did not lend a hand. Jiangbai and the others looked at Chu Yan. The dignified great Yan kingdom was destroyed in one night. All over the country, tens of millions of people were killed. No one survived. In order for Chu Yanguan to survive, the royal family had paid a great price to send Chu Yanguan out. Since then, Chu Yanguan had been on the road of escape. Then he went to the Chuyuan kingdom. The Chuyuan kingdom and the great Yan kingdom were old friends. Moreover, the Chuyuan kingdom's king clearly knew that the great Yan kingdom was the real power to resist the half-beastmen back then. As for these people now, they were just a group of cowards who were hiding in their shells. They were not on the same level at all. In order to avenge his father and his country, Chu Yanguan had to fight back. Therefore, Chu Yanguan did not hesitate to join the frontline battle. Even now, the 5 great kingdoms of the Holy Mountain wanted to find the survivors of the great Yan kingdom and kill them one by one. This way, they could completely control the hearts of the people. It was truly vicious to the extreme. You children, you have swords and sabers in your hands. If you always wait for others to save you, you will die sooner or later. If you want to live, you must not put your hope in others. Li Zongjiu also sighed. Even though he was the evil venerable, when he heard about such a thing, he could only imagine how heroic that scene was. In the end, he actually ended up like this because of jealousy. The human heart was terrifying, it was hard to imagine. Therefore, when the almighty evil lord heard such a thing happen, he was also very moved. Li Zongjiu's words had a little effect on them. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. If they always waited for these people to save them, they would all die sooner or later. We just didn't expect that even these heavenly masters from the great kingdom would be unreliable. Not all of them are like this. Not everyone is like this. There are also some true cultivators who want to save the world, said Chu Yanguan. Chu Yanguan said. Only when you are in pain would you think about how to get yourself out of it. This time, the Country of Fire will definitely investigate thoroughly after killing the heavenly masters of the Country of Fire. Seniors, you should leave this place as soon as possible. As for the deaths of these 3 people, we can say that they were killed by the half-beastmen. Jiangbai and the others were now thinking about how to escape for Li Zongjiu and Chu Yanguan. Li Zongjiu and Chu Yan had already helped them too much. This time, offending the Country of Fire would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. We won't go anywhere. Since this fallen city has been attacked, where are we going next? Said Qi Yanran. At the same time, there was a very angry look in her eyes. After all, these people were really too much. How could they do such a thing and send these innocent people to their deaths? It was simply embarrassing. If a cultivator could not shoulder their own mission, then what was the use of their abilities? It was not that they should be chivalrous and do good deeds all day long. This was already a matter of life and death for the human race. How could it have nothing to do with them so easily? Let's stay and help them. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu was stunned. Although it was said that Li Zongjiu's nature was freewheeling and he only wanted to help his family and establish a real big family, who would have thought that they would come to such a place, encountering such a ferocious battle? If they stayed, it would be equivalent to dealing with the beast god temple on one hand and dealing with the group of hypocrites on the holy mountain on the other. Of course, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of either side. However, once he decided to do this, Li Zongjiu would definitely not give up halfway. Qi Yanran also knew that her decision might be a little capricious. However, Qi Yanran also knew that if the 2 of them did not help, perhaps tomorrow, the people in the Battle of Time would be easily destroyed. The strength of these people was not a joke. Dealing with the people in the Battle of Time would definitely be an easy task. Li Zongjiu had never liked to be restrained, but this time, Qi Yanran also hoped that Li Zongjiu would agree. Okay. Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly lit up. How could Jiangbai and the others not understand at this moment that Li Zongjiu and Chu Guan were willing to stay and help them? What an honor this was. They were finally saved. Don't worry, with me, evil lord, here, these strange things will not be allowed to be presumptuous. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since they were going to do it, they should really do it. Jiangbai and the others cheered, and Chu Guan was also very happy. Finally, they were saved. This was not a game. Instead, a real battle awaited them. If they failed, tens of millions of lives would be lost. Now, only 5 small countries had joined, but in the future, there would definitely be other forces joining. Li Zongjiu wasn't good at arranging troops and fighting wars. If Wan Yulan was here, she would definitely be able to command these messy troops well. At least, the situation would not be as chaotic as it was now. Li Zongjiu did not care about the arrangement of the battlefield. He just asked Jiangbai to pay attention. If there were some opponents that he could not deal with, he could directly hand them over to them. The 5 generals of the Battle of Time. Now, they were finally united for a meeting. Even if the generals were to sit together, they still needed to recommend a real leader. As for the countries behind these generals, they were all in charge of the rear and provided supplies. They did not even know that Li Zongjiu had already killed a heavenly master. But after all, the military power was in the hands of these generals, and Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were also quite famous in the army. With just a few words, they would immediately pick up their swords and spears and charge forward to fight. The general recommended by everyone was handed over to Jiangbai. He would become the leader of the 5 generals. First of all, Jiangbai and Li Zongjiu were more familiar with each other. Moreover, Jiangbai's talent was indeed very high. In terms of combat experience, the people present were almost the same. No one had ever been a coward. In this case, the opportunity naturally fell on Jiangbai, who was twice as young as him. As for Chu Yanguan, with his ability to lead troops, he was still much worse than Jiangbai. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran went to arrange a large array for the fallen city. In the next period of time, they must use the fallen city as a base to launch a thorough counterattack. When the Battle of Time began to counterattack, the pressure on the other Battle of Time would naturally be reduced by a lot. The rest of the people would certainly be able to feel the changes on the battlefield and automatically unite. There was no need for these people from the Heavenly Master to take action. They could handle these things themselves. Now, Fallen City has a total of 600,000 soldiers from 5 countries. Today, we have taken down the Fallen City. The Beast God Temple will definitely send people to attack us. Our goal in this 1 month is to defend the city. General Luo, I need your troops to investigate the garrison. The intelligence of the garrison will be handed over to your Wind Country's army. Country of Wind, General Luo Yong. Luo Yong accepts the order. Leave it to me. General Chu, the enemy will definitely attack fiercely. I estimate that the battle will last for more than a month. Our reserves won't be able to last that long. Within 3 days after the battle, I want to find their headquarters. Jiang Bai said to Chu Yan. Although Chu Yanguan was the princess of the Great Yun Kingdom, her current identity was that of a general of the Yun Kingdom. Since he was personally leading the troops, he had to obey his orders. Chu Yan accepts the order. In addition, the archers of the Moon Nation and the troops of the Water Nation are to immediately start building defensive fortifications and traps. When the war starts, the troops of my country will be the vanguard. A series of arrangements showed Jiang Bai's talent in commanding. He had arranged the troops of the 5 nations in an orderly manner. As for the top experts of the enemy, there was no need to worry about them. With the formation set up by Li Zongjiu, the enemy would only die no matter how many came. There was no need to worry at all, in the sky above the Fallen City. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had finished setting up the formation. Qi Yanran came to Li Zongjiu's side. You won't blame me, right? Am I too capricious? Qi Yanran was worried that Li Zongjiu would be angry because this decision was very immature. Although the two of them were very strong and could even roam freely in the Holy Martial Continent, they were basically invincible in the world. However, this was the Holy Martial Realm, and there were no less than 6 experts in the Holy Martial Realm. There would even be more experts, and this number could only be increased. Qi Yanran's decision would undoubtedly put the two of them in a dangerous situation. Silly girl, as long as I'm here, I won't let you make a mistake. Li Zongjiu took Qi Yanran in his arms. There was no need to say anything more. Li Zongjiu would certainly give his full support to his woman's decision. Even if it was wrong, he would fight until everyone in the world said that it was right. If anyone disagreed, then he would kill them all. This was the style of the evil lord. He would do whatever he wanted. What's more, Qi Yanran now said that she would stay and save these people. Someone had to come and save them, right? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were such people. There was always someone who had to carry the burden forward. Since Qi Yanran had decided to be such a person, Li Zongjiu would have to carry all the burden. Fallen City had been preparing for half a month. During this half a month, it was calm and peaceful. It was worth mentioning that when the king of the country of Wind found out that the people of Fallen City had killed a heavenly master, he actually ordered the troops of the country of Wind to retreat and return to his own headquarters. Obviously, he wanted to get rid of this matter. But General Luo Yong of the country of Wind. It took him 2 days to return to the country of Wind and directly cut off the head of the king of Wind. He was greedy for life and afraid of death. It was the existence of such a person that hindered the development of many things. It was already such a chaotic world, but he was still so timid. Luo Yong's country of Wind also directly gained great support from the people. As for the rich and the country gentry and the like, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Jiang Bai and the others also admired Luo Yong's behavior. These people were thinking of ways to fight here with their lives on the front line, helping you think of ways to resist the danger. But this group of trash only thought about how to protect themselves all day long. Wouldn't they kill you in minutes? The glorious battle results of the Battle of Time had also spread to the ears of the Holy Mountain. A mere Battle of Time actually dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Mountain, especially when it was said that a troublesome guy called Evil Lord had appeared recently. For such troublemakers, it was necessary to take them down quickly and ruthlessly, let them know how powerful they were. But now it seemed that they didn't need to do anything. Because the Beast God Temple had already sent out a powerful army. It was called the Plague Army. The Plague Army, a fierce army of 7 million half-beastmen, was now pressing on the border. His only thought was to conquer the War of Time realm. Even the Holy Mountain had sent people to negotiate, but they were directly beaten back. The Fallen City would never let such a thing happen. They couldn't give these humans any hope. Country of Fire. The capital. The flames of war were swirling in the outside world, but the Country of Fire was peaceful and magnificent. Even the surrounding buildings were quite perfect, and the people living here were also quite extravagant. In the palace, there were already many officials who wanted to completely wipe out the Battle of Time. These people actually dared to kill the heavenly masters they sent out. They were simply lawless. If it weren't for the fact that the Country of Fire had provided so many weapons to the other countries, they actually repaid kindness with enmity. They were simply a group of ingrates. Every day during the court assembly, there would be a quarrel over this matter. Your Majesty, this is a good opportunity to send troops. As long as we protect the fallen city and destroy the plague army, the dignity of the fallen city will no longer exist. Our human race will definitely be able to revive. We can't let these fallen city people succeed, said a minister. This group of barbarians in the Battle of Time killed our heavenly masters, and you still want to send troops to help them? Are you stupid? In my opinion, Your Majesty, we should immediately take down the kings of the 5 countries in the Battle of Time and behead them in public to show our country's prestige. Someone directly stood up and said angrily. Haha, Sun Gongbao, you're really capable. You don't dare to kill so many half-orcs, but you're awe-inspiring after killing a few human compatriots. Hi Duke Zhao, I'm doing this for the sake of the Country of Fire. As for the half-beastmen, what's there to be afraid of? Wherever the Great Yin cavalry passes, we'll definitely slaughter all the fallen half-beastmen. That's that. I'm talking about Heavenly Master Qin Ju now. Sun Gongbao was also a cunning person. He casually rounded things up and quickly turned the sharp spearhead around. Alright, the two of you stop quarreling. The king of Great Yin had finally spoken. If he still didn't speak up, the court assembly would probably become a war of words again. The matter of the Battle of Time will naturally be passed down after the people of the Heavenly Master Association have discussed it. Other than that, if there's nothing else, the court assembly will be dismissed. I'm tired, said the king of Great Yin. A little eunuch beside him immediately shouted. Court assembly is dismissed. Minister Zhao's face was also filled with anxiety. The fallen city had already sent troops. If they still didn't act, it would be too late. This clearly meant that they didn't want to send troops. Li Zhongzhou's nickname, Evil Lord. It had already spread out in the fallen city. Now everyone knew that this mysterious senior was called Evil Lord. It didn't matter what his real name was, as long as they knew that it was Evil Lord who saved them. At the same time, the glorious achievements of the Great Yin Kingdom had gradually spread out and made people familiar with them. They all knew that the Great Yin Kingdom was the real warrior. To be able to fight alongside such a person would be an incomparably glorious thing. Although there were only 600,000 troops stationed there. Later, the 5 countries pooled together again and made the garrison up to 800,000 troops. The 800,000 troops were stationed in the fallen city. Li Zhongzhou and Qi Yanran came to the city wall. The soldiers of the 5 countries knew that it was because of these 2 people that their homeland was saved, so they were also incomparably respectful to Evil Lord. And this Evil Lord's wife. This time, the Beast God Temple sent out the so-called Plague Army. They have at least 7 million troops, and possibly 8 million troops. Jiangbai reported on the city wall. Li Zhongzhou and Qi Yanran had arranged a lot of formations around the city. At the same time, they had also refined some elixirs in the past 2 days. Then, they mixed the elixirs into the water and let the soldiers drink it. As a result, these soldiers who had never eaten elixirs had a great improvement rapidly. Each of them had at least 2 to 3 levels of breakthrough. It directly increased the combat strength of all the soldiers by 2 times. Even Jiang Bai and the others had a small breakthrough. If 1 or 2 people had a breakthrough, it would only have a small effect. But when 800,000 soldiers had a breakthrough at the same time, one could imagine how terrifying the effect would be. Who could imagine such a situation? When they were stacked together, it would also be an extremely terrifying effect. Among them, there are more than 20 generals of the primitive emperor realm. Jiang Bai said. The strongest one is the Plague Army General. This person is also the leader of the Plague Army, and the life snatchers under his command are all fierce. Jiang Bai said and then looked at Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. He wanted to see what the two of them thought about the current situation. What kind of bullshit names are these? Did you guys give it that name? Who knew that Li Zongjiu would directly say such a sentence, as if he had grasped the main point of the word plague? Was such a name more frightening? No, they announced it themselves. Jiang Bai said. Although the fallen race were all half-beastmen, the higher their strength, the closer they were to humans. These fallen race even believed that they must replace the weak human race, and that they themselves were the true superior race. His strength was the strongest, and he had nothing to fear. Alright, these people are definitely not well educated. Li Zongjiu said. Other than the plague general, there is also the death general, who is stronger than the plague general. Chu Yan said. Back then, these two people were defeated by my father. At this point, Chu Yanguan's mouth could not help but curl up into a proud smile. His father's achievements back then were also incomparably glorious. If it wasn't for the great Yan kingdom's full strength, how could the current situation be like this? The Beast God Temple was worried that the other countries had similar strength to the great Yan kingdom. If all of them were so fierce, the Beast God Temple wouldn't be able to hold on. Moreover, the Beast God Temple also needed time. To repair the teleportation formation, the subsequent battles gradually slowed down. Compared to the other countries, it was still an era of peace, but this was all in exchange for the lives of the experts of the Great Yan Kingdom. This battle is also for the heroic spirits of the Great Yan Kingdom. Jiang Bai and the others learned about the Great Yan Kingdom's achievements from Chu Yanguan. They also knew about the contributions made by the Great Yan Kingdom, and they were really impressed. In the beginning, the Beast God Temple had a troop called Xianxia. These two people are only at the bottom of the Xianxia. Chu Yanguan said. Xianxia? Li Zongjiu heard the name and guessed that it must have some background. The Xianxia are all supreme being experts. Our Great Yan Kingdom was destroyed by the Xianxia. Of course, the Xianxia was also severely injured in that battle. Oh, that means the Xianxia is their main strength. As long as we destroy the Xianxia, we will also break their teeth. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. He exchanged a look with Qi Yanran. Obviously, he meant that when he had the time, he would directly destroy this thing called Xianxia. If that was the case, there were indeed many experts in the Beast God Temple. The Dark Hall had two major organizations. Now, the Beast God Temple actually had a Xianxia. Generally speaking, such an organization would also have seats for elders and deacons, and the number should be about half of the Xianxia. If the strength of the Xianxia was amplified by 5 times, it would be the strength of the Beast God Temple. A single Xianxia was able to destroy the Great Yan Kingdom. If all the big countries had joined forces, they might not have lost. Li Zongjiu also shared his analysis. In fact, the human race did have the strength. But who knew that they would be involved in such a situation? It simply made people feel helpless, and even infuriated. These people were too disappointing. Hearing Li Zongjiu's analysis, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. These people, one day, Jiang Bai, will wring their heads off. Jiang Bai had a bad temper. He was simply angered to death by these people. The rest of the people felt the same. Destroying the Xianxia was easy to say. The Great Yan Kingdom had hundreds of supreme being experts, but they could only severely injure the Xianxia. From this, one could see the strength of the Xianxia. It's coming. Qi Yanran said. There was a blue bird flying back quickly. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Qi Yanran's shoulder. When Chu Yan saw Qi Yanran's bird, he was very curious. Where did this bird come from? And it seemed to be very smart. When Qi Yanran's voice faded away, the entire fallen city shook violently. Rumble, even the walls were on the verge of shattering from the vibrations. Everyone could not help but clench the weapons in their hands, staring at the situation in front of them. Finally, a black mass appeared, like a black tsunami. At a glance, it was boundless and endless, countless giant beasts of the fallen race also appeared at this moment. The gluttony at the forefront. The destructive behemoth was pulling a destructive war chariot that weighed hundreds of tons. The bladed beasts were covered with sharp horns all over their bodies. With a slight touch, the city would be easily broken into two halves. In front of such a lineup, no one could resist at all. It was really too terrifying. Is this the plague army? Some of the soldiers on the city wall could clearly feel that there were mountains crushing down on them one after another. They were about to fall on them and crush them into pieces. Under such circumstances, they could not breathe at all. So scary. In comparison, the human race was simply too insignificant. They weren't even enough to be stepped on by the troops in front of them. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's eyes were slightly solemn. Because there were so many people in front of them, they did not know if it would work or not. They were also looking forward to the effect of this array. Attack! General Pestilence, who was hiding behind the army, stood on the head of a giant beast and looked down on the fallen city, which looked as fragile as a pile of tofu. Immediately, the plague army began to madly rush toward fallen city. As for Plague General and Death General, they were chatting freely at the back of the army. Have you heard? A few days ago, that idiot from the assassination palace, Xianxia from the Flying Scales troop, returned to his own assassination palace and started to kill people crazily. Then, he self-detonated and killed their own manager. Plague General said. There is such a thing? The content is very interesting. The Death General was a young man with a pale face. His face looked like it was covered with flour, but you couldn't dig out the flour. The Sky Fiend and the Dark Hall were the two major components of the Beast God Temple. Above the two major organizations were the Elders. Although Plague General and Death General were at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Sky Fiend, it was not a big deal to talk about something like Xianxia. Most importantly, this matter was too exciting. No one thought that these people could do such a thing. It was really amazing. How could this be? Are they being controlled by someone? It is possible. But I also heard that Xianxia and the others might have encountered an array master. That is why they are in such a situation. Array master? Aren't those things all dead? Death General said in surprise. Just as Death General's voice fell, there was a loud bang on the ground in front of him. It was as if a fireball had fallen from the sky. More than a dozen huge flaming birds appeared in the air. At the same time, they spat out extremely fierce flames. Moreover, the plague army's footsteps became extremely slow. Their movements were extremely slow, as if they had stepped into a deep quagmire. In just a few minutes, the plague army suffered heavy casualties. Before these half-beastmen could see what was going on, they were dragged to the ground as if they had been grabbed by a water ghost. They couldn't move at all. Then, a series of attacks fell from the sky. The terrifying flames instantly burned the half-beastmen to ashes. Boom! Boom! The power of the flames instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, the plague army was engulfed by the flames. The scene in front of them was indescribable. When Jiang Bai and the rest saw this scene from the top of the city wall, their hearts were filled with shock. Everywhere their eyes passed, flames would burn. Moreover, the power of the flames was quite strong. The half-beastman army was unable to resist for long before they were turned into ashes. There were at least 800,000 soldiers who rushed up, and these 800,000 soldiers were specially used to attack the city. At this moment, more than half of them were engulfed in the sea of flames. Array! The expressions of the Death General and the Plague General changed. Array formations were the most troublesome thing for them. When they fought with array masters in the past, they sent a large number of assassins to assassinate the array masters. Only then did they manage to kill more than half of the array masters, and the rest didn't dare to appear again. Now, such a powerful array had appeared. There must be an array master behind it. Interesting. Second Legion, charge! General Pestilence sneered. Although the formation was powerful, its power was limited. Moreover, there would always be loopholes in its operation speed. With so many soldiers rushing forward, they would be able to reach the city walls by stepping on the corpses in front of them. As long as they reached the city wall, they could kill their way into the city and destroy it. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Furthermore, this formation of yours isn't limitless. There will be a day when it will be exhausted, and there will also be a day when it will be broken. This was because they were rather clumsy when it came to this array formation, and they had no idea how to break it. More tremors came, and then the endless orc army rushed up again. Rumble. There was another series of tremors. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the orcs swarming over, they were shocked again. However, there was an array set up by Evil Lord. These orcs couldn't rush to the front. What a powerful array. When the Second Legion was about to be completely annihilated, they still couldn't even touch the wall. This time, General Pestilence was completely shocked. After all, at least 5 million soldiers were killed in these two legions. Just like that, they were sacrificed heroically. They didn't even have the time to touch the enemy's walls. Such a scene was quite terrifying in their eyes. Damn it. Send out all the Yuan King level legions and kill them. I don't believe that we can't break these arrays. At this moment, in front of the fallen city, there were no other traces except for many deep pits. The orc soldiers in front of them were directly burned, and not even a trace of smell was left. It was very shocking that this array was so simple. If this array was careless, it would directly burn its own people to death. Wouldn't it be quite dangerous? However, at least these enemies were burned to death. They were suddenly excited. There were 4 city walls in the fallen city. The plague general didn't care about them. He directly mobilized all the orc soldiers and attacked from all directions at the same time. Rumble. Originally, General Pestilence thought that Xianxia and the others were only able to set up such a trap in this place. How could he have known that the entire fallen city was covered by this formation? Xianxia and the others' cultivation of array was not simple. At this moment, it was quite brilliant and dazzling. The half-beastmen in front of him were burned to the point that they didn't have the slightest bit of temper. Because of the formation, the half-beastmen had no way to eat it. At the very most, the strength of the frontmost troops was considered to be quite good. However, these people were still annihilated before they could reach the city gate. If they were not mistaken, the troops that wanted to launch a surprise attack just now were all Yuan King level cultivators. But who knew that he would lose his life in such a situation? Under the protection of these people, a figure finally touched the city wall of the fallen city with his finger. Then, he disappeared directly and was burned to ashes by the Nirvana Skyfire array. Seems like this array is quite effective. Xianxia also didn't expect this array to be so useful. Xianxia was also very happy. Being able to set up an effective array was a very exciting thing for her. At least it proved that Xianxia's inheritance was quite useful. In fact, the array had already shown its power when they were in Suishan City. However, Xianxia and the others didn't know that if it wasn't for the existence of this defensive array, the entire Suishan City would have been wiped out. Let's go and capture those 2 guys. Let's go. Xianxia said. Since the city was fine, Xianxia decided to capture the other side's leader first. Moreover, Xianxia had heard that this fellow was a Heaven Sha, so he wanted to know what a Heaven Sha was. Although these 2 people were at the bottom of the Sky Demons, they should more or less know some of the secrets of the Sky Demons. Okay. Then, Xianxia followed Xianxia and left the fallen city. Although Jiangbai and the others were nervous, they were confident in Xianxia and Xianxia. At least, they should be able to put up a fight against the 2 of them. If they could not defeat them, they could escape and at least buy some time in this formation. After the other party lost nearly 3 million orcs, they completely gave up the attack. At this moment, even if they continued to attack, it might not be effective. Instead of sacrificing in vain, it was better to stabilize the situation first. Just when the Plague General and the Death General were discussing countermeasures, suddenly, they saw 2 figures flying directly out of the fallen city. Moreover, the orcs below were very excited. They couldn't wait to rush into the sky and capture the 2 people. Immediately, the 2 people's eyes lit up. They were just discussing how to attack the city, but now, there were 2 people rushing out and falling into the trap. Obviously, these people were indeed too confident. They thought that with a little array, they could be invincible. They didn't even put the 2 people in their eyes. Usually, if this was the case, big trouble would happen. Haha, did you see that? These humans are often so arrogant. 2 of them came, 1 for each of us. Don't kill them, I want to catch them and interrogate them. The Plague General said. Don't worry, none of them can escape. I'm still very confident in dealing with these two weak humans. The deaf general smiled cruelly. When he laughed, the corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears, and a long white bone blade appeared in his hand. He leaped directly toward Qi Yanran to kill her. Little girl, I'll let you taste my treasured knife. Qi Yanran's eyes flashed with a cold light. Leave him to me. Qi Yanran said. Just beat them until they are disabled. I want to read their memories. Li Zongjiu said. When the time came, he could combine the two people's memories to accurately find the information about the sky demons. Naturally, the more comprehensive the better. All right. Qi Yanran said. The desolate heaven essence in her hand suddenly surged out and wrapped around the deaf general's body. The deaf general's bone knife suddenly slashed at the desolate heaven essence. However, with a clang, the saber in his hand broke into two halves. What? The deaf general had killed countless human experts, but he had never encountered such a situation. The knife in his hand had cut off the heads of countless human experts, but now it was broken. What's going on? The next moment, Qi Yanran grabbed the deaf general and threw him to the ground. Pung, he smashed a big hole in the ground. Suddenly, the scene was filled with sand and stones. It was extremely heroic. The plague general frowned because in his opinion, the deaf general seemed to be playing a game with the other party. That was why he was in such a sorry state and did not treat the enemy seriously. He needed to be properly criticized. Die. The plague general held a large steel fork in his hand. There was a poisonous snake coiling around the steel fork. The snake had a total of 3 heads, and the 3 heads immediately coiled around the sharp point of the steel fork. Swoosh, as the steel fork was waved, the poisonous snake bit at Li Zongjiu's neck. The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. The blazing sword aura directly cut off the head of the poisonous snake. Crash! What? The unparalleled sword instantly slashed towards the opponent. However, the plague general was not weak either. He was probably a second-grade supreme martial artist. Although his strength was not bad, it was still not enough in front of Li Zongjiu. Clang! 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 The battle between the 4 experts instantly caused extremely terrifying fluctuations. The destruction caused by the battle was even more powerful than the formation just now. The Beastman army below was also in a state of confusion. You guys can fight if you want, but why do you have to slash at the square formation below from time to time? Don't go overboard, okay? Another large number of casualties. Especially Li Zongjiu, in such a battle, also completely unleashed his nature. The unparalleled sword in his hand seemed to turn into a sea of fire when he waved it. As it spun around him, the sea of fire also surged instantly. It was enough to see such a situation. Rumble. Another army was almost completely wiped out by Li Zongjiu's sword aura. Seeing this scene, the plague general could no longer hold back. You're courting death. Today, I'll definitely destroy you. These subordinates were trained by him, and more or less, they were existences that could help him establish his position. Therefore, in terms of numbers, he naturally could not lose too many of them. If he lost them directly, he would become a commander. At that time, wouldn't he become a general without an army? If he lost his power in the Beast God Temple, it would be a very terrifying thing. If he was careless, someone would directly devour him, the kind that wouldn't even spit out his bones. In order to protect his troops, the pestilence general finally revealed his trump card. Transform. Boom, suddenly, a large cloud of poisonous gas gushed out from the ground. In this huge cloud of poisonous gas, a fierce force could be seen constantly being released. Then, a 3-headed giant python that was about 30 meters in size appeared on the spot. So it's a snake. I was wondering why it was so weird. Li Zongjiu stood in the air. He was waiting for these people to transform. Before they transformed, these people's strength was simply not enough to be looked at. After they transformed, their strength increased by at least 5 grades. It was equivalent to a 7th-grade supreme martial artist. Even the weakest of them are able to reach rank 7 utmost exalted, or even rank 8 utmost exalted. Li Zongjiu was shocked when he saw the aura released by the plague general. It seemed that this sky fiend was very difficult to deal with. However, this also showed how terrifying the strength of the great Yan Empire was. Otherwise, the people of the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain wouldn't be so afraid of it. These people might have secretly cooperated with the beastmen. The other battlefield also shook violently. Then, a terrifying aura was released. It was also close to the aura of a 6th-grade sovereign. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be a giant scorpion. A nest of snakes and scorpions. You people are already so ugly, yet you still want to grow so big. Li Zongjiu could not help but shake his head. Aren't you here to scare people? You're really too shameless. If it was someone with a lower mental state, they would probably vomit after seeing your attitude. You're about to die, yet you still talk so much nonsense. Give me your life. The plague general roared and directly leaped toward Li Zongjiu. At the same time, a black poisonous light was brewing in his mouth, ready to be shot out at any time. When Jiang Bai, Chu Yan, and the others on the city wall saw this, they were especially worried. Because once these people transformed, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Just now, when they were dealing with the situation before the transformation, they only had a slight advantage. Now that the other party had completely transformed, wouldn't they become even more terrifying? The answer was soon revealed. Li Zongjiu gently waved the unparalleled sword in his hand twice and cut off the 2 heads of the poisonous snake. Only the middle head was left. Then, he landed on the ground. He cut off the tail with a sword. Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already behind the plague general. He stabbed in and directly cut off the plague general's spine. Bang! The few bones were directly cut off by Li Zongjiu. Obviously, he had transformed, but why was he still so weak? Even compared to his previous strength, it seemed that he was no match for Li Zongjiu. After transforming, he directly fell to the ground in just 5 seconds. After crushing a large number of half-beastman soldiers, the remaining half-beastman soldiers quickly retreated. Even their commander had been defeated. What was the point of fighting then? Run, the general is dead. Although the half-beastmen looked stupid and naive, they were actually very clever. Once they saw that the situation was bad, they would immediately start to run. When they ran, they didn't have any emotions at all. Even if the commander had fallen straight down in front of him, he would never reach out to help him up. It would be better for him to escape first. Otherwise, wouldn't it delay their escape? On the other side, the scorpion demon was directly thrown to the ground by Qi Yanran in less than 7 seconds. He even almost spat out his internal organs. The main thing was that when he fell to the ground, he was accidentally stung by his own tail. Fortunately, he had some resistance to poison. Otherwise, he would have died in an instant from that attack. Bang! The death general was also directly put to the ground. When the people in the fallen city saw this scene, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. They looked at each other. They felt that the couple just now was acting in front of hundreds of thousands of people. They could have killed them directly, but now they wanted to let them show off first, and then kill them. It really felt a little murderous. This made the 2 generals of the fallen race suffer a great blow. They felt as if they were in a dream. While they were dreaming, they were put on a handcart and pulled into the fallen city. Then, all their limbs were cut off and tied up by dozens of chains. They were captured. When the plague general opened his eyes, this was his first thought. But there was good news. That was, the death general beside him was also captured. At least he had a companion. The half-orc army outside the city had long been defeated. Jiang Bai also opened the city gate and hunted down some of them. He also killed a lot. But at the same time, what they didn't expect was that because of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, none of the previous battle plans were used. The rest of the half-orc army also scattered and fled. Jiang Bai and the others also had work to do. There would always be some people with poor directions who would run into some blind alleys, waiting for Jiang Bai and the others to encircle and annihilate them. Anyone who escaped into the alleyway would not be able to escape. At least half of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers left the city. The remaining half also cleaned up the battlefield. 0 casualties, they defeated the fallen city's plague army. Such a glorious record made everyone feel incredible. Li Zongjiu directly used his mind power to extract the memories of the 2 of them. Then, he quickly read through them. Indeed, with the identities of these two people, he was able to come into contact with some more secretive things. Even from the memories of these two people, Li Zhongjiu also knew that the destruction of the Great Yan Empire back then was due to the secret collusion of some people with the Great Yan Empire. That was why the Yan Kingdom was destroyed. It was truly a very heroic tragedy. Even when such a thing happened, it had already exposed the despicable nature of these people. Now, these people were clearly nurturing a tiger. In fact, it was no longer nurturing a tiger, but there was no way to contain it. The strength of the fallen race was something they had never expected. Therefore, now the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain were also looking for a way to seal these half-beastmen back. But how could there be such a good thing? More than half of the Beast God Temple's teleportation was already done. It was also because of the Beast God Temple that most of the experts were restrained, and the rest were unable to free themselves, which gave the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain a chance. Just like when the Beast God Temple was completely teleported over. The fall of the Holy Martial Realm was just a snap of the fingers. It was too easy for the other party to do this. However, these people were still like a bunch of idiots. They were still hiding under the protection of the Holy Mountains formation, cultivating there and enjoying the fruits of their labor. They seemed to still be immersed in the excitement of destroying the Yan Kingdom. After all, they had been shrouded in the shadow of the Yan Kingdom for hundreds of years. Now that they had finally destroyed the Yan Kingdom, they naturally had to celebrate. 108 members of the Xianxia group. Li Zhongjiu was also sorting out the most important information, which was also the information that Li Zhongjiu cared about. Just the heaven emanations alone had a total of 108 people. However, during the battle with the Great Yan Kingdom, they had lost 68 people. Now, there were only 40 people left, and the top 10 of them were all still alive. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran killed 2 of them. There were still 38 people left. At this moment, the Xianxia group had 38 members. There were 5 Xianxia experts in the Absolute Saint realm. Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes, and there was a serious look in his eyes. 5 saints, this was the most deadly existence. Li Zhongjiu had experience fighting against Absolute Saints as well. He had fought against the Heavenly Demon tribe. That guy was equivalent to an Absolute Saint. Just the Heavenly Monster tribe was enough to make Li Zhongjiu flee to this place. As a result, Li Zhongjiu could imagine how terrifying it would be if 5 Absolute Saints were to descend upon him. Apart from them, there were also at least 6 people from the Dark Hall. 2 Palace Lords and 4 Vice Palace Lords must all be Absolute Saints. Just by casually adding it up, it was a total of 11, let's not talk about those elders who were tinkering with the teleportation array. If the 11 of them were to join forces, even that person from the Sacred Mountain wouldn't be able to resist them. No wonder he had been hiding in the array and refused to come out. If he came out, any one of them would be found and killed in a matter of minutes. I can't take it anymore. If I don't break through to the Absolute Saint realm, I'll be finished. In Li Zhongjiu's heart, there was a sense of urgency. After this attack, the members of the Sky Demon tribe would definitely notice. If he couldn't break through to the Absolute Saint realm, he would definitely die the next time he faced an attack from the Sky Demon tribe. If he still had the Chaos Yuan Bell, he might be able to fight. But now, even if he had the unparalleled sword, at most, he could barely protect himself in the hands of an Absolute Saint. Looks like I have to prepare in advance. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. Li Zhongjiu didn't have any means to deal with an Absolute Saint, so he had to prepare well. My body should be able to withstand the pill now. After Li Zhongjiu stripped the soul power of the 2 men, they died completely. It was just a broken body. Li Zhongjiu then told Qi Yanran about his discovery. Qi Yanran frowned as she listened. She didn't expect the strength of these people to be so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than she had imagined. With my current strength, I can fight against an Absolute Saint if I use my full strength. Qi Yanran said. You're already so powerful? Li Zhongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. I've mastered the Bluebird platform recently, so I can exert more power. It shouldn't be a problem. But if 2 people come at once, I can't. Qi Yanran shook her head. If the enemy really did send 2 Absolute Saints over, it would be the end of the line for them. Looks like we have to let them retreat now. It'll be very dangerous if they continue to stay here, Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran nodded. She understood what Li Zongjiu meant. More than 80,000 soldiers might not be able to do much even if they stayed here. If Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu were defeated, none of them would be able to survive. Wait for the Saint Immortals of the Sacred Mountain to attack, that wasn't Li Zongjiu's style. They had to control their own lives, even if the road ahead was very difficult. They had to walk on their own and could not place their hopes on others. Li Zongjiu called Jiang Bai and the others to the front of the main hall. At this moment, Jiang Bai and the others were still happy. After all, this battle was indeed very satisfying. They had never seen such a victory before. It made them feel very amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Senior Evil Lord, what's wrong? Jiang Bai and the others looked at Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's expressions. They didn't seem to be very relaxed. They also realized that something worse might happen. We cannot stay in this place for long. Today's battle has damaged their core. Soon, they will definitely dispatch even more powerful individuals. At that time, even Yanran and I may not be able to block them. Therefore, all of you need to leave this place. Lin Dong's eyes widened as he spoke. Li Zongjiu said. Leave? They had just won a battle and now they had to leave. It was too hard for them to react. However, if even Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran couldn't deal with them, how terrifying would they be? Obviously, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't want to have more casualties here. If an expert of that level were to appear, they would indeed be reduced to cannon fodder. In fact, they might even be inferior to cannon fodder. They would be killed before the expert could even see them. How could they be considered cannon fodder? Let's go back home after we eat, Li Zongjiu said. What about Senior Evil Lord? Aren't we leaving together? As long as we go to the Sacred Mountain, they won't dare to pursue us, Jiang Bai quickly said. Judging from Li Zongjiu's words, it seemed that they were going to stay here. Hehe, although we might not be able to defeat them, it doesn't mean that we can't. I'm the dignified Evil Lord. How could I run away without a fight? Don't worry. If Yanran and I want to leave, no one in the sacred martial realm can stop us. Speaking up to this point, Li Zongjiu was filled with pride. Indeed, for Li Zongjiu to say such words, he definitely had the ability to do so. With the combined strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they could defeat Li Zongjiu. Only if three saints joined forces would they be able to do so. And it was the kind of sneak attack. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have a way to escape. Since Li Zongjiu had made it sound so serious. And Jiang Bai also knew. Li Zongjiu and the others were worried about the lives of these ordinary soldiers, so they asked the soldiers to retreat first. After that, Jiang Bai and the others did not want to affect Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. After all, it would be very troublesome if they had to take so many people's lives into consideration. Therefore, Jiang Bai was very tactful and asked all the troops to retreat immediately. Although these soldiers did not understand why they did not immediately kill their way out when it was such a good opportunity. But military orders were unshakable. The soldiers of the 5 nations all retreated. But Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan chose to stay. Jiang Bai wanted to repay Li Zongjiu for saving her life. After all, Jiang Bai had troubled Li Zongjiu a lot during this period of time. Jiang Bai couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu had helped her. At least under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu was willing to help, which was a great favor to Jiang Bai and the others. Someone needed to thank him for this favor. Jiang Bai needed to use his life to thank Li Zongjiu. To be able to save so many people, Jiang Bai could die without regrets. Even if he returned to the city now, he might not be able to save the lives of the people in the city. Since he would die anyway, Jiang Bai naturally chose to stay by Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's side. Even if he could not participate in the battle, at least he could do something for the two of them. This was what Jiang Bai wanted. As for Chu Yanguan was already a dead man. To be able to live until now, and even tell the secret of the past, and let the world know that the Chu Yanguan's hometown, the contributions that the great Chu had made to the people, was already enough of a consolation. In this life, he could be considered to have no more worries. Moreover, Chu Yanguan was now regarded as Qi Yanran's nominal disciple. Although he wasn't an official disciple yet. However, Chu Yanguan was determined to cultivate with Qi Yanran. Live and die together. There were also some veterans who chose to stay behind. Most of them were personal guards. They had been protecting Chu Yan or Jiangbai for many years. He knew that the choice of these two people would definitely not be wrong. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran did not ask these people to stay. After all, they had already explained this situation clearly to these people. There was no need to continue the stalemate. If you don't want to leave, do I have to drag you away? Since these people chose to stay, Li Zongjiu also wrote a prescription and asked these people to go and collect these herbs. He also said that these herbs were also very important and must be found. Moreover, they had to be of sufficient age. These herbs were also relatively difficult to find. Li Zongjiu estimated that these people would need a lot of time to find them. However, what Li Zongjiu did not expect was that, in just 3 days, Jiangbai brought a group of people and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu, covered in dust. Then, he presented all the medicinal ingredients to the table. It was Li Zongjiu's turn to be shocked. Could it be that the resources of the sacred martial realm were so abundant? It was no wonder that these people cultivated so quickly. It was normal for young masters to be the norm. In the Xingwu continent, a Sky Origin Ancestor Realm expert was basically an old man. For example, the old sect master of the Wuxue alchemy sect had just entered the Origin Ancestor Realm at an old age. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also quite surprised. With so many herbs, Li Zongjiu could start refining the elixir he needed. Although he felt that the time was not yet right, Li Zongjiu estimated that he could not wait any longer. He had to get this matter done. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu did not know what would happen when he faced the enemy. He could only take a gamble. This time, Li Zongjiu spent a total of 5 days refining this elixir. After the tempering of this life, Li Zongjiu's alchemy realm had improved again, so when he refined the elixir, it was more perfect than in his previous life. When this elixir was refined next year, it was also more powerful. Guzun Soul-Merging Elixir. Li Zongjiu used the materials of the sacred martial realm to refine the upgraded version of the Guzun Soul-Merging Elixir. It was even more powerful than the previous Guzun Soul-Merging Elixir. In my previous life, it was precisely this elixir that completely changed my fate. In this life, I want to see if my fate can be changed. Li Zongjiu's heart was also full of hope for this upgraded Guzun Soul-Merging Elixir. However, after consuming the elixir, Li Zongjiu was bound to enter a state of seclusion. Even the timing of this seclusion was uncertain. Before going into seclusion, he also reminded Qi Yanran that if the enemy came, she must wake him up. If she could not defeat the enemy, she could leave first. Moreover, above the fallen city, more than a dozen formations were continuously arranged. Anyway, the number of upper-grade primordial stones in their hands was almost endless. At least, if they did not need to fight, it would be very difficult to consume so many primordial stones. Even if they were used to waste, it would be enough to continue for hundreds of years. In the end, Li Zongjiu handed the unparalleled sword to Qi Yanran. With Hu Wushuang's strength and the unparalleled sword, she should be able to hold on for a period of time. Qi Yanran was also extremely solemn. After all, this was not a trivial matter and she could not be careless. However, she also had to remind Li Zongjiu to cultivate in peace. Even Shaolan has a skill that can teleport hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. I still have the ability to escape, Qi Yanran said. Li Zongjiu nodded and then came to a cave in the mountain. He removed all the things around him. Under such circumstances, he could cultivate without any distractions. As he circulated his yuan power, he adjusted his body to the peak state. Then, Li Zongjiu swallowed the Guzun Soul-Merging Elixir. After consuming the elixir, there was no earth-shattering aura, but there was an earth-shattering change in Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! Immediately, in Li Zongjiu's body, 3 powerful and chaotic forces began to merge with each other. Li Zongjiu had already experienced the effects of the pill, so he didn't panic at all when he saw the fusion of his auntie's power. First, he waited quietly for the power to fuse with his own consciousness and state. At the critical moment, Li Zongjiu had to make a move himself. However, Li Zongjiu didn't relax at all during the process, because the fusion process was very mysterious. The slightest carelessness could lead to irreversible changes. just as Li Zhongjiu was about to fuse with his original soul. Qi Yanran also took out her Bluebird platform. Every day, she cultivated in the city with the Bluebird platform. The human race's sacred mountain had long known about the great battle here. They also knew that Li Zhongjiu and the others had killed the enemy's Plague General and Death General, who were both members of the Sky Demons. Although the Sky Sha had suffered heavy losses during the final battle of the Great Yin Kingdom, their remaining strength could still easily destroy the entire sacred martial realm. The Beast God Temple's true strength was more terrifying than they'd imagined. Therefore, the top experts of the sacred mountain were all trying their best to find a way to break through to a higher level, as long as one of them could obtain power that surpassed the absolute saint realm. Then, they could completely destroy the Beast God Temple. What a pity. If those two had joined the sacred mountain and acted according to the plan, things wouldn't have turned out so badly. There are always people who think they're saviors who can save the world, but in the end, they make a mess and need us old men to clean up the mess. The sacred immortals of the sacred mountain had gathered together to discuss. They'd thought that those two had some potential, and if they'd been recruited, they might have had a chance to break through. But now, it seemed that those two were going to die without a doubt. They'd killed the Sky Demons. The Sky Demons would definitely make a move. These people were the foundation of the fallen race, and they wouldn't allow any harm to come to them. Moreover, the death of the Sky Demons members was already a huge blow. The Beast God Temple would definitely investigate this matter. However, we don't have much time left. According to the current speed, their Tower of Inheritance will be completely teleported over in about 100 years. The Absolute Saints were also discussing matters together, but they didn't care about the deaths of Li Zhongjiu and the others at all. Instead, they talked about the sacred sovereign ruins. Of course, only a few of them knew about this. No one else would know where the ultimate mystery lay. Within Fallen City, Jiang Bai, Chu Yan, Guan Guan, and the others were also doing their best to cultivate. Although this kind of cultivation was not useful at all. But it was still better than doing nothing. Several days later, Qi Yanran, who was cultivating, suddenly looked up at the sky. It was as if a blood cloud was coming from afar. Qi Yanran opened her eyes and stared at the void above. The Bluebird Dao platform he was sitting on was rapidly gathering power. Boom, a blood-red cloud directly attacked the fluctuation below. However, it was blocked by the defensive array above the city. Jiang Bai and the others were awakened by this wave of energy. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. It's coming. As they stared at the blood cloud in the sky, the two of them were clearly quite shocked in their hearts. With such a strong fluctuation, the entire city would have been destroyed under the first wave of probing attacks if there hadn't been a defensive formation. The two of them would have died before they could react. At this moment, looking at the vast blood cloud in front of them, the two of them were naturally shocked. Interesting. No wonder you could kill pestilence and death. A voice came from the blood cloud. It seemed to be affirming, but it also seemed to be mocking. Then, hundreds of thousands of rays of energy were suddenly released from the blood cloud and were rapidly falling down. Boom, 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 every streak of crimson-red energy contained extremely terrifying waves of energy. As the fluctuations were released, the array above Fallen City was also activated. Boom, boom, fortunately, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Array was quite powerful. Under the superposition of each other, there was no damage and it resisted the opponent's attack. However, no one knew how long the dense rain-like bombardment would last. On the contrary, the power of the array was rapidly depleting. Under the protection of the array, Fallen City seemed to have become a whole and was rapidly falling. It was directly blasted into the ground. Qi Yanran frowned slightly. The opponent's attack was extremely powerful. They didn't even show their real bodies, so Qi Yanran couldn't figure out how many people there were. However, the person controlling the blood cloud at this moment must be an expert of the absolute saint realm. Illusion. Qi Yanran called softly. The Bluebird platform she was sitting on immediately rumbled. Under a ray of light, it turned into a pair of blue wings and appeared behind Qi Yanran. As the wings flapped, Qi Yanran rushed into the sky with her. Boom, after all, there were still people in the city. If the array was broken, these people would definitely die. It was better to save as many people as possible. Moreover, the array would only last a few days. In this case, it was better to take the initiative. When Qi Yanran turned the power of the bluebird platform into wings, there was a slight change in the blood cloud in the sky. It seemed that a terrifying fist force had suddenly emerged from the blood cloud, bringing with it a bloody aura that filled the sky and fell directly. Boom, the blue light behind Qi Yanran shone brightly. She rushed up and directly destroyed the bloody light. At the same time, the desolate heaven essence in her hand turned into a surging force and swept directly into the sky. Boom, the desolate heaven essence was like a long whip that shook the mountain. In an instant, the vast blood cloud was directly scattered by the desolate heaven essence. Immediately, countless bloody forces spread out in all directions. Something. The blood cloud dispersed. A figure in a red robe appeared between the sky and the earth. Although it was just a figure. However, it felt like an extremely terrifying heavenly pillar had completely sealed off the entire city. A mighty aura spread out directly. Similarly, opposite him, Qi Yanran's aura was no weaker than the other parties. I am Xianxia, Shuiyi. Xianxia, Shuiyi. When he heard this person's name, Chu Yanguan, who was in the city, trembled slightly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Shuiyi. Back then, there was an expert named Shuiyi among the Xianxia experts. It was Shuiyi who led his men to attack the city and broke the defense set up by the Emperor of the Great Yan. He was extremely powerful. In the end, he fought with the Emperor of the Great Yan for 7 days and 7 nights. But in the end, the Emperor of the Great Yan also fell in his hands. With the fall of the Great Yan Emperor, the defense line of the Great Yan Kingdom had also collapsed, and the speed of its decline was rather fast, which was completely unexpected. And the Shuiyi in front of him was Chu Yanguan's enemy, but the other party's strength was too strong. In front of Shuiyi, Chu Yanguan was just as weak as an ant. Originally, Chu Yanguan also thought that revenge was hopeless. But this time, he was able to see his enemy again, which was also a blessing for him. At least, there was still a chance. Chu Yanguan held a jade pendant in his hand. This was a technique that his father had sealed in the jade pendant with extremely strong power when he had predicted the ominous consequences that would befall him. Chu Yanguan knew the price of this jade pendant, so he had never used it in any dangerous situation. Until now, Chu Yanguan took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the other party. As long as there was a chance, he would use the power of this jade pendant to completely kill the enemy. Kill his enemy with his own hands. Shuiyi's indifferent eyes swept across the fallen city below, and then he withdrew them. The only person who was a little threatening was in front of him. As for the people below, they were basically no threat at all. In his eyes, they were not even as weak as ants. So, he directly focused his attention on Qi Yanran in front of him. This was because he felt a trace of threat from Qi Yanran. Among the 7 old guys, whose disciple are you? A trace of pride flashed in Shuiyi's eyes, but he was quite surprised that Qi Yanran had such a high cultivation. Therefore, Shuiyi himself also looked at Qi Yanran with a condescending attitude. If Qi Yanran was a disciple of one of the holy immortals on the holy mountain, he was only 1 generation younger than him. I'm your great aunt. Qi Yanran had been with Li Zongjiu for a long time, and sometimes she had learned bad things. But a nephew like you is too disgusting. I've decided to get rid of you personally. After saying that, Qi Yanran shook her head in disappointment. She seemed to be extremely pained by Blood Night. Shuiyi himself was stunned. He was one of the Blood Fiend 5 saints. But now, he was actually taken advantage of by a teenage girl. The high-level fallen race already looked exactly the same as humans, but the blood flowing in their bodies was different. It was this point that completely separated the 2 races. They had the same appearance, but different inside. Moreover, both sides were extremely powerful and intelligent, so this was very normal. In the end, only one side would survive. You're courting death. Shuiyi waved his hand and turned a piece of dark cloud into a blood cloud out of thin air. It fell directly toward Qi Yanran in front of him. The moment the blood cloud fell, it transformed into an extremely terrifying scene. It seemed as if there were tens of millions of blood beasts running in the blood cloud. The powerful aura they brought rushed directly toward Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran did not dare to be careless. Shui Yi was a true absolute saint expert. In terms of strength, he was even more powerful than the heavenly monster tribe. A casual move from him was enough to make her go all out. The wings on her back shook. Suddenly, a terrifying green light burst out from her body. The green light seemed to turn into a terrifying light sword. It directly collided with the blood cloud formed by Shui Ye's blood beast's army with a boom. Boom. Immediately, the terrifying blood cloud was split into two by the green light. At this very moment, all of the blood beast's power had been completely destroyed. Shui Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, there were not many people who could break his move in one move. However, this was not the end. Qi Yanran also knew that her strength was not Shui Ye's match. If she were to be entangled for a long time, it would be disadvantageous for her. Therefore, Qi Yanran directly used her killer move. Under the green light, another 3 rays of light broke through the air. It seemed to have shattered the space in front of it and was directly transmitted to Shui Yi. Insignificant skill. Shui Yi sneered when he saw this. However, in the next moment, there was a boom. Suddenly, 3 holes appeared on Shui Ye's body. Even Shui Ye's extremely exquisite cloak had 3 holes in it. Qi Yanran clapped her hands and the desolate heaven essence immediately turned into a rope and trapped Shui Yi. At the same time, Qi Yanran increased the output of the light beam and injected her yuan power into it. Boom! This power instantly burned Shui Ye's body. Shui Yi immediately roared to the sky. Below in Fallen City, Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others were dumbfounded. Could it be that Senior Qi Yanran was going to win? She won so easily, not to mention whether she would win or not. Just the appearance of this move had almost exhausted Qi Yanran's strength. Moreover, this move was Qi Yanran's most powerful move. It could be said that she had used all her strength. It was not as simple as it looked. Shui Yi did not expect Qi Yanran to directly use her killer move. At the same time, Shui Yi himself had not fought for a long time. Since there was a chance now, he would like to exchange a few moves with Qi Yanran. He wanted to see how strong Qi Yanran was and play with the person in front of him. Is that all? You seem to have reached the peak. The corners of Shui Ye's mouth curled into a sneer. He swung his hand fiercely. With a loud bang, the 3 light beams in front of him were directly shattered. What? Qi Yanran's 5-colored divine light was broken by her opponent. At the same time, the injuries on Shui Ye's body rapidly recovered. While recovering, Shui Yi directly stretched out his hand toward Qi Yanran. Boom! A terrifying bloody hand slapped toward Qi Yanran. This move almost sealed all of Qi Yanran's escape routes. There was no way for her to escape. Boom! Qi Yanran's wings blocked in front of her body. With one move, her body retreated rapidly. Shui Ye's attack directly pushed Qi Yanran back, and her body smashed into the city. Boom! A huge pit appeared under Qi Yanran's body. Although Shui Ye's attack was powerful, it did not hurt Qi Yanran. After all, the power of the Green Bird platform was beyond imagination. It was also a treasure of the Demon Clan. Shui Yi had also discovered the strength of the Azure Bird Dao platform, and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Girl, your strength is average, but you have a lot of treasures in your hands. Even the power of the 5-colored divine light released by Qi Yanran left a deep impression on Shui Yi. If his strength was slightly weaker just now, he would have been crippled. Even if his defense could not block it, if it were any other person from the Sky Demons, they might not be able to block it, so it was still quite dangerous. Qi Yanran's strength was not strong, but she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. This made Shui Yi rather displeased. How could a human girl like her own such a powerful Dharma treasure? As for the Fallen Clan, they were already top-notch powerhouses, but they had very few treasures in their hands. Of course, there were some, but because there were so few of them, they could not have them. They did not even get their hands on them, but all of them fell into the hands of the elders. If they wanted some top treasures, they had to do it themselves. Without any hesitation, Shui Yi immediately leaped down. He directly rushed down to the fallen city below. Boom! In the sky above the fallen city, the power of a terrifying array suddenly filled the air. Shui Yi, who swooped down, was actually sent flying. Shuiye's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise as he flew backwards. How could this be? Shuiye's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had tested the array just now, and its power could at most block 30% of his power. But just now, he used 50% of his power, and he was still sent flying. There's someone else? There was someone who could hide under his nose. This caused Shuiye's eyes to be rather surprised. Immediately, he quickly searched, wanting to find the location of this figure. Beside Qi Yanran, a light sword with an incomparably sharp aura emerged. At this moment, it was also emitting an extremely intense sharpness in all directions. In fact, it was even heading straight for the sky. A figure gradually appeared on the sword. At this moment, it was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw this figure appear, Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others were also quite shocked. This was because the figure that appeared was also a peerless beauty. Her appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Compared with Qi Yanran, she had another level of beauty. She was even more beautiful with a kind of sharpness, which made people not dare to look directly at her and not dare to approach her. Most importantly, they had never seen this person before. This is, Jiang Bai and the others were also very surprised. The strength of the person in front of them was enough to shock both of them. Such an expert was actually able to hide beside the two of them, and they didn't even have the slightest clue before. It was truly amazing. Qi Yanran knew very well that she was no match for him. If she continued to fight, it might not be beneficial to her. Therefore, while she still had some strength, she directly joined forces with Hua Wushuang to see if they could force him back. Hua Wushuang's figure emerged. Immediately, an earth-shattering flame spread across the sky above Fallen City. Rumble. Hua Wushuang also made a series of hand seals, immediately operating a terrifying array on the spot. Then, he activated the array formation under his seat. There were more than 10 heavenly fire nirvana arrays. At this moment, all of them had merged into a large array, although Hua Wushuang's array cultivation had not reached the 10th level. In fact, his own cultivation was infinitely close to the 10th level. He was only missing the last bit of opportunity. If he could sense this powerful formation and comprehend it, he would be able to figure out the last barrier. Then, breaking through would be a matter of course. At this moment, there were more than 10 hell lotuses blooming in the sky above the fallen city. The momentum was so great that it directly forced Shuiyi to take 2 steps back. Under this light, there was also a considerable amount of shock. A divine array master. Shuiyi exclaimed. Shuiyi had also experienced the terror of an array master. The strength of these array masters simply made the people of the fallen clan want to kill them as soon as possible. At the same time, they also thought that they must get rid of these array masters, which was why they targeted the array master's assassination. The Beast God Temple's assassination hall also became famous because of this. The bloodshed of that year had basically wiped out the roots of array masters. At most, only a few of them were left. However, it would still take a long time for them to cultivate to become a top array master. At least, it was not the time for them to do so now. Why did such a powerful array master appear in front of him? Shuiye's heart was a little nervous, but if he could kill a divine array master, the credit he could obtain would naturally be considerable. Shuiyi still wanted to make a contribution and go one step further. If he could become an elder, there would be more opportunities for Shuiyi to improve his own strength. Today is a good opportunity for me, Shuiyi, to make a contribution. Immediately, Shuiyi let out a low growl. With a shake of his body, he charged downwards. This time, his body quickly condensed into a bloody cloud that overflowed the sky. Blood Cloud Tornado. It was as if there was a blood-red tornado revolving around him, maintaining such a terrifying power. Hua Wushuang gently raised his hand, and the dozens of hell lotuses in front of him instantly spewed out a pillar of flame from the center of the flower. Boom, boom, the pillar of flame directly converged with the blood cloud in midair. It was originally a defensive array, but in Hua Wushuang's hands, it directly became an offensive array. Moreover, this offensive array was also quite powerful. Its power was really terrifying. Even Qi Yanran did not expect that when the array's power was activated, it would have such a terrifying offensive power. What a strong power! Even Qi Yanran herself did not know that the array's power was so strong. At this moment, the blood cloud around Shuiyi was also severely damaged. Shuiyi, who had exposed himself, was instantly hit by several Hell Lotus's flames. Immediately, Shuiyi was blasted away. Moreover, under such power, Shuiyi was also severely injured by the flames. The flames blasted Shuiyi away, at least a few thousand miles away. At this moment, half of Shuiyi's body was almost destroyed by the flames. It looked extremely terrifying. I don't believe it. Today, your life as an array master will fall into my hands. Transform. Royal Bloodwing Bat. Immediately, Shuiyi's figure grew bigger. A pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from his back. After appearing, the aura around Shuiyi's body became extremely terrifying. Facing Shuiyi's soaring aura, a light flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. However, Hua Wushuang didn't seem to feel any fear. His hands continued to form seals to control the array in front of him. Then, the great array behind him began to condense. The dozens of Hell's Lotus flowers also condensed into an even larger Hell's Lotus flower. Boom, Shuiyi didn't say anything else. He directly flew down with the power of the blood bat. As he flew, the space around him trembled violently. It seemed like it would shatter in the next second. A terrifying pressure descended. Even though they were separated by a large array, they could still clearly feel the opponent's power. It seemed like it was brewing above their heads. Qi Yanran secretly clenched her fists. If Hua Wushuang couldn't block it, then they could only fight to the death. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Hua Wushuang's means were beyond imagination. He was a true array master. After Hua Wushuang condensed such power, the fire lotus around him directly collided with the power of the blood bat in front of him with a boom. Boom, the domineering power was like layers upon layers of waves, rapidly sweeping out into the distance. Hua Wushuang was expressionless. A huge wave of flames spread out in the sky. One could see that Shuiyi's figure was forced to retreat. Then, Hua Wushuang immediately flipped his wrist and released the unparalleled sword. It violently swept forward. Boom, the unparalleled sword seemed to contain a shocking slash. It directly slashed the sky in front of him into two halves. Shuiyi let out a low growl. He was actually forced to retreat by the opponent's move. He flew through the air and spurted out a stream of blood. Obviously, he was severely injured by the sword. Shuiyi's figure instantly flew back a few hundred miles. He directly shifted in the sky. Obviously, the power of the sword was quite strong. It was unbearable for Shuiyi. He was severely injured. Qi Yanran's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but then her eyes revealed a strange light. In the blink of an eye, his expression became solemn. After Hua Wushuang used this move, his body seemed to be unable to support it anymore. Immediately, the unparalleled sword fell from the sky, bringing Hua Wushuang to the ground with a swoosh. It landed right in front of Qi Yanran. Clearly, Hua Wushuang's strength had been completely exhausted at this moment, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. It was even difficult for him to leave the unparalleled sword. Qi Yanran held the unparalleled sword in her hand. A light flashed in his eyes. Next, it was time to truly go all out. Shuiyi was indeed frightened by the sword just now. The sword had almost pierced through his cultivation core. Fortunately, the sword had missed by a bit. That was why he didn't directly shatter his core. Otherwise, Shuiyi really wouldn't be able to hold on. He had never thought that the battle he had fought would be so arduous. Even Shuiyi himself was quite surprised. However, Shuiyi soon discovered something. The other party had actually disappeared. The fierce woman just now had actually disappeared. Could it be some kind of insidious trick? Shuiyi thought to himself. After all, the human clan was full of tricks, and the other party was a powerful array master. Therefore, it would be troublesome if some top existence used some kind of trick to trick him. Therefore, Shuiyi was very cautious. However, after Shuiyi observed for a while, he realized that there was indeed nothing wrong with the person in front of him. The fallen city below seemed to have used up all the energy of the array. Immediately, a light flashed in Shuiyi's eyes. Good timing. At this moment, Shuiyi mustered up his courage and descended. As expected, when he got close to the fallen city, there was no longer any obstruction from the array. All the energy just now was wasted in an instant with this move. Haha, I almost died here. Shui's lips curled into a cold smile. In the face of the current situation, Shui still didn't let down his guard. He observed the situation around him at all times. But obviously, after his transformation, Qi Yanran was no longer his opponent. However, he still had to be careful of Hu Wushuang, who had attacked him ruthlessly just now. I thought it was strange. That guy is just a sword spirit. Shui said slowly. Now, after a slight reaction, he immediately realized that it was no wonder that he didn't find Hu Wushuang's figure before. Now, he couldn't sense any trace of Hu Wushuang. He immediately understood what was going on. You will die here today. Qi Yanran didn't say much nonsense and said indifferently. Her murderous aura was released directly. This made Shui slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face turned cold again. Haha, okay, I'll give it a try. Shui immediately waved his hand. The blood bat wings on his back pulled out dozens of blood blades and suddenly swept forward. Boom! The blood blades exploded on the spot. Qi Yanran immediately resisted this move. Boom, boom. The blood blades hit the unparalleled sword in Qi Yanran's hand. She instantly retreated with the unparalleled sword. Pung, he slammed into a wall, shattering the entire wall. Puff. Qi Yanran spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the unparalleled sword in her hands was sucked by a huge force and flew towards her opponent's hand. Oh no! Qi Yanran released the desolate heaven essence and instantly bound the unparalleled sword. However, Shui's strength had far exceeded Qi Yanran's. Even the desolate heaven essence in his hand only lasted for a few seconds before flying out. Whoosh, the unparalleled sword fell towards Shui. However, just as Shui was about to grab the unparalleled sword, suddenly, a powerful force was released from the side. Boom! The unparalleled sword was easily caught by a hand. When Shui looked over, he was immediately furious. The one who made the move was a young man. What's that? Shui's eyes emitted a cold light. Why was there another person? However, when Qi Yanran saw the young figure, her eyes widened instantly and her face was filled with ecstasy. Zhongjiu. Qi Yanran's face suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. His originally dim eyes once again released a luster at this moment. When he saw Li Zhongjiu appear, the uneasiness in his heart was finally able to settle down. As long as she could be with Li Zhongjiu, even if she had to die, Qi Yanran had nothing to be afraid of. It's Senior Li Zhongjiu. Jiang Bai and the others were also overjoyed. For a long time it was not clear who was stronger between Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu. But no matter what, after Li Zhongjiu appeared and joined forces with Qi Yanran, they would definitely be able to force the opponent away. This situation was obviously a turning point in the battle. You deserve to die. Li Zhongjiu held the matchless sword and looked indifferently at Shui in front of him. However, when Shui saw Li Zhongjiu in front of him, he did not pay attention to Li Zhongjiu at first, but he was also a little puzzled in his heart. Where did this Li Zhongjiu come from? Just now, he had clearly searched for a while and did not find any other figures or other threats. Why were there always one after another? To him, there was simply something wrong. Could it be that his bat sensed something wrong? Otherwise, why would people keep popping out? Or Li Zhongjiu, who was in front of him, was not a real person at all? It can't be another artifact spirit, right? What kind of nonsense is this? Shui was already a little annoyed. These people who popped out were simply causing trouble for him. And Shui did not like things to become so troublesome, so he wanted to kill them first. Immediately, Shui waved his hand. A terrifying blood blade was thrown directly at Li Zhongjiu. Bang! Before this blood blade could get close to Li Zhongjiu, it was shattered by a powerful force. It was the fluctuation of yuan power around Li Zhongjiu. One could even faintly see a few shadows of coiling dragons appearing behind Li Zhongjiu, forming a protective state that prevented the opponent's move from approaching. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, a slight trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This? Could it be? Immediately, Qi Yanran's face revealed a shocked expression. Li Zhongjiu. He actually broke through. Interesting. When Shui saw that Li Zongjiu was actually able to block his move with just his own fluctuations, a cold glint appeared on his face. Looking down on me? Boom. The wings on his back flapped, and suddenly, a blood-red winged shadow whizzed forward. Boom. The terrifying power directly swept towards Li Zongjiu. This move easily destroyed the houses along the way. Rumble, Li Zongjiu grabbed the unparalleled sword with both hands and slashed forward with all his might. Boom, a ray of sword chi instantly cut off the blood wings. After that, the sword chi shot back along the way. Boom, Shuiye's body soared into the sky. He avoided being struck by the sword, but the power of this sword was indeed quite powerful. Even Shui had no choice but to retreat and take the initiative to avoid it. How is this possible? You're also an absolute saint? Shui had never thought that there would be such a young absolute saint expert. One must know that the current sacred immortals of the sacred mountain were all old bones, and they were basically old bones without any guts. There was no need to be afraid of such old bones. He understood that these people were cowardly and wanted to enjoy their old age, but he had never seen such a young absolute saint expert like Li Zongjiu. Buddha's palm. Shui suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from above his head, making him feel as if his body was about to collapse. He looked up and saw a black pagoda falling from the sky, smashing down on his head. This made Shui want to dodge as well. However, the pagoda seemed to be locked onto him. Even with his strength, he couldn't dodge it, so he could only take it head-on. Boom, Shui used all the strength in his body to push out his origin energy, and only then did he manage to shatter the pagoda. As soon as he shattered the pagoda, he saw another golden palm coming down. Mountain-toppling golden seal, boom, with another slap, Shui was sent flying to the ground. 2. Like a cannonball, he crashed into a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. Then, the mountain collapsed with a loud bang. It was directly destroyed by Shuiye's tyrannical body. Clearly, Shuiye himself had suffered a great loss from this move. In front of Li Zongjiu, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. After breaking through, Li Zongjiu was invincible. Triple Dragon Sword. Li Zongjiu operated his Yuanli and integrated the power of the three original spirits into the unparalleled sword. Then, it exploded. Boom, as the sword aura moved, it turned into 3 ferocious dragons. Instantly, the mountain in front of him that had already been shattered was turned into powder again. One of the silhouettes was sent flying again. He was sent flying by the 3 dragons for a distance of hundreds of thousands of meters. Along the way, he crashed through the mountain peaks, creating a tunnel. Some of the smaller mountain peaks were also blasted into smithereens. Bang, finally, Shuiye's figure lay on the ground. Blood was gushing out of his mouth. He struggled to get up, but before he could do so, he saw a figure appear in front of him. You. Who are you? Shui couldn't believe it. He was defeated by a human. Terrifying. Most importantly, he was easily defeated by Li Zongjiu, as if he was a noob. Looking at the young man in front of him, the indifference in his eyes pierced deep into his soul. It was as if his soul was going to be drawn out. Li Zongjiu reached out and grabbed Shuiye. With a flash, he returned to Fallen City. He looked at Shuiye's pair of wings. Without hesitation, Li Zongjiu slashed down with his sword and cut off Shuiye's wings. Ah! This pair of wings wasn't condensed from energy, but a part of Shuiye's body. However, it was easily cut off by Li Zongjiu. I'll leave it to you. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran and said. Qi Yanran had been injured by this guy, so Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't kill him. That would be letting him off too easily. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand gathered in her palm. Finally, the desolate heaven essence turned into countless water droplets. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Qi Yanran struck out with her palm. The desolate heaven essence in her hand turned into countless sharp fragments and pierced through Shuiye's body. Shuiye was severely injured by this blow. Originally, Shuiye had already been severely injured by Li Zongjiu's attack. Therefore, Shuiye didn't last long under Qi Yanran's attack. If it wasn't for his strong cultivation, he would have at least a breath of life. If he was in the Supreme Being realm, he would have died a long time ago. Qi Yanran didn't torture this guy too much. After all, Shui didn't gain much from the beginning and was even at a disadvantage. In the end, it was also because Hu Wushuang had retreated that this guy became arrogant. What are you going to do? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu. This was a supreme saint powerhouse. No matter what he was used for, he would be very useful. If he was used well, the effect that could be exerted would be unimaginable. Let's see what's in his head. Torture was of no use to these people. It would only be effective if one personally took action and seized the other party's soul. Of course, this also required a strong mind power. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu happened to have such strong mind power. You. What are you trying to do? Shui stared coldly at Li Zongjiu. Although Shui was at a disadvantage now, he believed that these people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Do you know the price of killing me? Shui said coldly. The Xianxia of the Beast God Temple would never allow such a huge loss. If Shui died, at least tens of millions of humans would have to die in order to make up for this loss. It was precisely because of such a painful price that these people were afraid to act rashly and did not dare to act rashly. But Li Zongjiu couldn't care less. He pressed his hand on Shui's head and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. I've just comprehended a skill recently. You can feel it in advance. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu's eyes began to move gently, as if there was a soul swimming in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Li Zongjiu was born with the evil soul eye before, but it was different now. In the past, when he used the evil soul eye, it often consumed a lot of mind power. It was because of this skill that Li Zongjiu was able to save his life many times. After this breakthrough, Li Zongjiu's mind power suddenly skyrocketed. It turned out that Li Zongjiu also had a very special constitution. Once one's physique was activated, the benefits one could obtain were innumerable. Now, Li Zongjiu had directly grasped some powerful and terrifying skills. Otherwise, even if he had just broken through to the absolute saint realm, he wouldn't be Shui's match. Moreover, Shui's strength was already relatively strong. After all, he had broken through to the absolute saint realm a few hundred years ago. As for what Li Zongjiu's constitution was called, Li Zongjiu didn't know. However, the evil soul eye's existence was due to Li Zongjiu's extremely powerful mental strength. This mind power was so strong that Li Zongjiu could directly compete with experts of the absolute saint realm who were third grade and above. How strong was a third grade absolute saint realm, Li Zongjiu didn't know. However, even if there were 10 of Shui's strength, they could easily defeat him. There was no problem at all. How dare you? Shui roared. However, such a harmless threat was completely ignored by Li Zongjiu. He pressed his hand on Shui's head and activated his mind power, directly extracting Shui's soul power from his body. Boom! Shui's body immediately stiffened on the spot and didn't move. However, he was still alive and didn't die immediately. Shui felt that his mind power seemed to have come to a space of nothingness. In this space, there was the chaotic qi. The chaotic qi was a very terrifying place. It could be said that the fallen clan had escaped from the chaotic qi with great difficulty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to move the Beast God Temple to the sacred martial realm. Because it was too painful to live in the chaotic qi, the fallen clan wanted to find a more comfortable place. In the end, they found the sacred martial realm. Now, when he sensed the chaotic qi again, fear instantly penetrated Shui's mind power. As for the information that Li Zongjiu wanted, he didn't even need Shui to speak. Li Zongjiu could find the answer from Shui. However, Shui's appearance in Li Zongjiu's spiritual hell was only that of a bat. Li Zongjiu used the spiritual chains to imprison Shui in the spiritual hell. At the same time, he also learned about this Xianxia. Among them, the strongest was only a third-grade saint, which was equivalent to a third-grade absolute saint. After understanding this, Li Zongjiu naturally had nothing to be afraid of. He returned to the fallen city. First, he healed Qi Yanran's injuries. This battle was also very difficult. Fortunately, Qi Yanran was there to support the DNA. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? From what he understood from Shui's mind power, Shui came out of seclusion this time to find Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu and kill them both. He wanted to kill tens of millions of people to obtain enough blood qi to go back and refine a group of stronger fallen clan warriors. He wanted to use them to kill more people and obtain blood qi to enhance the strength of the beast god temple. Although this kind of mission seemed to be insignificant, since they had already come out, it was not a big deal to complete it. The most important thing was that these people of the fallen race had such violent elements in them. Even if they had nothing to do, they had to create some trouble. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu stopped them. Now, he was also suffering in the spiritual hell. Your body constitution is also strange. When Li Zongjiu healed Qi Yanran, he also discovered that Qi Yanran's body constitution was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Li Zongjiu's. However, it was still in a state of waiting to be activated and had not really erupted. Previously, the elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace also told me what my body constitution was, but I didn't remember it. After all, even if I remembered it, I wouldn't know. At that time, I just wanted to get out of here early and see you early. When Qi Yanran said this, she actually became shy. This time, the injury actually allowed Qi Yanran's cultivation to progress further. The greater the setback, the greater Qi Yanran's gain. She even felt this gain involuntarily. Even if you don't want it, you can get it directly. I seem to be about to break through. Qi Yanran's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. She's going to break through. Li Zongjiu was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. It was so fast. He had to admit that this was entirely due to Qi Yanran's own physique. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also quite happy for Qi Yanran. Don't worry about breaking through. I will protect you. With me here, no one can disturb you. Li Zongjiu said. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, he was naturally qualified to say such words. If Shui Yi came, he would simply be defeated by Li Zongjiu. There was no threat to him at all. According to Li Zongjiu's guess, the people of Sacred Mountain would come soon. With these people's character, after knowing that Li Zongjiu had killed these people, they would certainly come to curry favor with him. To put it bluntly, they would come to recruit Li Zongjiu and recruit Li Zongjiu to Sacred Mountain. In these people's opinion, Li Zongjiu would be very willing to join Sacred Mountain and become the guardian of the human race. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in these things at all. If these people knew what was good for them, they wouldn't disturb him. If they didn't, then don't blame Li Zongjiu for being impolite. Killing these people was just a very simple thing for Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran was breaking through in a courtyard. Now that there was no one in the fallen city, it naturally became the territory of Li Zongjiu and the others. It was unknown how much effort it would take to gather all the people in the city. Recently, Chu Yan was also comprehending the mental cultivation method taught by Qi Yanran. He emboldened himself and came to Li Zongjiu to ask for advice. After all, Li Zongjiu was usually relatively cold, so under normal circumstances, no one dared to approach him. But in reality, Li Zongjiu's character was not that unreasonable. Moreover, Chu Yanguan had received the inheritance of Qi Yanran. Li Zongjiu had also guided Chu Yanguan on behalf of Qi Yanran. As for Jiang Bai, he was also working hard. Jiang Bai's talent wasn't low either. With Li Zongjiu's occasional guidance, the two girls immediately made great progress. When Li Zongjiu had nothing to do, he sat in the courtyard next to Qi Yanran, fishing and making tea. Even Li Zongjiu hadn't thought that breaking through to the absolute saint realm would be so easy. Throughout the entire process, Li Zongjiu almost doubted the authenticity of his own cultivation. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that the reason he was able to break through so easily was because of the assistance of the 4 Supreme Dragon Souls. Now, the 4 Supreme Dragon Souls had also injected all of their powers into his body. Li Zongjiu's Hell method had also achieved a breakthrough, and his strength had greatly increased. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu's own body had been activated. Now, even if he didn't cultivate every day, he would still make great progress. Since I don't know what to call it, I'll just call it the body of evil god. It sounds vulgar, but it's domineering enough. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Half a month had already passed. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. According to Jiang Bai, it was the beginning of spring. It was a good day for everything to recover. It's a good day for everything to recover. Don't come looking for trouble at this time. Li Zongjiu said leisurely. Hua Wushuang was also repairing the formation. After controlling the formation last time, Hua Wushuang's understanding of the formation seemed to have reached a higher level. His cultivation in array formations was increasing almost every moment. Li Zongjiu estimated that she was not far from becoming a god-level formation master. When a skill reached its peak, it would bring about a very terrifying change. Li Zongjiu was like this, cultivating his alchemy skills directly to the realm of the deity. He could easily become an expert, and this skill would not be forgotten no matter where he went. If Hua Wushuang cultivated the formation to its peak, there would be an unexpected miracle. Speaking of which, there's already someone who has reached the god level in formations. Li Zongjiu thought. It was the heavenly demon dragon Sparrow from the heavenly demon tribe. That girl had already reached the god level in formations. Otherwise, the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace would not have been captured so easily. Something like this had happened. Now that Li Zongjiu had broken through, he was confident that he could fight with the heavenly demon dragon Sparrow. If he had to do it again, it would not be like the last time when he had to escape through the teleportation formation. It was too embarrassing. Just thinking about it made him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, it was not too late for him to break through, and he would have a chance to get it back sooner or later. Above the sky, a ray of light surged. Buzz. It was like a ray of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, like a golden sun, hanging high in the sky at this moment, blooming with intense light. Boom, Hua Wushuang saw 2 powerful rays of golden flame in front of her. Furthermore, the other party had released his aura. It was obvious that he had come with hostility. Therefore, Hua Wushuang's expression was not too polite, and there was even a trace of coldness in her eyes that slowly emerged. She stared at the people in front of her. There were a total of 4 people. 2 elders and 2 young people. The young people were a man and a woman. Their expressions were arrogant and their lips were thin. When they looked at the dilapidated city below, a trace of disdain involuntarily appeared in their eyes. They had actually come to such a desolate place for a person who did not know what was good for him. Although cities like the fallen city were being attacked by the fallen clan, these great nations lived in a peaceful environment. Therefore, they had never seen such a dilapidated city. If the 2 of them were to live in such a place, they naturally would not be willing to. Therefore, there was helplessness in their eyes, and they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Master, who exactly is it down there? To think that you would personally make a move. East-coming sage immortal scratched his snow-white beard. Although he was standing high up in the sky, his eyes had already taken in everything below. Among them, he naturally saw Li Zongjiu, who was leisurely fishing in the courtyard. Although Li Zongjiu is arrogant and unruly, he has real skills. If we can train him well and use him for our sacred mountain, it will be a good thing. Some time ago, Shuiyi of the Beast God Temple's Xianxia group died in his hands. Alright, let's go down and see what kind of skills this kid has. It's not easy to enter our sacred mountain. Not everyone has such qualifications. The other one was called North Sky Sage Immortal. It did not matter what his real name was, but this nickname must be resounding. Before he arrived, his name had already resounded in the sky. Let's go down. The figures of East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal directly landed on Fallen City. However, they only hovered in the air and did not land directly. After all, if they landed, wouldn't it show that their status was low? Therefore, the 2 of them seemed to be standing on top of Fallen City. East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal have arrived. Quickly come and pay your respects. The young man stepped forward. This was also the reason why he had to bring a few people with him. In order to show his noble status as a Sage Immortal, he needed someone to do things like shouting when he went out. It was impossible for him to do everything by himself. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. The young man shouted. His status was not low. He was the eldest disciple of East-coming Sage Immortal. Because of his good aptitude and noble birth, he had the opportunity to learn from East-coming Sage Immortal and was directly accepted as the eldest disciple. It was even said that half of the future hope of the entire sacred martial realm fell directly on these young people. Therefore, this young man had always regarded himself as the future savior. Although the appearance of the beast god temple had disrupted the original order of the sacred martial realm, it was actually a process of reshuffling the cards. It was precisely because of the existence of the beast god temple that some weak people with low bloodlines were eliminated, leaving behind only the elites. Only then were they qualified to live in this world. This young man's origin was also the son of the Great Wu country's duke. The duke was the head of all the heavenly masters in Great Wu. He was also the top supreme being expert. Even though he had yet to reach the sacred immortal realm, the garrison duke was basically one of the top existences in his own country if the sacred immortal realm did not appear. His strength was extremely terrifying. It was also because of this that this young man named Shen Wu had such an attitude. Although it was just passing a message in front of a sage immortal. However, for Shen Wu, this was something to be very proud of. In front of his peers, he was able to hold his head high. He was even like a moon surrounded by stars, becoming a top existence among them. No matter where he went, he was very eye-catching. Shen Wu himself also enjoyed this feeling very much. Shen Wu immediately roared, but there was no movement from the fallen city below. Could it be that there was no one in Fallen City? No, there should be someone. The senses of two sage immortals would never be wrong. Could it be that the joy of the arrival of a sage immortal had gotten to their heads? Shen Wu and the other woman also spoke. Moreover, this summon also carried a trace of pressure. A wave of power directly descended upon the city below. Hu Wushuang, who was standing beside Li Zongjiu, had also noticed the four of them. However, he didn't do anything. Until the other party actually released a wave of pressure. Moonfall's strength had already reached the primitive emperor realm. To have such a cultivation at such an age was indeed something to be proud of. However, his mistake was that he shouldn't have been so impudent in front of Hu Wushuang. As Moonfall's pressure descended, the great array above the fallen city was directly activated. Countless flaming lotuses surrounded Moonfall. Yu Luo's face was filled with shock. This was because the surrounding fire lotuses were quite powerful. Once it erupted, it was definitely not something Yu Luo could endure, so Yu Luo's face instantly turned pale. Yu Luo, be careful. When Shen Wu saw that Yu Luo's body was surrounded by blooming fire lotuses, his face was filled with shock. Just as he was about to approach her, he realized that the fire lotuses would explode if he moved a little. How dare you attack me? Yu Luo's face was filled with anger. She didn't believe that these people would dare to be so impudent in the presence of a sage immortal. Yu Luo was very straightforward. She directly summoned a bright light sword from her hand. Don't use your Yuan Qi. Shen Wu hurriedly shouted. However, it was already too late. Just the Yuan power undulations from the light sword had already completely ignited the surrounding flames. Boom! Boom! Many angry lotuses bloomed in the sky. Yu Luo was immediately in the middle of the explosion. She was directly blasted to the left and right, and the power was also increasing little by little. Shen Wu was also blasted away at this moment. Hu Wushuang only needed to use a finger to pinch these people to death in the Origin Emperor realm. Previously, he was just talking about principles. It was fine if you were impudent with your words, but you actually wanted to attack. This was a little too arrogant. Dong Lai Sage Immortal and Beikong Sage Immortal didn't expect this. The other party actually dared to attack. Beikong Sage Immortal quickly reached out and directly pulled Yu Luo, who was in the middle of the explosion. If Yu Luo continued to endure the power of the explosion, she would probably die directly. All of the flame energy followed Yu Luo's body into the sky and quickly caught up with her. Beikong Sage Immortal frowned. Condense. He stretched out his hand and gently patted it. Then, he completely gathered this energy. All of the flame energy condensed and compressed into a small fireball in front of Beikong Sage Immortal. As an absolute saint expert, you don't have to be so calculated with these juniors. Dong Lai Sage Immortal snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zongjiu to not give face to the two of them and directly attack as soon as he arrived. He really didn't put them in his eyes. Look at Yu Luo's state. Her entire body was charred black from head to toe. Furthermore, he was currently in a coma. Without even thinking, he directly blasted her unconscious. If Beikong Sage Immortal didn't intervene in time, she would probably be blown to death. Even at that time, Li Zongjiu wouldn't stop. After all, in the eyes of an absolute saint expert, these people's lives were really nothing. After reaching this level, one would already consider everything and everyone beneath one's notice. But obviously, Li Zhongzhou's actions had thoroughly angered the two sage immortals. Hee, with the strength of the two of you, you're not qualified for me to meet you. As for these juniors? If I want to kill them, do you think you can save them? Li Zhongzhou said indifferently and put the fishing rod aside. The small movement just now had already scared the little goldfish away. It was really disappointing. At this moment, Jiang Bai and the others were standing in the courtyard. Usually, they had nothing to do other than cultivate. However, recently, Jiang Bai was forming a more elite troupe. These people were deeply moved by Jiang Bai's achievements. Therefore, they were willing to risk their lives to ask Jiang Bai to train them. At this moment, the number of soldiers and experts in the city was more than 100. In fact, these people did not dare to get close to Li Zhongzhou's residence. This was because it was said that Li Zhongzhou was a powerful existence that was comparable to a saint immortal. Since he was such a terrifying existence, they naturally didn't dare to approach him rashly. If they offended or disturbed him in the slightest, wouldn't they be done for? Saint Immortal East Coming did not expect Li Zhongzhou's temper to be so bad. He and Bei Kong looked at each other. The purpose of this visit was to recruit Li Zhongzhou. After all, Li Zhongzhou didn't know how powerful the holy mountain was. Ignorance was blameless, so they might as well give Li Zhongzhou some face. The two of them descended. Boom, boom, the two saint immortals descended at the same time. Even without any superfluous movements, the same tyrannical aura was released. The feeling of the surroundings suddenly changed. Chu Yanguan and the others immediately became nervous. This was a natural reaction of their bodies. Li Zhongzhou gently waved his hand, completely eliminating the pressure of the two men. There was no longer any trace of them in the entire space. Chu Yan, Guan, and the others felt their bodies lighten. They finally returned to normal. They breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Zhongzhou gratefully. At the same time, there was a faint trace of coldness in his eyes as he looked at the people in front of him. Shenwu held Moonfall, who had been burned black, with a furious expression on his face. You hurt Moonfall to this extent. Today, you must give me an explanation. Shenwu and Yu Luo were like a golden couple, but now that Yu Luo was beaten up like this, Shenwu naturally wanted to fight for Yu Luo. Li Zhongzhou casually flicked his finger. Bang! A terrifying force directly sent Shenwu flying. Hundreds of walls were broken behind him. Shenwu was thrown more than 500 meters away. During the whole process, Shenwu's own power was also confined by Li Zhongzhou. Therefore, in the process of being sent flying just now, Shenwu used his own body to smash these walls into pieces. If one were to ask these cultivators, how many of them would be willing to work so hard to temper their bodies, especially under such excellent cultivation conditions? Who would be willing to suffer such hardships? Therefore, when Shenwu's figure stopped, the bones in his body were already broken to the point that he was about to die. Even though the pain he was enduring was quite intense, Shenwu was unable to make any sound at all. He could only roll his eyes and directly pass out. There was still a mixture of blood and saliva at the corner of his mouth. It's finally quiet. We're all the same, so I'll spare his life. If we don't discipline him properly when we return, even his clan and his master will suffer a calamity. Li Zhongzhou said calmly. The person who came was also an absolute saint expert. However, Li Zhongzhou did not hold back at all. He did not need to give the other party too much face at all. This was because Li Zhongzhou himself was confident that he could kill all of these people one by one. Moreover, these so-called saint immortals of the sacred mountain, they had not saved the world at all. They had only done it for their own benefit, to ensure that they would not be affected by these people. They had even thought of sacrificing the lives of the people in exchange for a temporary respite. Such people were naturally not worthy of Li Zhongzhou's attention. However, if he killed these people now, it might cause the Beast God Temple to speed up their attack. Li Zhongzhou also needed to wait for a while. When Qi Yanran really broke through, he could consider killing his way to the headquarters of the Beast God Temple. Even if the other party had some hidden experts. However, these people had been delayed by the teleportation formation. Therefore, it was still very advantageous for Li Zongjiu and the others. With your cultivation and age, it's not too much to say such words. The East Arrival Sage Immortal did not even turn his head. He did not care about Emir Shenwu at all. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had also spared his life. If it weren't for the large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures offered by the great Wu State Duke, the Eastern Sage Immortal wouldn't have accepted such a waste as an apprentice. However, Li Zongjiu had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. This could be regarded as a provocation to the Eastern Sage Immortal. If the East Arrival Sage Immortal and Li Zongjiu continued to bicker, it would directly make things worse. The East Arrival Sage Immortal also needed to finish the matter first. If Li Zongjiu did not listen to his advice and insisted on becoming enemies with the sacred mountain, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. Now that the human race is in danger, with your skills, join the sacred mountain and fight for the future of the human race. What do you think? The East Arrival Sage Immortal opened his mouth and directly invited Li Zongjiu to join the sacred mountain. You hypocrites, no need to pretend in front of me. I know very well what you want. Leave now and I'll pretend I never saw you. Don't disturb me when I'm fishing. Sometimes, my temper is not so good. Li Zongjiu's breakthrough to the Absolute Saint realm had brought a great change to his temper. If it was before, he would not have allowed these people to say so much. They would have come to disgust him. If you don't join the sacred mountain, we'll still include you in the Beast God Temple's camp. Then, the Xianxia of the Beast God Temple and the sacred mountain will come looking for you. Do you think there's a place for you in this vast world? The North Sky Saint Immortal sneered. He thought Li Zongjiu was a smart person, but now it seemed that he was not tactful at all. Do you think you're the only one with a mouth? You talk too much. Li Zongjiu glanced at the North Sky Saint Immortal. The North Sky Saint Immortal's body stiffened. At this moment, there seemed to be a strong force rushing into his body. The North Sky Saint Immortal struggled violently. The tyrannical elemental energy within Li Zongjiu's body instantly emanated outwards, and he was almost controlled by Li Zongjiu. You want to control me? The North Sky Saint Immortal didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be this strong. Just now, if it wasn't for his spiritual defense magic weapon to remind him, he was afraid that he would really be controlled by Li Zongjiu. Control you? That's not a bad idea. Originally, Li Zongjiu had planned to let the two of them leave and go their separate ways. However, the North Sky Saint Immortal's words reminded Li Zongjiu. Following which, Li Zongjiu's eyes also emitted a trace of evil charm. When Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up, the surrounding space seemed to have changed. The surrounding space seemed to have changed because of this, and a strong fluctuation swept out. Beikong Saint Immortal and Dongkong Saint Immortal were instantly on guard. Brat, you want to control the two of us with just your strength? Dream on. Naive. Donglai Saint Immortal snorted. He seemed to find Li Zongjiu's behavior ridiculous. He was simply overestimating himself. Since this boy has long wanted to defect to the enemy, we'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. We can't let this boy continue to be arrogant and bring disaster to the world. Donglai Saint Immortal is right. Beikong Saint Immortal nodded in agreement. At this moment, he naturally hoped to kill Li Zongjiu directly. After all, Li Zongjiu was still so young, but he was so powerful that he was already a threat. Naturally, they couldn't let Li Zongjiu continue to grow. Since he couldn't be used by the sacred mountain, he would definitely become a big disaster in the future. Immediately, the mind strength of the three sides collided in the sky above Fallen City. Boom! When the mind strength of the three collided, it seemed to form a terrifying vortex. In this vortex, there was a powerful force condensing. It devoured everything. The confrontation of the three's power was enough to destroy everything in front of them. But at this moment, it was under control in a very good environment. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand and pointed at the space in front of him. Buzz! Immediately, the space in front of them changed rapidly. It was enough to see that the environment in front of them had changed. In an instant, the three of them came to an extremely mysterious place. This was the hell world that Li Zongjiu had created. However, Li Zongjiu had also directly merged the power of this hell world together, forming an extremely powerful force. Break his realm. The surrounding power made the two saint immortals feel very uncomfortable. Immediately, they roared angrily and unleashed the power of their bodies instantly. At the same time, their Yuanli also turned into a giant beast at this moment. With the power of such a giant beast, they wanted to break through the barrier set up by Li Zongjiu. However, no matter how the two giant beasts collided, there was no movement at all. It was as if they had collided with the air. Li Zongjiu appeared in the sky with the matchless sword in his hand. Slash! The unparalleled sword crashed down. It seemed to be condensed with the power of sword qi, which was like rivers returning to the sea, as it fell with the sword qi. The two people below, as well as the giant beasts beside them, felt as if they had sunk into the depths of the sea. The power around them kept rolling and rolling. Rumble! The two giant beasts were severely injured. Under the sword qi, their bodies dissipated. After all, they were in Li Zongjiu's territory, so the strength of these two people was easily suppressed. How is this possible? East-coming sage immortal's eyes widened in shock. However, it was clear that Li Zongjiu's strength was something that East-rising sage had not expected. Immediately, a purple sphere of light condensed out from East-rising sage's hand. It was like a purple sun. Purple sun rises from the east. East-rising sage threw out the purple sun in his hand, which instantly destroyed the environment in front of him. It collided with Li Zongjiu's sword qi, and the power between them instantly dispersed in all directions. However, Li Zongjiu's body only warmed up a little under this sword, and then he attacked again. This time, the Northern Sky Saint Immortal also used his own strength to resist. Boom! In the space, the power of vibration kept spreading out. It directly caused the surrounding power to become extremely chaotic. It made the two people feel that they were not only dealing with one Li Zongjiu, but also three Li Zongjius at the same time. Evil Soul Eye. Li Zongjiu suddenly moved in front of North Sky Saint Immortal, and forcibly injected the power of the Evil Soul Eye into North Sky Saint Immortal's eyes. North Sky Saint Immortal was stared at by Li Zongjiu. His body instantly stiffened, and he did not move. Then, North Sky Saint Immortal reacted, and tried to break free from Li Zongjiu's control, but it seemed that he did not succeed. This was because Li Zongjiu's mind power was continuously pouring into North Sky Saint Immortal's body, as if countless mind chains were constantly binding North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power. He did not release it. When such power was condensed, North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power also felt incomparable pain and fear. North Sky. East Rising Sage seemed to see that North Sky Saint Immortal's situation was not good, so he immediately roared and rushed forward. Li Zongjiu was performing the mind control technique. For the time being, he could not free himself, and the unparalleled sword in his hand left Li Zongjiu's hand with a whoosh, and attacked East Rising Sage in front of him. Whoosh, the unparalleled sword qi was also extremely fierce. As he continued to attack, Eastern Arrival Sage Immortal could clearly feel the pressure. In the end, Hua Wuxuan's figure appeared. Both of his palms were swift and fierce, and with the power of both palms, they quickly enveloped East Rising Sage. Boom! 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 East Rising Sage was constantly forced to retreat. On the other side, Li Zongjiu also quickly completed the process of controlling. When his consciousness retreated, he could see that Li Zongjiu's eyes seemed to be shining. He directly sealed a wisp of North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power in the Evil Soul Eye. At this moment, North Sky Saint Immortal was completely under Li Zongjiu's control. North Sky, wake up quickly. East Rising Sage saw North Sky Saint Immortal's stiff body and knew that North Sky was now under Li Zongjiu's control. He immediately shouted anxiously. However, it was useless. Go, kill him. Li Zongjiu ordered. As soon as his voice fell, North Sky Saint Immortal moved and slashed at East Rising Sage with the sky-splitting slash. Unparalleled sword flew and fell back into Li Zongjiu's hand. North Sky, you're crazy. Wake up quickly. East Rising Sage was fighting with North Sky Saint Immortal while trying to wake North Sky up. Under the situation of 2 against 1, Li Zongjiu could still control North Sky. This showed how terrifying Li Zongjiu's strength was. If North Sky could not be woken up, he would be in real danger. Boom! Li Zongjiu took advantage of the gap and slashed down with his sword. Bang! East Rising was directly sent flying. A dignified Saint Immortal had actually been injured by Li Zongjiu. This was a great humiliation. East Rising Sage Immortal's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately clenched his fist and suddenly broke open a space crack behind him. Then, he went into the space crack. Li Zongjiu looked at East Rising Sage Immortal's disappearing figure and smirked. "You're dead meat. Go to the next level of hell and chase after him." Then, Li Zongjiu and North Sky both went into the next level of hell. Although absolute saints could move forward with the space storm, Li Zongjiu had already turned the space here into 10 levels of hell. Therefore, no matter how East Rising Sage Immortal tore the space, he could only move through Li Zongjiu's hell world. He would never be able to leave this place. Li Zongjiu had created the boundless hell technique. It was also because he had unconsciously relaxed that he had created this fighting style. East Coming Sage Immortal had gone through a lot of hardships to get out of Li Zongjiu's realm. However, when he landed, he suddenly realized that he was surrounded by a sea of fire. East Coming Sage Immortal had gone through a lot of trouble to tear the space apart. Naturally, he would not send himself to such a dangerous place. Hence, when he appeared, East Coming Sage Immortal realized that something was amiss. This place is still Li Zongjiu's realm. How many realms does Li Zongjiu have? East Coming Sage Immortal was shocked. Obviously, he was shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. He did not know where this guy came from, but he was so powerful. Whoosh! North Sky Sage Immortal's North Pole sword moved with sword chi and flew over from afar. Boom! An explosive sword chi swept over. It directly rushed to East Coming Sage Immortal. North Sky. The East Coming Saint Immortal was surrounded by the sword chi, and he struggled to break free. When he broke free, he found that the North Sky Saint Immortal was already in front of him. North Sky. Staring into Beikong Saint Immortal's eyes, Dong Lai Saint Immortal realized that Beikong's eyes were lifeless. There was no emotion in them. Even though they had cultivated together for hundreds of years, they were like strangers now. They didn't know each other at all. Li Zongjiu did not continue to fight with East Coming Sage Immortal. Instead, he returned to the fallen city. As for how long East Coming Sage Immortal could escape from the boundless hell, it was up to him. Plus, North Sky Sage Immortal was chasing after him. It was enough for them to play around in the boundless hell for a few years. It wasn't that easy to kill an absolute saint. What's more, Immortal Dong Lai was actually stronger than Wu Shui. If he wanted to kill him completely, he would need some means. Moreover, for Li Zongjiu, killing East Rising Sage Immortal would not bring him any benefits. It would be better to borrow East Rising Sage Immortal's strength to perfect his boundless power of hell. The advantages and disadvantages of each area would also be reflected. If he could successfully trap East Rising Sage Immortal in it, it would be a good experience. Li Zongjiu returned to Fallen City. Even from afar, he could sense a few terrifying auras sweeping across the horizon. In fact, he could even escape directly from the top of his head. Boom! Li Zongjiu felt that one of the auras was familiar. Interesting. Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly lit up. He then placed the unparalleled sword in the array and chased after the auras with a sway of his body. Boom! In the sky ahead, several ferocious forces were chasing after him. From time to time, terrifying collisions would break out. Heaven and Earth Trap. The figures who were chasing after him suddenly burst out with powerful yuan qi and locked down the area in front of them. With a boom, everything was locked down. The person who was running away instantly crashed into the sealed space of heaven and earth. Powerful fluctuations spread out, but his body was trapped in the same place, and there was no way for him to move. Let's see where you can run to. 5 figures surrounded a black-robed man. Although he was surrounded by 5 people, there was no panic in the black-robed man's eyes, only a hint of ruthlessness. A small carving knife appeared in his hand. He waved the carving knife gently in front of him, releasing a strong aura that gradually condensed the surrounding energy. The Blade of Destiny. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter it in such a situation. Hand over the Blade of Destiny. You're not from the human race. Submit to the Beast God Temple. With your strength, you'll definitely be promoted to an elder in less than 100 years and absorb the power of faith from millions of tribes. Why not? An old man with a pair of goat horns among the five tried to persuade the black-robed man. Although they had temporarily trapped the black-robed man, the five of them had suffered a lot when they joined forces to deal with him. Therefore, although they had trapped the black-robed man, they had to treat him carefully. Those who stand in my way shall die. The black-robed man said coldly and didn't respond to the old man's words. The murderous intent in his eyes was also quite fierce. Stubborn. Elder, just kill this man. A mere sage-to-be can fight with us to this extent. This man's talent is not bad. It's a pity that he can't be used by the beast god temple. No matter the price, we must kill you here. The old man with goat horns didn't hold back anymore. However, just as the five of them were about to attack, suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in the sky behind them. Then, a figure quickly appeared in front of these people. His body was wrapped in the power of lightning. He was holding a hammer in his hand. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, and you jumped out on your own. Li Zhongjiu naturally wouldn't forget the person in front of him. It could even be said that he was absolutely furious. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, he wouldn't have come here. Although he came here by accident and made a breakthrough, it was still a very dangerous act for Li Zhongjiu. It was Li Zhongjiu's business to achieve what he had achieved in such a dangerous situation. He could not thank this girl for it. What he really wanted to settle the score with her was that she had forced him and Qi Yan ran into this situation. It's you. Heavenly Demon Tribe Girl Tianyi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Seeing Li Zhongjiu appear here, Tianyi couldn't believe it. However, in the current situation, it didn't matter if there was one more Li Zhongjiu. It was just one more enemy. To Tianyi, she didn't actually want to kill Li Zhongjiu and the others. She just wanted to borrow the flying bird platform. However, it was obvious that this had crossed their bottom line. That was why they were hostile towards them. Now, there were 5 experts from the Beast God Temple present. How could they let Li Zhongjiu leave? This stupid Li Zhongjiu. Could it be that he couldn't see the situation in front of him? It was already like this, why did he have to jump out and die? Leave quickly. These people will kill you, Tianyi said in a low voice. Tianyi said in a deep voice. As for whether Li Zhongjiu would listen or not, whether he believed it or not, it had nothing to do with Tianyi. I thought it was a helper. Turns out it's someone who wants to kill you. Haha, little girl, if you join the Beast God Temple now, we can help you get rid of this kid. The old man with the goat horn sneered when he saw Li Zhongjiu appear. It was as if he had found an opportunity. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to buy Tianyi's heart. Swoosh, Tianyi responded to the old man with the goat horn by using the blade of destiny to open a crack behind her. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, before this crack could stabilize, it was forcefully sealed by an expert from the Beast God Temple. Do it. Don't let this human play tricks. Ying Tian, kill him. The old man with the goat horn ordered. In order to prevent Li Zhongjiu from causing trouble here, one of them had to deal with Li Zhongjiu first. Roger. The muscular man called Ying Tian also had a pair of steel-like wings on his back. Every feather on his wings was filled with penetrating power. At this moment, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. On the other side, the heavenly monster tribe girl Tianyi was also fighting with the other 4. If not for the power of the blade of fate in her hand, she would have been caught by the people in front of her. She already had the experience of fighting with the 5 of them. However, at that time, the 5 of them were only in the probing stage. In addition, they were extremely wary of the power of the blade of creation. Hence, they did not suppress her too much. But now, these people were here to take Tianyi's life and seize the blade of fate by force. Be careful, don't get stabbed by the blade of fate. The old man with the goat horn reminded. If they were stabbed by the blade of fate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knows, he might even be crippled. Even with their current strength, if they were to be pierced by the blade of creation, they would definitely be in a lot of trouble even though they would not die instantly. Due to the fear of the power of the blade of fortune, these people were also very careful in the battle. However, Tianyi was also in a state of suppression. However, Tian Yi's degree of ferocity was also beyond these people's imagination. As long as there was a slight opportunity, she would launch a crazy attack. Brat, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. Ying Tian laughed loudly, then suddenly attacked Li Zhongjiu. The wings on his back flapped, and his figure quickly swept towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom, the eagle claw in his hand had a terrifying power to break through the air, and it grabbed towards Li Zhongjiu's body. Li Zhongjiu looked at Ying Tian's attack with a disdainful smile. He grabbed the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Boom, the hammer hit the eagle's claw, forcing it to retreat. The other party grabbed his sharp eagle claw and grimaced. What kind of hammer is this? Ying Tian's claws were already indestructible, and he could easily crush anything that came into contact with them. At this moment, he was actually beaten back by Li Zhongjiu's hammer. This caused Eagle Sky to be quite shocked. At the moment of the collision, he felt as if his hand was about to be broken. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before. That's all you got? Li Zhongjiu's expression seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, he did not expect the people in front of him to be so weak. He thought that since these people in front of him looked so fierce, they should have some ability. However, he was greatly disappointed. How arrogant. You'll know how powerful I am when I tear your throat apart. Ying Tian roared furiously as the wings on his back began to rotate rapidly. A gust of wind was stirred up in the air. The gust of wind was like a thunderstorm, rolling towards Li Zhongjiu. The gust of wind contained an incomparably sharp aura. As it approached, Li Zhongjiu frowned slightly. However, Li Zhongjiu did not care about the power in front of him at all. With his chaotic body, it was extremely easy for him to walk through such a storm of steel. After blocking the terrifying storm with one hand, Li Zhongjiu smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand. Immediately, a wave of frightening strength swiftly spread across the space in front of him. Boom! The power that erupted from the black dragon hammer was extremely terrifying. It almost shattered the space in front of him. The shattered space rumbled and swept towards Ying Tian. Then, Ying Tian's body was swept away by the power. What? Ying Tian was immediately hit by the power. The power that hit Ying Tian was none other than Li Zhongjiu's fist. The fist directly penetrated Ying Tian's organs. A mere half-saint. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Li Zhongjiu could not help but say. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Tian. His calm words stunned Ying Tian. Before Eagle Sky could react, Li Qiya's expression changed. Li Zhongjiu's hand had already pierced into the other party's back, immediately tearing out the pair of wings. Whoosh, the wings on Ying Tian's back flew out with blood. Then, a few feathers fell to the ground. Eagle Sky let out a low roar of pain as the wings on his back were broken. Ying Tian immediately growled. Although Ying Tian's strength had not reached the level of a true absolute saint, he could still fight against a true absolute saint with his tough physique. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, he was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. You dare to touch me. Ying Tian's face was distorted from the pain. He had turned into a real eagle's head. When Li Zhongjiu heard that, he directly tore off the other half of Ying Tian's wing. This was extremely painful for the fallen clan. Compared to the pain of a human, it was like the pain of a broken arm. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu was quite ruthless. Ying Tian wanted to say something, but he could no longer say it. In the distance, the old man with the goat saw Ying Tian's miserable state and immediately came over. Not good, Ying Tian has been crippled by that person. Old Shi, quickly go and save him. Among the many people, one of them was a fallen clan expert who was proud of his defense. After hearing the order, he immediately roared and quickly returned to where he came from. He threw a punch at Li Zhongjiu. Boom! Li Zhongjiu also threw a backhand punch and collided with his opponents. The expert in front of him was called Old Shi. He had a rhinoceros horn on his forehead. Obviously, the latter's original body was similar to a rhinoceros. Moreover, the size of the opponent's fist was almost 2 to 3 times larger than Li Zhongjiu's. However, after the two fists collided, Old Shi realized that his fist seemed to have hit something incomparably hard. It was several times harder than his fist. He could clearly feel that his fingers were showing signs of breaking. What? Your strength is not bad, but it's still a little weak. The corner of Li Zhongzhou's mouth raised slightly. However, when Old Shi looked at Li Zhongzhou's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, Old Shi saw Li Zhongzhou's movement. He actually threw another punch at him. How could he let Li Zhongzhou have his way? Again, he fought with his fist. In the end, there was a bang. Old Shi's entire arm was hit by Li Zhongzhou and exploded on the spot. His bones and the like were instantly blown away. Of course, Old Shi was not someone to be trifled with. Fighting relied on the word ruthlessness. Moreover, Old Shi had a unique advantage. He directly hit Li Zhongzhou with the horn on his head. If Li Zhongzhou was stupid, he would directly hit the opponent with force. However, Li Zhongzhou was obviously not stupid. The black dragon hammer in his hand directly hit the incoming rhinoceros horn. Clang, Li Zhongzhou's hammer hit, and Old Shi instantly became dizzy. Of course, Old Shi's rhinoceros horn was not bad either. Although Li Zhongzhou's black dragon hammer was quite powerful, Old Shi's rhinoceros horn was not just for decoration. This was the first time he was almost knocked out in a head-on collision. However, Old Shi immediately shook his head and forcefully stabilized his body. My heavenly golden horn is indestructible. No matter how powerful you are, you still won't be able to break my heavenly golden horn. Old Shi immediately roared, as if he was angered by Li Zhongzhou. Of course, Li Zhongzhou did not give Old Shi any chance to show off. He directly held the black dragon hammer in his hand and swept it over madly again. One hammer after another fell. Until the fifth hammer fell. A crack suddenly appeared on Old Shi's heaven golden horn that he was so proud of. This immediately shocked Old Shi. At the same time, he felt quite frightened. What kind of rhythm was this? His heaven golden horn was actually broken. If this continued, it might really be broken by Li Zhongzhou. This natural ability was also Old Shi's unique trait. If he was directly broken by Li Zhongzhou, his future days would definitely not be easy. Old Shi hurriedly retreated. I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore. Old Shi's body retreated and his mouth kept begging for mercy. When the goat-horned old man heard Old Shi's begging voice, the other two people were shocked. They did not expect this kid who came out of nowhere to be so powerful. He defeated two experts in a row. Even Old Shi was beaten to the point where he covered his head and ran away, begging for mercy again and again. You think you can stop just because you say so? Li Zhongzhou did not come here to play house. What's more, these people in front of him were people from the Beast God Temple. Li Zhongzhou killed so many people from the Beast God Temple that it was impossible to reconcile in the future. The only way was to kill these people and eradicate the Beast God Temple, which was equivalent to solving the problem. Now that Li Zhongzhou finally met 5 people who were alone, how could he let them go? From the moment Li Zhongzhou arrived, he did not want to let these people leave alive. Myriad Thunderbolt. Li Zhongzhou raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and suddenly smashed down the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Old Shi's face turned deathly pale when he sensed the power of the lightning descending upon him. The rumbling power of thunder and lightning attracted the goat-horned old man. At the same time, Tiani found an opportunity to use the blade of fortune in her hand and quickly sent one of them flying. The remaining 2 people realized that they had underestimated Li Zhongzhou and Tiani. These 2 people looked very young, but in fact, each one was more powerful than the other. The human looked like he was in his teens, maybe even less than 20 years old. They did not expect him to have such powerful strength. Even the saint immortals in the sacred mountain could not have such strength to beat Old Shi like this. When the thunder and lightning fell, Old Shi was no longer arrogant. Under the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning, the heavenly golden horn on his head directly shattered. When the heavenly golden horn shattered, it was equivalent to his brain being split open. Therefore, Old Shi's body directly fell from the sky. He quickly fell to the ground. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. And the birdman who had 2 wings torn off, at this moment, no one knew where he went. He should have fallen directly. Fate Dragon Sparrow. Suddenly, in Tianyi's hand, in the sky, directly condensed a terrifying power with the blade of fortune. An extremely huge heavenly demon dragon sparrow emerged, and its huge body instantly entangled the goat-horned old man in front of it. The remaining person obviously could not pose a threat to Tianyi and Li Zhongjiu. Boy, quickly run. Once they transform, their strength will definitely increase by several times. You and I together will definitely not be a match for them. Tianyi's tone was still quite cold. Although she and Li Zhongjiu were in a state of hostility, after all, when they were in the Sky Suspension Mountain, they fought with their lives on the line. It was obviously impossible to sit down and have a good chat about the current situation. But today, if Li Zhongjiu hadn't appeared and held back the two experts of the opposing side one by one, and eliminated the two experts of the opposing side, Tianyi would not have a chance to escape. Therefore, after escaping, Tianyi also shouted at Li Zhongjiu, wanting to let Li Zhongjiu understand the situation and not be deceived by the current weakness of these people. In fact, the current state of these people was a relatively casual posture, and they even deliberately hid their strength. Now, if they really transformed, their power was still quite terrifying. It was not something they could resist now. Moreover, their moves might not be able to stop the strongest goat-horned old man. Escape? I am the great evil lord, Li Zhongjiu. Do I need to escape? Li Zhongjiu's face suddenly became arrogant, and he said with extreme disdain. Did he really think that he was a person who could give up everything for his life? Did he actually want the great evil lord to escape? Instead of dealing with the enemy, he was thinking of running away. This kind of thinking was simply too laughable. However, when Tianyi heard Li Zhongjiu's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in her stomach. What a shameless person. She was really forgetful. If it weren't for the fact that you had to touch that damn transmission array and wanted to escape, she, Tianyi, would not have fallen into such a situation. Now, she was still being chased to such a place. Otherwise, Tianyi would have already completed the mission of continuing her race. How could such a situation happen? For Tianyi, Li Zhongjiu also had a lot to do with her being chased. Even this debt should be settled with Li Zhongjiu. Since Li Zhongjiu refused to leave, Tianyi knew that time was running out. Hence, she decided to rush out and head towards the front. Boom. But Tianyi's figure rushed out not long ago. Logically speaking, this distance was enough for Tianyi to escape to a relatively safe place. She could even reorganize and then come back. But just as Tianyi was about to leave, where Li Zhongjiu was, 5 terrifying auras directly erupted one after another. Even the clouds in the sky had become blood red. Bloody wind and rain, extremely terrifying power was condensing. In front of Li Zhongjiu, 5 huge beasts appeared. These 5 behemoths had their feet on the ground and their heads in the sky. The clouds were only around their necks. Such a figure could be clearly seen even from miles away. Li Zhongjiu was surrounded by these behemoths. Interesting. You're finally getting serious. Li Zhongjiu naturally knew that these people had the ability to transform. However, the true transformation of the Absolute Saint Realm would increase their strength by many times. Even Ying Tian and Old Shi, who had been severely injured by Li Zhongjiu, had transformed into their true forms. Now, they had transformed into their true forms, and the injuries they had sustained earlier had already disappeared. Compared to such a huge body, the little injury caused to me just now was nothing. Roar. Ying Tian, who had transformed into a dark blood eagle, also roared at Li Zhongjiu. If the anger in his eyes could be spat out, it would at least stretch for tens of thousands of feet. It was obvious how much he wanted to tear Li Zhongjiu into pieces. The other rhinoceros was also standing on the mountain. Just this leg alone was like a real pillar that could hold up the sky. However, the heavenly golden horn on its head, which should have pierced through the mountains and rivers, sun and moon. At this moment, half of it was broken. At this moment, the heavenly golden rhinoceros also wanted to smash Li Zhongjiu into meat paste, then put him on the ground and trample him into meat paste. Its front feet kept digging on the ground. Because of this action, it directly dug the nearby soil into an extremely vast lake. Then, the lake was quickly filled with water. Such a huge commotion was all because of this huge body. There was also a goat. Just the beard of the goat alone was like a waterfall hanging high in the sky. Beside the goat, there were 2 more strange beasts. It was hard to describe, but in terms of appearance, they were similar to ordinary wild wolves. However, they had more sharp teeth. They were very wild. They trapped Li Zongjiu in front of them. It seemed that in the eyes of these 5 beasts, Li Zongjiu was just a very small fly that could be easily swatted to death. This idiot. Tianyi, who had already fled thousands of miles away, turned back and saw these huge beasts. When she saw the fallen tribe revealing their true forms, Tianyi knew that Li Zongjiu was doomed. This human was truly blindly arrogant. Whoosh! Tianyi actually rushed towards the 5 giant beasts again. She returned to Li Zongjiu's side. Li Zongjiu also looked at the heavenly monster tribe in surprise. You are a monster. Why did you run back? Li Zongjiu looked at Tianyi and couldn't help but say. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also very surprised that this Tianyi actually knew to come back after running away. Heavenly demon tribe doesn't owe favors, Tianyi said coldly. She didn't look at Li Zongjiu. Instead, she stared at the white goat in front of her. Except for this goat, the rest are all half-step saints. You block the 4 of them. I will deal with this goat. After that, we will fight our way out of this encirclement together, Tianyi said in a deep voice. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. Even if they had fought before and there were still some grudges between them. But now that the enemy was in front of them, there was no need to be so calculative. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, it wasn't something that could be solved with numbers. No matter how many people there were, they were all trash. What was the use? Then you go first. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry. Tianyi didn't understand what Li Zongjiu meant. Did he still want to leave alive? Immediately, Tianyi used the blade of fortune again. Although she didn't know much about Li Zongjiu didn't seem like a person who would throw his life away. In that case, she would cooperate with him and believe in Li Zongjiu for the time being. Boom! A power that shook both the past and present rose from the blade of creation. It was as if the heavens were a drum that was being beaten violently. Very soon, an extremely terrifying vibration could be heard from the drumbeats. As the voice faded, it was as if the sky had been knocked. Countless meteors and fiery rain fell from the sky, rapidly falling downwards. Boom! The white goat raised its head. It was the same move again. Bah! The white goat opened its mouth and made a sound. Apparently, it was giving an order. However, because it was an incarnation of its body, it couldn't speak human language. They could only use their own language to communicate. Who would have thought that this low roar would directly destroy the originally ferocious atmosphere? Although its body was extremely huge and terrifying, its voice was still as soft as a sheep's. It felt weird just listening to it. Following the white goat's order, 3 of the giant beasts attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. The remaining one fought with the white goat against Tianyi. Currently, Tianyi's cultivation was only equivalent to a sage-to-be. If Tianyi changed into her original form, she could directly reach the sage-to-be realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't reveal her original form. Because if she returned to her original form too many times, she would be unable to change her original form. If he wanted to change back, he would be even more unrecognizable. In the end, it would be difficult for him to change back into a human appearance. Naturally, she would lose the chance to change back into her original form. She would also lose many chances to change back into her original form. When such a situation occurred. Come on. Li Zongjiu raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and rushed towards the rhinoceros in front of him. The sky gold rhinoceros was unhappy. What was this guy trying to do? Why did he have to pick on me, a soft persimmon? Let's see who the soft persimmon is. Boom. This time, the sky gold rhinoceros was ruthless. It didn't care about the consequences and directly charged towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu smashed his hammer on the rhinoceros's head. Instantly, there was a loud noise. The sky gold rhinoceros's huge body was instantly sent flying backwards. When he was sent flying, the mountains, rivers, and plants on the ground were in trouble. Some of the mountains were directly razed to the ground. The trees were directly crushed into pieces. Even if you changed into your original form, your strength didn't increase by much. you can't do it. Not only did Li Zongjiu defeat the rhinoceros, he even humiliated the rhinoceros. It made the rhinoceros feel ashamed. Immediately, the sky gold rhinoceros turned around. However, it continued to attack and saw the dark blood eagle flapping its wings. It clawed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! This claw caused the wind and clouds to surge. As the claw descended, it seemed to have clawed a hole in the sky. Li Zongjiu waved the black dragon hammer in his hand, and the power of lightning surged. Rumble! The terrifying lightning energy seemed to have swallowed up the dark blood figure. The lightning was like a berserk figure as it rapidly swept across the dark blood eagle's body, churning and surging violently. The dark blood eagle was directly sent flying. Its belly fell to the sky. Although its body had changed a lot, its strength was not beyond Li Zongjiu's expectation. After all, his original body had just reached the absolute saint realm. The other figure was like a wild wolf, but the sharp teeth in its mouth were almost twice the size of its head. Under such an imposing aura, when the dark blood eagle was sent flying, the huge fallen wolf stabbed its sharp teeth at Li Zongjiu angrily. The surging power. Li Zongjiu was surprised. You have some skills. Li Zongjiu threw the black dragon hammer in his hand, and it hit the dark blood eagle's head, knocking it out. At the same time, Li Zongjiu grabbed the sharp teeth with both hands. Break! Li Zongjiu raised his fist and smashed down on the sharp teeth. Bang! His teeth were directly broken, and he fell from the sky like a sharp sword falling from the sky, piercing the sky and directly penetrating a mountain below. The fallen wolf howled in pain after its teeth were broken by Li Zongjiu. Mountain flipping golden seal. Li Zongjiu used the mountain flipping golden seal and smashed the fallen wolf's head into the ground with a loud bang. When the fallen wolf's head was deeply embedded into the ground, it was difficult for him to pull his head out even when he was flipping his body. Hammer! Li Zongjiu opened his palm, and the black dragon hammer flew from afar into Li Zongjiu's hand. Raising the black dragon hammer in his hand, he summoned obsidian lightning from the sky. He fell towards the fallen wolf. Boom! The fallen wolf's head was instantly blasted into pieces by this terrifying thunderbolt. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A large group of the fallen race had fallen. Roar! The heavenly gold rhino also stood up. He finally regained the ability to move and immediately rushed toward Li Zongjiu in a frenzy. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu's hand seals were flying. Buddha palm. A 7-storied pagoda descended from the sky. It directly broke the heavenly gold rhino from its waist. As the heavenly golden rhino ran, it was also forced to fall to the ground. Its flesh and blood gushed out like a waterfall and fell to the ground. The dark blood eagle also flapped its wings. After it got up, it realized that its two companions had been killed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu must be in a frenzied state. Then, the dark blood eagle saw that the situation was not good, so it directly flew away. It did not even want to take revenge for the humiliation from before. Right now, the most important thing was to protect its own life. As for the white goat and the other fallen divine beast, it was up to fate whether they could survive or not. Anyway, the dark blood eagle had already made up its mind to escape. Space seal. Li Zongjiu casually waved his hand. Li Zongjiu was actually able to use the spatial sealing technique that the goat-horned old man had used before. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also good at this kind of technique. He only needed to see it once to know how to perform it. The dark blood eagle was trapped in the space that Li Zongjiu had sealed. Immediately, it was very anxious. In the end, it actually burst out its life skill, wanting to directly shatter the sealed space in front of it. However, in the space after it was broken. However, a blood-red dragon figure descended from the sky. The dragon claw clasped the dark blood eagle's neck. The 5 claws pierced into the dark blood eagle's flesh and directly lifted its head. The pitiful dark blood eagle was beheaded just like that. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had already killed the 3 fallen giant beasts. The blade of fate in Tianyi's hand also became more powerful. At the same time, it also chopped off the head of the other fallen giant beast that came to assist. Originally, Tianyi wanted to trap the 2 of them and then break out of the encirclement with Li Zongjiu. In her opinion, that was not a difficult thing to do. However, when Tiani looked back, she realized that Li Zongjiu had easily finished the battle. He had killed the other 3 fallen giant beasts. Then, she changed her strategy. Today, she had to kill the 2 fallen giant beasts. After all, these people had been chasing her for a long time and wanted to snatch the blade of fate in her hand. Naturally, she could not let these people go back alive. Now that there was a chance, she had to kill them. The goat transformed by the goat horn old man had the ability to swallow clouds and spit out fog. With a slight movement, it released clouds of poisonous gas. It made the surrounding environment look like it was in a fog. Tiani transformed the man of fate into the power of the wings behind her. Boom! Tiani rushed out of the foggy environment with the help of the wings of fate behind her. When she rushed out, he also saw that the white sheep was charging towards Tiani with its horns. Tiani stepped on the goat horn. However, the speed of the opponent's attack made Tiani unable to attack at all. The wings behind her could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Bang! Tiani was directly sent flying. Her figure flew tens of thousands of meters in the sky, breaking through countless clouds. In the end, she slowly came to a stop. You are dead for going against the beast god temple. She did not expect the goat to be able to speak when it transformed into its original form. No wonder it was a true absolute saint. The other fallen giant beasts could not master this ability. Li Zongjiu rose into the sky. He looked at the fallen giant beasts in front of him as if nothing had happened. You don't have to worry about me. Die in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu stepped on the golden dragon. The golden dragon's huge body instantly spread out. His current size was several times larger than when he had fought with Tiani. Naturally, his strength had also increased correspondingly, making him even more powerful. The blood dragon roared, and as its huge body twisted, it instantly swept towards the white goat. The 2 giant beasts collided, exploding with terrifying fluctuations. The blood dragon rolled, trying to turn the fallen giant beast's body around. However, the fallen giant beast's 4 legs were like mountains. In addition to its powerful aura, it was not shaken by the blood dragon. In the end, the blood dragon bit the fallen giant beast's neck. The fallen giant beast's body crashed to the ground. At this moment, the golden dragon turned into a ray of golden light. Boom! The consecutive heavy injuries made the fallen giant beast retreat. The power that Li Zongjiu's 2 original spirits exploded out was not weak at all. After the fallen giant beast was forced to retreat, it also struggled to escape. It turned out that Li Zongjiu had not been serious from the beginning. Now that he was serious, there was no longer any hope. At this moment, there were already many huge wounds on the white sheep's body. Under the attack of the 2 Dragon Clan original spirits, the fallen white sheep couldn't resist at all. Although it wanted to break free, the more it fought, the weaker its strength became. It didn't have enough strength to break free. At this moment, Tiani flew back from afar. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to kill the white sheep so easily. He didn't even need to do anything himself. Just the original spirits were enough to deal with the white sheep. However, Tiani could clearly see that Li Zongjiu's strength had made a great breakthrough. Before this, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran teamed up to deal with Tiani. It was extremely difficult for them. However, in just a few months, Tiani's strength had improved greatly. Li Zongjiu had such a powerful breakthrough and change. It was unimaginable. Rumble, finally, the white sheep died under the entanglement of the golden dragon original spirit and the blood dragon original spirit. It was easily torn into pieces. It didn't even have a chance to escape. At the level of the absolute saint realm, it was naturally easy to kill those below the absolute saint realm. However, Li Zongjiu seemed to have mastered the means to kill absolute saints. After a few exchanges, he easily defeated these people. He was almost an invincible existence. Of course, Li Zongjiu's strength was much stronger than these people. That was why he could kill them so easily. It seemed reasonable for Li Zongjiu to kill the 5 fallen beasts. After all, Li Zongjiu had enough strength to kill them. Initially, he wanted to test the skills of these people, but he didn't expect that even after transforming, these people were still so weak. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu lost interest and killed them all. Tianyi looked at Li Zhongjiu with a shocked expression. She didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to be so powerful. Tianyi thought that Li Zhongjiu had a breakthrough in the sacred martial realm, so it was normal for his strength to increase. However, she didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to be so powerful that he could kill the 5 fallen beasts. Obviously, even if Tianyi didn't come back to help Li Zhongjiu could easily kill them all. Tianyi's action was a little unnecessary. Li Zhongjiu took back his black dragon hammer. Li Zhongjiu put away the corpses of the fallen beasts. There was still a 10,000 slaughter sword lying in his hell world. He could use the blood of these fallen beasts to nurture the myriad slaughter sword in his hand. Now that I've settled their score, it's time to settle our score. Li Zhongjiu came back this time to find trouble with Tianyi. Tianyi was the one who did such a thing. Li Zhongjiu certainly had to teach Tianyi a lesson. How do you want to settle it? Tianyi's mouth glinted coldly. Since Li Zhongjiu didn't need her help at all, it was equivalent to her walking into a trap. She didn't expect to walk into a tiger's mouth after leaving the wolf's den. This made Tianyi quite helpless in her heart. However, an enemy was an enemy after all. Even if she knew someone else, their attitude was still the same. If he didn't let her live, it would only make things difficult for everyone. The heavenly demon dragon Sparrow was not so cowardly. Originally, you were going to die, but since you still have a little conscience and know to come back, I can spare your life for the time being. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Although the other party was a girl, Li Zhongjiu didn't have much mercy in his eyes. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself, especially now that the heavenly demon dragon Sparrow's strength hadn't improved greatly. The blade of destiny in her hand was also at the same level as Qi Yanran's green bird platform. Qi Yanran didn't even use the green bird platform as skillfully as the blade of destiny. It could be seen that the other party's strength was even more terrifying. She might have limitless achievements in the future. If he allowed such an enemy to grow, he would be the unlucky one in the end. However, Li Zhongjiu saw that the other party had turned back and didn't leave. This was a bit of loyalty. Li Zhongjiu considered sparing her life. Evil Lord's character was so unpredictable. Tianyi didn't say anything. She continued to wait for Li Zhongjiu's next words. Tianyi knew that with Li Zhongjiu's character, he wouldn't let her have an easy time. Even if he made some demands, Tianyi might not be able to humbly satisfy them. Since you wanted to snatch the green bird platform last time, I'll fulfill your wish this time. Hand over your blade of destiny. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. As expected, Tianyi's eyes shone with a cold light. Tianyi would never allow anyone to snatch the blade of fate from her. The blade of fate in her hand was the inheritance of the entire heavenly monster tribe. If it was snatched away, it would be tantamount to severing her inheritance. Don't even think about it. Tianyi refused without hesitation. If he wanted to snatch it away by force, the only way was to fight to the death. It seems like you still don't understand the current situation. Li Zhongjiu shook his head as a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Let's fight. Tianyi wasn't afraid. In her heart, she had already decided to fight to the death. If he wanted to snatch the blade of destiny, there was only one outcome, and that was to kill her. All right. Then I'll send you on your way. Li Zhongjiu took out the black dragon hammer. Li Zhongjiu was very interested in the blade of destiny. Since he was interested, he would take it and admire it. Tianyi never thought that Li Zhongjiu would let her go so easily. Even Tianyi herself had a firm determination. She had to rely on herself for everything. As the last person of the heavenly demon tribe, it wasn't easy for Tianyi to survive until now. In order to protect the blade of destiny in her hand, she had gone back and forth between life and death several times. Therefore, Tianyi would never give up. However, Li Zhongjiu's strength was unprecedented. In his hands, the 5 giant fallen beasts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were easily killed. If it were her, she might have had a similar effect. Li Zhongjiu was about to attack. Suddenly, he sensed a message from the unparalleled sword in the fallen city. His face suddenly changed. You're courting death. Li Zhongjiu immediately gave up attacking Tianyi. He turned around and rushed towards the fallen city. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's speed was beyond Tianyi's imagination. With such speed, how terrifying was Li Zhongzhou's strength? However, why did Li Zhongzhou suddenly leave? This made Tianyi a little confused. However, since the troublesome Li Zhongzhou had left, Tianyi didn't need to stay here. Otherwise, if Li Zhongzhou came back, she would lose such a great opportunity. Tianyi didn't hesitate and fled in another direction. In the sky above Fallen City, the infernal hell flower bloomed continuously. Hua Wushuang appeared in the unparalleled sword. He was using his spiritual energy to activate the array around him to stop a person. The person was stepping on the clouds. He held the waterfall spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointing downward, and the terrifying power of a waterfall poured down crazily. Rumble. The water fell on the infernal lotus array and absorbed the power of the infernal lotus array. One could see that Hua Wushuang was doing his best. In the city below, there was another person who was currently defeating Jiang Bai and the others. It was Shen Wu, who was severely injured but had regained consciousness. When Shen Wu woke up, he found that his eastern arrival Sage Immortal and northern Sky Sage Immortal were not nearby. Even that damned brat Li Zhongzhou was nowhere to be seen. Shen Wu immediately felt that something was definitely wrong. He wanted to leave immediately and take Yu Luo to treat her injuries. However, he was stopped by the unparalleled sword. He was completely trapped in the city and couldn't leave. Shen Wu had no choice but to release a signal and summon his father, the Guardian Duke of the Great Wu Dynasty. As the Guardian Duke of the Great Wu Dynasty, as long as his opponent wasn't a Saint Immortal, he could fight them. Moreover, the waterfall spear in his hand was made with the materials of the sacred mountain. He might be able to reach the Saint Immortal realm in the future with the help of the waterfall spear. Hua Wushuang's strength hadn't recovered yet, and he was suppressed by the power of his attribute. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for him to break into Fallen City. You're just a sword spirit. Shen Tianlu stared at Hua Wushuang with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He never thought that Hua Wushuang, who was so powerful, was just a spirit. If I can refine a sword, I'll be able to reach the absolute saint realm. Shen Tianlu was tempted. This time, he was really tempted. How could he not be tempted by such a powerful peerless sword in front of him? He had been stuck in this realm for many years and had not been able to make any progress. Now that he finally had a chance to make a breakthrough, how could he give up just like that? If he wanted to break through now, he would have to borrow the power of the outside world. In other words, he had to combine it with his own origin energy to achieve a true breakthrough. Although the waterfall spear in his hands was top-notch, it was still an inanimate object. If he could obtain this unparalleled sword, it would be an opportunity for Shen Tianlu to change his fate. Shen Tianliu's eyes were filled with excitement. The waterfall spear in his hand instantly surged with power. Boom, power surged out. It was as if the water of a great river had descended from the sky and covered the sun. Qi. Qi. Qi, an extremely strong steam phenomenon appeared in the sky above the fallen city. However, with the appearance of this steam, Hua Wushuang's strength was also rapidly draining. The other party was going all out, wanting to directly exhaust Hua Wushuang's strength. Oh no, the power of the unparalleled sword is about to be exhausted. Jiang Bai and the others were seriously injured. Even if they were to face a severely injured Shen Wu, they would still be no match for him. However, the unparalleled sword urgently needed their help at this moment. Li Zhongzhou's whereabouts were unknown. However, he should be in a situation. Otherwise, he would have appeared by now. In such a critical moment, they naturally had to step forward bravely. Otherwise, once they were in danger, they would become useless if they relied on others to help them. Therefore, under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan were also fighting with their lives on the line against Shen Wu. As long as they could take down Shen Wu, the people outside the array would naturally not dare to act rashly. Go! The two women once again climbed up from the ruins and suddenly rushed toward Shen Wu. Boom! Shen Wu also waved his hand casually and two waves of energy blasted the two women away again. The gap between our realms is like the gap between an ant and a god. How can you overcome it? Shen Wu said faintly. There was a sense of supreme glory in his tone. Just as Shen Wu was about to kill the two of them, a cold light flashed past. Boom! The unparalleled sword instantly pierced through Shen Wu's body. Bang! Shenwu knelt on the ground. The sword piercing through his heart made Shenwu feel as if he was struck by lightning. Puff! Shenwu spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this sword strike wasn't fatal. Shenwu was also wearing a top-notch inner armor, which protected his vital points. Jiangbai flipped over and stood up again. Finally, she was able to get close to Shenwu and directly tied him up. Chu Yanguan also used Yuanli to suppress Shenwu. Chu Yanguan's strength gradually surpassed Jiangbai's. After all, he had received many pointers from Qi Yanran before. The two of them worked together to trap Shenwu. The tip of the sword was hanging above Shenwu's head. The two of them stared at the sky again, trying to threaten Shen Tianlu. However, Shen Tianlu only glanced at them. How dare an ant try to fight against a holy master? Shen Tianlu sneered when he saw this. Then, he suddenly released the power in his hand. Boom! A stream of water power directly shook outside the array formation. Even though there was a barrier between them, it still easily sent the two of them flying. Bang! Bang! Jiangbai and Chu Yanguan were sent flying once again. Both of their injuries were already very serious. How dare you hurt my child with a mere demonic sword? I'll refine you today. Shen Tianlu knew that there was no time to lose. He immediately took an elixir and recovered 50% of his Yuanli. Then, he released the remaining 50% of his Yuanli. The tyrannical power instantly broke Hua Wushuang's formation. At the same time, his body suddenly stretched forward and grabbed Hua Wushuang's neck. How about that? No matter how strong you were when you were alive, you can only become a ghost under my hands now. Shen Tianlu laughed when he captured Hua Wushuang. It was as if victory was already in his hands and he could already see the light of victory. However, just as Shen Tianlu was about to use his Yuanli to devour Hua Wushuang, suddenly, Shen Tianlu felt a chill on his back. It was as if something terrifying was staring at him. Ever since he became the great Wu's guardian duke, it had been a long time since he had felt this way. Only when the oppression from an extremely strong existence was full of hostility, would he feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. It made him rather fearful. Who's there? Shen Tianlu shouted. The Yuanli in his body instantly exploded. Immediately, a terrifying power spread out in all directions. Boom! You must be tired of living. A cold voice rang out behind Shen Tianliu's ear. However, how could someone get close to him so easily? This must be an illusion, it was mind power. Shen Tianliu's body stiffened as well. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move at all. The power around him was as cold and merciless as 10,000-year-old ice. It directly froze Shen Tianliu's bloodline. Every breath he took was extremely bone-piercing. It was as if sharp ice blades were scraping his body. Shen Tianlu was alarmed by the clear pain he felt. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Shen Tianlu broke out in a cold sweat, and then opened his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. The scene in front of him also returned to normal. He saw a young man in a black robe in the air, standing not far away from him. He was holding the unparalleled sword, which originally belonged to him, and seemed to be saying something to the unparalleled sword. My sword. No one is allowed to touch it. Shen Tianlu saw that his weapon had been taken away by someone who had come. In his rage, he did not care about anything else. In the entire sacred martial realm, only a few divine immortals from the sacred mountain could surpass him in strength. As for the others, he did not care at all. There was nothing to talk about. Let's fight. Once I kill you, I'll know who's the real master here. Waterfall flow. Shen Tianlu suddenly raised the waterfall spear in his hand. At this moment, it was like 1,000 miles of cold light, directly descending on Li Zongjiu. The power of this cold light alone was enough to easily destroy a city. There was no suspense. However, Li Zongjiu did not dodge the power that was descending on him. He just stood there, as if he was going to let his opponent attack him. Boom! All the cold air condensed in front of Li Zongjiu, but did not get close to Li Zongjiu. It seemed to be blocked by a strong force. Shen Tianlu saw that his attack had been forcibly blocked by Li Zongjiu. His heart skipped a beat. How could he have such a strong aura? How could this be? Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh amidst the tide. You call yourself a celestial master? This is your strength? Li Zhongjiu said calmly. Shen Tianlu was shocked. He calmly received the attack. However, whether he was really calm or just pretending to be calm, he would only know after a few more attacks. Let's see how long you can pretend. Shen Tianlu bellowed as the waterfall spear in his hand shot towards Li Zhongjiu. It seemed to have turned into a water dragon as it surged towards Li Zhongjiu. The originally clear sky had now turned into a huge wave in the deep sea. Thousands of layers of huge waves rolled up, and in an instant, Li Zhongjiu felt like he was about to be swallowed whole. Is this the ultimate move you're so proud of? Li Zhongjiu stared at the river-turning flood dragon in front of him. The light on the unparalleled sword gradually surged. When the opponent rushed over, Li Zhongjiu took advantage of the opportunity to swing the unparalleled sword in his hand. The sword chi instantly slashed the body of the flood dragon. Boom! The flood dragon was instantly torn apart. It exploded on the spot. Shen Tianliu's strongest attack had been directly broken at this moment. Shen Tianlu was immediately severely injured. The backlash of the origin energy in his body also made Shen Tianlu realize that he was no match for the person in front of him. If he continued to fight, he would only die. The only way was to escape. As an expert, he knew how to protect his own life and prevent himself from dying so early. There was only hope if he was alive. Even as the Great Wu Dynasty's duke, he had to be alive to be a Great Wu Dynasty's duke. If he died, he would be nothing. However, would Shen Tianlu be able to escape just because he wanted to? Li Zhongjiu waved his hand casually, and a force directly trapped Shen Tianlu in this space. The spatial confinement force from all around made Shen Tianlu feel powerless. It seemed that he was still in this free environment, but in fact, he was completely trapped. The terrifying confinement around him made Shen Tianlu unable to move at all. There was no chance for him to escape. Who are you? He finally realized the gap in power between himself and Li Zhongjiu. Immediately, Shen Tianliu's eyes released a ray of fear. There weren't many people who could reach this level of cultivation, and those who could easily restrain him were few and far between. So who was Li Zhongjiu in front of him? Could it be that Li Zhongjiu was a newly promoted Saint Immortal? My Shen family and East Rising Saint Immortal are old friends. Your Excellency, please let me go for East Rising Saint Immortal's sake. Shen Tianlu immediately began to beg for mercy. In his opinion, there was nothing shameful about this. Although Li Zhongjiu looked young, he was very powerful. If he did not surrender, only death would await him. What was so shameful about surrendering to an expert? East Rising Saint Immortal? Bull*T. Li Zhongjiu directly slapped out across the space. It felt like bullying to deal with a person who had not even reached the absolute saint realm. However, Li Zhongjiu liked to bully people. Shen Tianlu, didn't you use your strength to do whatever you want here? Now, I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. Li Zhongjiu's palm directly hit Shen Tianliu's body, and he was instantly sent flying. Shen Tianlu fell toward Fallen City below. Boom, he crashed into a house, and the surrounding ground immediately collapsed. Shen Tianlu was like a cannonball that directly smashed into the ground. The surrounding dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Li Zhongjiu's body landed on the ground. He gently flicked his finger, and two figures on the ground were lifted up. They were Chu Yan and Guanjiang, who were seriously injured. Although they were seriously injured and seemed to be hanging on to their last breath, Li Zhongjiu directly injected a strong wave of origin energy into their bodies. With Li Zhongjiu's current cultivation, there was no one he could not save. After injecting origin energy, Chu Yan and Guanjiang's injuries were healed, and they regained their strength. When they saw Li Zhongjiu, they were pleasantly surprised. Senior, you've worked hard. Naturally, Li Zhongjiu could tell what the two of them were doing. Immediately, he gave each of them an elixir. It was a grade 9 elixir. Even for Supreme Being experts, it was a precious elixir. Even if Li Zhongjiu casually gave out elixirs, some Supreme Being experts would not be able to obtain it even if they spent their entire lives pursuing it. Jiang Bai and Guanjiang looked at the elixir in their hands. Although they did not know the specific grade of the elixir, they definitely knew that the value of the elixir in their hands was absolutely immeasurable. Opportunity. This was a real opportunity. As long as they obtained this opportunity, they could at least speed up their breakthrough and speed up their cultivation. It would save them a few decades of hard work, or even hundreds of years. The opportunity that Li Zhongjiu had bestowed upon him was this powerful. He glanced at Shen Wu, who was in a half-dead state. Li Zhongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. He gently waved his hand and led Shen Wu to his front. Then, he injected a stream of origin energy into Shen Wu's body. Shen Wu's body was immediately saved. It was as if he had received a life-prolonging elixir, and he instantly woke up. "It's you, Li Zhongjiu." When Shen Wu woke up, he looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. Then, he saw Li Zhongjiu pull out a person from the ruins. It was Shen Wu's father, the great Wu Empire's Duke Shen Tianlu. Shen Wu's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Li Zhongjiu, if you dare to touch my father, you will become an enemy of the great Wu Empire. There are hundreds of heavenly masters in the great Wu Empire, and they are enough to destroy you tens of thousands of times." Hearing Shen Wu's threat, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be afraid and stopped his actions. Seeing this, Shen Wu's eyes were slightly surprised. Now he knows fear. "If you let him go now, I can spare your life. But in the future, you must serve my great Wu dynasty. In that case, not only will you not have to die, I can also guarantee that you will live a life of luxury," Shen Wu said. No one knew where his confidence came from, but he actually wanted to subdue Li Zhongjiu. Even if there was a plate of peanuts last night when he was drinking, he shouldn't have been so drunk. Either his injuries had recovered, but his brain couldn't be saved. "You're saying that you'll let me live and give me a life of luxury, right?" Li Zhongjiu asked. He took a serious look at Shen Wu, who was in front of him. Even until now, this child probably still doesn't know where the two Saint Immortal Realm experts who had just arrived have gone. "That's right, my great Wu dynasty can let bygones be bygones." Shen Wu seemed to have recovered from his injuries, and there was a trace of spirit in his eyes. He couldn't help but say, "Sai, you're so stupid. I really don't know what to do with you. It's too boring to kill you directly." Li Zhongjiu really couldn't do it. What was the difference between this and killing a pig? "You can go. Where's your father?" "I won't kill him for now." "Didn't you say that you have hundreds of heavenly masters? Call them all over." Li Zhongjiu suddenly wanted to play. Since this kid was so confident, how could Li Zhongjiu not let him feel his own strength? If he directly killed him now, how boring would that be? "What did you say? Are you courting death?" Shen Wu was immediately angry. What did this kid mean by saying such words? "You don't understand?" Li Zhongjiu flicked his finger, and a wave of energy instantly broke one of Shen Wu's legs. Bang, blood splattered, and flesh was badly mutilated. One of his legs was blown off. Shen Wu didn't even have time to react as his body fell to the ground. It took him a few seconds to realize what had happened to his body. "My leg. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Shen Wu's face was covered in blood, his veins bulging. Blood splattered from their mouths. There were flames of anger in his eyes, but what he felt more was the pain of having his leg broken. His leg had been directly blown off. How much pain had the latter suffered? He wished he could tear Li Zhongjiu into pieces. "I'm worried that the king of the great Wu Empire won't believe your words, so you can bring your father's hand back with you," Li Zhongjiu said as he removed one of Shen Tianliu's hands. He threw it to Shen Wu. The dignified guardian duke of the great Wu dynasty had his arm ripped off just like that. Shen Tianlu, who was unconscious, seemed to feel the pain coming from his body. His body immediately trembled. But he never woke up. Well, just you wait." Shen Wu held Shen Tianliu's broken arm and stared at Li Zhongjiu with eyes full of death. After memorizing Li Zhongjiu's face, he turned around angrily. "Not only the fallen city, but also your countries will be reduced to ruins. Scorched earth." Shen Wu threatened Jiangbai at the same time. "Hey!" Suddenly, a voice called out to Shen Wu. Chu Yanguan appeared in front of Shen Wu with a dagger in his hand. Then, he stabbed the dagger in his hand into Shen Wu's chest. "I'm returning this to you." Chu Yanguan was quite ruthless when he attacked. It could be said that Shen Wu had never expected this dagger to stab down. Before he left, he was stabbed with a dagger. Bitch, just you wait. Shenwu did not dare to stay any longer. He memorized Xu Yanguan's face. After he went back and found reinforcements, he would settle the score with these people. He did not even plan to save Yu Luo, who was seriously injured and fell to the side. The most important thing now was to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continued to stay here, he would definitely be treated more harshly. These women might even stab him again. Shenwu was an expert of the primitive emperor realm. But he did not dare to face these crazy women. The only right thing to do was to escape first. Even in Shenwu's heart. If he left quickly now, it would be to save his father. He did not want to escape at the last minute. Therefore, with this thought, Shenwu ran faster and faster. What Shenwu was piloting was also a type of flying boat. It quickly flew in the direction of the Great Wu dynasty. After Shenwu left, Li Zongjiu also twisted Shen Tianliu's head. He threw Shen Tianliu's body aside. He did not want to keep this person alive. Jiangbai glanced at Shen Tianliu's head. Jiangbai was very clear about this person's identity. After all, this person was the Duke guarding Duke of the Great Wu dynasty, the leader of the Great Wu dynasty's heavenly masters. The leader of many heavenly masters had fallen to such a state. Senior, the Great Wu dynasty's strength is not simple. Don't worry. No matter what dynasty comes, I will finish him. Li Zongjiu waved his hand disdainfully. Now that Li Zongjiu's strength had broken through to such a realm, it could be said that he was fearless. In the end, the sacred martial realm had fallen to its current state. These so-called great nations were basically all responsible for it. They had done nothing and compromised for the greater good. The only one who had a backbone was also killed by these people. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not mind dealing with these disappointing people. Li Zongjiu naturally couldn't care so much about things like harming the common people. However, Li Zongjiu felt unhappy and wanted to come out and take care of it. Evil Lord's temper was like this. Therefore, Jiangbai and Xu Yanguan could not figure out what Li Zongjiu meant. However, Li Zongjiu did not intend to explain to them. When the two girls reached his strengthened realm, they would naturally understand. There was no need to ask so many questions. Basically, they could do whatever they wanted. Li Zongjiu then continued to nurture the unparalleled sword. Hua Wushuang had been fighting continuously recently and could be said to have recovered with great difficulty. In the end, such a consumption occurred. If this continued, it would be a great loss for Hua Wushuang. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also kept the unparalleled sword in his blazing hell. It would take a long time to nurture it. On the other hand, Jiangbai and Xu Yanguan were worried. With the strength of the Great Wu dynasty, they will definitely reach the city in less than 2 days. It's good that they're here. I'm going to kill this group of cowards with my own hands. Xu Yanguan hated these people. He could not wait to kill them directly, but he was annoyed because he was not as strong as Li Zongjiu. The Beast God Temple. The huge ancient pagoda was moving at an extremely slow speed from a huge formation. More than 10 elders of the Beast God Temple followed closely behind. However, they were all discussing the Beast God Temple. Although they were currently summoning the Beast God Temple with all their might, they would still have to take some time out to solve any problems they encountered. Forget Chuan, Gu He, the heaven demons that you two are in charge of seems to have suffered a lot of losses recently. Go and bring back this young man called Li Zongjiu. Don't kill him. After a round of discussion among the elders, someone finally spoke. His body was facing the front, but his voice was directly behind him, stretching out continuously. The void began to distort. Then, 2 burly figures appeared behind the elder. They first performed a solemn salute to the Beast God Temple in the sacred land, then bowed to the elder in response. Yes, sir. These 2 were the highest leaders of the heaven demons. Forget Chuan's true form was a 10,000-year-old flood dragon with a vicious and dark personality. Meanwhile, Gu He was a 10,000-year-old river god. The so-called river god was just a title. If he revealed his true form, he would look more like a snapping turtle. Moreover, he had the power to overturn rivers and seas. The Heaven Demons Division. Forget Chuan was the leader, and Gu He was the deputy. In fact, the two of them had not led the heaven demons for a long time. They were both extremely powerful existences. Now, the sacred martial realm's situation was set. The remaining humans were also struggling at death's door. They did not dare to make any moves. Under such a stable situation, the two of them could be said to have gone into seclusion to cultivate. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, an unknown young man would appear and cause great damage to the Beast God Hall? Not only that, but the Beast God Temple's fallen army had also suffered heavy losses. Many of the territories that they had conquered in the past had been directly taken back. All of this was because of this Li Zongjiu. Forget Chuan and Gu. He originally thought that an enemy of this level did not require them to take action. It was only when Shuiyu was killed that the situation became serious. Now, the elders could no longer sit still. They wanted the two of them to take action and capture Li Zongjiu alive. Although it might be a little difficult, in the eyes of the two, it was not a big deal. If this Li Zongjiu didn't know what was good for him, then he would cripple him first before bringing him back. Even if they wanted to capture Li Zongjiu alive, they would not let Li Zongjiu off so easily. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, the Tian Sha duo did not bring any more people with them. The rest of the people were just a bunch of trash. There was no point in bringing them along. He might as well do it himself. Great Wu Dynasty. As the only remaining 5 great nations, the current Great Wu Empire could be said to be at its peak. Even when it was defeated by the Great Yan Empire back then, it had also reaped many benefits. Therefore, the Great Wu Empire had developed to a certain extent. It could be said that he had taken advantage of the situation. Now that the Dao nation was flourishing, it could be ranked in the top 3 among the 5 great nations. Just the number of heavenly masters in the nation had exceeded 120, every heavenly master in the nation was a supreme being expert. If any of them were placed in the Xingwu continent, they would be able to rule over a region and dominate half of the Xingwu continent. If these 100 or so heavenly masters attacked together, the Xingwu continent would probably be blown to smithereens. Of course, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Although supreme being experts were not weak, there were still forces in the world that could obliterate them. Even Li Zongjiu, who was at the peak of 9th grade supreme being in his previous life, did not act presumptuously in the world. Otherwise, he would definitely be obliterated by many of the rules of the world. The situation was not necessarily a good thing. When Xinwu returned to the Great Wu Dynasty in a sorry state, the entire Great Wu Dynasty was extremely shocked. Shenwu was the son of the Great Wu Dynasty's Duke Shen and a disciple of the Sacred Mountain's Sacred Immortal. With such a status, there were not many people in the entire sacred martial realm who could compare to him. Even with such a noble status, there were still people who did not give him any face. Shenwu was seriously injured to such an extent. One of his legs was broken and he was stabbed in the body. Although these injuries were not fatal, such a ruthless attack was obviously not giving him any face. Shenwu was then treated. When the Great Wu monarch heard the news, he actually went to visit him personally. If he did not take good care of him, it would be troublesome if the Duke Shen led a rebellion. Therefore, it was necessary to appease the people below. However, when the Great Wu monarch came to inquire about the situation, Shenwu actually took out the arm of the Duke Shen, Shen Tianlu. He explained the situation to the Great Wu monarch. The Great Wu dynasty was furious. Someone actually dared to do such a thing to the Duke Shen of the Great Wu dynasty. If I don't know who is behind this, I will definitely not let them go. The Great Wu monarch immediately summoned all the heavenly masters in the nation. He personally led the team. If anything happened to the Duke Shen, he would definitely let the world know that when the Great Wu dynasty was angry, the world would tilt. The sun and the moon would change colors, the top warship of the Great Wu dynasty. The Tianwu ship, it could be considered the top warship in the sacred martial realm. If the Tianwu ship's firepower were to explode at the same time, it would be enough to kill a heavenly master in less than 3 minutes. If 10 ships were to attack at the same time, it would only take 3 seconds. It would be enough to kill a supreme being expert. Currently, the Great Wu dynasty had directly mobilized 20 Tianwu ships. The mighty formation broke through the sky. Even when they were attacking the fallen army, the people of the Great Wu dynasty did not necessarily dispatch Tianwu ships. They also did not have such a lineup. When facing their own people, they were as fierce as before. However, when facing outsiders, they were quite cautious. It was extremely despicable. When fighting their own people, they were naturally quite unyielding. However, when facing outsiders, real enemies, they would still choose to preserve their strength. It was really a pity. Fallen City. Jiangbai was originally prepared to go to Suishan City to gather people to repair Fallen City. However, Li Zongjiu said that it was not necessary. After all, in front of experts like them, the city was indeed as fragile as tofu. It was completely useless. Therefore, it did not matter much to them whether to repair it or not. Destroying it was just a matter of a moment. Jiangbai thought about it and agreed. However, the prosperity of Fallen City was no longer there. However, Li Zongjiu asked Jiangbai and Chu Yanguan to help him dig a small fish pond so that Li Zongjiu could fish. Although Li Zongjiu looked like a child, Li Zongjiu was already more than 3,000 years old. He should be at the age of fishing now. He used to be obsessed with alchemy. Now that his cultivation had increased, he had actually become a person who loved to raise fish. With their strength, it was easy for them to dig a small fish pond. They finished it in half a day. Chu Yanguan and Jiangbai were not far behind Li Zongjiu. They were refining the pill that Li Zongjiu had given them. The overbearing effect of the pill did not explode in their bodies directly. Instead, it felt like it was accumulating in their bodies. As they cultivated, they could absorb the effect of the pill faster and integrate it into their bodies, forming a stronger power. Moreover, the two of them also discovered that if they were to train within a radius of a few dozen meters around Li Zongjiu, the speed and efficiency of their training would be even faster. Thus, the two of them simply sat behind Li Zongjiu to cultivate. Naturally, they were also doing their best to restrain their auras. They could not disturb Li Zongjiu while he was fishing. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu might have directly thrown the two of them to feed the fish. On the evening of the second day after Shenwu left, the clouds in the sky were especially dazzling. When Li Zongjiu saw the sunset, he was slightly moved. He immediately flew to a high place and sat on a mountain peak to watch the sunset. Speaking of which, the most suitable place to watch the scene was Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu had been out for a long time. The concept of time was not very clear to him, but Li Zongjiu estimated that he had been out for more than half a year. Although he had broken through to the absolute Saint realm, it was still very far away for him to return to the Xingu continent. Even if I'm in the absolute Saint realm, I'm definitely not at my peak. Li Zongjiu could clearly feel that his realm was helping him to come into contact with a more complete cultivation path. This feeling was very difficult to describe with words. It was as if the path was a circle. Now, Li Zongjiu was stepping on the circle and had begun to draw a more complete circle. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had a deeper understanding of the cultivation realm. He also understood that there must be more powerful existences that surpass the Xingu continent and the Xingu realm. Such a vast power of heaven and earth. The path of cultivation was not so simple. Boom, just as Li Zongjiu was admiring the beautiful sunset and his mind was filled with thoughts, a few terrifying sound waves suddenly came from the clouds in front of him. When they appeared in front of him, a cold glint appeared in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Huh? Boom, 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 the Tianwu ship broke through the sky. It was a spectacular scene. It was as if 20 heaven-devouring beasts had appeared. Jiangbai and Chu Yanguan, who were in Fallen City, were shocked when they saw the Sky Marshal boat. It's the Tianwu ship of the Great Wu. It's a top warship. Chu Yanguan had seen the Tianwu ship before. Back when the Great Yan country was destroyed, the Sky Marshal boat had appeared. At that time, the people on the Sky Marshal boat had actually watched the Great Yan country perish and had even taken a lot of things. They were in cahoots with each other. They were truly despicable. Chu Yanguan gritted his teeth when he saw such people. However, the two women's cultivations were unable to breathe under the mighty aura of the Tianwu ship. A strong sense of oppression fell from the sky. The two women's auras were suppressed in their bodies and could not be released. They were still able to stand on the spot because they had recently made a breakthrough in their cultivation. If all the Sky Marshal boats locked onto the two of them, death would be the only outcome for them. What a powerful aura! The two women clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Was this the strength of the Great Wu? Is this the legendary Tianwu ship? If only one Tianwu ship had been sent here, my battle of time would not have been destroyed like this. It's all because of these people. They made my battle of time suffer such a disaster. Jiangbai was rather angry at the inaction of the Great Wu Empire and the other upper nations. As a nation, they shouldn't expect others to come to their rescue all the time. In the face of such a catastrophe, it was natural for these people to take action. 20 ships. The Great Wu dynasty must have brought most of the heavenly masters from the upper nations. Chu Yanguan could not help but feel nervous. After all, although the Great Wu dynasty was annoying, they were powerful and were indeed a terrifying existence. It was not easy to contend with the Great Wu dynasty. In the eyes of others, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I wonder if Senior Li Zhongjie will be able to teach them a lesson. Both of them were looking forward to Li Zhongjie's performance. They were looking forward to Li Zhongjie showing off his invincible prowess and beating up the people in front of them. Only then would they feel better. However, the two of them were not worried about Li Zhongjie's life. In their opinion, even if they could not defeat the other party, it would not be difficult for them to escape. The mountain where Li Zhongjie was located was immediately surrounded by 20 Tianwu ships. At the same time, all the weapons on the Tianwu ships were aimed at Li Zhongjie. Who is Li Zhongjie? Hurry up and send the Great Wu Duke back. If even a strand of hair is missing, I will destroy you. The Great Wu country ruler appeared with over 100 heavenly masters behind him. They released their auras at almost the same time. In an instant, the sky changed color. It was as if the sky was as thin as a piece of paper. It could not withstand the aura of these people and was about to be torn apart at any time. However, Li Zhongjie had yet to make a move. Then, he heard the sound of a wave coming from the void. The Great Wu country ruler and the others were shocked. When he saw the situation clearly again, he felt a surge of energy rushing towards the Sky Marshal ship. Boom! One of the Tianwu ships exploded in the sky. The Tianwu ship, which was expensive and could withstand the might of an upper nation heavenly master, exploded in the sky. The Great Wu country ruler and the others did not realize what had happened. After the first ship exploded, the second ship also exploded. Boom! In the end, the 20 Tianwu ships exploded in the sky almost at the same time. They were like giant fireworks that bloomed in the sky above Fallen City. Jiangbai and the others stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. These heavenly martial arts could be said to be of the highest level of craftsmanship in the sacred martial realm. They actually exploded in the sky in such a way. Who did it? Li Zhongjie? Was this the strength of Senior Li Zhongjie? Of course, it was not Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie originally thought that the fighting strength of these sky martial boats was pretty good. Therefore, he wanted to quickly plunder a few of them and bring them to Luoxia City. Although Luoxia City's strength was already considered to be at the pinnacle of existence. However, it wasn't strange to prepare more powerful forces and powerful secret weapons. After all, who knew if some terrifying monsters would fall from the sky one day, and then there would be another fierce battle and slaughter. If Li Zhongjie had such a top-notch warship, he wouldn't have cared how many of them there were. However, just as Li Zhongjie was about to make a move and force these people to hand over their sky martial boats, a voice suddenly rang out. Who would have thought that there would actually be two figures who would have destroyed these Tianwu boats before Li Zhongjie could? Li Zhongjie knew that these people wanted to attack in advance, but Li Zhongjie didn't stop them. He just looked at these people and waited for them to do something. Now, he could see it clearly. It should be the people from the Beast God Temple. They just happened to be here. In the sky above, flames were constantly exploding and churning. Two figures were also illuminated by the countless flames. The appearance of these two figures did not place the Great Wu Empire's heavenly master in their eyes. Instead, they stared straight at Li Zhongjie. Who dares to destroy my Great Wu Heaven Martial Arc? The monarch of Great Martial Kingdom seemed to be very angry. Of course, he would be very angry when encountering such a thing. No one could tolerate such a thing happening. In order to properly display his strength and convince Li Zhongjie, it could be said that he had gathered all the experts of the Great Wu Empire. Who would have thought that they would all be eliminated in an instant? This was simply going too far. Most of the Supremes weren't injured by the explosion. After all, they were Supremes, so the explosion of the Sky Martial Arc wasn't able to injure them. They were all nimble and knew how to defend themselves. Over 100 figures hovered above the void. One of them reached out and waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying fluctuation in front of him. The flames and smoke in the surroundings were also easily wiped away. Immediately, everyone saw clearly who was the culprit who had done this. The person who had attacked them was right in front of them. Furthermore, his back was facing them. Wang Chuan turned around to look at the person behind her. "I don't want to kill you today." Scram. Wang Chuan immediately waved her hand. It would be a piece of cake for the river of forgetfulness to kill these people. There wasn't even a single absolute saint. Even if all of them worked together, it would only take a single slap to kill them. Impudent. How dare you speak such nonsense in front of the great martial kingdom's ruler? A grand martial heavenly master couldn't bear to watch any longer. He actually wanted so many supremes to scram. Did he really think that no one would be able to deal with him? Look at how arrogant these people were. They simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great martial kingdom's ruler wasn't a very bright person. With so many experts following behind him, and the top experts of the great martial kingdom were all here, it could be said that this was a display of extremely high combat strength. With so many experts here, they could do whatever they wanted no matter where they went. As long as they didn't go to the sacred mountain, they could even destroy the fallen army. "You have guts." Wang Chuan immediately sneered. However, her attention was still on Li Zongjiu. "You must be Li Zongjiu. Come with us, and you still have a chance to live," Wang Chuan said. Though he didn't like to talk. The cloak behind him was like the waves that were billowing. It looked quite strange. "I am." Li Zongjiu nodded. "We will decide whether to go with you or not. Now, I'm going to settle the account with you. Those airboats and battleships that I liked just now have been damaged by you. Therefore, you have to compensate me for it," Li Zongjiu said seriously. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. However, after careful consideration, they realized that there was something wrong with it. Although you took a fancy to other people's warships, they still belonged to them. How could you ask for compensation? Moreover, you even went to the Beast God Temple's Sky Demon leader to ask for compensation. Did you feel a little guilty? Wang Chuan and Gu He both smiled slightly. The light that was emitted from his eyes also contained a trace of mockery. "I've already said that we can just do it. The elder only said that we want them alive, but not intact," Gu He immediately said. After all, in his opinion, this Li Zongjiu was a little too tactless. Therefore, in Gu He's heart, there was nothing to talk about with a fool like Li Zongjiu. The many experts of the Great Wu Empire behind him were all unhappy. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to ignore us? Do you really think we're invisible? I think you're tired of living. Everyone, take the heads of these two people for me, and use it to promote the power of the Great Wu Empire." The Great Wu Empire's emperor was also heroic for a moment, as if he was ready to release the glory of the Great Wu Empire across the entire world. "Let everyone kneel down under the power of the Great Wu Empire. These flies are too noisy." Wang Chuan waved her hand behind her. Gu He turned around, and in the next moment, his figure turned into a wave of light, hiding his figure in the void. At the same time, when he reappeared, there was a terrifying light. Boom! Gu He directly swept hundreds of Supreme Being experts into a terrifying wave of water. None of these experts could escape. It was as if they were swept into a whirlpool, and it was difficult to extricate themselves. Boom! The Great Wu Empire's emperor's figure was outside the wave. Outside, he also looked at this scene in a daze. Then, Gu He gently turned his hand, and those Great Wu heavenly masters who were swept into the wave all exploded at this moment. Boom! 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 One by one, their bodies exploded on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a simple matter for an absolute saint to kill these so-called Great Wu heavenly masters. Among them, even a 9th-grade Supreme Being couldn't withstand such an attack. A rain of blood fell from the sky above the fallen city. Jiang Bai and Chu Yan held up their umbrellas and looked up at the scene in front of them. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the mysterious expert in front of them made a move, and then wiped out hundreds of Supreme Being experts of the Great Wu Empire. They were all wiped out. In fact, this level was far beyond the level of an instant kill. Erasure was just a casual swipe of the hand and your life would be gone. This was the true meaning of erasure. The great martial monarch still had 2 lackeys by his side. It wasn't because Guhi couldn't kill them, but because he felt that it was good to leave these people alive. Looking at the astonished and shocked expressions on their faces, it felt pretty good. At least it felt pretty good in his heart. The monarch of Great Wu and the others were completely stunned. What kind of situation was this? Were they all killed? My Great Wu's hundreds of heavenly masters are all dead? The monarch of Great Wu was dumbfounded. He even felt that he was dreaming. How could someone be so strong? Why did they have to encounter such a thing at this time? Monarch, they're all dead, all dead. The 2 lackeys beside him also felt their legs go soft. They didn't know how they managed to keep their lives, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to kill them, it would be a simple matter. They probably just found it interesting, so they left their lives here. They were really vicious. They actually wanted to play with their lives and let them live without dignity. It was really too vicious. They wanted to kill them. In fact, Guhi and the monarch of Great Wu didn't treat them as humans. They only treated them as a few bugs that could be squashed with a wave of their hand. They didn't have any other intentions. It was too easy to kill these people. Now, have you made your decision? Forget Chuan asked. It would be best if this matter could be resolved easily. However, if Li Zongjie was stubborn, then they could only take action. With their current cultivation, they were always thinking about breaking through. They were almost immersed in cultivation every day. Therefore, they didn't want to do anything else. This time, if it wasn't for the elder calling them out, the 2 of them wouldn't have taken action personally. Letting Li Zongjie take the initiative to surrender would at least guarantee that Li Zongjie wouldn't run away. It would be hard to catch him then. Being able to kill Shuiyi. It was enough to prove that Li Zongjie was not weak. We have another debt. When you killed people just now, you dirted my city. Now, if you don't clean it up, you can forget about leaving. Li Zongjie said slowly. The black dragon hammer appeared in his hand. A trace of lightning flashed on the black dragon hammer. Rumble. It was as if there were thousands of steeds galloping at full speed. Just a simple display of strength was enough to show that he possessed extraordinary strength. Let me. Guhi growled. In the next moment, he also instantly moved. It was as if a monstrous wave had formed, and it swept towards Li Zongjie furiously. Boom! As the wave surged forward. Immediately, they surrounded Li Zongjie. Before they even got close, Li Zongjie could already feel their power lingering around him. Keep! Li Zongjie directly summoned the power of hell and sucked Guhi into the world of hell. He also summoned East-coming Saint Immortal and North Sky Saint Immortal to deal with Guhi. East-coming Saint Immortal was trapped in the boundless hell. Although only 1 or 2 days had passed in the outside world, in reality, it felt like tens of thousands of years had passed in the boundless hell. Any normal person wouldn't be able to withstand such an endless cycle in the boundless hell. Therefore, Li Zongjie easily subdued and controlled East-coming Saint Immortal. Since they were going to attack the Beast God Temple, Li Zongjie thought that it would be better to prepare more experts. When the time came, it would be very useful to send them to their deaths. Guhi was sucked into the boundless hell by Li Zongjie. Then, the 2 human race Saint Immortals greeted him warmly, which was enough to make Guhi happy for a while. Guhi, who was originally very powerful, was subdued by Li Zongjie in the blink of an eye. Even Forget Chuan herself was a little surprised. The monarch of Great Wu country saw that the person who had just killed hundreds of Supreme Being experts was also taken away by Li Zongjie with a wave of his hand. What kind of battle was this? It was so terrifying. In a fight between experts, would they be able to take someone away with just a wave of their hand? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. However, the monarch of Great Wu country and the others didn't dare to speak or even run away. They, who were in an extremely tense situation, seemed to have realized that they were not at the same level as Li Zongjie and the others. To be able to capture Shen Tianlu and cut off one of his arms, he must be in the absolute saint realm. However, their habitual thinking told them otherwise. There were only a few saint immortals in the world, Therefore, Li Zongjiu couldn't be in the Saint Immortal realm. Otherwise, he must have used some kind of despicable means to deal with Shen Tianlu. Now, their army had arrived. Naturally, Li Zongjiu's despicable means would be destroyed. Could it be that he could deal with so many people directly? Despicable means were nothing in the face of absolute power. Very well, you are qualified to make me attack. Forget Chuan seemed to be ready to attack. A silver-white long spear appeared in her hand. There seemed to be clouds surging on the long spear. With a wave of the long spear, a piece of blue sky fell. Such a strong power to kill the sky. She wouldn't attack easily, but once she did, she would break the sky. Swoosh! Forget Chuan waved the long spear in her hand. Immediately, a terrifying power swept towards Li Zongjiu. Although she didn't know what kind of means Li Zongjiu had used to make Gu He disappear, Forget Chuan believed that Li Zongjiu's actions were basically seeking death. If it was too easy, it would be broken. The black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand also exploded with a crazy power of lightning. Boom! The lightning intertwined in the sky to form a huge net. When they saw this scene, everyone could clearly feel the terror of the power. The monarch of Dao and the others kept retreating. With such a power of lightning, even a light touch would definitely turn them into ashes. Was this the power of the Saint Immortal realm? The monarch of Dao and the others were shocked. These people were worthless in the face of such power. They could be easily killed. As long as they came into contact with the power and were slightly affected, they would be obliterated. With Li Zongjiu's strength, they wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu and show off the strength of Dao. It was simply stupid. The monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others were naturally stunned. However, Wang Chuan was also very surprised. After all, Wang Chuan had come into contact with the experts of the human race and had fought with them before. However, Li Zongjiu in front of her was so powerful that she had not felt it for a long time. Boom! The lightning net fell directly downward. The power of the lightning net made Wang Chuan feel as if her body was being burned in a pot of oil. Immediately, a ray of light flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes. Following which, scales began to appear on the surface of his body. When the scales appeared, Wang Chuan's body also settled down under the power of the lightning pool. If you want to break through my defense with your lightning power, you are far from being able to do so. Wang Chuan shouted. Then, she waved the long spear in her hand. Suddenly, a sky-shattering power came violently. The space in front of her was also directly slashed apart. A terrifying force whizzed out from it. The monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others were forced to fall from the sky into the fallen city. Just a moment ago, they were still clamoring to destroy the fallen city. Now, they were hiding in the city. When the monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others saw Jiang Bai, they were shocked. However, they did not put the two girls in their eyes. Could it be that the two girls could pose a threat to them? However, they did not dare to touch the two girls. Firstly, it was meaningless. Secondly, if the two girls were very important to Li Zongjiu and were bullied by them, then Li Zongjiu would have to get back at them. With Li Zongjiu's violent temper, if he really dealt with Wang Chuan, it would be easy for him to deal with them. At least, when facing Li Zongjiu, they could still negotiate a little. Moreover, the one who killed so many heavenly masters of the great martial kingdom was not Li Zongjiu. The enmity between the two sides did not need to be so great. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was right there. If it was not a big deal, they could just bear with it. After all, harmony breeds wealth. Sometimes, it was just like this. When one met someone with a slightly more stubborn temper, one would directly admit defeat and not dare to say anything. Naturally, one would not fuss about things that could be forgiven. Moreover, he had to think in his heart that he shouldn't be targeted by others. That was the best way. The battle between Li Zongjiu and Wang Chuan had already changed the color of the sky and earth. Moreover, one could clearly see that the surrounding spatial energy had already become distorted following the eruption of the two's power. From the distorted space, one could see traces of a destructive storm forming. These destructive storms were actually formed by spatial undercurrents. Even absolute saints would die if they encountered them. They could barely hold on for a few minutes, but they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If a supreme being was caught in this destructive storm, they wouldn't even be able to find their physical body within half a second. Such terrifying power was also unleashed by the two of them. It was truly terrifying. That person can actually travel through this destructive storm. Someone beside the great martial kingdom's monarch exclaimed. With their level of power, they could naturally recognize this destructive storm. However, after seeing it now, they were extremely shocked because Li Zhongzhou's figure seemed to be ignoring the destructive storm. He came and went as he pleased within the destructive storm. Moreover, when he waved the black dragon hammer in his hand, the light of a dragon's claw seemed to emerge. In the end, after a series of exchanges, there were actually a few wounds on Wang Chuan's body. Even a few of the scales on her body were directly shattered. Fresh blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. Soon after, Forget Chuan also pulled away from Li Zhongzhou. Staring at Li Zhongzhou, who was in front of him, the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. No wonder so many people have been defeated by you. Even the elder has asked me to personally capture you. You are indeed very difficult to deal with. Li Zhongzhou was most annoyed by these people. They obviously could not defeat him and had to think of another way, but they still had to say a few words to ease the atmosphere. If they really had absolute confidence in defeating Li Zhongzhou, they would have already done it. They had to wait until now. Moreover, they still had to say some words to cheer him up. These were all signs of lack of confidence. That was why they had such behavior. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou did not respond. He just looked at the other party quietly, waiting for the other party's next move. Wang Chuan did not expect Li Zhongzhou to be so straightforward. Then let's do it. The clothes on her body were shattered. At the same time, Wang Chuan's figure also instantly changed. Boom! A huge figure rose into the sky. Even the lightning net in the sky was shattered by a powerful aura at this moment. 9 Abyss Sky-devouring dragon, the black scales on the dragon's body flickered with cold light. When it appeared, it brought with it a gust of fishy wind. The fishy wind seemed to corrode the surrounding space, and even the destructive storm in front of it. It was forced back little by little under the devouring power of this dark force. It gradually disappeared. Originally, Li Zhongzhou had relied on his figure to constantly launch surprise attacks on the River of Forgetfulness under such circumstances. However, the River of Forgetfulness now had sufficient strength to suppress this destructive storm. It was equivalent to Li Zhongzhou losing his advantage. In addition to Wang Chuan's powerful strength, it was enough to destroy Li Zhongzhou. Sky-eroding chi. Wang Chuan's figure surged into the sky. She swung her tail fiercely. The power around her quickly surged. An extremely cold aura instantly wrapped around Li Zhongzhou. It completely wrapped Li Zhongzhou. He was trapped and could not move. Li Zhongzhou frowned slightly. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, let out a loud laugh from afar. Haha, Li Zhongzhou, you are dead. My sky-eroding chi can only be removed by a saint venerable. With your cultivation, only death awaits you. Wang Chuan was already waiting for Li Zhongzhou to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After all, the elder's request was to bring Li Zhongzhou back alive. He absolutely did not dare to disobey the elder's orders. If he angered the elder, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Only by doing this well could he have a way to live. Or, he could break through the legendary Saint Venerable realm. What was the Saint Venerable realm? Li Zhongzhou did not know, but Li Zhongzhou realized that he was soaking in this evil power. His body actually felt a kind of comfortable feeling. He could clearly feel it. The so-called heaven-eroding power was an extremely evil power. If it were anyone else, they would probably be instantly devoured by the heaven-eroding energy. It would be difficult to resist. However, Li Zhongzhou's physique was very different. His physique was originally different from ordinary people. Later, when he was in the Chaos Bell, it was refined by the chaotic energy and became the chaotic body. At this moment, Li Zhongzhou was actually absorbing the heaven-eroding energy around him. Ancient Golden Tyrant Body Art. Li Zhongzhou did not forget to circulate his mental cultivation method and absorb the heaven-eroding energy around him into his body to refine his physical body. His physical body was also refined to a relatively strong state. Forget Chuan was originally prepared to wait for Li Zhongzhou to be completely refined. Her heaven-eroding energy was an innate ability that came with her, not something that she cultivated. Even in the fallen god realm, her heaven-eroding energy could be ranked in the top 10 of the power rankings. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu definitely did not have the strength to resist this move. However, after waiting for half a day, Forget Chuan did not see any changes on Li Zhongjiu's body. She could even see that this kid had actually entered a state of cultivation under the trapping array that she had set up. Are you kidding me? What's going on? This guy is actually absorbing my heaven-eroding energy. Forget Chuan's huge eyes were also filled with shock as she looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was wrapped in her energy. He was actually not affected by the heaven-eroding energy until now. Instead, it was being absorbed by Li Zhongjiu. Even in the fallen god realm, she had never seen such a terrifying existence that could directly absorb her energy and absorb the heaven-eroding energy. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Forget Chuan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't believe you're invincible. As the leader of the Sky Fiends, how could Wang Chuan be frightened by Li Zhongjiu's strange move? He never dared believe that someone could absorb the power of the sky erosion, and it was the kind of unlimited absorption. Even if Li Zhongjiu could absorb the energy, it must be because he had some kind of treasure on him. That was why he could absorb a certain amount of energy, but it was only temporarily sealed away. It didn't mean that it was directly refined. However, after Li Zhongjiu absorbed it for a while, he realized that his evil lord's body was no longer as curious about the heaven-eroding power. It seemed that this power was not as mysterious as the legends said. Therefore, he gradually lost interest in it. Moreover, it seemed that the other party no longer had any other moves. After a long time, there was still no movement. But in reality, Forget Chuan was already doing her best. Is that all you've got? Li Zhongjiu could not help but sigh. He seemed to be very disappointed in Forget Chuan. What? Forget Chuan's face became extremely ugly. In the next moment, she saw Li Zhongjiu reach out his hand, and a terrifying spear of the sky erosion was condensed in his hand. Moreover, the long spear formed by the heaven-eroding power contained a trace of chaotic power. Go! Li Zhongjiu casually waved his hand, and the long spear in his hand was flung out. As the long spear swept out, it seemed to have quelled all the chaos in the world. The long spear was extremely fast, and it could even be said that it was dozens of times faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Forget Chuan. Even with the power of the 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon, it had no way to dodge the spear that was flying towards it. You're attacking me with my power? 1 inch the 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon's heart was full of disdain. Did he not know where this power came from? With such power, he rushed in front of it. At first, the 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon did not take it seriously. He even thought that Li Zhongjiu was wasting his energy. However, in the next moment, the long spear directly pierced through him. The chaotic power was like a terrifying torpedo that rushed into his body, and then began a real bombardment. Bang! 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 The 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon only felt that his body seemed to be rapidly collapsing at this moment. Boom! His body fell rapidly from the sky. Before the 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon could react, the sharp pain had already spread throughout his body. His mind was blank, and there was no other feeling. So this was the feeling after being severely injured. The 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon had not suffered such a serious injury for a long time. It had been at least 1,000 years since he had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm, and he had never suffered such a serious injury. It was as if a huge steel fork, surrounded by sharp blades, had pierced into his body. It began to spin and churn crazily. His body was easily minced into a pile of useless mud. Boom! The 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon's body fell from the sky. After Li Zhongjiu made his move, he only used this one move to deal with the River of Forgetfulness. When the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom and the other two saw Li Zhongjiu's beautiful counterattack, they were shocked. Li Zhongjiu was even more shocked. It was obvious that Li Zhongjiu had even more power and techniques up his sleeves. Just now, he suddenly felt that things weren't going to be fun anymore, so he directly took action and killed his opponent. So terrifying, at this moment, the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom recognized him. When the 9 Abyss heaven-eroding dragon's body appeared, the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom had already guessed it. The leader of Beast God Temple's sky demons, the real sky demons, even when they attacked the Great Yan dynasty, the leader of sky demons did not even personally take action, and he had already destroyed the Great Yan dynasty. Only the 7 Saint Immortals of the Saint Mountain had once joined forces to fight with the leader of sky demons. Later on, it was said that they were evenly matched. At least, the 7 Saint Immortals did not suffer much damage. As for whether they managed to defeat the other party, it was even more unknown. Now, the leader of sky demons. He had directly fallen in the hands of this young man in front of him. The funny thing was that he had wanted to kill this young man in front of him. It was a little too ridiculous. But now, the situation of the Great Wu dynasty was almost the same. It had been destroyed. So many heavenly masters had been killed by the people of the Beast God Temple. The Great Wu dynasty had completely fallen. It would become a powerless dynasty. The power and status that they enjoyed now would soon be devoured. This made the monarch of Great Martial Kingdom feel like his heart was dead. No, if my Great Wu dynasty still wants to grasp this last chance of survival, it can only be Li Zhongjiu, Heavenly Master Li. The monarch of Great Martial Kingdom's eyes suddenly lit up. Just a moment ago, he had brought people to challenge Li Zhongjiu and even wanted to completely crush Li Zhongjiu. However, in the blink of an eye, he was already thinking of how to beg Li Zhongjiu to protect him. The huge corpse of the 9 Abyss Heaven-devouring dragon fell to the ground. Li Zhongjiu's figure returned to Fallen City. Until now, the other Gu he had been wandering in this boundless hell for quite some time. He was constantly being mobilized. Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry. Gu He's physique was rather special. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Wang Chuan's, if he could stimulate his potential in the future, he would be a very scary guy. He wanted to keep the 9 Abyss Heaven-devouring dragon alive, but he was careless when he attacked him just now. Therefore, he killed him. Since he was dead, then so be it. It didn't matter if there was one more or one less. Li Xianxia. I'm the monarch of the Great Wu dynasty. I failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive me. The Grand Martial Kingdom's monarch had a humble expression on his face as he bowed in front of Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the monarch of the Great Wu dynasty indifferently. Is there anything you need from me? Li Zhongjiu asked. He then asked Jiang Bai and the other 2 to cut off some of the key parts of the 9 Abyss Heaven-devouring dragon. After all, Li Zhongjiu was a god-grade alchemist. The body of the 9 Abyss Heaven-devouring dragon was a good material for refining medicine. Of course, he could not waste it. Otherwise, it would be a sin. I've offended you before. Please forgive me, Lord Saint Immortal. The Emperor of Great Martial Country saw that he had been neglected, but he did not seem to care at all. What kind of status did the other party have? Of course, he would not be so polite to the other party. If he was so polite to the other party, what would happen? Therefore, the monarch of the Great Wu dynasty understood that strength was everything. You don't have to call me Saint Immortal. That name doesn't suit me. Just call me Evil Lord. Li Zhongjiu said without hesitation. Evil Lord. Evil Lord, so be it, Evil Lord. You can call me whatever you want. Yes, yes, Lord Evil Lord. Previously, I heard that the traitor of my Great Wu Empire, Shen Tianlu, had offended you, Lord Evil Lord. Therefore, I specially came forward to capture this guy and await Lord Evil Lord's punishment. So, you're not here to cause trouble for me? Li Zhongjiu glanced at the monarch of Dog Country. His skin was really thick. No wonder he could become the monarch of this country. As for the 2 subordinates of the Great Martial Kingdom's ruler, they felt as though they had lost all their dignity. They slowly turned around and no longer spoke. It was extremely humiliating. Although the Great Wu dynasty's heavenly masters were not killed by Li Zhongjiu, it was still a fact. However, it was also related to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu clearly had the ability to save them, but he just stood by. This was equivalent to murdering them in disguise. If Li Zhongjiu had heard these people's thoughts, he would have immediately twisted their heads off. They were really scheming. Of course not, Lord Evil Lord. What are you talking about? We have specially come to pay you a visit. The monarch of Dao country was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Li Zongjiu was still able to continue the conversation. He thought that there was definitely a chance. That was great. He had also heard that Li Zongjiu seemed to be very interested in the Sky Marshal ship. The monarch of Dao country hurriedly took out a ship ring. The ship ring in his hand was none other than a Sky Marshal ship, although 20 Sky Marshal ships had been brought out this time, which was equivalent to the entire Great Wu dynasty's national strength. This did not mean that the Great Wu dynasty only had 20 Sky Marshal ships left. In fact, the Great Wu dynasty only had about 50 Sky Marshal ships in stock. There would always be some backup plans. It was precisely this kind of plan that would allow them to avoid losing all hope when the situation took a turn for the worse. Furthermore, as long as it was put into production, the number of Sky Marshal ships would be restored very quickly. This is the best version of the Sky Marshal ship. Even in the entire Great Wu dynasty, there are only 3 of them. Please kindly accept it, Lord Evil Lord. The monarch of Dao country humbly offered his greeting gift with both hands. Li Zongjiu didn't even look at it. He directly took the things the other party gave him without the slightest bit of embarrassment or hesitation. Only one? Li Zongjiu asked casually. Yes, yes. However, the stock has been destroyed. As long as Lord Evil Lord comes to the Great Wu dynasty, I will immediately give the order to start production. We will definitely be able to build 20 Sky Marshal ships within a year. Just the construction of these 20 Sky Marshal arcs had cost a lot of money. However, over 100 heavenly masters had been killed. This was equivalent to reducing a large amount of funds. It could be said that there was more than enough money to build 20 Sky Marshal ships. In fact, it would be a waste of money for the Great Wu dynasty to support so many heavenly masters. Sometimes, it wasn't that they were unwilling to go to war. However, losing 1 or 2 heavenly masters would be a huge loss for the dynasty. The money they had spent previously would be wasted and there would be no returns. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? However, as long as they had a good grasp of Li Zongjiu, the Great Wu dynasty would be able to save a large amount of military funds. They could do anything with this money. You want me to go to your Great Wu dynasty, Great Wu dynasty. Oh, you want me to go to the Great Wu dynasty? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If we are lucky enough to invite Lord Evil Lord, it will naturally be a blessing for the people of the Great Wu dynasty. The monarch of Dao country hurriedly said excitedly. There's hope, there's really hope. Alright, I have a condition. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Senior Evil Lord, please speak your mind. The monarch of Dao country patted his chest as if to say that no matter what Lin Fan said, he would fulfill it for Lin Fan. He was not afraid of any condition. As long as Lin Fan could state it, he would agree to it. Girl Chu, come here. Li Zongjiu directly called for Chu Yanguan to come over. Chu Yanguan was currently helping Li Zongjiu harvest the scales of the serpent dragon. When she heard Li Zongjiu's summon, Chu Yanguan was both surprised and happy. She did not know what this meant. After all, Li Zongjiu rarely summoned her. Senior. Chu Yanguan came before Li Zongjiu. Lin Fan glanced at the monarch of Dao country emotionlessly. How about this? Divide your Dao country's territory into 2. Give half to this girl to manage, and I will sit in the middle. Neither side will have any problems. What do you think? Li Zongjiu smiled as he looked at the monarch of Dao country. Divide into 2, sit in the middle. The monarch of Dao country was stunned when he heard this. Instantly, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. He wanted to divide his territory. He wanted to give up half of the territory. If it was just 1 or 2 cities, it wouldn't matter. In the Great Wu dynasty, there were more than 30 cities. It was considered an extremely large sphere of influence. Although losing 1 or 2 cities was quite painful, it didn't matter as it didn't affect the big picture. But now, Li Zongjiu actually wanted to take half of it. He wanted to take away 15 cities. Was there a mistake? In this chaotic world, it was already very amazing to be able to preserve one's own territory. It wasn't easy to preserve the territory, but now he had to hand over half of it. Moreover, he had to hand it over to this little girl. This little girl had a background. Could it be that she was Evil Lord's lover and wanted to be a king for once? Even Chu Yanguan was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that such a thing would happen to him. Although Qu Yanguan's lifelong dream was to restore the country and kill these monsters of the fallen race at the same time. However, these two wishes were unattainable. How could there be such a good thing, but now, such a good thing just happened to fall directly on his head. He couldn't even believe that this was real. Jiangbai also sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this from afar. He never thought that Li Zongjie would be so generous. This, evil lord, this. Naturally, the great martial emperor was extremely unwilling. In fact, he even thought to himself, how can I agree to such a thing? Whoever agrees to it is king idiot. If you don't agree, you don't have to go back. Li Zongjie patted the great Wu emperor's shoulder and said with a smile. You have the map, right? Take it out. Li Zongjie said to one of the heavenly masters. When the other party heard Li Zongjie's words, he was stunned. Then, he subconsciously took out the map of the Great Wu dynasty. There were a total of 31 cities marked on it. Without any explanation, Li Zongjie tore the map into two halves. Half of it, 16 cities, were given to Qu Yanguan. The other half was returned to the king of Grand Martial Kingdom. It's settled then. Hey! The great martial emperor did not understand what he had experienced. Today, not only had he lost over 100 heavenly masters and over 100 supremes, he had also lost more than half of his territory. What he had kept was actually only the smaller half. It was Li Zongjie's idea. He was clear in his heart. If he didn't agree, they would kill him. Then, he would take all the land for himself. What can you do? That was how arrogant and willful he was. It was truly unbelievable. Li Zongjie was so ruthless. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom didn't know what to say. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to touch a single blade of grass or tree of yours. Li Zongjie said calmly. That was true. There was a sage immortal overseeing it. With a sage immortal overseeing it, there was no need to be afraid of anyone coming to cause trouble. Who would dare to come? Even the leader of the sky demons was lying on the ground, dismembered. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom should be thankful. He could still keep at least half of his territory. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom seemed to be swallowing blood into his stomach as he said those words. Even in such a situation, he had to force a smile and be grateful to Li Zongjie. Qu Yanguan had never thought that such a thing would happen. What was even more unexpected was that Li Zongjie had only casually asked and the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had no choice but to agree. If he didn't agree, Li Zongjie would definitely not let him have an easy time. This was the symbol of strength. The benefits of strength and the convenience it brought. It was so easy that there was no suspense at all. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom did not dare to disagree. Thank you, Senior Evil Lord. Qu Yanguan immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Zongjie. Since Li Zongjie had helped Qu Yanguan, Li Zongjie had naturally become their guardian. If anything happened to Qu Yanguan's country, he would be offending Li Zongjie. There was an invisible layer of such a powerful protective shield around them. I'll leave these two to you. Li Zongjie said as he waved his hand and summoned East Coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal. After the two landed, they did not look strange on the surface. However, they were obviously different from before. Greetings, Master. The two of them bowed to Li Zongjie. This frightened the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom. Isn't this East Coming Sage Immortal? North Sky Sage Immortal? How did these two Sage Immortals, what exactly had the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom experienced today? Even if he told others, not many people would believe him. Just based on what the monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had seen, he could not believe it. The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom was extremely shocked. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. The two sage immortals of the sacred mountain actually addressed this young man as their master. No wonder Li Zongjie could easily kill the leader of the sky demons, Wan Chuan. This was a powerful 9-abyss sky-devouring dragon. It was so pitiful that it could be killed in minutes. However, now that Li Zongjie had become the master of the two sage immortals, it was no longer strange. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill this puny forget Chuan? Even when the Darwood dynasty was at its peak, it didn't possess the full support of a saint immortal. Now, this little girl's dynasty had just been established, yet she'd actually obtained the assistance of 2 saint immortals. Would anyone else dare act rashly? The monarch of Grand Martial Kingdom had already made up his mind to curry favor with Qi Yanguan. Just a moment ago, he was still immersed in the regret and pain of losing his territory. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was already thinking about how to curry favor with Qi Yanguan. The difference between the changes before and after was indeed a little big. He was even glad that he had agreed to Li Zongjiu's request. Otherwise, the entire Grand Martial Kingdom would have been conquered by Li Zongjiu. After that, there would be nothing for him to do. Alright, take Jiangbai with you. The rest of you can go and deal with your own matters, Li Zongjiu said. Now, he had captured 2 sage immortals of the sacred mountain. In addition, the so-called sky demons of the Beast God Temple were almost completely annihilated. Although there were still some members of the sky demons, these people probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Li Zongjiu. He could easily wipe them out. They weren't a threat at all. What he had to face next was the so-called assassination palace. After that, it would be the elders of the Beast God Temple. Since he heard that these people were busy with the teleportation formation, Li Zongjiu certainly could not let them proceed so smoothly. Later, he must find a way to destroy some of these people's arrangements. With great strength, one could be so unfettered, coming and going without a trace. However, now he had to wait for Qi Yanran to complete her breakthrough. He did not know how much time it would take. Therefore, Li Zongjiu gave Chu Yan, Guan Guan, and the others a big deal. These people wandered around him every day, and Li Zongjiu found it annoying. Since Li Zongjiu had entrusted Chu Yanguan with an important task, Chu Yanguan naturally could not disappoint Li Zongjiu. Under the protection of the 2 saint immortals, she took Jiangbai and went to take over her city. The change of power in the Great Wu dynasty had shocked everyone. They even thought that the Great Wu Emperor had gone mad. It was only later that the Great Wu Emperor found out that Chu Yanguan was actually the former princess of the Great Yan dynasty. It was not easy for her to endure humiliation and live until now. Evidently, this weak flame of the Great Yan dynasty had already started to burn. Although the Great Yan dynasty had lost countless people in battle back then, there were still many remaining subordinates scattered everywhere. There were always some who survived. Now that the flag of the Great Yan dynasty had been raised again, the Great Yan dynasty had summoned all the soldiers of the Great Yan dynasty. He also summoned all the soldiers of the Great Yan dynasty back. Although there were not many of them, they were still a considerable force. However, because the Great Yan dynasty was destroyed too quickly, they did not have the chance to rise again even if they wanted to. Hence, they had been hiding until now. Now that they heard that the flag of the Great Yan dynasty had been raised again, they came from all directions. In the cities that originally belonged to the Great Wu dynasty, many people were very dissatisfied with the management of a mere princess of the Great Yan dynasty. They even found an opportunity to raise their own troops, however, they were soon suppressed by the power of the 2 saint immortals, and directly knelt on the ground and admitted defeat. After becoming stronger, it became easier to speak. The Great Wu Empire's strength had directly shrunk by half, yet they did not show any signs of doing so. Instead, they were still reorganizing their strength, gathering their strength and continuing to nurture more sovereign-level experts. Otherwise, they really did not know how to continue. Now, the Great Wu dynasty could be said to have suffered a heavy blow and tribulation. The other dynasties were not clear about the situation here. However, after knowing that the Great Yan dynasty and the Great Wu dynasty had 2 saint immortals in charge, they panicked. Although it seemed strange, they did not dare to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, if the saint immortals took action, no matter how many heavenly masters there were, it would be useless. More importantly, the way sage immortals did things was unpredictable. Could it be that one wanted to guess the sage immortals' intentions? The several saint immortals in the sacred mountain also felt quite strange. They even wanted to summon the 2 back, but the 2 acted as if they did not hear anything. Ever since he went to Li Zongjiu's place, the situation between the 2 of them had become somewhat inexplicable. After several exchanges, they left the matter unsettled. The situation in the sacred martial realm was generally stable. Small-scale battles with the fallen tribe were still frequent occurrences. But now, there was a reciprocity. There was a very young general in the Great Yan dynasty. Command of the army was. It was also on this battlefield that they often clashed with the armies of the fallen race. Most of the time, they had the upper hand. He had truly displayed the combat strength of the human race. Even the people of the Yan was Yen was of the Yan in him. Was they not to the realm experts of the Yan dynasty? Of course, they were not. Anyway, there would be such an ultimate battle sooner or later. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Now that they were so rampant, of course, they would capture one of them and kill one of them, decisive punishment. Otherwise, they would really think that they were easy to bully. However, war had always been a waste of manpower and resources. Although Qu Yanguan had the support of almost the entire sacred martial realm, he could not always advance by leaps and bounds. He needed to be very steady in his progress. A year's time passed in a hurry. Li Zongjiu had been guarding Qi Yanran. During this year, there were also people from the assassination palace who came to seek death. They were all buried by Li Zongjiu. Sometimes, when Li Zongjiu felt bored, he would keep these people alive and play some cruel games on them to kill time. The name of evil lord was indeed well-deserved. Sometimes, Li Zongjiu would even deliberately let a few people go. Beside Li Zongjiu, Hua Wushuang's figure condensed. She was also controlling the fallen city's array in her palm. It seemed that the entire fallen city was condensed in Hua Wushuang's palm. Under such circumstances, Hua Wushuang seemed to have sensed something and magnified a location in the city. A human boy ran in. He's here to look for treasures again. Li Zongjiu could not help but say. Occasionally, Li Zongjiu would place some things around the fallen city. This was because the fallen city seemed to be an extremely mysterious existence to the outside world. It was also the place where the largest battlefield once took place. It directly caused the fallen race to lose millions of people. Therefore, there were many hidden places in the fallen city. Therefore, there were often people who took the risk to come here. In the fallen city, they could often find some good things. Of course, there were also dangers. The fallen race would usually come to such a place, just like the humans. It seemed to have become a training ground. However, no one could get close to the core of the fallen city. Because it was shrouded in an array. Once one got close, they would be trapped in the array and would not be able to find their way out. There were also rumors that there was a mysterious existence living in the center of the fallen city. If one could be accepted as a disciple by this mysterious existence, it would be a supreme honor. It was said that the current Great Yan dynasty's empress was the disciple of this legendary existence. It was said that she was just a registered disciple. There were too many rumors in the outside world, and there was no way to verify it. Obviously, this boy had heard of this legend and wanted to break into the forbidden area of the fallen city. Whoosh! Can he break the array? Li Zongjiu asked curiously. I remember now. This boy came here 7 days ago. At that time, he almost found a way, but I increased the difficulty at the last moment, so he did not succeed. Hua Wushuang scratched her head. Well, let's see his performance. Li Zongjiu was also quite curious. If there was really someone who could break Hua Wushuang's array formation, then it meant that this person's talent and strength were extraordinary. Moreover, this person had come here in such a big way. So, Li Zongjiu didn't mind fulfilling this person's wish. The outer ring of the fallen city. The fallen city was divided into 3 rings, the inner ring and the outer ring. The outer ring belonged to the outer ring, while the inner ring was the core. As long as one stepped into the outer ring, it was equivalent to walking into the array. If one could break into the inner ring, it meant that one was quite outstanding. If one could break into the second ring from the inner ring, one would be able to obtain some random treasures. The value of these treasures was difficult to measure. Some were good and some were bad. It was said that some time ago, someone directly obtained a 9th grade elixir. However, the real core was still within the first ring. It was said that if one could break through and go deeper, one would be able to meet a legendary person. A young man wearing a broken hat, carrying a medicine basket, and a teddy bear on his waist was standing on the street of the outer ring. he was using a bamboo stick as a support. Although his body was small and thin, his eyes were filled with power. "Come, let's charge, young man." The youth with the broken hat put away his belt. At the same time, he checked the little teddy bear doll on his waist. He wore a pair of straw sandals on his feet and began to sprint in the midst of this chaos with a certain movement technique. Although the terrain in front of him was chaotic, the young man's body was as light as a swallow. He was not walking in a straight line, but he was constantly choosing to circle around his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stones under his feet were also very sturdy, so he quickly rushed out with his body. Boom! Li Zhongjiu and Wu Shuang were in front of him, looking at the young man who was showing off his skills. Moreover, the young man seemed to have seen through the defensive array and the maze array. Almost every step he took was incomparably accurate. He happened to be stepping on the node of the array formation, so the array formation in front of him was useless to him. Strengthen it. Li Zhongjiu could not help but say. With this speed, the young man was about to break the array. Of course, Wu Shuang could not let the young man rush in so easily. Otherwise, he would lose face. Therefore, Wu Shuang also activated the formation. Over the past year, Wu Shuang's cultivation had reached its peak. She had even broken through along with Li Zhongjiu's breakthrough. He was already an absolute saint. If Shuiyi was still alive and tried to break through the formation again, Wu Shuang would definitely be able to deal with him easily. After all, Wu Shuang's strength was terrifying now. Wu Shuang directly raised the difficulty of the array to the 9th level. Li Zhongjiu looked at the young man's agile figure. He was slightly surprised. This was because this young man had completed this series of movements entirely with his own body. Looking at the way the latter had broken the formation, where did this kind of strength come from? It really made people very curious. The young man's movements were extremely agile. The pile of rocks in front of him suddenly rose up, forming a wall that was at least 30 meters tall. If it was someone who possessed essence energy cultivation, it would naturally be very easy to charge up. However, the young man only knew a little bit of martial arts. 30 meters was only the surface. In fact, if he climbed directly, he would have to climb at least 3 kilometers to reach the top. This kid, he actually made it this far. Li Zhongjiu was very surprised to see this scene. It was clear that Wu Shuang had increased the difficulty of the formation, but still couldn't stop the young man. Now, the final trial was completely dependent on the young man's perseverance. It looked like it was only 30 meters tall, but in fact, it felt like it was endless. This was the mysterious and terrifying thing about this kind of formation. Often, some people would directly collapse under such circumstances. It was naturally a good thing to have a visible goal. At least, it was something that could be done. However, if you couldn't see your goal, then you would fall into a state of endless despair. Phew! Last trial, all the best. The young man seemed to know that this was the last trial. There were also many wounds on his body and feet. However, he didn't care about treating his wounds. There were many wounds on his body. However, he didn't seem to be in any pain, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Li Zhongjiu and Wu Shuang observed the young man in the formation for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, the young man had been constantly climbing up the cliff. Occasionally, there would be thunder and rain. However, under such circumstances, the young man would usually lie down on a cliff and rest for half an hour, using a water bottle to collect rainwater to drink. As for food, he had been eating a kind of emerald green leaf in the basket on his back. This kind of leaf had a little energy in it, but it couldn't satisfy his hunger. This guy had completely relied on his perseverance to reach this point. He's about to reach the top. Wu Shuang said. Even in the eyes of some top experts, this was quite an impossible thing. Now, the young man was about to succeed. Wu Shuang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He's too arrogant. Li Zhongjiu said. This guy was just an ordinary person, it was a miracle that he could break through the formation. If it was really so easy for him to break through, how could he, Li Zhongjiu, put his face? After all, he was the evil lord, just when the young man was about to reach the top. A trace of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes, because he had already felt that the highest point was calling him, and he was about to succeed. when the young man's hand patted on the highest point of the stone. As long as he used a little strength, he could reach the top. After crossing the formation, he would reach the core of Fallen City, find the legendary person, and then ask him for help. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking was heard. The young man looked down and saw that his belt had suddenly broken. Although his pants were still there, the little bear toy that had been attached to it directly fell from the sky. My little bear. At this moment, the young man didn't hesitate at all and directly fell from the sky. He grabbed the little bear. Hugging the teddy bear in his arms, he slammed himself against the rock wall. Bang! At this moment, the young man clearly felt that a few of his bones were broken, because this was a solid hit on the rock. No one can be arrogant in front of me. Xianxia was very proud. Just now, he was the one who secretly made a move. Naturally, he also thought that the latter valued this little bear very much, so he deliberately used this little bear to test the latter. After a little test, he could see that this young man was a promising talent. Especially the moment when he jumped down, it was very suitable for Xianxia's temper. Well, it seems that I have to save him. Falling from such a height, the latter would only end up with a broken body. Even if he fell to pieces, Xianxia still had a way to save him. Even if he died on the spot, Xianxia still had a way to save him from the gates of hell in less than 2 hours. But in that case, it was a little troublesome. It would save time and effort to save him before he fell to his death. However, just when Xianxia was about to make a move, at the side, Huowushuang's eyes widened. Look. Xianxia looked at the projection. A bloody hand was tightly grasping the edge of a rock. The other hand was holding the little bear toy. The young man's teeth were tightly clenched, and the pain in his body seemed to be nothing. Oh, this kid is a little interesting. Xianxia was also a little surprised. In this day and age, it was still possible to see a person with such a strong will. He was even more outstanding than Xianxia in the past. For such a person, Xianxia's choice was to completely trample him to death, or fish him up and train him well. In the end, Xianxia did not make a move. This was because this young man actually used only one hand to forcefully crawl up again. It sounded quite unbelievable and shocking. It could even be said that it made people turn pale with fright. No one had ever heard of such a determined person. At the top of the rock wall, Xianxia and Huowushuang welcomed the young man together. After the young man reached the top, he fainted completely. However, Xianxia did not mind. He used his own strong yuan qi to nourish the young man's body. He fed the young man a grade 9 elixir pill and helped the young man to refine it. During the refining process, Xianxia also taught the young man the ancient golden body technique. After all, the young man's body was very suitable for such a cultivation technique. After a little cultivation, he would be able to reach a relatively strong realm. In 2 days, not only had the young man fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also made his physical body enter the Yuan monarch realm. Given the young man's willpower, he would be able to put up a fight even if the Yuan emperor came. This was because this encounter was equivalent to reaching the sky in a single bound. Ordinary people would need a lot of time and energy just to cultivate to the Yuan monarch realm. However, Xianxia only needed 2 days to do so. It was done directly. In this world, only Xianxia could have such terrifying strength. Ah! The young man suddenly sat up from the bed. He seemed to have had a very long nightmare. When he flipped over and got up, he quickly scanned his surroundings. I am not dead. I am not in hell. Although the young man had been in a coma for 2 days, the process was quite terrifying. It was as if he had been tortured inhumanly. Even in a coma, he did not feel good. The whole process was quite torturous. Therefore, the young man thought that he had fallen into hell. However, when he woke up, he found that he was not in hell but in a clean room. Is this Senior Evil Lord? The young man quickly shouted. The young man didn't seem to be interested in the changes in his body. He only wanted to find Evil Lord as soon as possible. When she rushed out of the door, she saw Xianxia fishing. You are Senior Evil Lord? When the young man saw Xianxia, he immediately guessed Xianxia's identity. Xianxia was a little surprised. Your eyes are quite sharp. Li Zhongzhou looked back at the young man. In fact, the two of them looked about the same age, but the youth with the broken hat appeared to be more immature, while Li Zhongzhou appeared to be more mature and mysterious. When he saw Li Zhongzhou's appearance, the young man was clearly surprised. This was because Li Zhongzhou was too young. However, the young man also believed that his eyes wouldn't lie to him. "Why are you looking for me?" Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. Although Li Zhongzhou looked like a teenager on the surface, he was actually an old monster who was more than 3,000 years old. Thanks to his face, he looked so young. Some people always thought that Li Zhongzhou was easy to bully, so Li Zhongzhou had killed many people who pretended to be pretentious over the years. "Senior Evil Lord, please save my sister." The young man directly came in front of Li Zhongzhou and knelt down on the spot. "Senior Evil Lord, please save my sister." Fu Ding is willing to do anything to repay Senior Evil Lord. The young man's name was Fu Ding. It was a strange name. Why is it such an old-fashioned request? Can't you be more creative? When Li Zhongzhou heard the young man's words, he was so angry that the fishing rod in his hand shook twice. He didn't even have the slightest intention. It was easy to guess. Then, "Senior Evil Lord, please grant my sister a long and healthy life." The young man's brain worked quite fast, and when he spoke, he didn't have any scruples. When Li Zhongzhou heard this, he almost threw his fishing rod at him. "A long and healthy life? Do you want your sister to die in front of you so much?" Li Zhongzhou said. "What's your name?" "My name is Fu Ding." Fu Ding said. "Fu Ding, your name is really unpleasant," Li Zhongzhou said unceremoniously, as if he was deliberately saying this to attack the young man. However, the young man didn't care. He only cared about whether Li Zhongzhou was willing to save his sister. "Okay, don't be so serious. Go and bring your sister here," Li Zhongzhou said. The great evil lord wasn't a stingy person. Li Zhongzhou liked the young man in front of him very much. Therefore, he admired him very much. There was nothing wrong with lending a helping hand. Especially now that Li Zhongzhou's state of mind had changed greatly. Now that he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, he had reached a new height. He was an existence that people could only look up to in his previous life. Now, the number of absolute saints who had been killed by him could be counted on one hand. Now, Li Zhongzhou was also trying to find the barrier to the absolute saint realm. At least, Li Zhongzhou knew that there were stronger existences one level above him. For example, the master of the Beast God Temple. To be able to convince so many experts of the Beast God Temple and make them willing to give up everything for the Beast God Temple, it was enough to show that the Beast God Temple had its own unique charm. To make these people give up their lives for the Beast God Temple. At least in the information that Li Zhongzhou had obtained, there was a mysterious temple master in the Beast God Temple. As for the identity of the temple master, what he was doing now, and how strong he was, Li Zhongzhou didn't know. In fact, the only people in the Beast God Temple who knew were the elders who hadn't fought yet. Even the leader of the sky demons, Wang Chuan, was killed by Li Zhongzhou. The next step up was to become an elder. The elders of the Beast God Temple were present. Ever since they came to the sacred martial realm, they had not taken any action. From the beginning to the end, they had been worrying about the Beast God Temple. As for the fight for the land, they had left it all to Tian Sha and the others. Now, Li Zhongzhou had almost wiped out the sky demons. The warriors of the fallen tribe below were constantly being reaped by the attacks of the great Yan dynasty. After Li Zhongzhou had touched upon this level, he had his own considerations when it came to accepting disciples. After all, Li Zhongzhou also found that the kid in front of him seemed to be quite talented. Is that true? Senior Evil Dominator, Fu Ding's eyes were filled with hope and shock. He couldn't believe it. Li Zhongzhou did not go with Fu Ding. Instead, he asked Fu Ding to bring his sister over. After all, Fu Ding was comparable to an Yuan monarch now. Even if he encountered some fallen race warriors along the way, he would be able to kill them easily. The round trip would only take 2 days. Fu Ding actually carried a small bamboo palanquin and brought his sister over. "Senior, this is my sister. She was fine about half a month ago, but she fell into a coma. All kinds of doctors have been looking for her, but they couldn't do anything about it. When Li Zhongjiu saw Fu Ding's sister, he placed her on a piece of warm jade that was as big as a bed in order to nourish her body. These things were sent over by Chu Yan's steward. After all, if it weren't for Li Zhongjiu, Chu Yanguan would not have had his current achievements and status. The person he was most grateful to was, of course, Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu would certainly not be polite about these things. The resources in the sacred martial realm were much more abundant than expected. Moreover, many experts of the sacred martial realm had fallen one after another because of this battle. This had resulted in the current state of affairs. After the fall of these experts, the resources in the sacred martial realm had become even more abundant. In comparison, the sacred martial continent was really just a small piece of land. It looked very backward. Let me take a look. Li Zhongjiu came to the front of Fu Ding's sister. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut. Although her face was a little dirty, it was still obvious that she had an exquisite little face. However, the little girl was now unconscious. Her breathing was normal. Even her heartbeat was normal. Li Zhongjiu examined her. At first glance, he already knew that the little girl was probably in big trouble. Your sister has a very strong constitution. Li Zhongjiu said slowly after observing for a while. A very strong constitution? The latter was also slightly surprised. Fu Ding and his sister had lived in a small county within the great martial empire since they were young. Both of their parents had died and they were homeless. It was already very good for them to be able to make a living. There was no chance for him to cultivate. However, Fu Ding had discovered that his body was different from others since he was a child. Although he would sometimes suffer serious injuries, Fu Ding's recovery ability was different from that of ordinary people. He was able to heal himself quickly. Even if his body was exhausted, as long as his willpower persisted, his body would persevere. For some normal people, the body was the body, and the will was the will. Even if you want to continue, your body will tell you that you can't do it anymore. Fu Ding, on the other hand, was different. He could use his own will to completely control his body. Even Fu Ding was quite surprised. Now, even the evil dominator had said that his sister had a very powerful physique. What did that mean? It didn't matter to him whether his sister could cultivate or not. Fu Ding only wanted his sister to be healthy. Although I don't know what kind of constitution it is, your sister's constitution is now being devoured by a mysterious method. As time goes on, your sister will completely disappear, and your sister's talent will be transferred to someone else. Li Zhongjiu said. Even with Li Zhongjiu's cultivation, he couldn't directly find the person behind this. This showed that either the other party's method was very advanced and hidden, or the other party's strength was many times stronger than Li Zhongjiu's. Li Zhongjiu wasn't clear about the specific reasons, but the general situation was like this. The other party had come prepared. How could this be? Senior, you have to save my sister. Fu Ding hurriedly said. As long as Senior can save my sister, Fu Ding is willing to pay any price. It's not about the price. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. Suddenly, his hand stopped moving. It was as if he had a new idea. If you want to say it like that, I have a way to try, but whether it works or not depends on you. Li Zhongjiu said. Please guide me, Senior. Fu Ding hurriedly said. If there was something in this world that even Li Zhongjiu couldn't do, then there weren't many people who could. It's very simple. You cultivate, and when your cultivation is strong enough, you can join forces with your sister to defeat the person who secretly stole your sister's talent. You can even backfire on him. Li Zhongjiu said. No one else could do this. Only Fu Ding himself could do it, because Fu Ding was connected to his sister by blood. They could form a kind of connection and trust between each other. Even in an unfamiliar environment, they were able to recognize each other. Wanting to save Fu Ding's sister was an extremely mysterious ideology. It was as if everyone's aura was drifting between heaven and earth. If you were strong enough, you could see these auras. Now, someone who was thousands of miles away had caught Fu Ding's sister's aura and began to devour it. That was why Fu Ding's sister fell into a coma. The appearance of such a thing was indeed quite rare. Even Li Zhongjiu had yet to reach such a level, where one's body would become one's consciousness. Condensing one's own will. Recently, Li Zhongjiu had also been studying things in this area, so he had a slight understanding. The young Fu Ding had a strong will. Therefore, it would naturally be relatively easier to take this step. The most important thing was that Li Zhongjiu had mastered the method, so he definitely had to find a person to test it out. Whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on luck. Cultivate, but I don't know how to cultivate. In Fu Ding's heart, he also began to think about how to train himself. Since he could save his sister by training himself, of course, he had to train well. I should find a master. I want to be apprenticed. Fu Ding's eyes were burning with light. But where should I find a master? Li Zhongjiu looked at this brat who was talking to himself. He didn't know if this brat was doing it on purpose or if he was faking it. This was too much, to think that he would use such a method to ignore this evil lord. Ahem. Li Zhongjiu deliberately coughed a few times to remind the kid in front of him. Fu Ding was not stupid. He immediately kowtowed to Li Zhongjiu. Evil lord, please accept me as your disciple. Li Zhongjiu did not make things difficult for Fu Ding. Since Fu Ding had such talent, he naturally needed to be nurtured well. Moreover, Fu Ding's success meant that Li Zhongjiu's choice was right. Such a conjecture could not be wrong. Li Zhongjiu asked someone to find a piece of Millennium Stone of Ice. Together with the pill refined by Li Zhongjiu, he directly embedded it in the stone. With the effect of the pill in his hand, it could at least maintain the vitality of Fu Ding's younger sister for at least 600 years. In this way, he could ensure that the speed of the other party's refinement would be reduced. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu did this on purpose. He directly froze the other party's consciousness. In this way, the other party's progress would be very slow. If he could not keep his cool, he would definitely immediately find someone to search for this body. At that time, Li Zhongjiu would also know who the other party was. If possible, it was not impossible to get rid of the enemy in advance. Next, it was up to fate to see what the other party chose. Of course, Li Zhongjiu also cultivated in this stream of consciousness. After all the preparations were done, at least Fu Ding's heart could be at ease. At least for the next 300 years, there would be no danger to his life. Therefore, he had 300 years to prepare. This caused Fu Ding to make up his mind to cultivate properly. After that, Li Zhongjiu also guided the other party's cultivation in the fallen city. About half a year later, on the battlefield against the fallen race, a rather legendary young man appeared. This young man held a black ruler in his hand. It looked like a small wooden stick, but it was the small black wooden stick that could easily kill the enemy. On the battlefield, it could easily kill the warriors of the fallen race. Once he started killing, it was difficult to stop. No matter how strong or powerful the opponent was, they were easily beheaded by this young man. Any fallen race warrior touched by the black ruler in the young man's hand would scatter in the sky like dust. They did not even have a chance to be injured. It was quite terrifying. It was said that this ruler was called the demon-suppressing ruler. No one knew his origin, but this powerful young man truly existed. He fought for the human race and forced the fallen clan into a forest. He had almost taken back the original territory of the human race. Now that the Beast Divine Hall had been dealt such a powerful blow, they had become rather restrained. Fu Ding held the evil suppression ruler and landed on a black mountain range. The mountain was covered in dust, but it was not dust formed by stones. Instead, these people of the fallen race were turned into ashes by the demon-suppressing ruler. They were all directly covered in a thick layer of ashes on the mountain peak. At the very least, they had killed 5 to 6 million people. The stream of consciousness fighting style taught by Master is indeed powerful. Fu Ding was also quite shocked in his heart. In fact, Fu Ding was also very surprised that he could produce such a powerful combat strength. The number of fallen race experts that he had killed before was not small at all. There were at least 10 Origin Emperor realm experts. Many of them were members of the Assassination Palace. In this battle, most of the elite troops of the fallen race were wiped out. I'm not strong enough. I have to become stronger. Fu Ding had also used his own consciousness power to spar with Li Zhongjiu. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu's power, Fu Ding's power appeared to be very weak. In just half a year, Fu Ding's breakthrough was also very impressive. at least with the accumulation of various elixirs. Fu Ding's current strength had been raised to the Origin Emperor realm. However, Fu Ding wasn't satisfied, because his current strength wasn't enough to save his younger sister. After Fu Ding dealt with the people at the foot of the mountain, a large group of cavalry wearing white armor rushed to the top of the mountain. They had charged all the way, but in fact, the combat strength of this group of cavalry was also quite strong. However, they did not encounter any obstacles along the way because all the enemies were killed by the young man on the mountain. Now that they had directly charged up, they found that the young man had already killed the fallen race. All of them had been killed. This battle is enough to weaken their vital points and weaken their strength. Jiangbai came to the front of Fu Ding. Because of Fu Ding's appearance, the battle could be said to have advanced triumphantly along the way, and the fallen army was truly defeated. It was quite powerful. When Jiangbai and the others found out that the young man was actually the disciple of Evil Lord, they were very surprised. At the same time, Fu Ding's strength also shocked Jiangbai and the others once again. One person alone withstood thousands of troops and horses, and when Fu Ding fought, the momentum and state formed was quite mysterious. Now, both Jiangbai and Chu Yan were in the Origin Emperor realm, but in front of Fu Ding, they had no power to fight back. It was not just them. In front of Fu Ding, even some of the fallen race warriors in the Origin Emperor realm had no power to fight back. He could easily kill them one by one. And the way he fought was unprecedented. Almost no one could resist the attack of the latter. "You guys pack up, I will continue to go deeper," Fu Ding said. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, Li Zongjiu directly sent Fu Ding to practice in actual combat, using this method to improve his strength. Therefore, before completing the task, Fu Ding was not even qualified to return to the fallen city to see Li Zongjiu. "They have all been killed by you and are hiding in the 100,000 mountains, and you still want to chase after them?" Jiangbai was very worried about the latter's situation. If they continued to pursue, there was no telling what would happen. It should be known that the environment in the 100,000 mountains was not so simple. Even a long time ago, this place did not belong to their territory. It was the territory of the Origin beasts. If anyone were to rashly barge in, it was hard to say whether they could survive, let alone defeat all these people. That kind of place was not suitable for the human race to fight. The environment was changeable, and the difficulty of fighting was quite high. "Master told me that I must find the Beast God Hall's elders. Even now, those people have yet to show themselves." After Fu Ding finished speaking, he leaped and disappeared directly from the mountain peak. At the same time, his figure suddenly turned into a rainbow light, following the trajectory above the sky, and instantly flew out. Boom! Jiangbai and the others' eyes were full of shock. There was nothing to clean up at the scene, not even a corpse was left, so these people did not even have a chance to be resurrected. There was no need to clean up. 100,000 mountains. Beast God Mountain Range. The huge black tower covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, it was constantly inhaling and exhaling a terrifying aura around the great array. This tower had a total of 97,000 levels. Now, they had only pulled out 60,000 levels of the Beast God Temple. Currently, there were still 30,000 levels left. Just moving a single layer would take several months. Therefore, this was an extremely long process. Dozens of elders attacked at the same time. Moreover, none of them could relax for even half a second. Otherwise, they would die. Otherwise, the tower that they had painstakingly pulled out would be sucked back in. Just as the numerous elders were trying their best to summon the Black Tower, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a ray of light surged from the top of the tower and instantly attached itself to the Black Tower. At the same time, it shook violently. Rumble! The eyes of the elders of the Beast God Temple suddenly revealed a look of horror. The Black Tower was quickly pulled out of the great array. It was as if a towering giant had used his hands to move the Black Tower out. Such a shocking scene was also quite shocking in their eyes. Then, the elders' faces suddenly revealed a look of surprise. "It's the Deputy Hall Master." At this moment, the light that wrapped around the Black Tower gradually formed its original appearance. It turned out to be a huge black dragon. However, this huge dragon was different from what they imagined. It had a pair of wings on its back. Its appearance looked like a winged lizard. However, its body could be said to be incomparably huge, and it had a total of 2 heads. Boom! More than 20 elders worked together and spent several months to pull out one level. However, at this moment, under the display of this 2-headed demonic dragon, over 1,000 levels were pulled out in an instant. Rumble. There was no need to mention how shocked the elders were when they saw the beast god temple being uprooted by over 1,000 levels. Only the vice hall master and the hall master could possess such strength. However, if it was the hall master who acted, it was obviously not at this level. Moreover, for the hall master to awaken, it was not something that could be done overnight. Only a few years had passed, so it must be the deputy hall master who acted. The deputy hall master has awakened. That's great. This way, the beast god temple will appear at least 1,000 years earlier. The elders were also pleasantly surprised. Originally, they would need at least 10,000 years to completely uproot the beast god temple. But now, they no longer needed such a long time. Boom! When the figure of the 2-headed demonic dragon disappeared, the elders immediately felt the incomparably heavy pressure on their bodies. It was as if their bodies were going to be crushed directly. They finally heaved a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye, the pressure fell directly on them again. Therefore, it was a little difficult for him to get used to it. I'm going to find someone. The 3 of you, come with me. The deputy palace master directly selected 3 elders to accompany him. At the same time, the vice palace master waved his hand and stabilized the beast god temple. Boom! Immediately, the 3 selected elders followed behind the deputy hall master. Although the deputy hall master had already woken up, his main body was still in the beast god temple. Therefore, what followed him was only a strand of his will. The 3 chosen elders were all at the 5th level of the absolute saint realm. Among the elders, they were ranked in the middle. However, they were much more powerful than Wang Chuan and Gu He. In terms of strength, these 2 people were estimated to be 3rd-level absolute saints. To be able to reach 5th-level absolute saints was already an extremely terrifying existence. As the 3 elders and the deputy hall master disappeared, the remaining elders were puzzled among themselves. Obviously, they were all guessing why the deputy hall master had left. There aren't many opponents in the sacred martial realm. Why is the deputy hall master in such a hurry to find someone? The elder of the fallen tribe couldn't help but wonder. And he even mobilized people. It's obviously not simple. The deputy hall master's realm isn't something that we can touch. That's true. Now, the deputy hall master's realm might be half a step into that realm. If the deputy hall master can truly enter that realm, perhaps we can return. An elder said. Although they were said to be plundering the resources and spiritual chi in the sacred martial realm, they were the invaders. They seemed to be the invaders, but in fact, in their original world, there were also people who were robbing them. Therefore, the fallen tribe had no choice but to move to the sacred martial realm. The real enemy, an even more terrifying enemy, was still to come. This was also the reason why the people of the beast god temple hadn't moved yet to invade the human race's territory. It was because they were also being attacked in another place. Even if this matter were to be spread out, it was likely that not many people would dare to believe that there was actually a race that was even more powerful than the fallen race in front of them. Moreover, this race was able to force the already terrifying and incomparably powerful fallen race into such a state. If they knew about this, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. If Li Zongjiu knew about this, he wouldn't be so surprised. He would even think that this was a very normal thing. There would always be a higher mountain, and there would always be an endless mountain to climb. After killing an enemy, there would naturally be another stronger one. However, for Li Zongjiu, it was hard to tell who the real winner would be before the battle. Li Zongjiu in the fallen city. He had condensed his own will. Li Zongjiu had also formed his own will into a hammer. It looked very similar to the black dragon hammer. This is strange. Could it be that my will is a hammer? When Li Zongjiu transformed his will and observed himself, he was suddenly a little speechless. This was because Li Zongjiu really didn't expect such a situation to occur. He didn't expect it to end up like this. However, Li Zongjiu had no way to control this kind of thing. It seemed to be innate. At least Li Zongjiu could prove that the Black Dragon Hammer was also powerful and mysterious, and even more powerful than the unparalleled sword, it could actually affect his will. After Fu Ding cultivated, Li Zongjiu also handed the demon-suppressing ruler to him. Because he found that Fu Ding's own will was quite symmetrical with the demon-suppressing ruler, he handed the demon-suppressing ruler to Fu Ding and made it Fu Ding's weapon. Looking at the latter's performance, it seemed to be very good. On this day, Li Zongjiu, who was cultivating, suddenly frowned. Because in the sky above the fallen city, a powerful will was condensed. Yanran. Li Zongjiu looked at the sky. It seemed that at this moment, Qi Yanran's will had penetrated the whole world. Some people who were still wandering around the fallen city, after feeling this powerful will, most of them directly knelt on the ground, trembling. As Qi Yanran's will condensed, a huge five-colored phoenix gradually revealed its figure. The power of the phoenix soared into the sky, dyeing the whole sky with 5 colors. After Li Zongjiu saw Qi Yanran's strength, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl, I thought I could take the lead, but I didn't expect her to catch up so quickly. Li Zongjiu also did not expect that Qi Yanran's speed of improvement was much faster than he imagined. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would not have taken her almost 2 years to break through. In this green bird platform, the power of inheritance was constantly condensing. Therefore, Qi Yanran's breakthrough was obviously much faster than Li Zongjiu's. However, the help of the green bird platform could only reach this level. Li Zongjiu could rely on his own talent to reach this level, which was quite difficult. If the two of them wanted to compete, then it would depend on each other's level. If the inheritance of the green bird platform was given to Li Zongjiu, it was believed that his strength would definitely break through to a more terrifying level. Unfortunately, the power that Li Zongjiu cultivated was not so symmetrical with the green bird platform. Therefore, it did not have much effect on Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran's will penetrated the world. However, it did not last long before it gradually condensed into a figure, suspended in the air. Qi Yanran spent 2 years and finally broke through her own limit. And this time, the breakthrough also directly absorbed all the power of the green bird platform. Zongjiu. When Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu, she could not wait to throw herself into Li Zongjiu's arms. For 2 years, Li Zongjiu was always by Qi Yanran's side, never leaving her side. Although Qi Yanran was cultivating, she could obviously feel Li Zongjiu's presence. For this, Qi Yanran was also quite moved. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the two of them were even more affectionate. The two of them did not need to say much. With our strength, we might be able to take back that teleportation array. Qi Yanran said softly. It's not that simple. Although you and I have already mastered the realm of will, there must be someone in the Beast Divine Temple who has also mastered the realm of will. Li Zongjiu said. If it wasn't for Fu Ling's appearance, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have been able to reach his current level in such a short amount of time and speed. This was because Li Zongjiu was certain that his thoughts were correct and that his path was correct. Therefore, his progress was naturally much faster. However, before Li Zongjiu embarked on this path, more than half of this path had already been taken, so it was not necessarily an easy thing to defeat the other party. Our will may be able to create a transmission array. Qi Yanran said, that's doable. Li Zongjiu nodded. The strength of will lies in the fact that if you want to do something, you can do it. Unlike the will of mortals, this kind of will was the will of an absolute saint expert, which was close to the peak of existence. The will formed by this kind of power was naturally more terrifying and powerful. The two of them did not chat for long, and soon, the silence was broken by a powerful depraved force. Boom! A 9-headed serpent king, whose body was thousands of feet tall, directly fell into the fallen city, directly destroying the fallen city's defensive array and forcibly breaking in. There were still many treasure hunters in the fallen city, but when they suddenly saw such a huge monster, they were naturally scared out of their wits. The scene in front of them almost made them feel like they were going to explode on the spot. My God, what is that? The divine beast of the fallen clan. So strong, I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Some people were also shocked by this momentum, and they were stunned on the spot, forgetting to breathe. It was as if there was an invisible hand strangling their necks, and their chests were pressed by a huge stone, making them unable to move at all. Their bodies were stiff and trembling. Then, these treasure hunters in the fallen city saw two human figures appear. They were hovering in the air. This nine-headed black serpent was the body of an elder of the fallen clan. Originally, he was searching nearby, and when the deputy palace master brought him out to search for the aura of a human, he happened to be searching nearby. Then, he felt the aura of a powerful absolute saint expert in the fallen city, and thought that it was also an expert of the human clan, so he directly rushed over. At the very least, he had to get the other party to help him search for him. If not, he would interrogate the other party and then eat the other party. That way, his body would be truly nourished. It had been a long time since he had eaten some supplements. Therefore, this nine-headed black serpent elder was a little impatient, and directly rushed down without saying anything. As for this array, it might be useful for ordinary people. But for a 5th-grade absolute saint like him, it was completely useless. Let me try. Xianxia wanted to take down the nine-headed black serpent elder in front of him. After all, it was rare to see such an expert in such a long time, and he thought that it should be an elder of the fallen clan. But Xianxia took the initiative to speak first. She had just broken through, and she was also a little impatient to see what level she was at. Xianxia naturally did not care. Anyway, he was here, and there would not be any trouble, so he let Xianxia try her skills. The nine-headed black serpent elder did not make any unnecessary movements, and directly launched an attack on the two. 3 of its 9 heads directly poked out, and directly rushed toward Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia rushed forward. As she flew, her body directly turned into a 5-colored flowing light. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 3 heads were directly blown up. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face was filled with shock. This was a little bit powerful. The 9-headed black serpent elder did not expect Xianxia to be so fierce. However, Xianxia did not stop moving. The blue bird platform turned into a green light, turned into a pair of wings, and appeared behind Xianxia. Then, Xianxia's figure's speed suddenly increased. Before the 9-headed black serpent elder made any movements, Xianxia had already circled around the 9-headed black serpent elder hundreds of times. Finally, with a swoosh, Xianxia's figure returned to Xianxia's side. The 9-headed black serpent elder in front of them was in a complete state a second ago. The next second, with a boom, it exploded into countless pieces, and flesh and blood fell from the sky, as if it was raining blood. After seeing this scene, the people in the fallen city fell into a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, this divine beast of the fallen clan was easily killed. Was it so terrifying? This divine beast of the fallen race simply did not have any face to speak of. Xianxia easily killed the giant beast. The other party was obviously an elder of the fallen race. Xianxia had no idea why he would come looking for him. However, it was obvious that the other party had yet to step into the realm of will. In fact, he had yet to even touch the threshold. Therefore, it was normal for him to be killed. Amazing, your comprehension of will is stronger than mine. Xianxia could not help but praise her. Xianxia could not help but feel a little proud. But soon, their faces became dignified, and they looked at the horizon at the same time. The treasure hunters of the fallen city were completely unaware of the situation. After seeing the giant beast being killed, they all cheered. Obviously, in their opinion, this was something worth celebrating. After collecting the blood on the ground, they did not know how much they could sell it for. This was the real treasure. However, these people of the fallen city suddenly saw the 2 figures who had just killed the giant 9-headed snake. They suddenly soared into the sky, as if they had made a big discovery. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. At the same time, on the sacred mountain of the human clan, 5 figures in different places opened their eyes almost at the same time. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. How is it possible? This aura. Not good, the expert of the fallen clan has come out. How powerful. How could he wake up so quickly? Just when the 5 people were shocked, they heard a cave on the top of the sacred mountain suddenly explode, and then a figure flew out directly. When they saw this figure, they were shocked. Then, the 5 sage immortals all bowed respectfully to this person. Greetings, Heaven Saint. Greetings, Heaven Saint. The Heaven Saint was wearing a black robe with a five-clawed black dragon, and there were thick eye bags under his eyes. It seemed that he had not slept for decades, and then he was helplessly woken up. He's finally here. The experts of the human race, who had been hiding under the sacred mountain, finally revealed their true identities. Not many people in the outside world knew about them, but these sage immortals knew very well that if it had not been for a heavenly saint, the human realm would have been destroyed long ago. How could these people still be able to breathe the fresh air freely? Apparently, the appearance of this aura had alarmed Lord Heavenly Saint, which was why he had personally appeared to investigate. Go. As soon as the Heavenly Saint finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of 30,000 miles. It also had a famous name in the human world, the Kuan Pung. Boom. Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung flapped his wings 3 times and arrived above Fallen City. He flew forward and turned back into his human form. Looking ahead, there were already 5 people facing off against each other. Li Zhongjiu turned around and glanced at the old man in black who had appeared behind him. In fact, after subduing Beikong and Dong Lai, Li Zhongjiu knew that there was a heavenly saint in the sacred mountain. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was not surprised. Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung was also quite surprised. What was going on with this young man and young lady in front of him? However, the heavenly saint's attention was quickly attracted by the person opposite him. The person opposite him was emitting a black aura all over his body. He was like a black flame that was bobbing up and down. In front of this black figure, there were 2 figures guarding him. 4 dark green lights gradually appeared where the black shadow's eyes were. When he saw the 4 green lights, he was shocked. The corners of the Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's mouth curled up into a vicious smile. Beast God Temple, Deputy Hall Master, 2-headed black demonic dragon. You are the one who wanted to stop the Beast God Temple back then. You 2 brats, hand over that body, and I can let you live for a while longer. The Deputy Hall Master said slowly. However, the Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung looked at Li Zhongjiu and Dong Lai in confusion. According to the habits of these people, they would have killed Li Zhongjiu and Dong Lai long ago. Why would he have so much nonsense to say? He even wanted to spare his life. That was even more impossible. The only explanation was that Li Zhongjiu and Dong Lai's strength was enough to make them wary. That was why such a negotiation had taken place. The Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung sized up Li Zhongjiu and Dong Lai. At first, he thought that they were only early-stage absolute saints, but after taking a closer look, he was shocked to find that they both had intent. And they were not weak. The Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung was completely shocked. The 2 of you can actually comprehend intent. Although there were many experts in the sacred martial realm, only the Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung had comprehended intent at his level. Therefore, only the Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung could be called a heavenly saint. Fortunately, the Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's intent wasn't weak. He could barely fight with these people from the Beast God Palace. At least, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Otherwise, the Beast God Palace would only need 1 or 2 days to take over the sacred martial realm. Almost no one could stop them. Let us go? Whether or not you'll be able to leave this place alive is still unknown. Li Zhongjiu said with disdain. He really thought that he was invincible. How dare he show off in front of Li Zhongjiu? The Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung gasped when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. This brat really dared to say that. Young man, this is the Deputy Hall Master of the Beast God Palace, the dual-headed black demonic dragon. He's extremely powerful. The Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung finally saw 2 young men who could competently comprehend intent. If he nurtured them carefully, they would definitely become top experts. In the future, even the Beast God Palace wouldn't be a problem. As long as they were given enough time to grow, it would be fine. Therefore, the most important thing now was to stay alive. Just as the 2 sides were talking, the 5 Saint Immortals had also quickly flown over from the sacred mountain. Evil Lord, Li Zhongjiu? One of the Sage Immortals saw Li Zhongjiu. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The others were obviously very surprised. They didn't expect to see the evil Lord, Li Zhongjiu, here. Although Li Zhongjiu was young, his cultivation base was terrifyingly strong. During this period of time, he had been doing very well. It could be said that he had made a name for himself. Even these saint immortals did not dare to offend him too much. Everyone minded their own business. Originally, he wanted to recruit Li Zhongjiu, but he found that Li Zhongjiu's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Even the leader of the sky demons fell in the hands of Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, even if they attacked, they might not be a match for Li Zhongjiu. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu didn't do anything to harm the human race. Instead, he was helping the human race against the fallen race. Therefore, the people of the sacred mountain didn't bother with him. The great Wu country king had already told the sage immortals of the sacred mountain what he saw and heard. Under the protection of the evil lord, no one dared to touch the great Wu dynasty and the great Yan dynasty. Naturally, this was the first time the heavenly Saint Kunpeng heard of Li Zhongjiu's name. However, this name was still very famous. Everyone is here. Hee, looks like the human race is destined to fall today. The deputy palace master said slowly. Then, he waved his hand. The two elders of the beast god palace beside him suddenly began to transform. Boom! The elders of the beast god temple immediately transformed into their true forms. Each of them was thousands of feet tall. Their auras were so imposing that they could swallow clouds and spit out fog. They stepped on mountains and rivers and had the sky above their heads. The slightest movement could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to quake. You guys go and block them. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said. The 5 human race saint immortals also released their aura without hesitation. Although his body couldn't reach tens of thousands of feet in size, his aura was like a mountain that was constantly climbing. Rumble, the 5 of them directly charged towards the 2 giant beasts. Even if it was just a casual collision, it directly caused a terrifying commotion. It was like a terrifying spiraling force that instantly swept across the surroundings. The heavens and earth were in chaos. Fortunately, this place was quite far away from Fallen City. Otherwise, just the movement of the battle here was enough to destroy Fallen City dozens of times. Those who were still in Fallen City, naturally, their fate was self-evident. Only death awaited them. In fact, these elders of the fallen tribe were no longer qualified for Li Zhongjiu and Heavenly Sage Kunpeng to take action. Instead, they were more interested in the 2-headed black demonic dragon in front of them. It's been 200 years since we last fought. Let me see how much you've recovered in these 200 years. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said heroically. His voice rumbled like thunder. In the next moment, Heavenly Sage Kunpeng directly transformed into his will. The power of the Kunpeng soared into the sky and rushed towards the 2-headed black demonic dragon in front of him. The deputy palace master of the beast god temple also released his will. At this level, one's body only needed to be lightly touched by the other party's will to completely shatter into pieces. Only one's will could resist another's will. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng is indeed the strongest expert of the human race. Let's observe how they use their will. Li Zhongjiu said to Qi Yanran. Although he had mastered this kind of power, he naturally needed to learn from stronger experts if he wanted to really use it well. When you have the strength, it's normal to have your own pride. However, when facing some stronger seniors, you also need to learn humbly. After learning, you can continue to be arrogant. This way, you can ensure that you will be arrogant forever. Qi Yanran nodded, and the 2 of them were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he carefully observed the battle between the Kunpeng Tianxing and the dual-headed black demonic dragon. The dragon and the Kun were fighting fiercely in the sky. Although the moves between them looked very simple, and when they collided with each other, they created an extremely terrifying commotion. Boom, the heavens and earth split apart. One could see that even the space was unable to withstand the pressure. Under such pressure, it instantly began to distort. The strength of the 2 could be said to be equally matched. But Li Zhongjiu could tell. The dual-headed black demonic dragon's aura was more stable. Although the heavenly sage Kunpeng's explosive power was stronger in the beginning, it was easy for his opponent to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, they were still able to maintain the state of a draw. If they continued to fight, the situation would not be clear. Boom! It was clear that the 5 sacred immortals were no match for the beast god temple's elders. In a 2 versus 1 situation, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. One of the human sacred immortals was sent flying. He was instantly sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. It could be said that he had disappeared right before their eyes. The true form of this elder was an existence similar to the golden armored dragon. It was covered in golden armor and looked extremely powerful. Its defense could be said to be heaven-defying. One of the sacred immortals' cultivation was obviously insufficient, so he was directly sent flying. The remaining one naturally could not withstand it. Just as the golden armored dragon was about to stomp the sacred immortal to death, a five-colored ray of light suddenly slammed into the golden armored dragon. Boom, the golden armored dragon's body instantly exploded. At this moment, no matter how strong its defense was, it seemed to be useless. It was easily blasted to pieces. After its body exploded, the five-colored divine light did not stop. Instead, it continued to rush toward the other elder of the beast god temple. Boom! Under the siege of the three sacred immortals, the elder of the beast god temple's body instantly exploded. Its huge body was instantly blasted into pieces. It did not even have any power to resist. It was easily destroyed. The four sacred immortals of the human clan were stunned on the spot. They were extremely shocked. It should be known that the elder of the beast god temple was at least a 5th grade absolute saint. Even if the three of them joined forces, they could only barely match the elder's combat strength. They even had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being smashed to pieces and severely injured. The five-colored divine light returned to its original state. It was the white-clothed woman beside Li Zhongjiu. The four of them were also very surprised. Not only was the evil dominator himself very strong, his cultivation was also very high. Who would have thought that the women around him were also very powerful? It was really too scary. After Qi Yanran easily dealt with the two elders of the beast god temple, she did not do anything else. Instead, she continued to guard in front of Li Zhongjiu. He had to ensure Li Zhongjiu's safety. The reason why he acted earlier was to prevent the few peak experts of the sacred martial realm from being completely killed by others. Otherwise, she did not know how long it would take for the sacred martial realm to have such experts to protect it again. The battle between the two-headed black demonic dragon and Kuanping was also coming to an end. No matter how Kuanping Heavenly Saint attacked, he could not hurt the two-headed black demonic dragon. Suddenly, the two heads of the two-headed black demonic dragon spewed out energy similar to dragon flames. The terrifying energy instantly engulfed Kuanping Heavenly Saint's body. Boom, a violent explosion resounded in the sky. Kuanping Heavenly Saint's body was instantly sent flying from the explosion. Seeing this, the few sacred immortals of the human clan quickly rushed toward Kuanping Heavenly Saint and caught him, protecting him. Lord Heavenly Saint. Kuanping Heavenly Saint's aura had dropped to the freezing point. The two-headed black demonic dragon continued to rush toward Kuanping Heavenly Saint. Since this guy was already injured, they might as well attack and kill Kuanping Heavenly Saint. Otherwise, it would not be easy to settle the score with the loss of 3 elders today. It's over. This person's power is unstoppable. The sacred immortals clearly felt powerless under the two-headed black demonic dragon's aura. They could not resist at all. Kuanping Heavenly Saint could be said to be their last hope. Now that Kuanping Heavenly Saint had been defeated, no one could resist the two-headed black demonic dragon's attack. Boom, Qi Yanran transformed into a 5-colored phoenix with a pair of green wings formed by the blue bird Taoist platform. With 2 pairs of wings on her back, 2 terrifying forces blasted toward the two-headed black demonic dragon. Even the two-headed black demonic dragon had to dodge after sensing Qi Yanran's power. It immediately swung its tail violently. It blocked the power released by Qi Yanran, but its tail was directly blown off. Roar, the two-headed black demonic dragon let out a painful roar. Kuanping Heavenly Saint, who was severely injured, was pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. As expected, these 2 young people are incredible. The sacred martial realm is saved. After Qi Yanran forced her opponent's body to retreat, she also hovered in the sky. The two-headed black demonic dragon could not help but retreat. Its body also reappeared, turning into a black-robed figure. Naturally, Qi Yanran also transformed into her original form. Looks like this is not your peak state. You can't take a hit. Li Zhongjiu's voice came from the side. The human clan sacred immortals could not help but look at Li Zhongjiu. It was Qi Yanran who attacked just now. They had seen Qi Yanran's strength and naturally admired her. If Qi Yanran had said something like this at this moment, they would not have thought much of it. However, Li Zongjiu had not even made a move, and yet she said that he was not strong enough. Wasn't that a little too arrogant? Could it be that Li Zongjiu's strength was even stronger? Under the deputy palace master's black robe, there was still a faint green light shining. He seemed to be planning the situation in front of him. If he was really not strong enough, then he would retreat first and then make plans later. At the same time, he did not answer Li Zongjiu's question. Immediately, the deputy palace master's body swayed. He wanted to escape into the distance. Trying to run? Li Zongjiu raised his hand slightly. The originally clear sky instantly turned dark. At the same time, a dense lightning net appeared in the sky, as if it had directly become a huge lightning ball between heaven and earth. At this moment, they were also in this lightning ball world. What, this power? Extreme horror appeared in Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's eyes. This kind of shock was simply indescribable. Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng had never seen such a terrifying power. Changing the sky and the sun, how terrifying! The two-headed black demonic dragon, the deputy palace master, was naturally trapped in this lightning world and could not escape. He even stopped in time. Otherwise, if he was directly electrocuted, the consequences would be very serious. When did I say that you can leave? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since when did I say that you could leave? Such an arrogant, domineering, and arrogant attitude. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's words didn't seem like he was bluffing at all, nor did it seem like he had other intentions. Instead, it seemed like he was seriously elaborating. I didn't say that you could leave. Then, you can't leave. Do you think that you can stop me? The deputy palace master couldn't help but sneer. Did they really think that they could keep him here just because they took advantage of him? They were too arrogant, so arrogant that they were a little ignorant. Stop you? No, I'm going to kill you. As Li Zongjiu's voice fell, the surging thunderbolts around him suddenly tightened and quickly retracted. During this process, one could see that Li Zongjiu's aura was rapidly rising. At the same time, Li Zongjiu directly leaped. His body merged with the thunderbolts, directly displaying his own terrifying state. Li Zongjiu's own will also burst out at this moment. It was a black hammer. The hammer was covered with the power of thunderbolts, densely packed like tattoos. When it appeared, the double-headed black demonic dragon's eyes finally lost its arrogance, and finally revealed a trace of shock. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was releasing a powerful force at this moment. Even the double-headed black demonic dragon couldn't help but be surprised. However, it was obviously not the time to be surprised. The double-headed black demonic dragon also shook its body and transformed into its original form. Moreover, when it released its original form this time, its aura was even stronger than before. Obviously, the double-headed black demonic dragon had hidden part of its strength just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily injured by Qi Yanran. Originally, it didn't want to display its full strength, because that would mean that it would need more time to restore its strength to its peak and reaccumulate this power. Therefore, the double-headed black demonic dragon wanted to leave first. However, it didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so powerful, and his own strength to be so strong. At this moment, the power that the double-headed black demonic dragon erupted was 10 times more than before. When the power in his body surged, Li Zongjiu also transformed into a black hammer, smashing down viciously. In an instant, it struck one of the double-headed black demonic dragon's heads. Boom! One of the twin-headed black demonic dragon's heads instantly exploded. At the same time as the explosion, the other head also spat out a terrifying destructive dragon breath at Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu's hammer of will had also gathered its power under his opponent's dragon breath. However, he did not have the chance to break free. If the other party continued, Li Zongjiu would also be injured. At this moment, Qi Yanran, who had transformed into a 5-colored phoenix, immediately descended. A claw came down and directly clawed out one of the black dragon's eyes. Immediately, the dual-headed black demonic dragon's remaining head rushed towards the sky and began to inhale and exhale dragon breath energy. Li Zongjiu broke free and continued to summon thunderbolts. They wrapped around the double-headed black demonic dragon's huge body and continuously released the power of thunder and lightning. The latter's body was directly smashed by the power of thunder and lightning. The double-headed black demonic dragon's huge body suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! The remaining head was also directly smashed by Qi Yanran's wings. It was as easy as smashing a watermelon. The double-headed black demonic dragon's power disappeared. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both returned to their original forms. However, they were not too happy about it because they found out that this guy was just a clone. It's just a clone, but it's already so powerful. Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised. However, even the clone of the other party was destroyed. He did not see any reaction from the other party's main body, which meant that the other party's main body was probably in some kind of trouble. Li Zongjiu also wanted to fight with the other party's main body. He waved his hand and dispersed the thunderbolts in the sky. The eyes of these human race saint immortals were also filled with extreme shock. Li Zongjiu killed the double-headed black demonic dragon so easily. They did not expect Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran to kill the double-headed black demonic dragon, the deputy temple master of the beast god temple, so easily. Didn't this mean that if they could kill the temple master of the beast god temple as well, they would be able to completely destroy the fallen clan? The deputy temple master is dead? As expected of the evil lord. We were too short-sighted in the past. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord, for helping us. One of the older saint immortals said respectfully to Li Zongjiu. At the beginning, this person had said that he wanted to befriend Li Zongjiu and not become enemies with him. However, there were many voices of opposition at that time, so the matter was left unsettled. However, these people had no choice but to accept Li Zongjiu's powerful strength. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran did something that even Heavenly Sage Kunpeng could not do. This showed how powerful the two of them were. Don't be happy too early. What we just destroyed was only a clone of the other party. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since this old fellow was so polite, Li Zongjiu would naturally reply. If he was as arrogant as Bei Kong and Dong Lai, Li Zongjiu would naturally let them have a good taste of this boundless hell. Sure enough, it was only a clone. I didn't expect these people to become so strong after 200 years. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng sighed. 200 years ago, Heavenly Sage Kunpeng had also fought with the other party and severely injured him. Later on, both of them were injured. They both recovered. In fact, the double-headed black demonic dragon was not at its peak state at that time. It was only severely injured. That was why Heavenly Sage Kunpeng was able to take advantage of it. Now that he had recovered a lot of his strength, he was naturally more powerful and terrifying than Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. However, they did not expect that Heavenly Sage Kunpeng could not even defeat the clone of the double-headed black demonic dragon after 200 years. It's only a clone. The saint immortals of the human clan were shocked and looked at each other. If the other party's true body was here, how terrifying would it be? They did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be. However, since the other party was so powerful, why was he not attacking and conquering the sacred martial realm? There's nothing to worry about. Even if his true body is here, he won't be that strong. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If the other party's true body was here, Li Zongjiu would be very interested to continue fighting with him. The two of you, please come to the sacred mountain for a chat so that we can express our gratitude. Thank you for saving the sacred martial realm today. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng seemed to have made up his mind and personally invited Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran to the sacred mountain. Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in the sacred mountain at all. He rejected them on the spot. I'm not free now. Please go ahead. Li Zongjiu didn't invite them to sit down and have a good chat. Usually, these absolute saints would feel lonely at the top. Therefore, it was normal for them to group up and get to know each other. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about these things. He didn't care about Cultivation realm. These human race sage immortals couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu and Heavenly Saint Kunpeng had rejected him directly. This was the strongest expert of the human race. No. Before Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran made a move, that was the case. Now, the position of the strongest expert would be given to Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Perhaps Heavenly Saint Kunpeng would drop to the third place. However, these sage immortals didn't realize it yet. They were still stuck in the era of Heavenly Saint Kuan-pung. In that case, I won't force you. If you're willing, you can come to the sacred mountain as a guest anytime. Heavenly Saint Kuan-pung said. There was no hatred or conflict between them. Moreover, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were so strong now. He had to make friends with them. He couldn't afford to offend them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good life. However, where did these two powerful young men come from? It was too terrifying. He didn't expect such experts to be born in just 200 years. Heavenly Saint Kuan-pung naturally didn't know that Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's cultivation time was much shorter than he had imagined. Also, you guys are really exaggerating. He really dares to call himself the heavenly sage of the holy celestial immortal. Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu had wanted to talk about these people for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that the chance had come, these people were gathered together. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't hold back. Immediately, these people felt ashamed and unable to show their faces. If someone else dared to say that to them, they would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, since Li Zongjiu said that to them, they had no choice but to laugh and nod. After all, the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran was already comparable to the peak of the realm. In the future, the matters of the Beast God Temple would even require the two of them to take action. Moreover, if Li Zongjiu wanted to destroy the sacred mountain, it wouldn't be impossible. It was no wonder that Beikong and Dong Lai were willing to work for Li Zongjiu ever since they came to Li Zongjiu's place. Originally, they thought that this situation was quite unbelievable, but now it seemed to be a very normal thing. It was an opportunity that he couldn't even ask for. These two guys were really too evil. After teaching these opinionated old men a lesson, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran returned to the fallen city. The other party appeared in such a hurry that he hadn't even recovered his strength. He anxiously sent an avatar here, so it must be for Fu Ling. She was Fu Ding's younger sister. In this regard, Li Zongjiu naturally had to take good care of Fu Ling. However, it was definitely inconvenient to leave her here. Just a random elder could easily destroy the defense of the fallen city. Wasn't this already a bit too much? Therefore, Li Zongjiu also needed to bring her to a safer place. Now that he knew the other party's origin and strength, Li Zongjiu had a rough estimate in his heart. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly put Fu Ling into his hell world. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran agreed to take a stroll in the sacred martial realm. At least, they wanted to take a look at the scenery here. Although there were mountains and rivers everywhere, they were all similar things. However, since they were already here, they naturally wanted to take a look. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. At the same time, they also needed to study the transmission array. Returning to the sacred martial continent was the most important thing. Now that his cultivation had broken through to such a level, if he wanted to advance to the next level, it would not be a simple matter of cultivation. He would also need various kinds of opportunities, and it would not be effective in a short period of time. Immediately, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran left the fallen city and headed towards the Great Yan dynasty. Today, the Great Yan was also thriving under the governance of Qi Yanguan. It was originally the territory of the Great Wu. However, now that it was taken over by Qi Yanguan, of course, it needed to be polished. The most important thing was to train everyone into warriors. In a chaotic world, only the strong could protect themselves. This was a principle that had been inconvenient since ancient times. Qi Yanguan had survived in a chaotic world and experienced countless ups and downs, so he was more aware of this principle. The current capital of the Great Yan was called Jincheng City. Qi Yanguan was here. As the center of power, he had jurisdiction over 16 subordinate cities. These 16 cities were the main top-level cities. In addition, there were some smaller villages and towns that were actually under the jurisdiction of the Great Yan. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran came to Jincheng City. It was worthy of the sacred martial realm's construction technology. Even after thousands of years, the sacred martial continent had not reached the level of these cities in the sacred martial realm. The Jincheng city in front of them seemed to be built on top of an upside-down pyramid that towered into the clouds. The bottom of the city looked like an inverted triangular pyramid. There were fixed bridges and ladders connecting the four sides. There were also lifts for vehicles, meta beasts, and other large objects to pass through. If these ladders were put away, it would basically be a perfect sky fortress. Under such circumstances, it could easily attack the people below, and it would be difficult for the people below to have the opportunity to climb up the hundreds of meters high city wall. Moreover, no matter what kind of mountain torrents or tsunamis, they would not be able to spread to Jincheng City. They even used an extremely special method of drainage to make the water flow directly to Jincheng City. Then, it flowed down from another direction, forming a waterfall. The construction of this kind of city is probably more difficult than the construction of the floating sky city. Qi Yanran could not help but say after seeing it. Her eyes were also filled with incomparable surprise. Even Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu might not be able to understand the construction of some things. After all, although one was powerful, it did not mean that one knew everything. Therefore, it was normal that some things were not known. After all, different specializations were different. For example, how did the water flow at the bottom of the city reverse to a height of hundreds of meters? This made Li Zongjiu very curious. The state of the sacred martial realm was indeed much more advanced than that of the sacred martial continent. When the time comes, I'll have to take a copy of the design of Jincheng City and give it to Nangong Wuji when I return. Let him study and come up with one. Li Zongjiu estimated. Then you might as well bring a team of architects back. Otherwise, Nangong Wuji's head, which doesn't have much hair to begin with, might continue to fall out. Qi Yanran joked. You're right. It's not impossible. While the two of them were talking, they were also standing on a lift. The lift was extremely fast and stable. It could accommodate at least 1,000 people at a time and was teleported to the main gate of Jincheng City. In Jincheng City, there was no need to verify one's identity or register. Firstly, there was no need to do so. After all, it was very normal for such things to be faked. However, if you stayed in the city, you would have temporary identity information. For example, if you stayed in a certain inn or restaurant, your specific information, such as your height and appearance, would be recorded. Then, all the information would be backed up to the registration office where the restaurant was located. The registration office would report the information one by one. If something happened, they would be able to gather the information quickly. If you bought a house directly, it would be the same. Unless you slept on the streets. However, Jincheng City did not allow people to sleep on the streets. It would greatly affect one's image. As long as you had hands and feet and your intelligence reached 8 years old, the people in charge of the People's Livelihood Office in the city would bring you to work. The money you earned would be enough to maintain your food and clothing. There would even be subsidies. This subsidy model was also implemented after Chu Yanguan came to power, and it hadn't been implemented before. Therefore, after Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran entered the city, they did not encounter any difficulties. It would no longer be the same as before, where he would often be stopped at the entrance of the city, and then he would have to go on a killing spree. After killing a few people, he would be allowed to enter. However, what would come would eventually come. The Jincheng guards of Jincheng City were patrolling ahead. In order to ensure the security of Jincheng City. In the past year, many outstanding people had been promoted. For example, the current captain of the Jincheng Guards 1st Battalion, 6th Squad, Yan Kuan. He was just a coolie in Jincheng City. However, when he found out that he had made progress in his cultivation, he was directly recruited into the Jincheng Guards. Moreover, he had made many contributions and was promoted to captain. Now, when people saw him, who would not respectfully address him as young Master Yan. Yan Kuan's career had been on the rise recently. Since the new king took office, people like him were directly put in important positions. He was ruthless and extremely strict. No matter how great one's reputation was, it was useless. As long as one did not obey the rules, all of them were directly arrested. If one dared to make trouble in the city, all of them would be arrested. Not a single chance would be given. It was such an iron-blooded and ruthless way of doing things. It could be said that the latter was now in an important position. At the same time, young Master Yan had been a little arrogant recently. Recently, he had used tricks and abused his power, and it was unknown how many good girls had fallen in love with him. This also made Yan Kuan taste the sweetness. Now was the time to appreciate the benefits brought by power. How could he let go of such a good thing? Young Master Yan? At this moment, Yan Kuan's men also saw Qi Yanran and Li Zongjie walking towards them. Naturally, Li Zongjie was directly ignored. However, Qi Yanran's devastatingly beautiful appearance attracted people's attention at first glance, and it was the kind that could never be forgotten. How could a person like Yan Kuan let go of such a peerless beauty? Therefore, when Yan Kuan saw Qi Yanran for the first time, he was completely stunned and directly froze on the spot. If there was anyone in this world who could be compared to this woman, perhaps only the current monarch of the Great Yan could compare to her. No, if one were to take a closer look, it seemed that even if the monarch were here, he would not be able to match her temperament. With just one glance, Yan Kuan had already recognized the person in front of him in his heart. Such a beauty and himself were simply a match made in heaven. Immediately, Yan Kuan also hurriedly tidied up his clothes, and then walked towards Qi Yanran with his men. When happiness came, one must grasp it directly. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose it directly. For anyone, this was naturally a very painful thing. Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran were shopping. Suddenly, they saw these armored soldiers coming up and surrounding them. Li Zongjie glanced at Qi Yanran beside him. She was indeed a femme fatale. No matter where she went, she would always bring some surprises and accidents. However, this kind of surprise was not something that everyone could bear. Moreover, this femme fatale might not necessarily fall on Li Zongjie. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Li Zongjie asked. Originally, he was minding his own business and picking the things on the stall. However, the stall owner seemed to be frightened. He quickly took out some primordial stones from his money pouch and hurriedly handed them over to Yan Kuan. "Young Master Yan, I'm sorry. Yan Kuan glanced at the stall owner. If it was any other time, he would have taken the money directly. However, Yan Kuan's purpose for coming here today was not for this little bit of silver. "What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me?" Yan Kuan immediately glared at the stall owner in an extremely displeased manner. The stall owner himself was immediately stunned. In the next moment, Yan Kuan's subordinates rushed up and pinned the stall owner to the ground. Yan Kuan casually picked up an item. This item happened to be something that Li Zongjie had his eyes on. After the latter picked it up, he casually threw it on the ground. "This thing of yours did not pass the quality inspection. It's a third-rate product. It's illegal to sell it privately." After saying that, Yan Kuan directly stepped on it. This was a very delicate hand-assembled toy. However, now, it shattered into pieces with a snap. The stall owner's face was filled with horror. "Sir, I already know how to make handicrafts. There's no need for the inspection. Furthermore, I paid the stall fee," the stall owner suddenly cried out. "Oh? So you mean that I, Yan Kuan, have wronged you? Or that I, Yan Kuan, am deliberately targeting you and abusing my power?" Yan Kuan's face suddenly seemed to be covered in frost as he squatted in front of the stall owner and asked. I wouldn't dare. "Sir, this is just a small business," the stall owner cried out. It was obvious that the other party was here to cause trouble. What could they do? Naturally, they could only resign themselves to it. Moreover, people like them could only obediently be fish on the chopping block. Otherwise, what else could they do? There was no justice when there was only power. Li Zongjie picked up the toy on the ground. When Li Zongjie looked at this thing just now, it was very interesting. This was because this thing in his hand was easily stacked together without any glue or anything like that. Moreover, it was very sturdy. It was very difficult to take it apart. It was just a few parts, but it could not be pieced together into a sphere. "Boss, what's this thing called?" Li Zongjie picked up the object. The stall owner who was pressed on the ground never thought that at this time, he might be locked up in the dungeon today. Why would he ask such a question at this time? However, the stall owner also seemed to have gotten a little carried away. He actually answered Li Zongjie for the first time. "This is called Luban Lock. It's a secret skill." "Interesting. How much is it?" Li Zongjie didn't seem to care about the people around him at all. He directly ignored Yan Kuan and the others. The stall owner did not expect that Li Zongjie would dare to buy things under such circumstances. He was really bold and fearless. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjie's behavior, It seemed that he was deliberately provoking Yan Kuan. Hee, interesting. I have already said that this is an extraordinary product. It's prohibited to buy and sell. The seller is guilty. You are also guilty if you buy it. Take him down. Yan Kuan immediately ordered. The people behind him suddenly rushed out and were about to seize Li Zongjiu. There were even several people who put their hands on Li Zongjiu's body. Qi Yanran immediately snorted coldly. Li Zongjiu raised his hand to signal Qi Yanran not to be angry. Young man, if you kneel down and admit your mistake now, I can consider letting you live for a while. Li Zongjiu said lightly. Several people who put their hands on Li Zongjiu wanted to press Li Zongjiu to the ground. However, they found that Li Zongjiu's body was like a mountain. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move. Someone directly hit Li Zongjiu's head with a short stick in his hand. However, he felt that there was nothing in front of him. He did not know why the stick in his hand hit his companion next to him. Bang. Idiot, why did you hit me? Sorry. The person quickly apologized. However, when the stick hit him, he felt that there was no problem at first. Later, he suddenly blacked out and the person who was hit directly fell to the ground. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, the corners of her mouth inadvertently curled up. Although Li Zongjiu's current strength could be said to be above all beings, there was no one in the world who could defeat him. There was no one who could match him in the sacred martial realm, but his stubborn attitude had never changed. Even before he made a breakthrough in his strength, he would still behave like this. It had nothing to do with one's strength. It was clearly a matter of one's personality. The people today were obviously the kind of people who did all sorts of evil deeds. Not to mention bullying others, this was a matter of fact. Moreover, no one knew what they were doing behind the scenes. Anyway, they were not good people. Since they were useless to this world, it was fine to kill them directly. When Yan Kuan saw this scene, he naturally did not believe that this was really a fight between his own people. It was obviously Li Zongjiu who was causing trouble. Kid, how dare you attack the Jincheng guards? Yan Kuan directly pulled out the chopper at his waist. Suddenly, cold light overflowed. What? Do you have the right to kill people on the street? Li Zongjiu said. Hearing the latter's words, Yan Kuan could not help but smile. It turned out that this kid was sure that he could not do anything to him on the street. He was really young. Although the Jincheng guards did not have any judicial power. However, if they encountered some stubborn and dangerous people who resisted with all their might and accidentally killed them during the capture, it was excusable. It wasn't a big deal. You have to know that in the process of arresting suspects, there are often some accidents that happen. Pull out his hand. Yan Kuan shouted. Then, without needing the people around him to do anything, Li Zongjiu directly stretched out his hand as if to say, do whatever you want. Seeing Li Zongjiu being so arrogant, Yan Kuan did not hesitate. Of course, Yan Kuan would not let him go. At the same time, he used all the yuan power in his body to slash down. It was enough to easily cut off Li Zongjiu's arm, who knew that when the knife in his hand landed on Li Zongjiu's body, he heard a bang. The front half of the knife was directly broken. Then, it was reflected back. Chi. The blade directly pierced into the latter's arm. Yan Kuan saw the injury on his body and immediately screamed. Ah! The latter covered his wound. The broken blade directly penetrated his arm and shoulder. It was stuck in his body just like that. Sir. Seeing Yan Kuan's appearance, his subordinates were shocked. They quickly went forward and held the blade without caring about the sharpness. Don't pull it out. But it was too late. The latter immediately pulled out the blade from the ground. Suddenly, blood gushed out like a small fountain. Ah! Yan Kuan screamed in pain. A few of his subordinates immediately rushed forward to help Yan Kuan stop the bleeding. Call for help, call for help. Don't let him escape. Yan Kuan did not know what was so special about Li Zongjiu, but he knew that there must be something strange about him. Otherwise, with Yan Kuan's strength, how could he not be able to deal with someone younger than him? His subordinate immediately released the signal in a hurry. Qi Yanran, who was at the side, also helped the stall owner up from the ground. The stall owner naturally thanked them. He didn't expect the scene to turn out like this. The latter was just a craftsman, so there was no need to create such a scene. He had never seen such a scene before. However, since things had already turned out like this, there was no difference to him. He could only watch quietly. However, he reckoned that he would not be able to continue selling these things. After the signal flare was released, a large number of Jincheng guards quickly approached Jincheng City. The Jincheng guards who were closest to Yan Kuan were also eager to perform meritorious deeds. Therefore, they stared at the situation in the city like wolves and tigers. If there was really no situation, they would deliberately create a situation. At the very least, they wanted to perform well. As for these fake things, of course, they would come back in the future. Suddenly, thousands of Jincheng guards rushed out from the surrounding streets. Audacious madman, how dare you commit murder on the streets? When the captain of the Jincheng Guards 1st Battalion rushed over, he saw Yan Kuan kneeling on the ground and vomiting blood. Li Zhongjiu didn't expect that he would cause such a huge commotion every time he wanted to. It did feel like it was destined. However, he had seen all kinds of situations before, so why would he care about such a small scene? He could wipe out all the people in front of him with a flick of his finger. However, that would be too cruel and not in line with Li Zhongjiu's style. It seems like you have the highest official position here? Li Zhongjiu looked at the middle-aged man who was walking towards him with a majestic aura. This person was the captain of the Jincheng Guards 1st Battalion, Xianxia. Yes, I am the captain of the Jincheng Guards 1st Battalion, Xianxia. Xianxia said proudly. The Jincheng Guards had a total of 7 teams. In other words, there were only 6 people in the city who were on equal footing with Xianxia. Moreover, he controlled a large number of Jincheng Guards. He couldn't cover the sky with one hand, but it wasn't difficult to cover the sky of the land under his jurisdiction. That's fine. This person is committing murder on the street. Hurry up and arrest him. Li Zhongjiu pointed at the injured Yan Kuan. Yan Kuan couldn't believe that Li Zhongjiu would say such shameless words. Moreover, he said it so forcefully, as if it was very reasonable. Right now, you're standing there completely unharmed while I'm the one who's been slashed by a knife. How dare you accuse me of committing murder on the streets? There was no justice in this world. Yan Kuan thought that he was a person who was better at finding trouble. However, Li Zhongjiu's ability to find reasons to deny it simply made Yan Kuan concede defeat. Do you think that I, Xianxia, am blind? If he committed murder on the streets, why is he the one who's injured while you're standing here unharmed? That's because the quality of his knife is too poor, so he accidentally cut himself. Li Zhongjiu spread his hands helplessly. This reason really made people speechless. He was really good at finding excuses. Xianxia heard this and sneered. Well, since you said that the quality of my Jincheng Guards' knives is poor, then I'd like to see if the same thing will happen to me. Immediately, Xianxia drew his knife and slashed towards Li Zhongjiu's head. In his territory, he naturally had the final say. Killing a few people was not a big deal. Yan Kuan was his subordinate. Moreover, Yan Kuan's recent performance had been good. He was a young man with a lot of potential. If he was properly groomed, he would definitely achieve something. Perhaps he would be of greater use to Xianxia in the future. Of course, he had to protect such a useful subordinate well. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu's actions could be said to be a provocation to the Jincheng Guards. In order to ensure the prestige of the Jincheng Guards, Xianxia would definitely not let Li Zhongjiu leave safely today. With this slash, everything would be resolved. However, with Xianxia's strength, after the slash, he also heard a cracking sound. Then, he watched helplessly as the saber in his hand broke. Moreover, the edge of the saber accurately chopped at his shoulder. Chi! Ah! Xianxia immediately screamed in pain. At this moment, the armor on his body was like a pile of tofu. Therefore, the blade easily cut his shoulder. Moreover, it was quite painful when the saber fell down. This caused the latter to scream uncontrollably. After seeing that Xianxia had been slashed, someone immediately rushed forward and grabbed the blade regardless of the danger. Don't pull it out. Xianxia realized something and quickly shouted. However, it was still too late. Whoosh, the knife was pulled out. Then, as if a water pipe was inserted into Xianxia's shoulder, blood spurted out directly and splattered all over the surroundings. My shoulder! Quick, stop the bleeding! However, the blood could not be stopped. If this continued, Xianxia's shoulder would definitely be completely destroyed. At this moment, Yan Kuan looked at the person who pulled the knife out twice. It was actually the same person. You are the traitor. Because Yan Kuan had been bleeding non-stop, his face was extremely pale. If it were not for the support of his strong yuan force, which allowed his body to continuously produce blood, he would have already become a dried-up person. However, if this continued, he would not be able to hold on for too long. However, when Yan Kuan saw that the person who pulled the knife out twice was the same person, he could not help but be shocked. He did not expect that there would be a traitor in his own team. After the person who was identified as the traitor pulled out the knife, his face was also filled with shock. This was because he did not know what he had done. It was as if he did not even remember what happened just now. Go, capture this brat. At this moment, Xianxia did not care so much. Anyway, he had many people on his side. If he had the ability, he could break these thousands of knives one by one. Immediately, these people of the Jincheng guards took out their weapons and prepared to attack Li Zongjiu. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Stop. Everyone who heard this voice trembled. It was so familiar and so intimidating that people could not help but want to kneel down directly. Then, a group of soldiers in white armor appeared. Their eyes were cold and ruthless, and their aura was quite sharp. No one could stop them. The team directly knocked the Jincheng guards away. It's the Whitebone Army. The Whitebone Army was a personal army led by General Jiang Bai. General Jiang Bai led this Whitebone Army to fight in the south and north, and all they killed was the Fallen clan. It was also the army that rushed to the forefront and confronted the Fallen clan head-on. Such a heroic figure would naturally be revered wherever he went. The Whitebone Army had already become the symbol of the Fallen clan's army. Qin Xiong of the Jincheng Guards 1st Battalion greets the general. When Qin Xiong saw this person enter the city and approach the crowd on a white horse, he did not care about his injuries and directly knelt in the direction of Jiang Bai. The surrounding Jincheng guards also knelt at the same time. Today, there were two top figures in the Great Yan Kingdom. One was the king of the kingdom, Chu Yan, who was in charge of internal affairs. The other was General Jiang Bai, who fought outside and made a name for himself. Although General Jiang Bai was still young, the things he had done were worthy of being passed down through the ages. Moreover, in the Great Yan Kingdom, he definitely held the power of life and death. No matter how powerful a person was in the Great Yan Kingdom, Jiang Bai still had the right to cut off his head with a sword. This was because Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan were said to have been chosen by the legendary person. Otherwise, Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan wouldn't have had such achievements at such a young age. Although the two of them were very outstanding, they still needed someone to control them from behind the scenes. Who would have thought that Jiang Bai would coincidentally return to the city today? Furthermore, he had made such a big joke out of himself in the middle of the street. Qin Xiong was also very nervous. If General Jiang Bai blamed him, it would be troublesome. However, Qin Xiong was also very clear in his heart. This Li Zongjiu was doomed. When he saw the general, he was not willing to kneel down and salute. Just this point alone was enough to cause a crime of disrespect. After General Jiang Bai dismounted, he quickly walked over. Qin Xiong was also quite excited in his heart. At the same time, he was also extremely nervous. Could it be that General Jiang Bai was going to help him up? If he could be praised by General Jiang Bai, then he would be extremely happy, just when Qin Xiong was feeling nervous. Jiang Bai finally walked in front of him. General, Qin Xiongdo raised his head. Although he was injured, the corner of his mouth was brimming with a smile. Just as he was about to say that his injuries were not serious, he saw Jiang Bai unsheath the sword at his waist. With a swoosh, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the expression on Qin Xiong's face suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, Qin Xiong felt that his head was floating, as if he was drunk. Sure enough, with a bang, Qin Xiong's head directly fell to the ground. Jiang Bai's sword was as fast as the aurora. Even after Qin Xiong's head fell to the ground, he could still clearly see that General Jiangbai was kneeling down in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. What the hell? Qin Xiong didn't have the time to think about the whole story. In the next moment, Qin Xiong's eyes were already stiff and completely lifeless. Greetings to Senior Evil Lord. Jiangbai hurriedly knelt before Li Zongjiu. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, if he had allowed these people to offend Evil Lord, who knew what would have happened, the White Bone army behind Jiangbai also knelt down in unison. Although they did not know the background of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran in front of them, even their general had directly knelt down. What else could they say? Of course, they had to do as they were told. You can't expect the general to be kneeling on the ground while you're standing. That's how strict military discipline is. Get up. Li Zongjiu glanced at Jiangbai. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Jiangbai's murderous aura had become stronger and stronger. Obviously, during this period of time, he had killed a lot of fallen people. However, after sending Fu Ding out, Jiangbai should have known that there was always someone better than him. He believed that Jiangbai also knew what he should do. At this moment, Yan Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground and was about to faint, suddenly widened his eyes and mouth in surprise after hearing Jiangbai's words. What did he just hear, Senior Evil Lord? The person in front of him turned out to be the legendary Evil Lord. Evil Lord. F***CK, what's going on? I actually wanted to kill the evil dominator with one slash. The latter felt dizzy just thinking about it. Yan Kuan couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Was it because he was bleeding too much that such an illusion appeared? No, he looked at Qin Xiong's head not far away. Yan Kuan obviously knew that he was finished. He was completely finished. Just now, this little brother said that I hurt people on the street. It's up to you. Li Zongjiu said and then glanced at Yan Kuan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. When Yan Kuan heard Li Zongjiu's words, his heart had already turned cold. Since he had already said so, there was no way to turn back. Just wait for death. Catch this person and let him die by 1,000 cuts on the street. Jiangbai ordered. Several White Bone army soldiers stepped forward and picked Yan Kuan up as if he was a chicken. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Yan Kuan didn't know where he got the strength to break free from these people. The White Bone army soldiers directly punched Yan Kuan's stomach, making the latter immediately obedient and obediently hang in the hands of the White Bone army soldiers, no longer moving. Of course, one could imagine what would happen to him after he was taken away. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't care about how Yan Kuan died or how he died. Li Zongjiu wouldn't be happy because of this matter. He wasn't a pervert. Moreover, Li Zongjiu wouldn't feel emotional because of this matter. He just casually asked someone to help trample a small bug to death. It wasn't a big deal. Let them all go. The two of us will have a good stroll in the city. This time, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran came here for a casual trip. Of course, they didn't need such a big lineup. Li Zongjiu himself didn't care about these things. Jiangbai was very clear about Li Zongjiu's temper. After all, Li Zongjiu was an existence that could get anything he wanted. With just a few words, he made the monarch of the Dog country hand over half of his territory. Therefore, peace and tranquility might be what Li Zongjiu was pursuing now. All of you, disperse. As soon as Jiangbai gave the order, his subordinates immediately scattered in all directions. The Jinchang guards also dispersed. We won't disturb Evil Lord. Jiangbai said, and at the same time, he also bowed to Qi Yanran. Well, we'll look for you when we're done strolling. Qi Yanran said with a smile. Perhaps Li Zongjiu still looked a little fierce, but in fact, Li Zongjiu was not fierce at all. Jiangbai quickly nodded to indicate that he had received it. Qi Yanguan also chose to be Qi Yanran's disciple. Although she didn't directly accept him as a disciple, at least she gave him a chance. Perhaps this time, when they went to the palace, Qi Yanguan might be tested again. If Qi Yanguan succeeded, he would directly become Qi Yanran's disciple. Fu Ding had jumped out before. He was the pro-disciple of Evil Lord. His strength was terrible. Even Jiangbai had never seen such a strong willpower. Moreover, this person's goal was very clear. If Qi Yanguan could also become Qi Yanran's disciple, he would definitely soar to the sky. This would be a great opportunity. Of course, Jiangbai had to pay attention to it. The street was suddenly cleared. Although he didn't send anyone to secretly protect Li Zongjiu and Luo Yunyang, Jiangbai had personally informed the Jincheng guards of the arrival of these two distinguished guests. If anyone dared to offend them, they would be beheaded. "Boss, how much are you selling this?" After everyone withdrew, Li Zongjiu continued to talk to the stall owner about the price of the Luban lock in his hand. "I don't charge you. I didn't expect you to be evil lord. I don't charge anything in my stall." The stall owner was probably the most frightened out of all of them. He didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. But at least he knew one thing, and that was that the evil lord in front of him was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even the dignified General Jiangbai had personally come to salute the evil lord. "Evil my ass. You're not from the Jianghu." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and patted the stall owner's shoulder at the same time, indicating that the latter should relax. Immediately, the stall owner's heart relaxed a little. On second thought, if he was going to die, he would have died just now. He wouldn't have waited until now. The only reason he was still alive was because of the evil lord in front of him. Since the stall owner didn't want to hand over the evil lord, then it wouldn't be wrong to call him lord. "Lord has saved my life. This Luban lock is just a small thing. I can't charge you." "Alright, then I won't force you." After saying that, Li Zongjiu kept the Luban lock. When Qi Yanran saw this, she knew that Li Zongjiu's character of wanting to take advantage of others was back. He had always been like this, and she really couldn't do anything to him. This also meant that Li Zongjiu hadn't changed from the beginning to the end. This was the true character of the evil lord. "Do you know how to make things?" Li Zongjiu asked. At that time, he thought that although such a small thing seemed simple, the truth behind it wasn't that simple. "Yes, of course. To be honest, the design of Jincheng City was led by my family in the past." The old man seemed to recall the peak of his family's glory days. He couldn't help but shed tears. "That's even better. When the time comes, I'll ask you to make something. This is the deposit. I'll come to you at any time," Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, he gave a storage ring to the stall owner. In the storage ring, there were tens of thousands of supreme-grade primordial stones. Now, this thing had no effect on Li Zongjiu. In addition, these supreme-grade primordial stones were very easy to take out in the big countries. However, the circulation of these stones among the people was very limited. Not to mention tens of thousands, even if you had hundreds of them in your hands, it would be a great thing. "Oh, this can't be. When the old man opened the ring, he was frightened. When he wanted to find Li Zongjiu to return it, he found that both of them had disappeared. If it wasn't for the storage ring in his hand, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Even Li Zongjiu didn't expect that he would be so lucky to find the descendant of the people who participated in the construction of Jincheng City. After the teleportation array was completed, he would summon this person back. After that, he would be able to properly transform Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu naturally hoped that Luoxia City could have better conditions. If it developed normally, it might take tens of thousands of years for the Holy Martial Continent to develop to the level of the Holy Martial Realm. Now, the Holy Martial Realm had encountered an enemy like the Fallen Clan. In the future, the same enemy might appear in the Holy Martial Continent. In short, there was no way to avoid these things. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength and make sufficient preparations for battle before this. After that, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also strolled around Jincheng City. Moreover, it was enough to buy a lot of things that were very fashionable compared to the Holy Martial Continent. These things also had very good research value. At the same time, the monarch of the Dao Kingdom also directly used the power of the whole kingdom to build a sufficient number of Tianwu ships and sent them to Li Zongjiu on time. These things were enough to arm the entire Luoxia City. They would be very good things. Why do I feel like I've come to the future world? Qi Yanran was also quite surprised. She was holding something called an ice cream cone in her hand and eating it happily. This kind of food had never been seen in the Holy Martial Continent. Qi Yanran was also very business-minded. After all, she was also a proper genius in the Qi family. It was just that his cultivation talent was so strong that it overshadowed the brilliance of this level. Qi Yanran also spent a lot of money to buy the recipe and production method of this food. Many things that had never been seen in the Holy Martial Continent could be seen here. Of course, there were good and bad things. In fact, the quality of things depended on the person. At night, the two of them enjoyed the night scenery in front of a small river. Although these people had changed their nationality from the Great Wu to the Great Yan, it didn't change much for them. Instead, they were even happier because of the appearance of the Great Yan. Then, the country became even richer and stronger. Moreover, the king of Great Yan Empire had used such a bold strategy to wipe out the fallen beastmen. His mighty and majestic aura had completely intimidated the fallen clan. As a result, the situation in the sacred martial realm had become even safer. This made the people feel even more at ease. This girl has done a good job. Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu also discussed what Chu Yan had done. Obviously, Chu Yan also knew the root cause of this. Li Zongjiu gave the latter a chance, but he did not rush to take revenge. Instead, he focused on fighting the fallen race. Indeed, it did not disappoint Li Zongjiu. However, he still needed to carefully consider Qi Yanran's cultivation talent. If possible, he could pass down the cultivation method of Sparrow Divine Palace and spread the name of Sparrow Divine Palace in the sacred martial realm. It was also a very good choice. Not bad. Although it's impossible to say that he has everything, at least he has the potential. Li Zongjiu said. The two of them wandered around Jincheng City for almost half a month before they went to the Imperial Palace to test Chu Yan's cultivation. Qi Yanran found that Chu Yan's talent was not bad, and most importantly, his character was upright. She directly passed down the cultivation method of Sparrow Divine Palace to him. At the same time, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran observed for a while and directly chose a place with strong spiritual energy in the Imperial Palace as the foundation of the teleportation formation. Chu Yan saw that he could help the two of them, so he naturally ordered Jiangbai to send people to clean up the place without hesitation. Naturally, it would take some time to set up the teleportation formation. It needed to be studied slowly. A few days later, Chu Yan sent someone to inform them that a person called Kuanping had come to see them. Li Zongjiu and Jiangbai were also carefully studying the layout of the teleportation formation. Hua Wushuang was also there. After all, Hua Wushuang was a true master of formations. Although Qi Yanran could provide help, it was indeed difficult for her to intervene too much in the teleportation formation. Kuanping? This guy is so modest? Let him in. Li Zongjiu said. The Kuanping was like a guardian deity of the sacred martial realm. Previously, he was called the Heavenly Sage for a reason. However, after being criticized by Li Zongjiu, he probably had no face to continue using this name. No matter what, this old guy belonged to the top of the sacred martial realm. Unexpectedly, he was so modest and even waited at the door to be notified. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised. However, it was precisely because of the latter's humble attitude that Li Zongjiu was willing to meet him. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu wouldn't care who he was. Since the other party came with such sincerity, Li Zongjiu might as well see what he wanted. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were in front of a small wooden house. They brewed a pot of good tea under a tree in front of the courtyard and waited for the other party to come. Kuanping Heavenly Sage had changed into more ordinary clothes. He looked like a very ordinary old man. Haha, Lord Evil Lord, I'm here to disturb you again this time. Kuanping Heavenly Sage smiled warmly when he saw Li Zongjiu. If one didn't know, they would think that the two of them were sworn brothers. Have a seat. Kuanping Heavenly Sage was the only one who could really talk to Li Zongjiu. Even the other absolute saints couldn't talk to Li Zongjiu. They were definitely one level lower than Li Zongjiu. Although Kuanping was also an absolute saint, it was already very good that he could comprehend intent. At least, he was definitely one of the top beings among all the strong beings of the human race. However, Kuanping was already old, so even if he learned willpower cultivation, he was destined to not be able to catch up with Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. In fact, Kuanping was much younger than Li Zongjiu in terms of age. Kuanping's talent was also slightly higher than Li Zongjiu's. However, everyone was only looking at the present. If you said that Li Zongjiu had been reborn, not many people would believe it. Kuanping Heavenly Sage was also an expert, so Li Zongjiu should show some respect. Thank you. Qi Yanran poured a cup of tea for Kuanping, and Kuanping hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Apparently, Kuanping had not expected Li Zongjiu and his wife to be so easy to get along with. Even at Kuanping's level, he could not help but feel nervous when facing someone stronger. Hey, these are the pastries from Guiyuan Nunnery. These are top-notch pastries. I don't even know how long it's been since I last ate them. Kuanping couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the pastries on the table. Obviously, even an expert like him couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the pastries that he used to love. Eat some. Li Zongjiu pushed the pastries towards Kuanping. These pastries were originally placed here to serve people. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was alone and killed everyone in the world. He didn't need any worldly wisdom, so he naturally didn't have such a habit. However, it was different in this life. Li Zongjiu was more accepting of worldly wisdom. Of course, he still did things according to his own preferences. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't act like a madman when it came to major issues. At least, he still had his humanity. Why are you looking for me? The two drank some tea for a while. Li Zongjiu asked. He couldn't possibly come here just to eat and drink for free. Well, I recently heard that Evil Lord is studying the teleportation array. Li Zongjiu glanced at Kuanping. Obviously, this guy was quite capable. After all, as the #1 expert in the sacred martial realm, it wasn't a big deal for him to know such news. Besides, Li Zongjiu didn't try to hide this matter. That's right. Hehe, that's easy. Lord Evil Lord, I'm sure you'll be interested in this scroll. Heavenly Sage Kuanping immediately took out an extremely ancient scroll. Some of the engravings on the scroll were also quite ancient. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't say anything. Hu Wushuang's figure emerged from the unparalleled sword with a rumble. She immediately snatched the scroll from Li Zongjiu's hand. Kuanping was shocked by Hu Wushuang's appearance. When he saw Hu Wushuang snatch the scroll from Li Zongjiu's hand, he was shocked. He was even more shocked. The person sitting in front of him was the dignified evil lord, Li Zongjiu. This little girl who came out of nowhere dared to snatch something from evil lord, Li Zongjiu's hand. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be angry. The unique 9 meridian scroll. Hu Wushuang blurted out when she saw the scroll in his hand. When he heard Hu Wushuang say the name of the scroll, Kuanping couldn't sit still. Kuanping, who had been sitting, couldn't stay calm anymore. He directly jumped up from his seat. You? How did you know? Hu Wushuang was surprised by the unique copy of the 9 lineages in his hand. However, Heavenly Sage Kuanping was even more shocked that Hu Wushuang could recognize the unique copy of the 9 lineages in his hand. That was the truly terrifying part. Currently, no one in the entire sacred martial realm should know about the 9 lineages. The so-called 9 lineages actually involved an extremely vast world. Even Kuanping himself only knew a little about the 9 lineages. He only knew a little about the unique copy of the 9 lineages in his hand. He also knew that the things recorded in the unique copy would be helpful to Li Zongjiu's teleportation formation. The so-called 9 lineages. In fact, it was equivalent to the general name of the 9 realms. However, it was replaced by lineages because after an unknown amount of time, only the 9 lineages were passed down and formed the 9 realms. For example, the human race in the sacred martial realm belonged to the human lineage. The Yuan Beast clan was known as the demon lineage. What was recorded in the unique copy of the 9 lineages should be the matters of each lineage in the 9 realms. However, there were very few people who knew about the 9 lineages. If Heavenly Sage Kuanping's cultivation was not strong enough. Therefore, he was able to break through the current limit. In the end, he inherited the inheritance on the sacred mountain. Therefore, he knew the highest secrets of the 9 lineages and the deepest hidden existence. Only when one had a high enough level would one be able to come into contact with these things. I don't know the details of the inheritance of the 9 lineages. However, the unique copy of the 9 lineages itself is a supreme treasure that is indestructible. Hu Wushuang said. Hu Wushuang was also a demon, so he should belong to the demon lineage. Li Zongjiu did not know whether the demon lineage existed or not. However, at least the demon lineage was not weak. Therefore, it was normal for it to be placed in the 9 realms. Moreover, Hu Wushuang's knowledge should have come from his own inheritance. That's right. This is only one of the 9 unique books, the human bloodline. What is recorded in it is the past and present life of the human race, from the beginning to the present. The book itself is a true history book. At this point, even Kupung couldn't help but sigh. This was the only book in his hands. After reading it, he was completely shocked by the strength of the human race. Oh? There's such a thing? Who wrote such a book? Li Zhongzhou couldn't help but ask. It sounded a little mysterious, but if someone could write such a book, it must be quite strong. Heavenly Sage Kunping shook his head. No one can write them. These books were born from the will of the human race. Li Zhongzhou's eyes widened when he heard this. This thing was amazing. Listening to what he said, it seemed that this thing was born directly between heaven and earth. As long as there was a person, this thing would write itself. However, there was no reason to not believe it. Anything could happen. This was not a strange thing. What's your purpose in taking out such a precious item? Li Zhongzhou glanced at the other party from the corner of his eyes. The heavenly sage Kunpeng obviously had his reasons for being so attentive. Hehe, what are you talking about? I heard that you want to study the teleportation formation. If you can comprehend the unique copy of the human lineage, you will be able to easily arrange a teleportation formation. However, if you want to comprehend the true unique copy of the human lineage, you will have to go to the sacred mountain. The heavenly sage Kunpeng rolled his eyes and casually brought up the topic of the sacred mountain. You're trying to coax me into going to the sacred mountain. What's your ulterior motive? Li Zhongzhou directly exposed the other party's pretense. This old thing insisted that he go to the sacred mountain. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou could clearly feel that there was something strange going on. Hehe, don't be so direct. You'll know when you get there. I'm sure you won't regret it. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said with a smile. However, Li Zhongzhou did not believe this person's words. If there were really benefits, why would other people have a chance? There must be something fishy going on. Alright, if I don't get any benefits, I'll tear down your mountain. Li Zhongzhou said faintly. For Li Zhongzhou, tearing down the other party's mountain was a very simple matter. He could easily destroy it without breaking a sweat. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou was not worried that the other party would play any tricks. This is only a part of it. Little girl, if you want to observe it, you can come along. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng said slowly. Hu Wushuang seemed to be very interested in it. At the same time, he was also quite interested in Hu Wushuang. After all, not many people knew about the existence of the 9 lineages. There must be some special way to know about it. Therefore, he was very interested in Hu Wushuang. However, Hu Wushuang did not care about Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. In Hu Wushuang's heart, not everyone was worthy of her attention. Then let's take a look and see what tricks this old man is playing. Li Zhongzhou said as he stood up. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng saw that his trip had been effective. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Let's go, there's no time to waste. No matter how Li Zhongzhou looked at Heavenly Sage Kunpeng, he looked like a human trafficker. How could he be so attentive? After all, he was the Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. As they moved, Heavenly Sage Kunpeng confirmed his thoughts. Hu Wushuang was not a real person. She was a weapon spirit. As for what kind of weapon it was, he did not know. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng did not ask. The 3 of them disappeared into the sky. With a swoosh, the 3 of them flew towards the Saint Mountain. The Saint Mountain was located in the center of the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations surrounded the Saint Mountain. The Saint Mountain was very tall and dazzling. It was at least 10,000 meters high, towering into the clouds. It was difficult to see the end of it. Li Zhongzhou and the other 2 arrived at the legendary Saint Mountain. The height they usually flew was only 1,000 meters above the ground. As they approached the Saint Mountain, Li Zhongzhou and Qi Yanran's eyes revealed a trace of shock. It was obviously a mountain. However, it contained an extremely powerful will. The will of the mountain. Now, Li Zongjiu roughly understood why the people of the Beast God Temple didn't attack all the human territories in the sacred martial realm even though they had the strength. First of all, the Saint Mountain was not that simple. Although Li Zongjiu was not sure what the Saint Mountain was, as long as the Saint Mountain did not fall, the human race would not be destroyed. We're here. As soon as they approached the Saint Mountain, a powerful force trapped Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Heavenly Sage Kuanping was the first to descend. What a strong will. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were also the first to descend. They did not expect that there would be such a thing. Now, they had already reached their level. How could they be shocked by the will of a mere Saint Mountain? Even in the face of such power, they did not have any room to resist. Whoosh! The three of them descended at the same time. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran looked at the mountain with extreme shock. I didn't expect such a powerful existence to exist. Li Zongjiu could not help but be shocked. If ordinary people came before the Saint Mountain, they would only feel that the Saint Mountain was very grand and majestic. However, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran could clearly feel the will of the Saint Mountain. It is said that this is the Saint Martial Realm's paradise, the true origin place. Heavenly Sage Kuanping said with a smile. Then, as the host, he began to introduce the situation here. Li Zongjiu and the others had no choice but to walk on the mountain path. The holy mountain wasn't filled with spiritual qi. Furthermore, many people had cultivated terraced fields around the holy mountain to grow crops and the like. Why are there so many people in your Saint Mountain? Li Zongjiu thought that the Saint Mountain was sacred and inviolable. Therefore, there were not many people in the Saint Mountain. Those who were brought here should be very powerful people. However, when Li Zongjiu arrived, he found that there seemed to be many people here. There were many of them, and they were just ordinary people. The Saint Mountain is not sacred and inviolable. On the contrary, it is very approachable. Now, there are about 6,000 indigenous people in the Saint Mountain. They are just ordinary people, but they are also a part of the Saint Mountain. When Heavenly Sage Kuanping walked on the road, not many people could recognize him. It was as if he was a completely unrelated person. However, they still greeted each other cordially if they met face to face. The outside world is in an abyss of suffering. You people here seem to be free and unfettered. It can be said that this should be the last pure land of the human race. Heavenly Sage Kuanping said. Even if the outside world is destroyed, this place will definitely be the last chance for the human race. What chance? To be destroyed again? Li Zongjiu said. Although many people's thinking was right, and they always wanted to keep a slim chance of survival at the last moment, in reality, there was not much meaning in doing so. If they always thought about the last chance of survival every time they did something, the last bit of leeway would be finished sooner or later. Only by giving it your all can you get what you really want. Of course, everyone's thoughts were different. Li Zongjiu couldn't expect everyone to have the same thoughts as him. The three of them walked at a brisk pace and didn't delay much on the way. They arrived at the mountainside of the sacred mountain. There were a few palaces at the mountainside, and they should have been built later. A few absolute saints came forward to greet the Kuanping sage immortal when they sensed that he was here. When they saw Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they were shocked. It turned out that the Kuanping sage immortal had gone out early in the morning to invite the two of them over. It had to be said that the two of them had quite a lot of face. They were indeed capable of doing so. Don't you think it's infuriating? Go and do what you need to do. The Kuanping sage immortal sent these people away. In truth, these people had nothing to do here. The five of them took their leave. Since the last battle, they had witnessed the strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, so Kuanping sage immortal could do whatever he wanted. In the eyes of these absolute saints, Kuanping sage immortal was the strongest. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were in the same realm as Kuanping sage immortal. Therefore, they didn't need to participate in the conversation between the three of them. Do you want to take a look around? Kuanping sage immortal asked. If you continue to fool around like this, I'll kill you first. Li Zongjiu said directly. Is this old man here to waste my time? It's been half a day, and he's still taking his time. Okay. Kuanping sage immortal said hurriedly. He brought Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran to the back of the mountain. There is a very big tree here. When they arrived, Li Zhongjiu saw the words Forbidden Land written on the door. Kuanping Sage Immortal brought the two of them to the Forbidden Land of the Saint Mountain, but they didn't know what he wanted to do. Qi Yanran's eyes changed when she saw the tree. This place is a forbidden area of the Sage Mountain. The connections you seek are in this tree. How much you can get will depend on your own good fortune. Of course, if you accidentally obtain the recognition of the ancestral tree, you will become the protector of the sacred martial realm, the protector of the sacred mountain. Hey! Heavenly Sage Kuanping finally spoke his mind. He actually used such a sinister move right from the start. Chosen by this tree? Li Zhongjiu could not help but size up the tree in front of him. Although the tree was huge and lush, Li Zhongjiu could guess that the tree in front of him should be the main body of the sacred mountain. However, at this level, it no longer mattered who the main body was. Anything would do. But for Li Zhongjiu to be chosen by such a tree, for Li Zhongjiu, this was not something worth praising. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu was not very interested in the matter of the protector. However, Li Zhongjiu was interested in the connections of the 9 lineages. This meant that he had to comprehend it properly under the tree. Are you the protector now? Li Zhongjiu asked. If it was really this guy, then he was too weak. Cough cough, I am not qualified yet. In fact, it's not that easy. But if I can become the protector of the sacred mountain, I will be able to use the power of the entire sacred mountain. My willpower was formed under the tempering of the sacred mountain. Heavenly Sage Kuanping said embarrassedly. Li Zhongjiu's and Qi Yanran's wills were comprehended by themselves in the congenital condition. Li Zhongjiu's wills were cultivated by himself. Therefore, in comparison, the gap was bigger. It was hard to believe that the gap was so big. It was very easy for Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran to defeat Heavenly Sage Kuanping. They were just short of this point. I am not qualified to be the protector, but if you can, then our sacred martial realm will be saved. With the power of the sacred martial realm's sacred mountain, we may not be no match for the beast god temple. Heavenly Sage Kuanping said. In fact, Heavenly Sage Kuanping really wanted to destroy the beast god temple in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if these people continued to occupy this place, they would attack sooner or later, and the decisive battle would break out sooner or later. However, taking advantage of the fact that the other party had not yet recovered, either Li Zhongjiu or Qi Yanran could directly use the will of the sacred mountain. In that case, there would be no suspense in this battle. Protector? Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran both looked at the tree. In the entire continent, only the 3 of them had comprehended the will. Heavenly Sage Kuanping could not do it, but the 2 of them had a chance. At the same time, it was a good opportunity to temper their willpower. Heavenly Sage Kuanping said. As long as one could feel the will of the sacred mountain under the tree, the will of the sacred mountain would also test one's strength. When the strength was condensed to the limit, it would suppress one. Therefore, it was a good place to temper one's willpower. Since they could find such a good place, of course, they had to give it a try. Regardless of whether it works or not, it's not a bad choice to find the records of the teleportation formation in the Book of Contacts and temper our willpower. Li Zhongjiu said. That's right. Don't worry, I will not harm you. The Kuanping Heavenly Sage was delighted when he saw that Li Zhongjiu and Li Zhongfeng seemed to be tempted. He had been guarding the sacred mountain alone for so many years. It was too hard on him. The worst thing was that he wasn't the true guardian of the sacred mountain. You should at least give me some of your power. However, because Heavenly Sage Kuanping was not an orthodox protector, he could only use a little of his strength near the sacred mountain. Therefore, if Heavenly Sage Kuanping could not defeat the other party, he could choose to escape to the sacred mountain. At least that way, he would not be defeated by the other party. If the double-headed black demonic dragon had the guts to come to the sacred mountain, it would only end up dead. The 2 of them did not say much. At the same time, they sat down under the tree. When Li Zhongjiu sat down, he immediately felt like he was isolated from the world in front of him. Although Heavenly Sage Kuanping was still standing in front of him, he had disappeared. The distance between them was getting farther and farther. Yanran, when Li Zhongjiu turned around to look at Qi Yanran, he found that her figure was gradually getting farther and farther away. Even though Li Zongjiu forcefully tried to pull himself together and break free from the illusory power in front of him, he was powerless. When he fell deep into it, he was quickly sinking into oblivion. Wang. Li Zongjiu was also trapped and could not extricate himself. When he looked around, he had turned into a world of white, as if he was sitting in a world of ice and snow. What the hell? Li Zongjiu's heart was also incomparably astonished. What kind of existences were around him? Even Li Zongjiu himself was shocked. This was because Li Zongjiu realized that his own will had been affected. Then let me see how capable you are. Li Zongjiu snorted coldly in his heart. In his life, he did not believe in heaven's will. He only believed in himself. When you can't do it, it's only because you're not strong enough. If you're strong enough, it won't be like this. A vast expanse of white, shining brightly. There was even a kind of sinking into the brilliance and being completely buried. Boom, in the snow in front of him, a big fish that was thousands of feet long suddenly jumped out. With a boom, the big fish crushed in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu sat still in the same place. The big fish directly pressed on Li Zongjiu's body and completely crushed the ground under Li Zongjiu. Then, Li Zongjiu felt that his body seemed to be sinking into something similar to the sea. He was meditating incessantly. Boom. Boom, Li Zongjiu's body was sinking continuously. What followed was a huge pressure instantly surging. Immediately, Li Zongjiu pulled himself together and used his own willpower to resist the terrifying pressure. The big fish above his head was rapidly pressing down on him. Li Zongjiu also tried to push the big fish above his head away. However, he found that the weight of the big fish was more terrifying than he imagined. In the process of falling, it directly turned into a mountain. Boom, immediately, Li Zongjiu's body kept sinking. Seeing that the two of them had entered the zone, Heavenly Sage Kuanping breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of protecting the world was too great. It's better to let these young people with passion and dreams do it. I'll just hide in a corner and enjoy myself. After experiencing it, maybe you'll like saving the world. Hee hee. Heavenly Sage Kuanping obviously had a lot of thoughts. Then, his body swayed and disappeared from the forbidden area. It was absolutely safe in the forbidden area. Even if there were any changes, Heavenly Sage Kuanping would be able to quickly sense them. After all, he had been in the sacred mountain for such a long time. At this moment, on the peak of a mountain in the sacred martial realm, a black figure was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Above the sky, there seemed to be dark clouds brewing. Within the dark clouds, terrifying lightning was jumping up and down, releasing a destructive aura from time to time. Tianyi, who was dressed in black, looked up at the lightning in the sky. With a whoosh, the blade of creation transformed into a pair of wings that protected Tianyi's back. Finally, this day came. Tribulation. As a member of the monster clan, she had to go through this tribulation. Only by going through this tribulation can I inherit the will of the ancestors. Ancestral tribulation. Tianyi wanted to collect all the treasures in order to resist this tribulation. But now, it seemed that it was impossible to resist this tribulation. Moreover, there were dangers everywhere. It was inevitable that more dangers would appear. Finally, the lightning in the sky seemed to have been brewing for too long, and it seemed to have lost its patience. So, in the free time, it directly released a thunderbolt power and fell in Tianyi's direction. This bolt of lightning was like thousands of warhorses galloping and whistling. Such a ferocious aura came like a tidal wave, directly exploding above Tianyi's head. Boom, the thunderbolt hit Tianyi accurately. However, the wings on Tianyi's back formed by the blade of creation also stood in front of her to protect her. After the attack of the thunderbolt power, there were also some burn marks on the blade of destiny. Clearly, they were left behind by the attack just now. This was just the first attack, but she felt that she couldn't resist it. The corners of Tianyi's mouth lifted slightly. Although it seemed that she was still smiling, in fact, only she knew the bitterness in her smile. In order to restore the glory of the heavenly monster clan, Tianyi had almost exhausted her life's strength. Even the hardships he had to endure to get to where he was today was inconceivable to anyone. Tianyi didn't have any companions. She was alone and finally reached this level. However, the ancestral tribulation power had been recorded in the ancient books of the clan. If one couldn't collect the power of the three treasures, only death would await them. No one had ever succeeded. So, Tianyi's heart was in despair. The mountain she was sitting on had already begun to collapse. The second thunderbolt fell. Tianyi felt as if thousands of silver needles had pierced through her body. They even pierced through her bones. The mountain she was sitting on also rumbled. In an instant, it collapsed. He hadn't made any preparations. Was he going to be killed just like that? The mountain peak had already turned into countless rocks that were falling down rapidly. At this moment, the lightning above took advantage of the situation and chased down. Boom, the third thunderbolt. The wings formed by the blade of creation were sent flying. Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of such an ancestral tribulation was completely unstoppable. The only outcome was to have his clone crushed. The fourth lightning bolt struck down. Boom, in Tianyi's heart, this power should have already destroyed her, even if there was not even a trace of her remains left. However, Tianyi felt that her body was complete. When he opened his eyes, he found a figure standing in front of him. Was he dreaming? Tianyi herself didn't believe it. Along the way, she had only made enemies and never friends. The only people she killed were her enemies. How could someone stand up for her? Devil-suppressing ruler? Immediately, Tianyi's gaze fell on the weapon in the other party's hand. At a glance, she recognized that it was the devil-suppressing ruler from the devil-suppressing tower in the Saint Martial continent. Tianyi had studied all the weapons in the world. At least, when she couldn't find all the weapons, she could at least find some substitutes. Hey, it's not easy to live until now. Why do you want to die so much? Fu Ding turned around. His skin was already torn and his flesh was exposed. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Just now, he happened to pass by and saw that someone was about to be struck to death by the lightning, so he quickly rushed out. Who knew that the power of this thing was so great? Fu Ding had almost been killed by it. If the devil-suppressing ruler hadn't blocked it here, he would have been smashed to pieces by now. Although the injury on his face was quite unsightly, Fu Ding still showed a trace of a smile. You. Be careful. When Tianyi saw Fu Ding, she was shocked because she never thought that there would be someone who would help her in a situation where she was bound to die. Fu Ding himself also used his powerful will to directly destroy the fifth bolt of lightning. However, Fu Ding's body instantly fell to the ground under the power of this lightning bolt. Boom. He was completely buried under the ground. These angry lightning bolts didn't give them enough time to chat. Tianyi was very anxious when she saw that Yi Shiwen was directly struck by this lightning bolt and was directly injured. However, at this moment, she couldn't be sure whether Yi Shiwen was alive or not. But if she couldn't block this lightning bolt, she would definitely die. All this time, Tianyi only had one thought in her mind, and that was to revitalize the heavenly monster tribe. As for why she had to do this, no one told her. In her inheritance, this must be done. Otherwise, the heavenly monster tribe would cease to exist. Therefore, Tianyi's shoulders carried the mission of the entire tribe's revival. I can't die now. Tianyi's eyes were burning with light again. In the next moment, a strong willpower burst out from Tianyi's body. The blade of creation, which was sent flying far away, quickly returned to its original position and returned to Tianyi's side. The sixth lightning bolt. The seventh lightning bolt. Boom, boom, 2 lightning bolts fell at the same time. Tianyi resisted with the strength of her dragon sparrow body. Her pair of wings were completely torn apart. She couldn't help but smell a burning smell. Tianyi couldn't fly. She landed on the ground and roared to the sky. In the next moment, the lightning bolts continued to fall. Boom, an incomparably vast wave of energy swept out in all directions. The mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were directly razed to the ground, all of them exploded on the spot. Along with this wave of energy, it swept out. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into silence. Along with this silence, who knew how long it had been? At least 2 or 3 days. Finally, in this silent sky, a willpower was condensing again. From the countless dust clouds, a figure was rapidly rushing up to the sky. Boom. Her wings spread out, covering the clouds and the sun. It was as if he was declaring his invincible aura to the heavens. She succeeded. Even Tiani herself couldn't believe that she had actually broken through the ancestors' tribulation and successfully passed it, under the 9 lightning bolts of life and death. Tiani also thought that she was going to die, but because of Fu Ding's appearance, at least Tiani didn't want to lose it so quickly. At least she could confirm Fu Ding's situation first before dying. Who knew that it was this willpower that directly brought Tiani back to life? At this moment, Tiani also directly had a strong willpower that came from the power of her ancestors. It was constantly injected into Tiani's body. Boom! Tiani showed her strength to the world. Then, she jumped down and directly plunged into the soil and gravel, grabbing a figure out. It was Fu Ding. In 3 days, Fu Ding hadn't fully recovered, but his willpower was very strong, at least until now. He hadn't given up. When Tiani rescued Fu Ding, her heart was completely shocked. What kind of willpower did this guy have to be able to persist until now? Since he hadn't dissipated, he could definitely be saved. Beast God Temple. The interior of the tower itself was an extremely mysterious space. Even the people of the Beast God Temple could not enter the inner space. Only 2 people could. One was the Temple Master of Beast God Temple, and the other was the Deputy Temple Master. The double-headed black demonic dragon's true body was more than 1,000 feet long. However, in the Beast God Temple, it looked less than a meter long. The interior of the Beast God Temple itself was a very mysterious space. Inside it was a world. The double-headed black demonic dragon's body was entrenched in the endless darkness. The double-headed black demonic dragon's vitality was greatly damaged in this battle. Although it was only a doppelganger that was released, it could be said that it had spent many years of effort to condense this doppelganger. In the end, it was mercilessly destroyed by Li Zongjiao and Qi Yanran. It was simply heartbreaking. Roar! The double-headed black demonic dragon let out a low roar in the endless darkness. Mobilize the Black Court army and conquer the continent. Destroy the human race's sacred mountain. The double-headed black demonic dragon's original strength was rapidly condensing at this moment. It seemed to have received a powerful injection of energy at this moment. Then, its aura rapidly expanded. The double-headed black demonic dragon's 4 eyes suddenly released extremely dazzling light in the dark void. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying aura condensed around its body. Not only that, but there were also hundreds of figures that appeared around it. These figures were completely black. No vitality could be felt from them. It was as if they were cold and merciless killing machines. The Black Court army, this was the true army of the Beast God Temple that ruled the continent and dominated the world. Clearly, the Beast God Temple could not afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, they would perish along with it. They had to make the best use of their time. It was urgent. I will protect the temple for the time being. You take the elders with you. Yes, Temple Master. If the strength of the Black Court army and the elders were not enough to conquer the entire human race, then the sacred martial realm was too strong. Moreover, this time, the Temple Master of the Beast God Temple directly taught the double-headed black demonic dragon the method to destroy the sacred mountain. 100,000 mountains. From the sky above the Beast God Temple, a ferocious and surging power was released. It rushed into the sky and immediately stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. It was as if a heaven-supporting pillar had suddenly pierced in. Then, it began to stir the sky. Countless bolts of black lightning were rapidly spreading towards the sky. Rumble. As the energy spread out, one could see the figures of the Black Court army with terrifying auras appearing and hovering in the sky. The entire 100,000 mountains began to shake violently with the appearance of this terrifying aura. Boom. The ground troops sent by the Great Yan dynasty were still searching around the edge of the 100,000 mountains, looking for these lone fallen race warriors. However, after exchanging blows, he discovered that these fallen warriors were quite ferocious. Moreover, their combat strength had suddenly skyrocketed. In addition, the 100,000 mountains was shaking. Immediately, the leading general gave the order to retreat. The Whitebone army led by General Jiangbai was not nearby and could not gather their forces. Therefore, they could only retreat quickly. So, Most of the troops quickly retreated. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Then, a black rain started to fall. As the black rain fell, the armor on the soldiers' bodies was also corroded. When the rain fell on their faces, it directly penetrated their skin and even their internal organs. In just 5 seconds, a fully armed soldier was completely melted. Such a terrifying melting and corrosive power was extremely shocking. What was going on? In the end, the 30,000 troops who were originally guarding the 100,000 mountains were completely annihilated by the terrifying black rain. No one could escape. All of them were corroded by the black rain. Only one person was still far away. When he saw the eruption of the heaven and earth anomaly, he immediately rushed towards the direction of Xianxia city. Only the heavenly master of the Shang kingdom could withstand such a terrifying attack. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such a natural disaster. The news of the appearance of the black rain in the 100,000 mountains immediately spread to the surrounding cities. Everyone also went to buy a large number of umbrellas, fearing that the power of the black rain would fall on their heads. Chu Yanguan and Jiang Bai also clearly knew that the situation in the 100,000 mountains was not simple. Originally, they wanted to ask Li Zongjiu and Jiang Bai for instructions, but they found that the two were not in the palace. Their figures were nowhere to be found. In the end, they could only send Donglai Xingxian and Beikong Xingxian to the sacred mountain to look for reinforcements. Sacred Martial Realm. In an unknown mountain range. The surroundings were in ruins. Fu Ding suddenly opened his eyes. The demon-suppressing ruler appeared beside him in an instant and took on a defensive stance. For Fu Ding, he seemed to have had a very terrifying nightmare. In this nightmare, Fu Ding dreamed that he was about to lose his sister. This was something that Fu Ding found hard to accept, and he suddenly came to his senses. When he woke up, he realized that he was in ruins. The main thing was that the surroundings were also ruins. It was dark. At this time, Fu Ding also remembered. Previously, he seemed to have blocked the thunder tribulation for someone. Fortunately, he was lucky and was not directly struck to death. Otherwise, he would have been directly sent to the afterlife. This kind of thing is too dangerous. I have to be more careful next time. Just after Fu Ding felt that his strength had recovered, he got up and looked around, but he could not find that person. For Fu Ding, this was not a big deal. He just wanted to say goodbye. However, when Fu Ding saw that in the distant sky, there seemed to be a black cloud that was rapidly rolling in the direction of Jincheng City. He could clearly see that the power of this black cloud was quite terrifying. It contained the aura of depravity. Fu Ding had never seen such a power before. Even after killing millions of fallen clan, Fu Ding had never seen a power that was more powerful than this. Oh no, something big has happened. Fu Ding immediately leaped into the air. The demon-suppressing ruler landed under his feet and directly rushed forward with Fu Ding's body. Boom! Along the way, Fu Ding increased his speed to the limit. If he did not hurry up, he did not know how many people would die in a second. Boom! Above Jincheng City, black rain fell. However, at this moment, a golden light blocked the black rain that was falling down. This was the array that Hu Wushuang had set up in Jincheng City. After all, the teleportation array's foundation was here. It had to be protected. Jiang Bai led the White Bone army and was already waiting on the city wall. The Tianwu ship was ready to take off. Now that the Great Wu ship was like an obedient little brother, Chu Yanguan would naturally not be polite to the Great Wu ship. If there was anything that needed to be transferred, he would directly ask the Great Wu ship to provide it. If the Great Wu ship was unwilling, he would directly ask the two sage immortals to stay in the palace for 2 days. When the time came, they would naturally be willing. Even Chu Yanguan personally faced the enemy on the city wall. It was as if their enemy was just a piece of cloud. The opponent was just a piece of black cloud. How could they resist it? It was really troublesome. This array has no one to control it. It won't last long. Jiang Bai said in a deep voice. Once the array was broken, they could only fight head-on. Everyone, be alert. At Jiang Bai's command, the White Bone army immediately knocked the shields in their hands. Different weapons were used to deal with different situations. These White Bone Army soldiers were all carefully trained by Jiang Bai. Their combat strength was strong and they were also very suitable for fighting in different situations. The black rain continued to fall. It was as if they could see that the formation had not been broken even until now. Finally, in the black cloud, dozens of figures held sickles. Their figures were like monkeys as they jumped from the sky and landed. Whoosh! The sickles in their hands slashed on the protective array. It was as if they had pierced through a transparent glass. Chi! The sickles were embedded in the array. They directly broke a small hole in the array. The rest of the people also tried their best to attack the array with their sickles. It was as if they were digging a hole. Seeing this, Jiang Bai thought that the enemy had finally revealed themselves. Then it was easy to deal with. He directly attacked and killed them. Everyone, get ready. Kill. The moment before the array was broken, Jiang Bai gave the order to attack. Immediately, the White Bone Army threw the weapons in their hands forward. Long spears flew out. However, the figures of these people directly leaped and disappeared into the sky. Their speed was incomparably fast. When they landed again, the sickles in their hands were already slashing toward Jiang Bai and the others. Clang! Jiang Bai blocked in front of him with his weapon. However, he was instantly blown away by the power of the sickles. Chu Yanguan himself also shot out a terrifying profound light. Boom! This dark light hit the opponent's body. It directly passed through the latter's body. It continued to attack with the black sickles. Boom! At this moment, the White Bone Army on the city wall also suffered heavy losses. These figures with black capes and scythes were like the incarnation of the Grim Reaper as they easily killed the White Bone Army on the city wall. As the scythes fell, heads fell to the ground. Their methods were vicious and they were powerful. Even if Chu Yanguan and Jiang Bai joined forces, they could not withstand the attacks. Order the Tianwu ship to fire. Jiang Bai ordered. Immediately, the Tianwu ship that was floating in the sky above the city unleashed a powerful attack. Ferocious power roared out. However, those powers were actually unable to harm the black silhouettes before them. All the attacks passed through their bodies. Protect the monarch and retreat. Jiang Bai knew that these people must be the special forces of the Beast God Hall. Hence, it was not easy to defend against them. With their own strength, it was difficult to defend against the attacks. Chu Yanguan would only be courting death if he stayed here. It was better for him to retreat now. At least he could save his life. I have no way out. Chu Yanguan refused to retreat. If he left Jincheng City and had to flee again, it would be unbearable for him. With Chu Yanguan here, he would not allow the previous tragedy to happen again. Boom! Just as the White Bone Army was about to suffer casualties, a ray of light descended from the sky and slashed towards the people in front. Boom! A figure from the Black Court Army was sent flying into the sky. Then, his body exploded. It's Fu Ding. Jiang Bai was pleasantly surprised when he saw this figure. Fu Ding's strength was much stronger than theirs. With Fu Ding present, he would definitely be able to defeat these people. Of course, he could not rely on Fu Ding alone. However, Fu Ding's appearance was equivalent to turning the situation around. As the demon suppression ruler flew, it forced the Black Court Army to retreat and killed many of them in the process. However, just as Fu Ding was about to continue his pursuit, a figure suddenly fell down from the dark clouds. A gigantic elephant leg stomped down on Fu Ding. Boom! Fu Ding, together with the bricks of the city wall beneath him, collapsed in an instant. More than half of the city wall of Jincheng City collapsed from the stomp. Fu Ding. When Jiang Bai saw that Fu Ding had been trampled to the ground, he immediately jumped up. He chased after them. Under this attack, Fu Ding would definitely be seriously injured. The demon-suppressing ruler appeared with Fu Ding, but the other party was obviously an elder of the Beast God Temple. The elephant leg continued to fall. He chased after Fu Ding. In just a short while, the city walls of Jincheng City were completely trampled. He's an absolute saint. Fu Ding did not have any good ideas at this moment. When he was stepped on, he almost died on the spot. Fortunately, he had the protection of the demon-suppressing ruler. Not long ago, he was struck by lightning, which helped him refine the stronger ancient golden body arts. What Li Zongjiu imparted to him was the ancient tyrant golden body art. Beast God Temple, Elder Mammoth, it looks like you people from the Beast God Temple don't plan on returning alive. Fu Ding and the others landed in the city. However, the other party did not continue to attack, because the powerhouses belonging to the human race had finally arrived. Including Dong Lai and Bei Kong, there were 7 Saint Immortals in total. 7 absolute saints came one after another. The leader was Heavenly Saint Kuanping. Heavenly Saint Kuanping's will immediately covered the entire city. One could see the dark clouds in the sky in front of them were being dispersed by Heavenly Saint Kuanping's will. The double-headed black demonic dragon, 17 elders of the Beast God Temple, and tens of thousands of soldiers of the Black Court Army appeared. They were dark and majestic. Just their aura alone was enough to crush the city walls. Heavenly Saint Kuanping couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw so many people. This was bad. They were obviously coming out in full force. Not only these people, but some members of the assassination palace were also hiding somewhere, ready to attack at any time. If Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were here, things would be much easier. At least they could use their will to defeat the other party. Now that the other party had come with such a terrifying force, it was obvious that they were going to have a final battle. They didn't even inform him before coming to fight, if he had known that the other party was in such a hurry. He should have summoned Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran first. Now that things had turned out like this, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to look at them? However, even though it seemed like he couldn't win, Heavenly Saint Kuanping had to hold the fort. As Heavenly Saint Kuanping and the others showed up, the other party's lineup of the Beast God Temple was also shown. Of course, most of them didn't transform. The double-headed black demonic dragon appeared in the form of a human with a dragon head on his head. At the same time, the double-headed black demonic dragon was also looking around. It wasn't in a hurry to send everyone out. The powerful young man and woman from last time were nowhere to be found. This was what the dual-headed black demonic dragon feared the most. If they were to appear, the dual-headed black demonic dragon would have to go all out in order to defeat them. Kill. The double-headed black demonic dragon waved its hand. Without saying anything, it gave the order. Immediately, the people behind it rushed out. Boom. 10 of the surrounding elders of the Beast God Temple went down at once. Furthermore, they transformed into giant beasts. Heavenly Saint Kuanping and the others also found their opponents and charged at them. Boom. The aura of both parties instantly spread across the area. The number of the Black Court Army would continue to increase during the massacre. Therefore, the number of the Black Court Army would continue to increase and grow at a terrifying speed. Immediately, the Black Court Army quickly clashed with the soldiers of Jincheng City again. Although Chu Yan and the others were attacked fiercely, in the next moment, the aura of hundreds of Supreme Being experts suddenly came from the horizon. The Heavenly Masters from the other 4 empires also came out in full force. Before they came, Heavenly Saint Kuanping had already summoned these people. However, he was slightly slower. However, when the hundreds of Heavenly Masters from the Dao Nation gathered together, they immediately formed an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Originally, there were 5 empires. However, the Great Wu Empire was only left with 2 people after the previous massacre. This time, they didn't join in the fun. However, they sent out their own Tianwu ship. At least in such a situation, they could ensure a certain degree of suppression. Boom. In an instant, the sky changed color. When Xu Yan and Jiang Bai saw that the 5 empires were also participating in the battle, they couldn't help but nod inwardly. No matter what, this joint battle was indispensable. Although it seemed a little late to join forces, it wasn't too late as long as they could take action immediately. The dual-headed black demonic dragon lowered its head and looked at the battlefield below. Heavenly Saint Kuanping was being held back by the 3 elders. The other Supreme Being experts were also being held back by the corresponding experts. The reason why there were still a few people who didn't join in the battle was to guard against Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu. Those who could destroy his doppelganger were definitely not to be underestimated. He had to be on full alert. In this way, even if Li Zongjiu and the others were to do something, they would be able to detect it first. Red Spider, go and kill that brat. The dual-headed black demonic dragon frowned when it saw Fu Ding, who was killing everyone below. Although Fu Ding's cultivation wasn't strong, he had already condensed his willpower. If he continued to grow, he would be terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was quite powerful. The dual-headed black demonic dragon's subordinates were killed in a few moves. The Black Court army couldn't even withstand one move from Fu Ding. Moreover, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was quite powerful. It could directly disperse the origin energy of the Black Court army. This was a rather serious matter. The Black Court army was like a plague that could spread limitlessly. Most importantly, they had to wait until the end of the battle. They would get rid of the excess parts directly. Normally, they wouldn't need to consume anything. Such a sacred weapon would become a must-have weapon for the Beast God Temple when they were outside. They only needed 100 people at the beginning to form an army of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions in the future. However, if there was someone who could directly destroy the origin energy, they would have to kill him first. Otherwise, the origin energy of the Black Court army would also be destroyed. It would be a great loss. Yes. The red spider immediately transformed into a blood-red spider and descended from the sky with 8 legs. Boom. It landed not far away from Fu Ding. A few heavenly masters of the upper nation saw that a powerful person had arrived and immediately charged towards the red spider without hesitation. If they wanted to show their strength on the battlefield, they would have to kill an even more powerful enemy. If they could defeat the most powerful one, they would naturally become the most powerful one. However, the sovereign experts who were close to them, before they could even get close to the red spider, they were shot to death by the venom released by the red spider. Clean and efficient. No matter how many armors they wore, it was useless. Fu Ding also knew that he was the opponent's target. However, there was no escape on the battlefield. The only way to face the enemy was to face them head-on. However, the opponent was so powerful that it would only take a moment for him to kill Fu Ding. After all, the difference in their strength was many times greater. Die. Elder Red Spider leaped, and the spider leg immediately stabbed toward Lu Xian's head. Fu Ding blocked the attack with the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand. However, with a clang, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was sent flying into the sky. Fu Ding was also blasted to the ground by the terrifying shockwave, smashing into the deep pit. He was seriously injured and couldn't move. Red Spider didn't move from his spot. His spider leg suddenly expanded by dozens of meters and directly grabbed at Fu Ding's chest. Even a light touch was enough to poison Fu Ding to death. Fu Ding, be careful. Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan couldn't free themselves to save Lu Xian. They were even trapped by the surrounding enemies. Damn it. Fu Ding directly laid on the ground, thinking in his heart that he was probably done for this time. Whoosh, suddenly, a cold light swept over. The battlefield was constantly changing, and no one knew where this cold light had come from. Bang, Elder Red Spider's elongated spider leg was directly cut off. Bang, Elder Red Spider's face suddenly turned cold. Who was it? Just as Elder Red Spider raised his head, another cold light fell and instantly cut Elder Hongzhu's body into 2 halves. Bang, scarlet blood splattered everywhere. Another expert? The double-headed black demonic dragon was slightly shocked when it saw the scene from the sky. Could it be that Li Zongjiu or Qi Yanran had made a move? Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? Red Spider's strength was at least in the top 10, but he was actually killed in an instant. Such a situation was clearly a little inconceivable. Even the dual-headed black demonic dragon was a little nervous. This situation was a challenge for the dual-headed black demonic dragon. The last time the double-headed black demonic dragon faced an enemy, he didn't have much of a chance and was directly defeated by the enemy. The doppelganger that he had painstakingly refined was actually destroyed directly. For the double-headed black demonic dragon, this was a very unjust matter. This time, it was its true body that was going to attack. Therefore, it had to find out the opponent's situation. However, when the dual-headed black demonic dragon saw the other party's figure, it was more or less relieved. At least it was not Qi Yanran or Li Zongjiu, but someone it had never seen before. It looked quite unfamiliar. When he saw the latter, Fu Ding was also stunned. It's you? Tianyi's figure descended, and the blade of creation spun in her hand before finally landing in her hand. From the very beginning, Tianyi was also nearby. After all, the battle here was so intense. Maybe some good treasures would appear. Now, Tianyi felt a lot better. After all, she had broken through her limit and inherited the will. It directly made Tianyi a top expert. Even if all the people in the sacred martial realm worked together, they might not be Tianyi's opponent. This world was no longer an obstacle for Tianyi. However, the battle here also attracted Tianyi's attention. After all, the little guy who saved her life was also on the battlefield. For Tianyi, whether it was the human clan or the fallen clan, it didn't matter too much. Tianyi belonged to the monster clan. Therefore, Tianyi didn't care if the two sides fought to the death. However, when she saw that Fu Ding was about to be killed by the other party, Tianyi no longer hid, so she directly attacked. She stretched out her hand. Tianyi actually attracted the demon-suppressing ruler from afar, then stopped in front of Fu Ding. "Thank you." Fu Ding was now in a state of extreme shock. Just now, this girl directly killed an elder of the Beast God Temple as soon as she attacked. For Fu Ding, this was quite a shocking situation. How powerful was this person? Even if his master was here, he reckoned. Even his master might not be able to do this. Tianyi didn't say anything, but looked back at the double-headed black demonic dragon in the sky. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Tianyi asked. "Our standpoints are different." It wasn't a grudge, but his master had ordered it. In addition, both sides had different identities, so he naturally had to finish this matter. Moreover, when the other party destroyed the human clan, he would definitely be wiped out. No one could escape. If he was defeated, he would only end up as a puppet. Therefore, it could only be said that their standpoints were different. "I'll help you kill him." Tianyi nodded, then jumped, and rushed straight toward the double-headed black demonic dragon. "Ah?" Fu Ding was a little confused. First of all, who was this girl, and then why did she help him? Was it just because he helped her when he passed by last time? Moreover, the other party's aura looked very powerful. Could he defeat the other party just by rushing up like this? Xianxia came in front of Fu Ding. She didn't come in time just now, but now that the ladder was free, Xianxia could finish off the opponent. "Who is that girl?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Looking at her posture, she seemed to be more powerful than Evil Lord. "I don't know either." The latter was also dumbfounded. However, he couldn't stop fighting with the Black Court army. Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pung was entangled with the three elders of the Beast God Temple. However, before the double-headed black demonic dragon attacked, Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pung had better not use all of his strength. Otherwise, if he exposed all of his strength, it would be very dangerous and passive. Suddenly, Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pung sensed Tianyi's appearance. Then, he saw Tianyi killing Elder Hongzhu with ease. Then, she rushed toward the double-headed black demonic dragon's base camp. What's going on? Where did that girl come from? Putting everything else aside, just the courage of the latter to rush toward the double-headed black demonic dragon was not something that an ordinary person could do. Moreover, seeing how easily she killed Elder Hongzhu, her strength and courage were naturally shocking. Even Heavenly Saint Kuan-Pung had to give it his all to be able to do that. However, it was impossible to make it look like it was an understatement. The double-headed black demonic dragon saw the figure rushing toward it. There was a trace of disdain in its eyes. It was just being cautious. Did these people really think that they could fight it just because they had comprehended a little bit of will? How naive. "Go!" The double-headed black demonic dragon roared. Then, the last 6 elders of the Beast God Temple, who were guarding it, rushed down in unison. Boom! As their bodies moved, a strong wave of energy was set off. The 6 of them joined forces to form a huge lineup, which directly crushed the people below. Boom! Tianyi instantly accelerated and rushed out. At the same time, the blade of creation in her hand also shot out. He casually drew a few strokes in the space in front of him. Immediately, the space seemed to have been cut apart. Subsequently, the person who was rapidly approaching also seemed to have been cut by countless sharp iron wires at this moment. His body was instantly sliced into dozens of pieces. Instant kill, everyone saw the move that Tianyi had used. At this moment, the terrifying strength that Tianyi had displayed shocked everyone present. Boom. What? How is this possible? She killed 6 people in an instant. Even the Saint Immortals who were fighting fiercely were in disbelief. The 6 people on the other side were obviously stronger. They had to use all their strength just to fight one of them. However, the other side had killed 6 of them in an instant. This was simply too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying existence? I didn't expect that there were still hidden experts. Where were they hiding before? Heavenly Saint Kunpeng could not help but be surprised. Now, the morale of the humans was greatly boosted. With a flip of his hand, he began to force the people in front of him back with an even stronger force. Boom. The murderous aura was extremely strong. Roar. The double-headed black demonic dragon directly released its true form. The reason for that was because it had actually sensed danger in that instant. It had no choice but to unleash its true strength. When the double-headed black demonic dragon's strength erupted, it was also at this moment that the pressure of a true expert descended. The entire Jincheng city was instantly suppressed by this tyrannical force, causing it to sink even deeper into the ground. Whoosh! Tianyi also unleashed her true body of will. Dragon Sparrow Body. Boom! She spread out her wings like a god of war, slaughtering the primitive world. Such a terrifying aura instantly erupted as if it could destroy heaven and earth. The aura of the two collided. They were evenly matched. They both took a step back. However, in the next moment, the blade of creation in Tianyi's hand suddenly appeared at this moment, and it directly transformed into a pair of wings that supported her back. This made Tianyi's strength even more powerful. Boom! After another collision, the sky suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone within a radius of 100 miles was sent flying. Boom! It was as if the place was cleared. Even Fu Ding and the others were sent flying by this terrifying storm. Roar! The double-headed black demonic dragon let out a shocking roar. Suddenly, a black Dharma treasure was thrown out from its claws. Soul Reaping Bell, this Dharma treasure specialized in breaking the will. Immediately, the Soul Reaping Bell flew toward Tianyi at high speed. Tianyi seemed to have felt the power of the Soul Reaping Bell. She immediately turned around and flew into the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Tianyi's figure had disappeared into the horizon. However, the Soul Reaping Bell was still chasing after her. It's the Soul Reaping Bell. Heavenly Saint Kunpeng's expression changed when he saw the Soul Reaping Bell. Back then, he was injured by the Soul Reaping Bell. Otherwise, his strength would have been much stronger than it was now. Therefore, when he saw the Soul Reaping Bell, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Tianyi's figure seemed to be unable to dodge the attack. In the end, she threw out the blade of creation and used it to rush toward the Soul Reaping Bell. Boom! When the blade of creation approached the Soul Reaping Bell, it felt as if it had lost its power. It was easily knocked away by the Soul Reaping Bell. In the end, the Soul Reaping Bell directly enveloped the huge dragon sparrow and instantly enveloped it. Boom! Tianyi's huge figure disappeared into the horizon. She seemed to have been severely injured. After seeing this, the double-headed black demonic dragon sneered. That's all there is to it. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you mortals? How dare you try to make the fallen clan your enemy? Even if you have some strength, you can't go against the heavens. Immediately, the double-headed black demonic dragon waved its hand, trying to take back its soul-reaping bell. However, just as the soul-reaping bell flew back, something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. Then, the dragon sparrow's huge figure rushed out of the crack and used its sharp claws to grab one of the double-headed black demonic dragon's heads. In the next moment, the dragon sparrow easily crushed the head. Boom! Blood splattered, and the head was easily crushed just like that. The soul-reaping bell didn't destroy Tianyi's body. It was just an afterimage created by the blade of creation. Roar! The double-headed black demonic dragon's body suddenly rolled in the sky. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle in the sky. However, it was clear that the dragon sparrow's body was superior to the twin-headed black demonic dragon's body. Therefore, when the dragon sparrow's sharp claws landed on the twin-headed black demonic dragon's body, the wounds on the twin-headed black demonic dragon's body were enlarged. Such a ferocious attack directly caused the latter extreme pain. Even the dual-headed black demonic dragon did not expect this woman to be so terrifying. This was a terrifying strength that could almost tear people apart. The double-headed black demonic dragon could not believe its eyes. "You are not a human, you are a demon." The double-headed black demonic dragon and the dragon sparrow immediately separated. The opponent's strength was too terrifying, so the double-headed black demonic dragon was in great pain. However, after a series of exchanges, the dual-headed black demonic dragon realized that the dragon sparrow in front of it was not as simple as it was formed by its own will. Instead, it was because of the strength of the demon clan. He was a demon himself. "You're from the demon race. Why are you here to join in the fun of the human race?" Tianyi didn't answer his question. "What human or demon race? If I don't like you, I'll kill you. It doesn't matter what race you are. It seems that you are not only a demon, but also a demon who has gone mad," the double-headed black demonic dragon said in a deep voice. "I think your demon clan should have completely forgotten the pain of your clan's annihilation back then, right? The human race is an evil race. How could you help them? You're letting your ancestors down." The double-headed black demonic dragon's words were confusing. No one could understand what this guy was talking about. However, Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng, who had read the Book of Connections, felt his heart skip a beat. After all, everyone had different perspectives on this matter. In the eyes of other races, the human race was powerful and arrogant. Back then, they had almost annihilated all races. However, no one was able to clearly describe what had happened back then. The records of the various clans were all different. "My ancestors' matter has nothing to do with you." Tianyi's figure was suspended high in the sky. She looked down at the people below with indifference in her eyes. The double-headed black demonic dragon was infuriated by the dragon sparrow. Was it really because the fallen race couldn't defeat the demon race? "You asked for it." The double-headed black demonic dragon spat out a beam of destructive black light from its mouth. Following the appearance of this world-destroying black light, an incomparably ferocious power quickly attacked. Tianyi felt the force coming toward her. She flapped her wings with all her might. However, the speed and power of the destructive black light were too fast. There was no chance for her to escape. Boom, the black light directly penetrated the heavenly demon dragon sparrow's body. Tianyi let out a painful roar. Under the black light, Tianyi's figure gradually changed. She returned to her human form. "It's the willpower of the beast god temple." Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng also transformed into his will. His huge figure immediately sent the three elders of the fallen race flying. Then, he quickly fell toward Tianyi. The double-headed black demonic dragon once again unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, smashing down on Tianyi. Tianyi couldn't move at all. Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng immediately grabbed Tianyi and flew away with her. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy was set off on the ground. Rumble! A terrifying commotion swept across the place. Even Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng was hit at this moment. He rolled on the horizon for tens of thousands of miles. Then, he slowly came to a stop. "My old bones." The Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng held in pain as well. He was probably severely injured as well. His body fell heavily to the ground. Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng immediately returned to his human form. His will dissipated. The opponent used the will of the beast god temple. Therefore, even Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng couldn't resist it. Tianyi was severely injured by the opponent. Now that she was rescued, she was in a coma. Oh no, the two experts have been defeated. There was a trace of panic in the eyes of the sage immortals. Even Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng's real body couldn't resist the opponent's attack. It was obvious that he was doomed. Behind the double-headed black demonic dragon's huge body, a figure gradually emerged. When they saw the figure, the beast god temple, this huge figure belonged to the beast god temple. They didn't expect the opponent to bring the will of the beast god temple here. The beast god temple hadn't been completely teleported here. However, the opponent was able to borrow the will of the beast god temple. It was no wonder that heavenly sage Kunpeng was no match for him and was beaten to such a state. Is there anyone who can stop this? The sage immortal's eyes were filled with despair. Even if they put their lives on the line, they might not be able to win. Since he was going to die no matter what, he might as well sit on the ground obediently and let this death come a little more comfortably. Otherwise, who would be able to endure such an outcome even if he exhausted himself? However, these people had clearly given up on resisting. The fallen race obviously had the upper hand. At this moment, the ones who were nervous were the fallen race. The appearance of such a scene was rather unexpected. What's going on? The double-headed black demonic dragon looked up at the sky. The direction of its gaze was the direction of the sacred mountain. Roar! Suddenly, the double-headed black demonic dragon roared. All the fallen race seemed to have been summoned and quickly returned to the double-headed black demonic dragon's side. They turned around and ran. The fallen race had actually begun to flee. All the human warriors were dumbfounded by what they saw. Countless heavenly masters of the upper kingdom were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They were at a loss of what to do. The person who was fighting fiercely with them just a moment ago was fleeing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed at which he fled was also very fast. He was afraid that if he was a little slower, he would be caught by the other party and be done for. Boom! Just as everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, from the direction of the sacred mountain, there were countless colorful lights that were rapidly rushing toward this place. Boom! Boom! When such power swept over, the sky seemed to be torn apart. These densely packed five-colored divine lights. In an instant, they rushed into the camp of the fallen clan. There was no sound of explosion. After these five-colored divine lights broke through the body of the person in front of them, they rushed into the distance. Just one ray of light could easily penetrate hundreds of fallen clan powerhouses. Therefore, they were easily shot to death in the sky. When they saw these fallen clan members who were still fleeing in the sky, they fell from the sky in large batches. The human warriors were in an uproar. They never thought that there would be such a scene that would make their blood boil. It was as if they were using extremely powerful elemental energy cannons to shoot down birds. The fallen race, who were supposed to be invulnerable and had terrifying defensive capabilities, were now like little ants as they helplessly fell from the sky. Rumble! The double-headed black demonic dragon was also trying its best to escape. However, at this moment, a white light that seemed to cover the sky and the earth instantly bound the double-headed black demonic dragon's body. Then, with a fierce tug, the double-headed black demonic dragon's body was forcibly stopped from the sky. Roar! The double-headed black demonic dragon seemed to be extremely aggrieved and terrified. It struggled with all its might, wanting to rush out. However, there was no longer any chance for the double-headed black demonic dragon in front of it to escape. When the white figure trapped the dual-headed black demonic dragon, the dual-headed black demonic dragon was completely trapped. Once again, countless five-colored divine lights rushed over from the distance. However, when the five-colored divine lights rushed over this time, they were blocked by the will of the Beast God Temple. The silhouette of the Beast God Temple was gently rotating. Along with the spinning force, the surrounding space was constantly being crushed, and the five-colored divine light was also being distorted by the force. In the end, it was reflected back in the direction it came from. However, this power also disappeared not long after it charged out. So strong! Everyone was also witnessing this great battle that originated from the void. Both parties had yet to show themselves, but in this confrontation, they had displayed their respective strengths. The dual-headed black demonic dragon had no way of withstanding this power. His body was unable to move under the control of the desolate heaven essence. If it weren't for the fact that there was a top expert behind the double-headed black demonic dragon controlling the will of the Beast God Temple to fight against the five-colored divine light, it would have been blown to pieces by the five-colored divine light. Both sides directly used their own wills to start a great battle between heaven and earth. Many people didn't know the name of the evil lord. Looking at the style of the battle, those who knew the legendary evil lord didn't think it was the evil lord who was attacking. The battle between the two sides made the world feel like it was about to collapse. It was terrifying to be able to fight to such an extent. The eyes of Heavenly Saint Kunpeng and the others were filled with excitement. The most excited person was Heavenly Saint Kuanping. It's a success. It's definitely a success. Kuanping Heavenly Saint was incomparably excited. If he could succeed, it would be a kind of relief for him. At least, it would mean that the sacred martial realm would be safe in the future, and there would be a guardian to protect it. It would be many times safer. Although this was an opportunity to become stronger, and Heavenly Saint Kuanping hoped that he would be the one chosen, he knew that it was impossible. Otherwise, it would have been his turn. How could he be willing to give such a precious opportunity to someone else? The rarity of such an opportunity was simply unimaginable. Becoming the guardian of the continent, receiving the inheritance of the will of the sacred mountain, there were countless benefits such as this. Although from then on, he would have a lot of responsibilities, but with the help of this power, he would be able to peek into a more powerful world. Comprehending a more powerful realm, he wouldn't be a frog at the bottom of a well forever. The power of both sides clashed between heaven and earth. Then, the beast god temple took the twin-headed black demonic dragon and flew into the distance. After all, the beast god temple hadn't fully teleported over, so the power it could exert was limited. At the same time, it needed to limit the distance it could travel. If it was too far away, it would be easy for accidents to happen. This time, the owner of the five-colored divine light didn't continue to pursue. It was just a distraction and didn't want to destroy the beast god temple directly. After all, the opponent's strength wasn't that simple. It wasn't something that could be easily destroyed. Immediately, the two powerful wills retreated in the sky. Obviously, the human race had won the battle. The so-called elders of the fallen clan and various experts had also lost their lives under the divine light reign. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was a great victory, everyone cheered as well. The hard-won victory made everyone's spirits rise. Being able to succeed was not an easy task in itself. After going through so many cruel battles, they finally saw the dawn of victory. Today, everyone would be cheering all night. Qi Yanran summoned the desolate heaven essence back. However, she didn't leave the sacred martial realm. Instead, she frowned and looked at Li Zongjiu, who was still meditating under the tree. The latter's situation hadn't improved yet. He was still shrouded by the sacred martial realm's will. Even Qi Yanran couldn't get close to awaken him. Qi Yanran's meditation under the sacred martial realm didn't result in her becoming a guardian. Instead, she became a qualified person like Heavenly Sage Kuanping. Both of them had the qualifications to use the sacred martial realm's will. And obviously, Qi Yanran's qualifications were stronger than Heavenly Sage Kuanping's. Qi Yanran happened to arrive at the scene just now. Therefore, she directly attacked from tens of thousands of miles away. She forced the other party to retreat and at the same time let the other party know how powerful she was. He wanted to use his power to annex the human race so quickly. Such an idea was very stupid, but it also showed that the other party's situation was, in fact, very urgent. Qi Yanran obviously knew something, but it wasn't good for her to say anything about it. She just waited for Li Zongjiu to withdraw from the sacred martial realms before slowly discussing the matter. The people's revelry had nothing to do with Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran was still quietly waiting by Li Zongjiu's side. Could it be that Zongjiu is going to become a guardian? If Li Zongjiu could succeed, Qi Yanran would naturally be happy for the latter. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he succeeded, he would definitely step into a higher realm. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to show any signs of waking up in a short period of time. Heavenly Sage Kuanping brought the seriously injured Tianyi to the sacred martial realm. Qi Yanran checked on Tianyi and found that she had been injured by the sacred martial realm's will. She only needed to erase the remnant of the will. With the help of the sacred martial realm, Qi Yanran easily erased the remnant of the will. Tianyi's condition was also gradually improving. Originally, Qi Yanran was unwilling to do anything, but Tianyi's actions made Qi Yanran aware. Qi Yanran naturally saw it. No matter what the reason was, since Tianyi stood on the side of the human clan, Qi Yanran would not let Tianyi die like this. After all, both sides came from the same continent. However, Tianyi's injuries this time couldn't be considered light. Even after Qi Yanran wiped out the will of the beast god temple, Tianyi herself was still in such a situation and had yet to wake up. Therefore, Heavenly Sage Kunpeng left Tianyi in the sacred mountain to recuperate. It seemed like a hasty decisive battle had occurred. At least, everyone was excited. They had never thought that such a scene would happen. However, the hidden experts of the human race were also very terrifying. It was a great honor for them to have such experts protecting them. It also gave them a greater sense of security. Their hearts were filled with joy. After the craziness, all that was left was joy. This battle had at least crippled the strength of the Beast God Temple. The remaining existences did not need these ordinary people to worry about. Even if they wanted to worry, it would be of no use. Chu Yan also started to reorganize the city in his own Jincheng city. He also started to clean up some of the corruption and disorder that was present. Previously, he did not have enough time and resources to clean up all of this. However, now that he was free, it was time to settle the score. Li Zhongzhou had been meditating in the sacred mountain for nearly 3 months. When Li Zhongzhou opened his eyes, the world in his eyes seemed to be filled with thousands of twists and turns. In his eyes, in the vast world, in the universe, he could feel the existence of a strong force. It was extremely terrifying. When Li Zhongzhou returned, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Originally, the sacred mountain wanted Li Zhongzhou to be its guardian. Once Li Zhongzhou became the protector of the sacred martial realm, he would be able to easily use the sacred mountains while within the sacred martial realm. Hence, there would be no one who could match him in the sacred martial realm. Of course, Li Zhongzhou could not kill people at will. Instead, he had to protect the core. Powerful strength, supreme will. It was almost equivalent to an eternal life. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be eager to become the guardian of these items and establish a contract with them. However, Li Zhongzhou resolutely refused. He also relied on his own strength to break through the obstacles created by the sacred mountain. These things could not tempt Li Zhongzhou at all. Strength is not measurable. I can slowly cultivate by myself. I am not afraid of these things at all. Do I need you to give them to me? Even if I obtain the will of the sacred mountain, I may not be able to move unhindered between heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would the Beast God Temple attack? They are obviously not afraid of the power of the sacred mountain. However, Li Zhongzhou's own will had become more tenacious and powerful under the tempering of the sacred mountain. Boom, it was unknown when Li Zhongzhou's body was covered with leaves, but at the last moment, Li Zhongzhou directly shattered them. The Book of Connections. Li Zhongzhou also had the opportunity to read the Book of Connections because he had obtained the recognition of the sacred mountain. He learned some things, but Li Zhongzhou would not believe everything that was said. He must have his own considerations in his heart. Li Zhongzhou was very clear about the morality of the human race. There were good and bad people. It was hard to believe how some bad people turned out to be in the end. There was no bottom line for human evil. This was also the reason why Li Zhongzhou did not want to become some bullshit guardian. Otherwise, no matter how good or bad people were in the future, he would have to protect them together. Therefore, the so-called temptation of power was meaningless to Li Zhongzhou. But this time, when he came out of seclusion, Li Zhongzhou realized one thing. The Beast God Temple was now in big trouble. When Li Zhongzhou appeared, Qi Yanran and Kunpeng Heavenly Sage quickly gathered. How is it? It's a success. Kunpeng Heavenly Sage naturally hoped that Li Zhongzhou could succeed. If he succeeded, he could take a break from his mission. At least, he would not have to work so hard every day to think of a way to resist the invasion of the Beast God Temple. Qi Yanran also looked at Li Zhongzhou with anticipation. She herself did not succeed, but Li Zhongzhou's chances should be higher than hers. However, no matter what Li Zhongzhou chose in the end, Qi Yanran would support him. But according to Qi Yanran's understanding of Li Zhongzhou, the so-called guardian position was not very attractive to Li Zhongzhou. I'm not interested, Li Zhongzhou said. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng was stunned when he heard that. What did that mean? Not interested at all? You're not interested in becoming the strongest existence in the sacred martial realm? Are you so arrogant now? But I've already gotten what I want, Li Zhongzhou said. He had already gotten what he wanted. Wasn't that the Book of Contacts? In order to obtain the Book of Contacts, one must first obtain the recognition of the sacred martial realm. Didn't this mean that Li Zhongjiu directly rejected the power of the sacred martial realm? He rejected the so-called guardian's power. The latter was immediately dumbfounded. What? You can't be saying that you rejected the guardian position, right? Kuimping Heavenly Sage could not believe that someone would reject such a wonderful opportunity. It was simply incomprehensible. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu did not want to become stronger? You should work hard. After a few years, there will be no one left. Then you can. Li Zhongjiu patted Kuimping Heavenly Sage's shoulder and said encouragingly. However, how could Kuimping Heavenly Sage not know that it was impossible for him to become a guardian? However, judging from the previous performance, perhaps Li Zhongjiu's disciple, Fu Ding, would also have a greater chance. Perhaps this was also the reason why Li Zhongjiu disdained to become a guardian. Because even his disciple would have such potential in the future. What about the Beast God Temple? I will naturally solve the problem of the Beast God Temple. Li Zhongjiu was also aware of the situation in the outside world at that time. After all, the sacred mountain wouldn't just stand by and watch the world be destroyed. The reason why he was able to obtain the Book of Contacts was because Li Zhongjiu had made such a deal with them. Although he could not become a guardian, it was not difficult to help solve the problem of the Beast God Temple. However, judging from the current situation, the Beast God Temple was not the real problem. The biggest problem was someone else. Li Zhongjiu also needed to understand the specific situation further. As for Li Zhongjiu's so-called improvement in understanding, in the eyes of others, it was simply crazy. That was to go directly to the Beast God Temple. Go to the Beast God Temple? Although the Beast God Temple had suffered a crushing defeat last time, it did not mean that the Beast God Temple in front of them was completely defenseless. At least the deputy temple master of the Beast God Temple had been directly rescued, and even the real temple master had not appeared until now. Moreover, the Beast God Temple itself was unscathed. With the fallen clan's reproductive ability, it was extremely easy for them to start anew and restore their combat strength. Moreover, the Beast God Temple itself was hidden in the 100,000 mountains. The danger contained within was self-evident. Kuimping Heavenly Sage originally wanted to stop Li Zhongjiu. After all, such an action did not seem very wise. However, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran obviously would not pay attention to this old man. Li Zhongjiu also went to take a look at Tianyi's current situation. She won't die for the time being. However, this girl was actually able to survive the ancestral tribulation and obtain the will of the ancestors. She is quite lucky. Li Zhongjiu obviously also saw the difference in the latter's body. Moreover, being slightly injured by the will of the Beast God Temple could also help the latter to make her own will more solid. After all, this kind of will that was directly inherited was ultimately external. It was extremely good to be able to become more solid under such circumstances. It was also a good opportunity. In the future, the latter's strength would also be more consolidated. Let's go. The two directly rushed into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The vast mountains were shrouded in fog. One could see the thick fog rising and rolling in the mountains. Even if there were tens of millions of fallen clan active in the 100,000 mountains, the appearance of the 100,000 mountains had not changed at all. This could be seen from this point. It was impossible for the fallen clan to conquer the entire sacred martial realm. They could only conquer the human race. Perhaps after a certain period of time, they would be conquered by another race, and the cycle would repeat. However, the sacred martial realm had always been the sacred martial realm. It had never changed. Boom, the figures of the two of them directly swept through the 100,000 mountains. There was not the slightest trace of concealment. They didn't even need to keep a low profile. They were already so ostentatious. With their speed, they soon saw the Beast God Temple. A towering pillar that reached the heavens was formed. It was majestic and mighty, and its aura could swallow the heavens. Even if it fell to the ground gently, it would be enough to split the 100,000 mountains in half. The true body of the Beast God Temple has 108,000 floors. Hey! Li Zhongjiu glanced around. The two of them were still hundreds of miles away from the Beast God Temple, but they could already see the huge black pillar that reached the heavens. Naturally, it looked more powerful than the sacred mountain of the human race. However, the beast god temple was built on the ground. What was revealed on the human race's sacred mountain was only the tip of the iceberg. The real part was buried in this boundless land. In comparison, the temperament of the human race was more reserved. It's really big. How long would it take to climb to the top of the tower? When Qi Yanran saw the beast god temple, she was also a little surprised. The current beast god temple was only 2/3 of the way through the transmission, and now it had completely stopped. Last time, most of the experts were killed by Qi Yanran. Therefore, the current beast god temple did not have too many people to maintain the transmission effect of the transmission array for the time being. If it stopped for a long time, the beast god temple might be directly cut off by the transmission array when it was shut down, or it might be sucked back again. No matter what the result was, it would be a very tragic end for the beast god temple. When the two of them were still 20 miles away from the beast god temple, the beast god temple directly released a self-defense warning. Immediately, a tyrannical wave, like a wall of air, blocked in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. "I'm really giving you face." Li Zongjiu looked at it. This mere beast god temple, whose people were all dead, dared to stop him. They overestimated themselves. Immediately, Li Zongjiu released his own will. Immediately, the self-defense will of the beast god temple broke through. If it were Kuanping Heavenly Sage and the others, they would be quite helpless against this force, and it would be difficult to break through. However, this level of force was a little easy in front of Li Zongjiu. He easily broke through it. The double-headed black demonic dragon was severely injured by Qi Yanran last time, and its injuries had not yet healed. When it sensed Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's attack, it quickly showed up. If it was a little later, the beast god temple might be torn down by the two of them. Of course, it had to show up to stop them. However, when it saw the two of them again, it did not know what to say. After all, it could not be as stubborn as before. Li Zongjiu once destroyed its doppelganger, and Qi Yanran severely injured it. However, Qi Yanran had directly injured his real body. Although he had never seen Qi Yanran before, he could feel the latter's power. "What are you doing?" The double-headed black demonic dragon appeared in its human form. However, it only had one head now. This was because when it fought with Tianyi of the heavenly demon tribe last time, one of its heads was crushed by Tianyi. Therefore, at this moment, it looked a little embarrassed when it saw the two experts, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, attacking together. Obviously, it was a little panicked. "You are not qualified to talk to me. Let the biggest one come out," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. The two of them hovered in the sky. Li Zongjiu's words obviously angered the black demonic dragon. "You are looking down on me." However, Li Zongjiu also made it clear that I am indeed looking down on you. You don't have to doubt yourself. The black demonic dragon was also extremely unhappy. It secretly clenched its fists, but in the end, it loosened them. Now, even with the help of the power of the beast god temple, it might not be a match for Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Otherwise, it would not have escaped with the double-headed black demonic dragon last time. Instead, it would have killed Qi Yanran directly. It was precisely because it could not defeat them that it fled. If it was only Qi Yanran who came today, it might still have the strength to fight. However, Li Zongjiu also came together. The specific situation was not easy to predict. Therefore, this was also the reason why the black demonic dragon did not dare to be arrogant. "Ahem, the temple master is now in seclusion. Although you are stronger than me, the fallen clan is not only this. Don't push us too far." "What can you do if you push us too far?" "Since your temple master does not dare to come out, then he doesn't need to come out in the future." As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, Mo Long immediately felt an earth-shattering aura erupting from Li Zongjiu's body. Even Mo Long had never felt such an aura before. He had only felt it once in the beast god temple. Could it be that Li Zongjiu's strength was comparable to the beast god temple's? "Break!" Li Zongjiu blasted his palm towards the beast god temple in front of him. Immediately, the beast god temple erupted with a powerful force. Boom! It wanted to block Li Zongjiu's power. But how could Li Zongjiu's move be so easily blocked? The moment the two wills clashed, the black demonic dragon was blasted away. Boom! Mo Long himself was instantly sent flying into the distance. And under the impact of this wave, he was seriously injured. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were naturally unscathed. But the beast god temple in front of them shook a little. The black demonic dragon could clearly feel the power of the beast god temple trembling a little. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had hit it. Could it be that this guy really wanted to tear down the beast god temple? But the shaking of the beast god temple soon stopped. Then, a white-robed figure appeared. A white-robed man who was almost 2.5 meters tall slowly appeared from the beast god temple. After the white-robed man appeared, there was a murderous look in his eyes. Li Zongjiu? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I can't kill you? After hiding for so long, you finally showed yourself. Li Zongjiu looked at the white-robed man in front of him with a smile. It was as if he did not take the white-robed man seriously and looked down on him. But Qi Yanran was a little nervous. This was because Qi Yanran also felt a sense of threat from him. The desolate heaven essence gradually appeared. Your true body is a termite, right? Li Zongjiu's tone was somewhat mocking. After all, the leader of such a large race was actually a termite. You're neither a man nor a woman. I'll give you a chance now. Take your pagoda and leave the sacred martial realm. Otherwise, I'll destroy you and take your pagoda. Li Zongjiu said. It was neither male nor female. He was referring to the Beast God Temple's Hall Master. The Beast God Temple Master's true form was a termite demon queen. Their race's genes were also very powerful, and generations of them had directly become the Temple Master of the Beast God Temple. His own ability was also very strong. Furthermore, he was extremely proficient in spiritual power. At the same time, it was this guy who had snatched the talent of Fu Ding's younger sister, Fu Ling. However, he didn't know where Fu Ling was sitting, so he could only send someone to find her. When the black demon dragon, who had been sent flying in the distance, heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was almost completely stunned by Li Zongjiu's arrogant words. How dare you mock the Hall Master like this? Kid, just wait for your death. The black demon dragon naturally knew how powerful their Hall Master was. Moreover, with their Hall Master's strength, it would be very easy for him to destroy Li Zongjiu. At least in their hearts, the Hall Master was the most powerful expert. Coupled with the Beast God Temple's own willpower, it would be even easier for him to crush Li Zongjiu and Fu Ling. The fallen army had been defeated. The Hall Master himself was very clear about it, and there was almost nothing that he didn't know. It was just that the Hall Master had been recovering his peak state all this time. The battle in the fallen world had also caused the Hall Master to be severely injured. After all, when they were in the fallen realm, they had also encountered strong resistance. Until now, he had not recovered. This time, he was angered by Li Zongjiu. Naturally, he had to show up and teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. However, the White Ant Demon Queen obviously did not expect Li Zongjiu to know so much. You've already obtained the Human Relations book? The White Ant Demon Queen suddenly became alert. If that was the case, then Li Zongjiu in front of her would become very dangerous. After obtaining the Human Relations book, he had obviously become the guardian of the human race. Then, with the other party's strength and the power of the sacred mountain, the Beast God Temple was now doomed. That's not it. Li Zongjiu said frankly. He completely dispelled the other party's idea. Li Zongjiu only read it once and did not really inherit it. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have to do everything for the stability and prosperity of the human race. Li Zongjiu hated these restrictions the most. However, Li Zongjiu already knew what he wanted to know. For example, the White Ant Demon Queen in front of him. Know yourself and know your enemy. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me without obtaining the Human Relations book? The Termite Demon Queen felt like she was being toyed with by Li Zongjiu, and she was instantly enraged. A book appeared in the White Ant Demon Queen's hand. There was a huge figure of a black tower on the book. If one looked carefully, it was obviously the Beast God Temple in front of him. The Book of the Fallen. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. When Qi Yanran saw the book in the other party's hand, she immediately felt a sense of surprise. The Nine Meridians book. Each book had its own name. The human race's book was called the Human Relations book. The book in the White Ant Demon Queen's hand was the Book of the Fallen. It was the heavenly book of the fallen race, one of the 9 meridians book. Each of the heavenly tomes represented supreme power. In the past, the wars between the various races were all for the 9 lineages' heavenly books. If one could gather all these heavenly books, they would be able to unify the 9 realms. There was no one who didn't want to obtain such power. However, only a heavenly book could devour a heavenly book. Li Zhongzhou didn't have the human relations heavenly book in his hand, so there was no way he could deal with the Book of the Fallen in front of him. However, if he couldn't deal with this book, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with a mere White Ant Demon Queen. No matter which book it was, as long as you were strong enough, you would definitely be able to defeat it. It had nothing to do with whether it was a book or not. This was also something that Li Zhongzhou agreed with. There must be a power above the 9 realms. Even if the power of the 9 realms combined, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the power above the 9 realms. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's own will emerged and directly turned into a black hammer. When the hammer appeared, it smashed towards the White Ant Demon Queen. The White Ant Demon Queen also slapped the Book of the Fallen in her hand. Then, a burst of power erupted from the Book of the Fallen and directly enveloped the two of them. End of chapter 1382. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.